Joyful education is not advisable. Learning is inevitably tedious. In the future, they will be grateful to their present selves for their hard work. We must introduce morning and evening study sessions for students in grades 3 to 6, supervising their daily practice of spell recitation and the memorization of magical theory. It is rather monotonous for the school to host only one Quidditch competition each year. We ought to establish an annual athletics meet. Lynn Belloc, the spiritual leader of the new era of wizards, advocate for professional wizards, founder of the Wizarding Association, pioneer of magical civilization, reformer, nation destroyer, scythe-bearer, blood relative of the Dark Lord, and the first president of the restructured Hogwarts Student Council, earnestly counseled Dumbledore. As Lynn was watering the garden of his home, a bouncy little girl from the neighboring house passed by, her backpack bouncing with each step. Upon noticing the girl stopping at his gate, calling out to him from across the fence, Lynn set down his watering can and approached her. Such behavior lacks courtesy. If you are unaware of my name, you may address me with excuse me, rather than hey. The girl pouted, seemingly unconvinced by Lynn's words, as he appeared to be of a similar age. However, she did not delve deeper into this matter. Instead, she peered curiously into her own yard and cautiously retrieved a packet of dried fish from her backpack. With pursed lips, she extended the small fish to Lynn. Rather than immediately accepting it, Lynn raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you attempting to bribe me with this packet of dried fish to play with you? If that is the case, you have made a mistake. I prefer sweet treats, like candies, rather than salted fish." The girl kicked the fence and made a face at him. "I don't want you to play with me. This packet of fish isn't for you. It's for those stray cats that wander around every day. My mother forbids me from feeding them, claiming they are riddled with viruses and bacteria. Yet, I would love to have a cat of my own. My father said that if I maintain my current grades, he will buy me a clean cat once I am older. But those stray cats are so pitiful. They are all cats too. Yet they must roam about with empty bellies every day. It's simply unfair. Yesterday, I saw you feeding them some broken biscuits, so today I used my allowance to buy this packet of dried fish, hoping you could help me take care of them." Such high awareness. Lynn silently marveled. It was evident that the girl was quite chatty once she began speaking. She could not be stopped, although she had initially appeared somewhat proud. Mistaken in his assumptions about the girl's intentions, Lynn felt no embarrassment after all. He had thick skin. He accepted the packet of dried fish from her hand. "Very well. I happen to have little to do each day, so I can assist you in caring for them." Having said that, he casually plucked a lily blossom from his garden and handed it to the girl. "Consider this a token of gratitude from me to them." The girl, unflustered, graciously accepted the lily from Lynn's hand, beaming with delight. "My name is Hermione Granger. And you?" "Lynn Belloc. I recently moved here, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Lynn felt a sense of familiarity with the girl's name, but he did not dwell on it. After exchanging names, their relationship naturally grew closer. Hermione leaned over the fence of Lynn's home, gently rising on her toes to peer inside. "Do you live here alone?" Lynn removed his gloves, eager to engage in conversation with Hermione. Having just relocated to London and with summer vacation approaching, he had not yet started school and found himself with ample free time. "Yes, for the moment, I live here by myself." Hermione's eyes widened. "What about your parents? Are they not concerned about you living here alone?" However, Hermione's expression shifted to one of regret as she apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. That's a story from my childhood, and truthfully, my life is quite good now." "And you?" Lynn deftly redirected the conversation, subtly inquiring about his neighbor's family. "What do your parents do?" Hermione smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. "My mother and father are both dentists. If you ever have a toothache, you could go to them." Dentists, indeed, are well regarded in Britain, often associated with a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. Moreover, the British place significant value on oral health, and skilled dentists typically enjoy extensive networks. This neighbor seemed worth cultivating a friendship with. While they were still young, it would be advantageous to build rapport. Thus, Lynn beamed a radiant smile and extended an invitation. "Would you like to come over to my house for a while? I made some mung bean soup for lunch. It's refreshing and hydrating during summer." Hermione appeared tempted, but glanced back at her home before ultimately shaking her head. "Perhaps next time." Lynn did not press further. "He'll be sure to take care of those stray cats." Hermione felt that her new neighbor was a wonderful person, and she had gained a new friend. "Goodbye, Lynn." For Lynn, Hermione's visit was merely a brief interlude. He donned his gloves once more, humming a tune as he continued to tend to the blooming flowers in his garden. Lynn was a traveler of worlds. In his previous life, he had been a public school teacher for less than 2 years, only to meet a tragic end when he fell into a river while riding his bicycle to work, unable to swim. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in an orphanage in England, named Starting Point, having just lost his parents. Whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. The silver lining, however, was that his parents, whom he had never met, had left him a substantial inheritance. Once he reached adulthood, he would inherit it and could subsequently seek a partner, embarking on a carefree and joyous life. However, the welfare institutions of capitalism are not merely engaged in altruistic endeavors, they are rife with sordid affairs, compounded by a cadre of troubled youths who, while pitiable, are undeniably difficult to manage. Life has settled into a temporary semblance of stability, yet Lynn has not formulated any plans for the future, nor does he intend to ponder them. The unpredictability of life renders meticulous planning futile. The more schemes he devises now, the greater his future regret will be for what he perceives as time squandered. Since fate has bestowed upon him a rebirth in the latter half of the 20th century in England, he resolves to firmly establish his footing in this country before contemplating further aspirations. Thus, an 11-year-old Lynn, harboring the soul of a 25-year-old, navigates the existence of a septuagenarian. He finds himself in a state of resignation, for the entertainment options of this era are woefully limited. Apart from tending to flowers, weeding, and feeding cats, he is at a loss for activities. After tending to the garden, Lynn set down his tools and removed his gloves, stretching languidly towards the sunset on the horizon. The air in London is notoriously poor despite increased efforts for remediation. The sky often remains shrouded in a haze. Narrowing his eyes, Lynn discerned a small black dot approaching him from the distance. As it drew nearer, he realized it was an owl. This bird is not uncommon in England, so Lynn paid it little mind. Instead, he picked up the fish treats sent by a little girl named Hermione, locked the garden gate, and prepared to venture out to feed the cats. Unbeknownst to him, the owl that had flown overhead had dropped a thick letter at the spot where he had stood moments before. It then perched on the roof of his home, tilting its head in perplexity as it observed his departing figure. Chapter 2. Why won't your cat eat the dried fish? Not far from Lynn's new home, there exists a narrow alley where, on his very first day of moving in, he stumbled upon a congregation of stray cats while taking out the trash, partly to occupy himself and partly out of pity for the forlorn creatures. Lynn began to bring them small treats every few days. Even without Hermione's prompting, he felt compelled to continue this routine. As he retrieved the dried fish from its packaging, he tore it into strips and scattered it before the feral cats to prevent any squabbling. The cats, both large and small, reveled in the feast, watching them indulge. Lynn felt a pang of desire and pulled out a piece of fish to sample it himself. Suddenly, he sensed the weight of a gaze from a shadowy corner. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the night sky was devoid of stars. The moon's glow dimmed. The towering walls of the alley obscured the light from the street lamps, sending a shiver down Lynn's spine. Gathering his courage, he stepped into the shadows, still clutching the unbitten fish. What lurked in the darkness was another cat, a striking tabby, devoid of any signs of being astray. Its fur was clean and well-groomed, with a distinctive pattern around its eyes resembling spectacles. Its limbs stood straight, exuding an air of authority that belied its feline nature. The tabby lifted its gaze to meet Lynn's, nodding slightly as if preparing for a significant action. Yet, in the next moment, its body froze. Why won't you eat the dried fish? Are you afraid of those wild cats? This simply wouldn't do. A cat must embody the essence of a cat. Lynn reached out to stroke the tabby's head, playfully pinching its ears. The tabby seemed utterly unprepared for such an encounter, its entire being momentarily paralyzed. Lynn sensed a certain foolishness in the feline, and he waved the dried fish before its eyes. Don't you want to eat some dried fish? Delicious dried fish. The tabby, however, remained non-responsive. Suddenly, with a transformation as swift as a blink, the cat morphed into an elderly woman adorned with a pointed hat. Her face framed by conspicuous rectangular glasses, and her attire distinctly peculiar. Mew, mew, mew. Lynn gasped, startled by this abrupt change. Instinctively exclaiming in his native tongue, he fell back onto the ground, hands bracing against the earth, retreating in fear. The elderly witch stood tall, her complexion somewhat dark, though the night concealed much of it. Lynn Belloc, there is no need for excessive alarm. she stated, clearing her throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Lynn appeared utterly stunned, his back against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. His eyes widened and mouth agape. He stared at McGonagall, who had just transformed from a cat into a woman, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. The stray cats in the alley had long been frightened away by the recent commotion. The night was eerily quiet. Professor McGonagall gazed at the astonished Lynn, his irritation dissipating as he endeavored to transform his typically stern countenance into a warm smile. He then inquired, "Aren't you planning to invite me into your home for a visit?" In Lynn's residence, Professor McGonagall sat gracefully upon the sofa while Lynn attentively served her water and tea. The astonishment that had rendered him momentarily speechless was not born of fear, but rather of sheer amazement. Admittedly, after the initial shock, Lynn found himself somewhat intimidated. For it appeared, rather inexplicably, that he had just perhaps, in a rather unusual turn of events, caressed the head of none other than the formidable Professor McGonagall, the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and the revered matriarch of Gryffindor. Lynn was relentlessly questioned about his aversion to eating small dried fish. He felt as if he could perish from the sheer embarrassment, so mortified that he could almost sculpt a Hogwarts castle with his toes. Thus, Lynn resorted to a fervent approach to alleviate his discomfort. "Professor, would you care for some water? Warm water is quite beneficial for the body. These are some cherished snacks of mine. Please do try them. Wait, I almost forgot to mention, please refrain from drinking water just yet. There is still the mung bean soup I prepared simmering in the pot, which is quite refreshing." Professor McGonagall had just raised her teacup when she was compelled to set it down again, a frown creasing her forehead. "Mr. Belloc, would you kindly sit quietly and allow me to speak?" Lynn, with an awkward smile, rubbed his hands together and obediently settled onto the sofa. Noticing that he had finally ceased his fidgeting, Professor McGonagall began to elucidate her purpose. "As you can see, Mr. Belloc, I am a witch, hailing from the only and most esteemed magical institution in Britain, Hogwarts. Before my arrival, an owl should have delivered a letter to you." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Indeed. It was meant to be in your possession. I am unsure what mishap befell that owl. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the acceptance letter contained within." At this moment, Lynn also tore open the envelope, revealing the acceptance letter adorned with the Hogwarts crest, signed by Professor McGonagall herself. Concurrently, a dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. "Detection complete. The host has been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. System activation conditions met." An odd expression flickered across Lynn's face. The day's revelations had been overwhelmingly surprising, having resided in this world for over a decade. He had never fathomed that a system resided within him. Yet, given the bizarre occurrence of traversing into a magical realm, the emergence of a system seemed rather inconsequential. Having encountered many strange phenomena, Lynn had begun to feel a sense of numbness. He feared that if this continued, he might transform into something entirely peculiar. Professor McGonagall, unaware of Lynn's internal turmoil, found his reaction quite normal. After all, for a Muggle, being accepted into a magical academy was indeed an extraordinary event. "Mr. Belloc, I believe you now comprehend the situation. Thus, would you be willing to embark on a 7-year journey of magical education at Hogwarts?" Though the question posed had no option for refusal, Professor McGonagall earnestly inquired of Lynn. The system in his mind had ceased to respond after uttering a single phrase. Lynn paid it no mind, prioritizing his interaction with Professor McGonagall. Unsurprisingly, he had no intention of declining the opportunity to learn magic, a pursuit coveted by countless individuals. "I am most willing, Professor McGonagall," he declared. A faint smile graced her features, but her expression soon shifted as she surveyed the surroundings, a frown creasing her brow. "What of your family? They must be informed about this matter." Lynn shrugged nonchalantly. "I am an orphan. My parents passed away when I was very young. Currently, my guardian is my adoptive father." A somber expression clouded Professor McGonagall's face. "I regret bringing up such sorrowful matters, child, but it is imperative that we obtain your guardian's consent." Lynn took this in stride, responding readily, "It is quite all right, Professor. He is likely not in London at the moment, but we can give him a call." Lynn picked up the telephone resting on the coffee table, glancing at Professor McGonagall to seek her approval. Although her understanding of Muggle devices was limited, she clearly recognized the purpose of the telephone. After all, the entrance for outsiders to the Ministry of Magic was a telephone booth. She nodded in affirmation, and Lynn proceeded to dial the number. On the other end, a calm male voice answered. "What is it?" I will be attending a magical school in 2 months for approximately 7 years. The professor is sitting right beside me. And this matter requires your awareness. Lynn wasted no time, speaking directly and to the point. A brief silence ensued on the other end. Very well, I understand. Your consent is also required. I give my consent. All right then, that will suffice. The call ended shortly thereafter, the conversation lasting no more than 30 seconds. This time, it was Professor McGonagall who appeared utterly astonished. Having served as a professor for quite some time and visited the homes of numerous Muggle newcomers, she had never encountered parents so readily accepting of the magical world and so willing to entrust their child to it. Lynn was unfazed by her reaction, after all. He had meticulously chosen his adoptive father, and a certain understanding had naturally developed between them. Chapter 3. Professor McGonagall, please intensify your efforts. Lynn raised his hands in exasperation, gazing at her with a hint of resignation. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. You may not fully grasp my circumstances. To speak candidly, my time in the orphanage was far from pleasant, which is why my current adoptive father was procured at my own expense. He legally became my guardian, granting me ample freedom until I reach adulthood, and he has pledged to fully cooperate with all my decisions, provided he signs where necessary. In return, I am to ensure that once I have the right to inherit my parents' estate, I will provide him with a certain compensation. In simpler terms, the nature of their adoptive relationship was purely a financial transaction. Lynn spoke nothing but the truth, though the journey was undoubtedly far from simple. After all, a child of merely a few years cannot engage in transactions with an adult solely based on monetary exchange. As Lynn recounted his tale, Professor McGonagall's expression gradually softened. She was not truly hard-hearted. Rather, she possessed a cold exterior with a warm heart, a common trait among felines. Poor child, your circumstances are indeed quite exceptional. Professor McGonagall's mind wandered to the image of young Lynn navigating the treacherous world of adults, ultimately resorting to the cold exchange of currency to secure his freedom. The hardships and struggles he had endured were too daunting for her to contemplate. After a brief moment of reflection, she continued, before you head to Hogwarts, you must visit Diagon Alley to procure your necessary supplies and textbooks. While it is certainly safer than Knockturn Alley, I believe it would be prudent to have an adult accompany you. Of course, Professor, Lynn replied, having no objections, though he could likely venture to Diagon Alley unscathed. Having someone familiar with the wizarding world would undoubtedly be advantageous. Moreover, the professors at Hogwarts were exceptional educators. Even Severus Snape, despite his character flaws, was a remarkable teacher. Establishing familiarity ahead of time could only serve him well. Having conveyed all she needed to, Professor McGonagall did not linger. She had other Muggle students to guide. Before departing, she bestowed upon Lynn a rare smile. It is evident, Belloc, that you are a child of noble character, cleverness, and courage. Hogwarts eagerly anticipates your arrival. Lynn bashfully ruffled his hair, preparing to express his humility, when suddenly the familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have received the sincere praise of Professor Minerva McGonagall. Transfiguration Talent Level 1, Transfiguration Effect Level 1. Simultaneously, Lynn sensed subtle changes within himself, though he could not articulate precisely what they were. Nevertheless, he was certain they were positive transformations. His expression shifted instantly, his gaze fervently fixed on Professor McGonagall, who was preparing to disapparate. Until we meet again at Hogwarts. Wait, Professor. Please, do praise me once more. Professor McGonagall halted, astonishment freezing her hand mid-motion, questioning whether her ears had betrayed her. While Westerners are generally expressive, this request bordered on the shameless. Her gaze upon Lynn was peculiar, as if she were attempting to discern the depth of his audacity. Professor. You know I am an orphan, Lynn implored, his eyes beseechingly fixed on her as he exerted his acting prowess. Since childhood, I have lived under commands and harsh criticisms. And even now, my adoptive father is merely after my parents' inheritance. I have never heard a word of praise directed at me. Your commendation nearly brought me to tears. As he spoke, he began to sniffle softly, genuinely evoking the semblance of heartfelt emotion. Perhaps my request is somewhat unreasonable, yet I implore you to indulge me with a compliment. Professor McGonagall, having lived such a long life, is not easily deceived. She scrutinized Lynn, who was dramatically performing, with a lingering sense of skepticism, feeling that something was amiss. When the act failed to yield the desired effect, Lynn could only intensify his efforts. He wiped away the few tears he had managed to summon and sighed. Very well, Professor, I admit my folly. I indeed possess no merits or strengths, not even the qualifications to earn your praise. Coughing slightly, Lynn's remarks made Professor McGonagall feel a twinge of guilt, recognizing that he was merely an 11-year-old child in need of affirmation. Do not belittle yourself, Belloc. You. Their acquaintance was too brief. And apart from the two heartfelt words just uttered, Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for further compliments. Lynn had to drop subtle hints. You see, I am not unpleasing to the eye, and I even managed to find myself a guardian. How filial of me. After a long pause, Professor McGonagall finally mustered a response. You are a good child. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Lynn's mind. You have received the begrudging good person card from Professor Minerva McGonagall. Nothing else has occurred. Lynn, who had been elated moments before, suddenly turned pale. I have sacrificed my dignity, and this is the outcome? Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, having spoken insincerely, felt a sense of discomfort. It is getting late, Mr. Belloc. I must take my leave. Safe travels, Professor. After Professor McGonagall departed, Lynn summoned the system within his mind and observed his current attribute panel. Name, Lynn Belloc. Title, None. Magic Index, 2 free points. 0. Magical talents, Transfiguration 3, Charms 2, Offensive and Defensive Spells 2, Dark Arts 5, Potions 2, Alchemy 2, Herbology 2, Ancient Runes 2, Divination 0. Main Quest, Proceed to Hogwarts. Reward, Seal Your Mind. Timed Quests, 1. Acquire a Wand. Reward, Magic Index 1. Countdown, 30 days. 2. Successfully cast your first spell. Reward, 1 free point. Countdown, 40 days. Note, no penalties for failing timed quests. Lynn studied his attribute panel for quite some time, neglecting dinner, and began to discern certain insights. Apart from Transfiguration, Divination, and Dark Arts, all his other magical talents were at level 2, with a maximum value of 10, indicating that 2 is likely the standard level for a wizard's talent. The reason Transfiguration was rated at 3 was due to Professor McGonagall's recent commendation, which granted him an additional point. Lynn understood the 0 rating in divination. As such, mystical abilities are entirely dependent on innate talent. Either one has it, or one does not. There is little room for development. However, what perplexed him most was the dark arts talent. Why did he start with a rating of 5? Was he truly born to be a villain? Lynn's expression darkened, feeling as though his benevolent character was under scrutiny. As for the primary and time-sensitive tasks ahead, there was little to elaborate on. The journey to Hogwarts was practically a foregone conclusion, and the brain closure spell, which he desperately needed, was akin to a gift. The subsequent 2 time-limited tasks posed no challenge. However, he was uncertain when Professor McGonagall, the one who would escort him to Diagon Alley, would arrive. If the deadline approached and she had not yet appeared, Lynn would venture out to seek her, despite his lack of knowledge regarding the approximate location of the leaky cauldron. Yet, he was confident he would find a way. Chapter 4. The despicable kidnapper. Even with the system in place and the knowledge that he was destined to study magic at Hogwarts, Lynn's life underwent little transformation. 3 weeks passed in quick succession. On this particular day, Hermione invited Lynn to join her in feeding the stray cats. Is there truly a cat in this world that is indifferent to dried fish? After a brief period of feeding, Lynn grew weary and took on the role of supervisor. Watching as Hermione tirelessly offered fish to the cats, her eagerness to pet them evident yet tempered by hesitation. He was fully aware that the little girl before him was none other than Hermione Granger from the trio destined to save the world. It was moments like these that made him marvel at the peculiarities of existence. Perhaps some cats, after indulging in gourmet cat food daily, might indeed lose interest in dried fish. Lynn's thoughts wandered, contemplating whether Professor McGonagall might secretly indulge in high-quality cat food during her time at Hogwarts. And what if? Could there truly be a cat that transforms into a beautiful maiden to express gratitude? Perhaps an aged cat girl would wait for Lynn to repay her teachings and guidance. However, the existence of youthful cat girls was not entirely impossible. After all, there were no rules dictating that every animagus must be unique. As their companionship deepened, their conversations grew more casual. For Lynn, whose options for entertainment were exceedingly limited, engaging with this somewhat loquacious and slightly proud young girl provided nearly 80% of his amusement during these mundane days. He tilted his head back to gaze at London's overcast sky, where a few white doves soared. Suddenly, it struck him that young witches and wizards often experience magical surges before they begin their formal education at Hogwarts. He himself had encountered such a phenomenon, which ultimately led him to his stable and composed adoptive father. Now, Hermione was nearing 10 years of age and was likely to receive her acceptance letter from Hogwarts next year. indicating that she must have experienced at least one magical surge by now. With a smile, he looked at Hermione. You never know, Hermione. Do you believe in superpowers? He was cautious about discussing magic, even though he was certain she would one day become a young witch. However, while magic was a sensitive topic, superpowers were fair game. The young girl, seemingly innocent and devoid of ulterior motives, visibly stiffened at Lynn's question, her gaze wandering in confusion. Certainly not. We are grown-ups now. How could we still believe in such things? Ding. Acting level 10. Activate. Lynn's expression was grave, resembling that of a correspondent delivering news of the Pearl Harbor attack to the White House. Do not hide it from me, Hermione. You have awakened your superpowers. Haven't you? Instantly, Hermione looked as flustered as a wife caught by her husband in the company of another man, gazing at Lynn helplessly before stammering her admission. How did you know? Because those with superpowers can sense one another. The moment I laid eyes on you, I realized you were extraordinary. Lynn stood up, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. Then why did I not sense you? Hermione was not one to be easily fooled. She detected a flaw in his reasoning. Ahem. To her surprise, she still held doubts and caught off guard. Lynn could only clear his throat and hastily concoct a rationale. Perhaps your powers are too weak. My ability is to eliminate anyone named Zhang-san, while your power might be to change others' names to Zhang-san. Hermione's attention was diverted by Lynn's nonsensical remarks. My superpower is not that formidable. Her expression was tinged with embarrassment. I am not even sure what it does. Once, in a fit of extreme anger, I made the glass in my room disappear. And my parents didn't believe I could do it. Thus, it is precisely because your powers are unstable and feeble that you cannot sense me. Lynn gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, resembling a sorrowful poet. However, this is a blessing in disguise, as it means they cannot find you. They? Who are they? Hermione had already fallen into his trap. They are an evil organization, Lynn stated gravely, dedicated to locating individuals like you and me with superpowers. Coercing and enticing them to serve their interests, they approached me not long ago. Hermione was thoroughly captivated, her astonishment evident. What about you now, Lynn? Lynn sighed despondently. Although I can eliminate anyone named Zhang-san, none of them are named Zhang-san, and I am left with no choice but to join them. However, I have sworn an oath never to misuse my abilities to harm the innocent, so rest assured, I shall not become one of the villains. Lynn. Hermione clasped her small hands in front of her, gazing at him with admiration, feeling her friend was truly magnificent. I argued my case, securing 2 months of vacation from the evil organization every summer. In 2 months, I will be taken to their headquarters for related research. Hermione, I will do my utmost to conceal your existence within the organization, allowing you to continue living this peaceful and joyful life. Lynn almost believed his own words. The young girl was, of course, deeply moved, wishing to elope with him on the spot, escaping to the ends of the earth to avoid the turmoil of the mundane world. You are so kind, Lynn, but will you be in danger there? Perhaps we should escape? I have secretly saved some pocket money, around £9.15. Lynn resolutely interrupted Hermione's words. Thank you, Hermione. But there is no need for that. After all, we are friends. Let us not dwell on the notion of fleeing. Not only are their powers too formidable for us to escape, but what of your parents? Have you considered their predicament? Fear not. Lynn, worried about frightening the young girl excessively, sought to temper her concerns. Seeing Lynn troubled over some matter, Hermione hastily wiped her tears and inquired, What do you mean? Well, after I leave, no one will tend to the house. My flowers and the windows and floors will gather dust. The very thought is disheartening. Lynn, revealing her nefarious intentions, displayed her cunning. Hermione, thoroughly convinced, offered, If you trust me, I can take care of your garden and ensure your home is cleaned every week after you depart. Of course I trust you. We are friends. With her scheme succeeding, Lynn's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glee. Indeed, we are friends. You have gained the trust of Hermione Granger, young, and acquired the title, Devious Kidnapper. Title, Devious Kidnapper. Effect, 1. There is a 50% chance of making children under 16 absolutely believe your words. 2. The affection of parents of children under 16 towards you is halved. 3. When the lie is uncovered, you will certainly be punished. Note 1. The Title S effects only activate while worn. Note 2. If Effect 1 successfully activates, even after the title is removed, Effect 3 will still take effect. Remark. You ask what consequences there are for abducting minors? Merely 3 fatalities. Chapter 5. The old fox abduction, you say? It was a benign lie. Do you comprehend the essence of benevolence? Upon returning home, Lynn fervently chastised her system, vowing never to don such a disgraceful title. Shoving thoughts of the system aside, Lynn busied herself with dinner while contemplating a visit to central London the following day. With less than 10 days remaining until the deadline for her time-sensitive task, and having received no word from the Professor McGonagall mentioned would be visiting, Lynn was determined not to miss out on the task's rewards. As she washed tomatoes, lost in thought, an unusual movement caught her attention at the living room window. Turning to look outside, she discovered an owl peering at her through the glass. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Having just spun a benign lie, Hogwarts owl had come that very evening. Lynn opened the window, received a thin envelope from the owl, and offered it some breadcrumbs and a bowl of water to welcome the distant guest. Forgoing dinner, Lynn settled on the sofa and tore open the envelope, which contained but a single sheet of paper. Dear Mr. Belloc, Professor Adrian Fox of the Defense Against Dark Arts will visit on the morning of July 3rd at 9 o'clock. Vice Principal Minerva McGonagall. The esteemed Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts? Lynn pondered with a tilted head, clutching the letter. It is said that the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts has been cursed by Voldemort. However, Lynn remained oblivious to the veracity of such rumors. Nonetheless, it is indeed a fact that the Professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts tends to change annually, leading to a perpetual cycle of misfortunes. This year is 1990, merely a year before the commencement of Harry Potter's journey into Hogwarts. The current Professor, Fox, sharing a surname with Dumbledore's pet Phoenix, is a character not featured in the original narrative. His temperament and character are unknown to Lynn, which presents a source of concern. Who could predict what troubles this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor might encounter? It is well known that Dumbledore's judgment in selecting professors for this subject is notoriously unreliable. What if this Professor Fox turns out to be a dark wizard? Lynn found himself longing for the presence of Snape, despite his unpleasant demeanor. How infuriating! Was it not said that good deeds beget good fortune? As Lynn furrowed his brow in dismay, the owl that had delivered the letter had already feasted to its heart's content. It circled the living room in apparent gratitude for Lynn's hospitality before gracefully soaring into the night sky. Unable to devise a coherent plan, Lynn resolved to relinquish his worries. The fact that Professor McGonagall entrusted him with the task of accompanying her to Diagon Alley for supplies indicated her faith in his character. As a responsible headmaster, McGonagall would not place her trust in someone unworthy, and thus, there should be no cause for concern. He would confront the challenges of tomorrow when they arrived. For now, he would focus on preparing dinner for the evening. The following morning, after completing his daily run and enjoying breakfast, Lynn meticulously arranged refreshments for his guest, eagerly awaiting Professor Fox's arrival. However, as the clock approached 10, he found himself growing increasingly impatient, feeling as though he had been stood up. Just as his frustration peaked, a tremendous noise erupted from the backyard. Through the window, he witnessed a chaotic scene reminiscent of an aircraft crash. As clumps of damp earth and grass flew through the air, Lynn's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to dash from the living room to the backyard, where he was met with utter disarray. A tall, slender elderly man with a shock of silver hair lay sprawled on the ground in a rather undignified manner. Lynn's heart sank at the sight of the damaged lawn. He had yet to inherit any fortune, and his monthly expenses were strictly deducted from a limited inheritance. He had no spare funds to replace such a vast expanse of grass. As Lynn succumbed to his financial despair, the culprit of this calamity, the silver-haired old man, staggered to his feet, clad in a long coat with a white lining and even sporting a tie. Despite the dirt and grass that marred his appearance, he still emanated an aura of transcendent grace. Lynn Belloc? The old man inquired, brushing the dirt from his spectacles while gazing at Lynn. Ah, yes, that would be me. Fortunately, it appears I have not veered off course. I am your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Adrian Fox. You may call me Professor Fox. Before Lynn could utter a word, Fox seized his arm and pulled him into the living room. Now, hold your tongue for a moment, my boy, and allow me to speak. Once inside, Professor Fox, breathing heavily, interrupted Lynn's attempt to speak. I am currently experiencing some difficulties with my body, and I require your assistance in preparing certain items. This is of utmost importance. Do you comprehend? Although Lynn was unaware of the specifics, he could discern the unhealthy pallor upon the face of this Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Understood. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lynn refrained from further questions. Upon entering the living room, Professor Fox began to extract a multitude of items from the pockets of his trench coat. Much like the endless pocket of a certain robotic cat, the space seemed infinite. And soon an array of disordered objects surrounded Professor Fox. A cauldron, an alcohol burner, tubers, fats, powdered substances. I need liquor, neither spirits nor wine will suffice. It must be beer fermented from barley. Soon, Professor Fox realized he was lacking a crucial item and looked at Lynn with an expression of desperation, as if time were of the essence. For a brief moment, Lynn was taken aback, then he quickly shook his head. I do not have any beer at home, but there is a convenience store 200 meters east. I can go purchase some. Professor Fox's demeanor suggested he was in dire straits, and he gazed at Lynn with profound gratitude. I beg of you, Belloc. Lynn donned his coat and dashed outside, his destination clear, the convenience store. In the astonished gaze of the store clerk, he grabbed a pack of canned beer, tossed the money onto the counter without waiting for change, and sprinted back home. The professor's earlier appearance had seemed as though he were concocting a potion, but what potion could possibly require beer? Moreover, the urgency exhibited by the professor was perplexing. He did not appear to be in immediate danger. If he were aware of a potion that could remedy his ailment, it would imply that this was not his first episode, suggesting that such an urgent remedy should be readily available rather than concocted on the spot. As soon as Lynn opened the living room door, he was greeted by a tantalizing aroma. The scene before him left him utterly astonished. On the cutting board, 2 knives, seemingly without human control, were swiftly chopping fresh potatoes and lettuce into thin slices, each piece seemingly possessing its own legs as they leapt into a waiting dish. The individual claiming to be Professor Fox sat in the center of the living room, wielding a pair of chopsticks that had mysteriously emerged from the kitchen, deftly dropping pieces of lamb into a boiling cauldron. The alcohol burner blazed brightly, and a glossy red broth simmered in the cauldron, while Professor Fox, with a smile reminiscent of a sly old fox, regarded Lynn, who stood at the door, beer in hand, with a look of utter bewilderment. Chapter 6. The Grave Crisis of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Lynn stifled the impulse to hurl the beer at the old man's head, suppressing his frustration as he pulled up a small stool and sat across from him. Professor Fox appeared utterly oblivious to Lynn's resentment, eagerly snatching the beer from his hands. A German dark brew, he smacked his lips in contemplation. The flavor is not to my liking, yet I can tolerate it, he remarked, tearing open the beer pack and casually tossing a can to Lynn. Lynn caught the beer, rolling his eyes. I'm still a minor. I shouldn't be drinking. Nonetheless, he pulled the tab, for the events of the day had been rather exasperating. Professor Fox chuckled at Lynn's contradictory actions, his laughter mirroring Lynn's own expression, both squinting their eyes in amusement. Despite being of considerable age, Fox still squinted daily. No wonder he bore so many crow's feet, Lynn thought. He retrieved a pair of chopsticks, dipping them into the broth of the cauldron, savoring the familiar taste. After taking a sip of his beer, Professor Fox proclaimed with pride, "Those 5-star hotels are merely deceiving gullible tourists. The true culinary delights of the East are hidden in the alleys, and they cannot fool me. You provide the German beer, and I shall offer the Chinese cuisine. What a bargain. It's just hot pot, as if no one has ever had it before, though compensated with hot pot." Lynn remained irked, glaring at Professor Fox's unusually pallid visage. With your poor health, indulging in spicy food and beer might just lead to your untimely demise. Fox dismissively waved his hand. No need to fret. I merely have a slight fear of heights. Besides, did I not ask you to fetch my medicine? He raised his beer in jest, declaring it a universal remedy. Lynn regarded him skeptically, questioning whether this unscrupulous professor was merely toying with him. Do wizards suffer from acrophobia? Indeed, Fox replied, eagerly grasping a piece of sizzling lamb and expertly maneuvering his chopsticks, suggesting he had indulged in such culinary treats during his travels in China. Wizards are human too. Being human, they are susceptible to ailments, he continued. Do not harbor such bitterness, Belloc. Do you have any idea of the tribulations I endured to reach you? As I had never been here before, I could not use apparition. Thus, I first ventured to the leaky cauldron, with not a single muggle coin on me. Exchanging currency with those goblins at Gringotts would have been a loss, and I could not utilize muggle transportation. Hence, I flew here on a broomstick. My fear of heights is quite severe, and I struggled to control that wretched broom for about 10 minutes before I plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, I arrived at my destination. After sipping his beer, Professor Fox began to unburden his woes to Lynn. Hearing his plight, Lynn found his irritation dissipating. After all, the professor had journeyed a long way to help an 11-year-old familiarize himself with the magical realm. Accepting this, Lynn happily relished the hot pot, and beer while engaging in light conversation with Fox. "I hear you teach defense against the dark arts?" "Indeed," he confirmed. Fox shook the beer can in his hand. "Originally, I had applied for the position of Professor of Dark Arts. Had it not been for the significant favor I owed Dumbledore, I would not have accepted this perilous task. Now, I can only pray for a favorable conclusion to this year." "Why? Is there any danger in being the defense against the dark arts professor?" Lynn feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. "Danger?" Fox chuckled lightly, downing half the can of beer before gazing at Lynn. "Do you know how many professors have occupied the position of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts since 1956? Lynn shook his head in confusion. 21. With 12 of those years having no professor at all. Care to guess how many of those 21 met an untimely demise during their tenure? 10. Lynn ventured a tentative estimate. "Try again." 13. 14, which translates to over 60% mortality rate. Of those who survived, 1 is bedridden for life, and 2 are permanently disabled. Lynn gasped, realizing the grave danger associated with the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. But he had never imagined the fatality rate would be so alarmingly high. So, other wizards aren't fools. Who would still want to apply under such perilous circumstances? Lynn articulated his curiosity. "Do you think Hogwarts would disclose such data?" Fox replied. "Even I only found this information in the archives of the Hogwarts library after I confirmed my appointment as professor this year. Luckily, I still possess a modicum of conscience." He retrieved some meat from the pot with his chopsticks. "If it were anyone else, they would flee in terror upon seeing these statistics." "What is the source of such danger?" Lynn asked cautiously. Fox raised his glass and clinked it against Lynn's, finishing the beer in one gulp. "Who knows?" His gaze turned pensive, lost in thought. "There are rumors that this position has been cursed by a man known as the Dark Lord. Others say it is merely a scheme of Dumbledore, while some contend it is simply coincidence. But who can truly ascertain the truth?" Lynn misconstrued Fox's concern for his safety over the coming year, and thus offered reassurance. "Professor, you are destined for greatness. Nothing will go awry." Fox opened another can of beer. "Let us not dwell on such unsettling matters. Instead, let us talk about you. Minerva wrote to me, praising your cleverness. And it seems your demeanor and eloquence are not quite typical for someone your age." Lynn shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "To gain much means to give much. I do not perceive this as a virtue." Fox nodded in agreement, noting the lack of skepticism in his expression. "Maturity in youth is indeed not always commendable. I heard that even your guardian was someone you hired yourself?" "Not quite hired. I merely signed a non-binding agreement with him, promising that upon inheriting my parents' estate, I would bestow 1/3 of the inheritance as compensation." "He actually agreed to that?" "Of course, he was reluctant." Lynn took a sip of beer and shook his head, remarking who would engage in a fair exchange with a mere child. He had intended to deceive me into not signing the agreement, truly adopting me as his ward, thereby potentially claiming the fortune my parents left behind. Fox stared at him in astonishment, inquiring how old he had been at that time. "Around 10, I suppose," Lynn reflected, realizing he had just celebrated his 10th birthday not long ago. Fox remained silent for a considerable moment before breaking into a wry smile. It seemed Miller was not mistaken. "You are indeed quite clever." He set down his chopsticks and beer, suddenly grinning at Lynn. "I find your temperament quite agreeable. Would you be interested in accepting an investment from me, Mr. Belloc?" Chapter 7. Who would desire the old if the new is available? You have received the sincere praise of Professor Adrian Fox, the instructor of defense against the dark arts, who intends to make an investment in you. Offensive and defensive spell proficiency 1. Offensive and defensive spell strength 1. Dark magic proficiency 1. Dark magic strength 1. Lynn was taken aback. The professor's commendation could naturally enhance his skills. After all, it had been demonstrated previously with Professor McGonagall, where sincere praise would correspondingly augment various magical abilities. While he could understand the enhancement in offensive and defensive spells from the defense against the dark arts professor's praise, the boost to his dark magic proficiency was perplexing. After all, you teach defense against dark magic. The strength of dark magic only increases, rendering your defense moot. Moreover, his dark magic proficiency was already quite high. Would this lead him down the path of becoming a dark wizard? Fox assumed Lynn was contemplating his earlier investment proposal and remained silent, delighting in a solitary indulgence of the freshly added lamb in the hot pot. After much deliberation, Lynn surmised 3 possible explanations for this occurrence. The first and most probable is that the issue lies within the defense against the dark arts course itself, which is inherently unique. The second is that Fox's intention to invest, coupled with his praise, might also contribute to his skill enhancement. though the rationale for the increase in dark magic remained elusive, rendering this explanation somewhat tenuous. The third, which Lynn leaned towards most, was that the issue resided with his defense against the dark arts professor. Noticing Lynn's gaze upon him, Fox inquired, "How are you considering it?" "Although I live alone now, I receive a fixed monthly allowance, so I'm sorry, Professor, I'm not particularly in need of money." Having been praised a couple of times and downing a few more sips of beer, Lynn momentarily lost his sense of direction. Lynn's refusal did not surprise Fox. He no longer perceived him as a mere child. "While you are indeed clever, your understanding of the magical realm is rather limited, Belloc." Lynn had finished his meal, while Fox continued to add potatoes and lettuce to the hot pot. The currency in the magical world differs from that of Muggles, the latter referring to ordinary individuals who neither practice nor believe in magic. In the realm of wizards, Gringotts, the bank, although it provides currency exchange services for Muggle money to wizarding currency, namely, galleons, is not without its limitations. The goblins are far from foolish. Some among them have even disguised themselves as humans to study economics at Muggle Oxford University, earning degrees in the process. Consequently, the currency exchange regulations they have established are restrictive and subject to fluctuation, dependent on the inventory of wizarding currency and economic needs that may change at any moment. This year, unfortunately, due to the economic downturn in the Muggle world, they have imposed stringent limitations on currency exchange. Even if one offers an abundance of pounds, the maximum one can convert is a mere 10 galleons. With 10 galleons, a wand requires a minimum of 7, leaving little for unforeseen expenses. What about the remaining funds for robes, books, cauldrons, and other necessities? As for the specifics of the currency exchange, Lynn is utterly uninformed. However, ignorance does not preclude him from questioning Fox's assertions. Students like him, hailing from Muggle families, are surely not unique in their plight. What if they lack sufficient funds to purchase magical items? Would Hogwarts turn a blind eye? Certainly not. In previous years, when faced with such circumstances, the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors would jointly finance a subsidy for students from Muggle families, albeit a modest sum, sufficient to meet their basic needs. Yet, the past 2 years have seen a shift. Both the Ministry and the Board of Governors have been tightening the school's budget, particularly as the board is predominantly composed of pureblood families, and naturally, the cuts have fallen upon students from Muggle backgrounds. Fox did not speak too plainly. There are many intricacies involved, including the discord between Dumbledore and the Ministry, the tensions between Dumbledore and the Board of Governors, the divide between the academic faction and the familial faction, and most critically, the conflict between purebloods and non-purebloods. Dumbledore has fought vigorously on your behalf. Aside from essential items like wands, students from Muggle families may accept donations of second-hand items from recent graduates. This means you may utilize their previously owned goods. Yet, I believe, Belloc, you are not one to deprive yourself willingly. Who would prefer the old when the new is available? Lynn remained silent, inwardly scoffing. For if it were the potions textbook previously used by the half-blood prince, he would be more than willing to accept a second-hand version. Fox's smile grew more pronounced, evidently sensing Lynn's burgeoning interest. "I require you to come to work with me as my assistant for a few years after graduation." Assistant? Lynn furrowed his brow. Could it not be someone else? Surely, there are plenty of talented individuals in the wizarding world. Why must it be me? In response to Lynn's barrage of questions, Fox offered him a mysterious smile. "What I delve into is not merely trivial, Belloc, and since you have yet to enroll, your understanding of the magical realm is rather limited. Even if I were to enlighten you, it may still elude your comprehension. You need only to grasp that I would never compel you to partake in malevolent deeds. However, extensive knowledge of magic, multifaceted thinking abilities, and the capacity to accept certain elements that the magical community may deem unacceptable will be required." Upon hearing this, Lynn regarded Fox with a peculiar expression, casting doubt on whether what he referred to indeed constituted dark magic. "Are you so certain that I will meet your expectations post-graduation?" Fox smiled back at him. "That is why I consider this an investment. Should you fail to meet the criteria by then, it would signify the failure of my investment, though the loss would merely be a sum of money. Besides, I might not even live to see the day of your graduation from Hogwarts. I have no assurance of safely navigating this year at Hogwarts." Lynn fell into contemplation. To be candid, he bore no aversion to dark magic. Magic itself is innocent, and it is the wielder who bears culpability. Moreover, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for dark magic, while Hogwarts would not impart such knowledge, presenting him with a potential opportunity. Of course, he could not ascertain with certainty that what Fox spoke of was indeed dark magic, yet the likelihood was considerable. Furthermore, as he had mentioned, Lynn had yet to even enroll, much less graduate, and a series of events surrounding Voldemort's resurgence loomed ahead, rendering the future uncertain. Thus, Lynn made his decision. A pleasant transaction, Professor Fox. He raised his beer, smiling and winking. Chapter 8. The bus is the proper mode of transportation for wizards. The relationship between wizards and muggles has always been a topic worthy of exploration. Nevertheless, I have long believed that this subject has strayed from its original intent. The very name of the course, Muggle Studies, reveals its inherent bias. Belloc. As a soon-to-be enrolled wizard of Muggle descent, what is your perspective on this prevailing phenomenon within the wizarding community? On the bus, Lynn wore an expression of exasperation as he listened to Professor Fox, who was earnestly delivering a lengthy discourse. The seats around them were utterly vacant, as fellow passengers had distanced themselves after hearing Fox's seemingly nonsensical utterances. One mother even pointed at Lynn and Fox, admonishing her child, "If you do not study diligently, you might end up like these two lunatics, speaking nonsense on the bus." "Professor," I said, "it is already quite embarrassing for a wizard and a prospective wizard like myself to take the bus without flying or using apparition. If you continue to pose such mortifying questions in a public setting, we might find ourselves gracing the front page of the Times tomorrow. You may not mind, but I would face social obliteration." Fox soon realized that their current situation seemed rather less than delightful. The thrill he had felt earlier dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of shame that surged within him. He leaned discreetly towards Lynn's ear and whispered, "Did what I just said sound foolish to them?" "Not foolish." Lynn shrugged, "but rather absurd. Could you not offer me a more gentle consolation?" "Apologies, Professor. Since childhood, my teachers have instilled in me the value of honesty." Lynn lamented wearily. "Perhaps I should not have opted for the bus to save money. Taking a taxi would have been preferable." Fox, maintaining a composed demeanor, adjusted his trench coat and cleared his throat. "All right, Belloc, we have now arrived at our venue." Following Fox's gaze, Lynn indeed spotted a bar that seemed strikingly out of place amidst the bustling street. The Broken Cauldron. The eclectic passers-by paid little attention to the conspicuous establishment. Yet to Lynn, it appeared remarkably jarring. The Muggle-repelling charm, a rather effective spell, could cause Muggles to subconsciously overlook certain things. Yet it bore no effect on those imbued with magic. It was typically employed during wizard gatherings and in specific locales. Although Lynn had yet to enroll, Fox had already assumed the role of a mentor. As they entered the dilapidated bar, it was sparsely populated, with patrons largely clad in dark robes and wide-brimmed pointed hats, embodying the quintessential image of a wizard far more than Fox did. Upon their entrance, Lynn sensed several gazes upon them. However, when those eyes fell upon Fox, they quickly feigned indifference, lowering their heads. Simultaneously, Lynn could distinctly feel that the atmosphere in the bar had grown somewhat tense following their arrival. Old Tom, the bar's proprietor, immediately recognized Fox. He hastily wiped his hands on his apron and approached, his expression one of forced warmth. "Hello, Mr. Tom," Lynn greeted politely. Although he had read the original work, nearly 20 years had elapsed since then, and merely recalling the general plot was quite an achievement. Thus, he held no vivid memories of this infrequent character, the elderly man. He did, however, have a clear recollection of another Tom, one with the surname Riddle. Hello. Should you wish to stay here in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. As for drinking, I must insist you refrain. Your age is insufficient." Old Tom's attitude was somewhat dismissive, his focus remaining steadfastly on Fox. Lynn did not mind. Rather, he began to suspect that his dark arts professor had some issues. Though they had known each other for less than half a day, apart from the initial teasing, Fox had exhibited a remarkably affable demeanor. Yet the behavior of the wizards in the bar suggested they were apprehensive of him. "There are numerous items we still need to procure, and time is of the essence. We shall discuss the rest later." Fox and Lynn did not linger in the bar after exchanging greetings with Old Tom. They exited through the back door and entered the bar's rear courtyard. "Do you think they are somewhat afraid of you?" Lynn inquired. "Perhaps," Fox replied, retrieving his wand and pointing it at a section of unplastered wall. "Focus on the rubbish bin as a reference point. Count 3 bricks upwards and 2 bricks horizontally. Then tap it with your wand, and the door shall open." Fox demonstrated the unlocking process to Lynn, and the wall trembled violently before parting in the center like living blocks assembling and disassembling. A tidy cobblestone path unfolded before them, revealing a bustling street filled with oddly named shops and a crowd dressed in attire starkly different from the modern world. showcasing the enchanting Diagon Alley. It is indeed lively here, Lynn remarked, somewhat mesmerized by the scene before him. Compared to the words in books and images in films, the reality of Diagon Alley was undeniably more astonishing and breathtaking. Fox was not surprised by Lynn's reaction at that moment. He appeared to embody the essence of a child befitting his age. Come on, we have much to prepare. As Fox and Lynn departed, the atmosphere in the pub lightened considerably. I heard he recently became a professor at Hogwarts. Someone whispered, though no names were mentioned, yet everyone understood whom they referred to. A soft chuckle arose, accompanied by a somewhat enigmatic tone. And he teaches defense against the dark arts. It is quite ironic, to say the least. His relationship with Dumbledore was quite cordial, and Dumbledore himself served as his defender back in the day. Only someone like Dumbledore would dare to employ him. I wonder if he is still pursuing his research? Indeed, he has never ceased. It is said he has invested considerable sums within the Ministry of Magic to further his studies, which the Ministry has tacitly approved. One cannot tell if that is fortunate or unfortunate, someone lamented. Chapter 9. The one connection. Do you see that white building? That is the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. It is the domain of the goblins within the magical realm. Fox acted as a guide, introducing Lynn to the various shops in Diagon Alley. Goblins control the wizard's economy? Aren't they afraid of embezzlement? Lynn expressed his bewilderment, recalling the adage that those not of our kind must harbor different intentions. Surely, wizards cannot be oblivious to such truths. No. You do not understand them well enough, Fox shook his head. Goblins are ostensibly independent, yet they are, in essence, governed by the Ministry of Magic, subordinate to wizards. They are the vanquished, stripped of their rights to wield wands. Do not underestimate this fact. Without wands, they will never stir any significant upheaval. Moreover, entrusting the management of wealth to them is far more reliable than relying solely on the wizard himself. The spirit of contract among the fairies has withstood the test of time in matters of currency. Lynn harbored little interest in the history of the magical realm. At this moment, he was rather eager to acquire a wand of his own. Shall we first proceed to Gringotts to withdraw some funds? Fox inquired, glancing at his pocket watch. We've lingered quite long this noon. I have a dinner engagement after 6. Perhaps we should split up. I will retrieve the money from Gringotts, while you can take the funds I have on me to purchase books and a wand. And then visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have your school uniform tailored. Lastly, wait for me there. No problem, Lynn replied. Fox handed him a pouch filled with coins. Lynn shook the pouch, delighting in the pleasing sound of metal clinking together. Upon opening it, he counted approximately 20 coins. There are a total of 25 galleons. This should suffice for all your academic needs. Of course, my investment will not end here. But the remaining funds will have to await my withdrawal from Gringotts. Fox then indicated the location of Ollivander's wand shop, in the two-parted ways. Diagon Alley was bustling with activity. It stood as the largest commercial thoroughfare in the British magical community, boasting nearly every legitimate source for purchasing magical items. Naturally, for illicit goods, one would have to venture to the adjacent Nocturne Alley. Ollivander's wand shop was not as easy to locate as Lynn had anticipated. After following Fox's directions for quite some time, he finally stumbled upon a somewhat dilapidated facade. Ollivander, the finest wand maker since 382 BC. The narrow wooden door bore the remnants of gold lettering, partially peeling away. A millennium of wand crafting. My family excels at it. Lynn silently scoffed at the slogan before pushing open the rickety door that seemed liable to collapse at any moment. The tinkling of a bell resonated pleasantly as he entered the small wooden cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by towering wooden cabinets lining the walls. Oh, I never expected to have a visitor today. A short elderly man emerged from behind a row of cabinets. With a warm smile, he observed Lynn, who was curiously examining the shop's decor. Are you the new little wizard starting at Hogwarts this year? Lynn nodded in affirmation. Yes, sir. I am in need of a wand. You must be the last of this year's newcomers, Ollivander remarked, retrieving a piece of parchment from a drawer. Lynn Belloc? Indeed. That is I. Are you accustomed to using your left or right hand? Right hand. A silver measuring tape floated out from Ollivander's pocket, hovering before Lynn. Now, extend your right arm. Yes, just like that. Very good. The tape felt somewhat awkward, akin to a writhing serpent. At that moment, Ollivander had already waved his wand and drawn forth a wooden box from one of the cabinets. A wooden box floated onto the table where Lynn sat, its lid opening automatically. Inside lay a beech wand paired with a dragon heartstring, measuring 12 inches, a formidable combination to test. He thrust the wand into Lynn's hand, who, somewhat foolishly, waved it at the air, but nothing transpired. Yet, within his mind, the system's voice resonated, compatibility 23. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Could such a function exist? You don't seem particularly suited for each other. Let us try this one, he continued, presenting a hawthorn wand with a phoenix feather. 9 inches long, curved, and practical. Compatibility 51. An improvement, yet still devoid of any remarkable effect. A discerning patron, I do appreciate. Let us try this next one. He suggested, a willow wand infused with unicorn hair, 15 inches in length, notably resilient. This time, the wand finally exhibited some change. Lynn felt a surge of energy flow from his fingertips into the wood, and its tip erupted in a brilliant display of sparks. Compatibility 76. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. It quite fancies you. This shall be the one. Wait a moment, sir, Lynn abruptly interrupted, pointing to the tall wooden cabinets. May I first inspect your collection of wands? Ollivander's expression was one of surprise. He had never encountered a patron so boldly requesting such. Ah, of course. It is your prerogative as a guest. Lynn sensed that the wand in his possession might not necessarily be the one with the highest compatibility for him. Although uncertain of the extent to which wand-wizard compatibility affected the casting and utilization of magic, he believed that a higher compatibility was undoubtedly preferable. Without needing to physically touch each wand, he could assess their compatibility from across the cabinet. Beginning with the first row of cabinets, Lynn appeared to wander aimlessly. Yet the system's voice echoed persistently in his mind. Compatibility 59, compatibility 65, compatibility 13, compatibility 78, compatibility 45. After spending more than 20 minutes, just as Ollivander's patience was waning, Lynn finally perused all the wands and ultimately selected the one with the highest compatibility. Compatibility 92. I believe this wand is the most suited for me. What say you, Mr. Ollivander? Lynn gently waved the wand, leaving a dazzling silver trail in the air that lingered long after. Ollivander gazed at the wand in disbelief, murmuring, perfect, a flawless combination. It seems as though it was crafted solely for you, Mr. Belloc. How did you come to find it? Well, I simply felt it, an indescribable sensation. Lynn replied vaguely. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander suddenly declared with conviction. It must have been guiding you, leading you to it. This is compelling evidence that the wand itself possesses a certain spirit. I must document this in Ollivander's lineage. Ollivander, with his disheveled hair, excitedly dashed about the room. Nonsense about spirit, it was I who chose it. Lynn discreetly rolled his eyes before intercepting the exuberant Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, could you first tell me about the characteristics of this wand? Why not? This wand was not solely crafted by me. I typically utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings as core materials. However, this wand's core is made from a rather unique substance, brought by the Eastern European wand maker Grigovich, which I combined with my own. It features a combination of wood from the yew tree and the heartstring of a nightmare, measuring 11¼ inches. Oh, even among wands across the globe, this is a rare combination, mysterious and challenging to master, quite suitable for. At this moment, Ollivander abruptly paused. Lynn looked at him with curiosity. Suitable for what? Ollivander swallowed hard, as if he were reluctant to reveal something, yet he spoke. Suitable for those wizards who are rational and composed, yet occasionally exhibit a hint of madness. Lynn found this somewhat perplexing. He could not grasp the meaning behind the ramblings of this eccentric old man. Chapter 10. One look and you know he's a second-dimension enthusiast. You have acquired your own wand. Time-limited task completed. Magic Index 1. After Lynn paid Ollivander 9 galleons, the system promptly chimed to announce the completion of the task. Compared to other magical talents, the increase in the magic index was more palpable to Lynn. Something within him, which had previously resembled a slender seedling, suddenly burgeoned into something akin to a small tree, as though it had consumed magical fertilizer. Although still in its infancy, it appeared far more substantial than before. That something must be magic. Having completed a time-limited task, Lynn skillfully twirled the wand on his fingertips, then gently caressed its smooth, straight shaft, the slightly cool sensation lifting his spirits. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Lynn proceeded to purchase the required textbooks for Hogwarts at the Leaky Cauldron, along with several books recommended by the staff, suitable for novice spellcasters. The stack of books was somewhat hefty, yet they offered free shipping. Lynn provided his home address, and the shopkeeper assured him though this owl may appear somewhat reserved in demeanor, its lineage is illustrious, as both of its parents are esteemed owls from Hogwarts. Having undergone meticulous training by our shop's skilled handlers since birth, it undoubtedly stands as an exceptional companion for any wizard. Lynn gently tapped the sharp beak of the so-called pedigreed owl, only to have it retract its head, devoid of a neck, and glare at him with evident displeasure. It seemed to harbor little fondness for him. Lynn shrugged his shoulders, adding that he had no intention of adopting a pet. Lynn turned his head towards the source of the sound. It was a pure white hamster, roughly the size of a fist, with a plump body. Lounging between the bars of its cage, gazing at him with a pair of glistening black eyes, appearing quite adorable. Amused by its voice, Lynn crouched once more in front of the hamster's cage, his face alight with joy. It was evident from the very first word that he was a seasoned fan of the second dimension. Well, the hamster tilted its head, gazing at him with an expression of curiosity, as if pondering the words he had uttered. What a remarkable creature this is. Lynn pointed at the hamster and inquired with the shop assistant. The pet store employee appeared equally perplexed about the creature's origins, stammering for a while before resorting to a blatant fabrication, asserting that it was a mouse of great significance. He claimed that its ancestors had collaborated with Merlin on magical experiments, boasting a lineage of noble descent. Lynn promptly rose, expressing indifference to the price, offering no more than a single galleon. Consequently, the hamster was his. Carrying the hamster cage, Lynn waved it in front of him, and the little creature seemed unperturbed, blinking its tiny eyes at its new master. It felt like fate, which is why Lynn decided to purchase it, having resolved to care for this creature. He contemplated a fitting name. Given its essence as a true representative of the second dimension, how about calling it Xiaomai? Child, come quickly and see if there are any areas that require refinement. He donned a long robe and, with a touch of flamboyance, admired himself in the mirror. He remained as handsome as ever. Whether clad in ordinary attire or the garb of a sorcerer, his striking features elevated the elegance of both. Thank you, my lady. I am quite pleased, Lynn said to Madame Imogen. May I linger here for a while? Professor Fox and I had arranged for me to wait for him here. Mrs. Imogen kindly helped him to bundle up his robe. Of course, my dear. He did not remain idle, casually flipping through a Hogwarts textbook. From Lynn's previous life perspective, the textbook on spells he held in his hands was rather poorly compiled. However, considering the practical application of magic by wizards, such a situation is indeed understandable. After all, mastering magic is not merely a matter of rote memorization. Its practical nature is exceptionally strong. It is challenging to comprehensively convey the intricacies of spellcasting solely through textual descriptions. Much like art students in high school, whether in visual arts or music, they require the guidance of professional instructors rather than relying solely on self-directed study. However, there are also some simple spells that can be learned merely by reading, which, at least in Lynn's view, are indeed not difficult. What is happening today? How could there be so many fairies emerging from Gringotts? Madame Imogen murmured softly, capturing Lynn's attention. He turned his gaze towards the long street of Diagon Alley outside the window, where an array of grotesque, diminutive humanoid figures were patrolling with a sense of urgency, clad in the distinctive uniforms of Gringotts, their expressions grave as if in pursuit of someone. Kurt, the department head of Gringotts' Diagon Alley branch, was in a particularly foul mood. Not long ago, Gringotts had been robbed. Indeed, while such occurrences were rare, they were not entirely unheard of. The stolen items themselves were of little significance, yet the nature of the incident was gravely concerning, if mishandled. It could severely tarnish the reputation of Gringotts and, by extension, that of the goblins. Kurt's already unattractive countenance grew even more unappealing, resembling a decaying orange. You had better bring me some good news, or I shall be compelled to deliver you some unwelcome tidings, Kurt remarked coldly. His gaze fixed on his subordinate without a hint of compassion. The goblin appeared visibly anxious, stammering. We caught a glimpse of his face during the chase, and one of the goblins recognized him. Who is it? Kurt felt a jolt of realization. After all, there were indeed gains to be had. Hans Johnson. Kurt had no recollection of this person. Who could he possibly be? The fairy swallowed hard. He was indeed the master of the stolen treasure. Kurt gazed at his subordinate with an expression akin to that of a man observing a mindless giant. Would he truly come to pilfer his own possessions? Moreover, according to our records, this Hans Johnson had already passed away 9 years ago. Are you suggesting that a ghost is committing these crimes? Kurt found this matter utterly absurd. Could it possibly be an herbal compound? You claim he has been deceased for 9 years. What kind of master alchemist could concoct a potion with effects lasting so long? Furthermore, what purpose does it serve? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After a while, he turned his gaze back to his subordinate. The fairy shook her head. Kurt tapped the wooden table with his slender fingers. It seemed that the matter could no longer be concealed, although the lost items were of little value. Our reputation is priceless. Be prepared to manage public opinion. Do not hesitate to spend gold galleons. Strive to direct the coverage of the Daily Prophet towards the Spectre's involvement, downplaying the presence of Gringotts. You should know how to handle this without my instruction. I understand. Chapter 11. The defense against the dark arts. Professor of dark magic Lynn did not linger long in the rope shop. Soon he spotted Fox entering with a purse in hand. Let us go, Belloc, he urged. It seems there is some trouble at Gringotts. If you have finished your shopping, we should make our departure swiftly. Lynn picked up the cage containing Xiaomai and greeted Madame Imogen before proceeding towards the direction of the Broken Cauldron Tavern alongside Fox. What transpired? I observed numerous fairies in Diagon Alley, seemingly in search of someone. The specifics elude my understanding, yet judging by the fairy's demeanor, it appears that someone has pilfered an item from Gringotts. Was it not said that the guardians of Gringotts are exceedingly vigilant? In this world, nothing is absolute. To the discerning gaze of a skilled wizard, the defenses of Gringotts are riddled with flaws. However, few dare to provoke the mischievous goblins. The clientele in the leaky cauldron noticeably diminished upon the arrival of Lynn and Fox. Old Tom was busily polishing glasses at the bar, casting a discontented glance at the goblins stationed by the entrance and beside the fireplace, as if attributing the departure of patrons solely to their presence. As Lynn and Fox entered the tavern, one goblin rudely glared at them, fixating its gaze with unsettling intensity. Do not mind them, Belloc. Would you care for a drink? Fox and Lynn found a table to sit at, and before Lynn could utter a word, he summoned old Tom. Since we are outside, you might as well stick to orange juice. Tom, 1 butterbeer and 1 orange juice, please. Old Tom approached with a tray, delivering their drinks while grumbling. These hideous creatures have barricaded all the exits of Diagon Alley, claiming that a thief has made off with something from Gringotts. But in doing so, they have frightened away my patrons, who would wish to drink under their watchful gaze. Do not fret, Tom. Once the news of the theft from Gringotts spreads, the loss will weigh far heavier on the goblins than on you. What does that have to do with me? I am solely concerned with the amount of gold galleons I have lost. Who else would care? Let us set aside other matters for the moment. Once Tom had departed, Fox placed the pouch of coins squarely in the center of the table. Within it lay a sum of 500 galleons. And when combined with the 25 galleons I previously bestowed upon you, it amounts to a total of 525 galleons. This represents the entirety of my investment in you. Lynn weighed the pouch in her hands. It felt remarkably light, as though it had been subjected to some enchantment, for it bore no outward indication of containing such a substantial sum. Fox continued, this money should suffice until your graduation, provided you refrain from purchasing extravagant items. However, it weighs heavily on my conscience to provide funds without any return on investment. Surely, you can now reveal to me what precisely you have been studying? When discussing his research, Fox paused for a moment, his demeanor becoming significantly more solemn as he gazed intently at Lynn. He confessed, it is no secret. Many in the magical community are aware of my studies. It represents a taboo among wizards, yet stands as the pinnacle of magic, known to sorcerers as dark magic. As Fox uttered the term dark magic, Lynn sensed an eerie stillness enveloping the air around them, not merely related to the elements of dark magic, but to the essence of dark magic itself. There are certain details that I cannot disclose at this moment. However, I assure you that my intention in researching this subject is far from malevolent. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have permitted me to take on the role of a professor at Hogwarts, although I had my suspicions prior. Hearing the forbidden magic spoken of by Fox left Lynn momentarily speechless. Dark magic possesses formidable power, with the 3 unforgivable curses being the most notorious among them. These taboo spells can directly extinguish lives, subject individuals to unbearable torment, and entirely manipulate one's actions and thoughts. Yet, the true horror of these spells lies not solely in their exaggerated effects, but in their insidious ability to gradually alter the user's psyche. They lead dark wizards to become irritable, unpredictable, and even insane, ultimately transforming their very essence to the point where even their closest loved ones would fail to recognize them. Prolonged exposure to such magic can render one utterly unrecognizable. This is the most terrifying aspect of dark magic. Fox's audacity to pursue such forbidden studies among wizards is worthy of commendation in Lynn's heart. Truly remarkable. As for dark magic, you may not yet grasp its nature, but I will afford you ample time to comprehend it. Fox regarded Lynn earnestly. Once school resumes at Hogwarts, should you have second thoughts, feel free to return and reimburse me the 500 galleons. our transaction would be annulled, while the 25 galleons shall be considered a personal grant from me to you, as I find you rather agreeable." Despite the notorious reputation of dark magic, Lynn harbored no aversion to researching it, setting aside his extraordinary talent for it. Neglecting such potential would be a sheer waste. The capacity of dark magic to influence character is nuanced and vary significantly. A prime example is Severus Snape, who, prior to his enlightenment after the death of his beloved, was a genuine dark wizard, a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord, and a key member of the Death Eaters. For him, wielding dark magic was as routine as eating or drinking, with the killing curse eliciting a green glow in his eyes. Remarkably, during his time at Hogwarts, he even devised the immensely powerful spell known as Sectum Sempra. Yet, this man, whose heart some would claim to be as dark as the magic he wielded, bore the weight of others' judgments with unwavering resolve. He remained steadfastly loyal to Voldemort, grappling with the bitter irony of despising the son of his enemy while simultaneously caring for him, due to his connection to the one he had loved most. Even until his demise by a serpent's bite, he remained tormented by the remorse of his past actions, which led to the death of his dearest. This, perhaps, is what Dumbledore meant by the power of love. Although Snape occasionally displayed moments of irrationality, he ultimately remained largely unaffected by dark magic, or if he was, the changes were minimal. In terms of steadfastness of will, Lynn held unwavering confidence in himself. This confidence is not blind, after all. He is someone who has truly experienced death. I have purchased a considerable number of books on magic and will form my own judgments during the remaining time of the summer vacation. Lynn refrained from making a direct promise, as that would have displayed a certain impatience and lack of composure. Fawkes nodded slightly and then rose to his feet. "Very well. Let us conclude for today. I am delighted to have encountered a student such as you. Until we meet again at Hogwarts." Lynn also stood up. "Likewise, Professor. I am truly grateful for your guidance today." Upon hearing Lynn's expression of gratitude, Fawkes' eyes crinkled into a narrow smile. "No need for thanks, Mr. Belloc." Chapter 12. I actually declined. Is it my fault that they copied my homework? Is it my fault that the teacher discovered I copied? When the teacher inquired about who authored the assignment, did I admit it was my mistake? Am I to inform the teacher that I am the one who copied the homework? Was it truly I who wept and pleaded with them to do so? Did they not consider, while isolating me now, that it was I who they affectionately referred to as a good sister when they sought my help with their homework? Why must I bear all of this? Hermione, visibly aggrieved, pouted with a face resembling a dumpling, rolling her eyes at every complaint she directed towards Lynn. However, Lynn appeared to be oblivious to the young girl's grievances, as he was engrossed in studying a spell from the second-level charms textbook, specifically, the Tarantaligra spell. This enchantment was rather fascinating. It could compel any object with legs to dance, even inanimate items like chairs and tables. Yet, the spellbook lacked comprehensive details regarding the pronunciation of the incantation and the wand movements required, which made Lynn hesitant to attempt it. Professor Fawkes had explicitly warned him that errors in spellcasting could lead to grave consequences, urging him to act within his limits. With only 2 points in his magical aptitude, Lynn was merely at the standard level of a typical wizard. Thus, even a spell not much more complex than the levitation charm left him uncertain about his ability to execute it without mishap. Consequently, he remained confined to theoretical study for the time being. As previously mentioned, some spells are indeed straightforward. Their pronunciations and gestures are simple, such as the lumos, levitation, and cleaning charms. Once one finds the right pronunciation and feels the gestures, mastering them becomes exceedingly easy, with the reward of a few freedom points for completing tasks. Lynn refrained from reckless experimentation, as he had yet to determine which direction in magic he wished to pursue first. So why even during the summer break? Must you still attend school? Lynn perused the thick tome of spells, her mind predominantly immersed in the study of incantations, yet she could vaguely discern Hermione voicing some complaints. Speaking of this, a proud expression involuntarily graced Hermione's face. My parents have set the expectation for me to attend St. Paul's Girls' School, and the knowledge acquired during regular classes is undoubtedly insufficient. Thus, it is imperative to partake in an intensive summer camp during the vacation. At this point, she became incensed once more. Who would have thought that even in a summer camp, there would be ne'er-do-wells? St. Paul's Girls' School, known as one of the finest girls' institutions in the UK, boasts a remarkable track record of producing numerous distinguished women, with a staggering 100 acceptance rate into prestigious universities. Such an esteemed establishment is certainly not accessible to those who seek merely a carefree education. It undoubtedly demands a certain level of genuine talent, coupled with a substantial familial background. In Western educational systems, the curriculum offered in classrooms is exceedingly limited, as extracurricular activities consume a significant portion of time, resulting in a rather superficial understanding of subjects. In such a scenario, how does one aspire to gain admission to elite universities? The answer lies in diligent preparation from a young age, supplementing school education with various tutoring sessions, ultimately aiming for admission to private or elite schools. However, the exorbitant fees for tutoring and private schooling effectively restrict the educational opportunities for impoverished and average families, relegating them to poorly performing public schools and community colleges. As a result, the fates of these families and their descendants are often predetermined. Hermione's parents, both dentists, occupy a respectable position in Western society, earning a true middle-class income, thus enabling her to attend tutoring sessions and strive for admission to an elite girls' academy without difficulty. The presence of less than stellar students at her summer camp likely indicates that the program encompasses not only academic reinforcement, but also numerous opportunities for social service, carrying considerable prestige internationally. Some underperforming children from affluent backgrounds are sent to such camps to enhance their profiles before pursuing studies in the United States. The admission criteria across the Atlantic differ from those in Europe. There, academic performance is not held in as high regard as the breadth of social experience a child possesses, judged by whether they can present an impressive resume to admissions officers. For instance, Lynn recalls a student from her previous life who was admitted to the prestigious University of Rochester due to his fervent passion for instant noodles. Of course, academic performance cannot be abysmal. At the very least, it must reach an excellent standard. There is no need for you to feel angered. Their aspirations diverge from yours, and their future paths are distinct. Once the summer camp concludes, you are unlikely to cross paths again, rendering any friendship unnecessary. In fact, if you feel displeased, you could even resort to striking them. Lynn closed her book and casually tossed a few grains of wheat into the bowl for her pet, imparting a meaningful message. After all, you possess extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Hermione was captivated by the small creature, who had rushed over to nibble on the grains, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she yearned to touch its soft fur. What difference does it make to have or lack such extraordinary abilities? I still do not know how to activate mine. As Hermione reached out halfway, the little creature sensed her intention, swiftly hopping onto Lynn's shoulder while clutching the grains protectively, leaving Hermione with no opportunity to engage. Why does the hamster you keep make such an adorable sound? Hermione's youthful heart swelled with affection, longing to embrace the little creature and indulge in a delightful romp. Perhaps it was merely a matter of its throat being out of sorts, after all. Which ordinary hamster would make such a racket? Lynn's playful teasing of the young girl had become second nature, an unshakable habit. But what, pray tell, is that stick you hold in your hand each day? Are you familiar with the art of pen spinning? I find that this wooden stick is more convenient to spin, serving effectively to enhance the dexterity of my fingers. As I speak, the yuan twirls gracefully between Lynn's fingers, were Ollivander to witness such playful manipulation of his wand, he would likely be driven to apoplexy. And what of the books you have perused? Why does the cover still feature incantations and magic? Who hasn't he experienced a touch of youthful exuberance? What harm is there in perusing a book of spells? Surely, you have also imagined at home that one day you would transform into Snow White, and that a handsome prince on a majestic steed would come to claim you, correct? Hermione appeared to be caught off guard, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. In a fit of indignation, she made a move to seize Lynn's hair. I did not. Do not speak such nonsense. Lynn laughed heartily and leaned back to dodge, only to inadvertently tumble from his chair, which prompted Hermione to burst into gleeful laughter. The reason Lynn resorted to such playful deception was born out of necessity. His knowledge of the magical realm was limited, and he was uncertain whether the confidentiality laws encompassed aspiring witches like Hermione. To avert potential complications, he opted to mislead her as best he could, reassured that once Hermione received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts the following year, such concerns would naturally dissipate. Indeed, you must believe that Lynn's attempts at deception were compelled. Deep down, he harbored a reluctance to mislead. Chapter 13. A mischievous turn of events. Time passed swiftly. Standing before his home, Lynn solemnly and resolutely entrusted the key to his abode into Hermione's hands, akin to a presidential handover of nuclear launch codes. These flowers are now your responsibility. Remember to water them diligently and tend to the weeds. The furniture and floors require cleaning at least once a month. And be sure to let the blankets and carpets bask in the sun occasionally. Although Hermione found Lynn's demeanor somewhat reminiscent of an overbearing caretaker, her kind nature compelled her to nod repeatedly, assuring him that she would heed his advice. Most importantly, she needed to keep the matter of his extraordinary abilities confidential. If anyone inquired about his whereabouts, she was to inform them he had gone to an out-of-town boarding school. After all that had been said, she deemed this particular piece of information the most vital. Hermione felt a pang of reluctance as she regarded Lynn. She had few close friends, and though their time together was brief, he had already become her dearest companion, especially since they shared an extraordinary secret. Lynn, having captured the heart of the young girl, showed no signs of remorse as he lamented dramatically. He glanced at his watch, noting the late hour. "It's getting late. I must take my leave, Hermione." He opened his arms and smiled at her. "Please, give me a hug." Hermione appeared deeply sorrowful, with tears welling up in her eyes but not yet cascading down her cheeks. She stepped forward to embrace Lynn briefly, wishing him well in his endeavors. Lynn gently patted the girl's head before releasing her. "I shall," he replied. "Farewell, Hermione, and you too. Bid adieu to Xiaomai." Meow, meow. Xiaomai peeked out from Lynn's hair, calling out to the girl. Hermione stood still for a moment, wiping the corners of her eyes, and waved goodbye to them. "Farewell, Lynn and Xiaomai." The taxi gradually receded, carrying away Hermione's blessings and her anticipation for their next meeting. Inside the vehicle, Lynn felt a tinge of melancholy at their parting. It was impossible for him to develop romantic feelings for a 10-year-old girl. That would be utterly absurd. A grave sin in the realm of reality. Since the inception of his existence in this world, he had been solely focused on devising an escape from the orphanage, lacking the inclination to engage with those foolish children who believed themselves to be cunning. Although Hermione was also a child, her status as the protagonist endowed her with a remarkable intelligence far surpassing that of her peers. Despite her minor flaws, her touch of pride only accentuated her charm, rendering her infinitely more appealing than those other children. Thus, she became Lynn's first friend in this world. However, Lynn was not one to wallow in nostalgia. This departure was not a final farewell. In the future, Hermione would attend the same school as him, becoming his junior. The thought was quite amusing. The journey from Lynn's home to the train station was not excessively long. After about an hour, the taxi delivered him to his destination. Upon disembarking, the driver assisted him in transferring his luggage onto a small cart, for which Lynn graciously tipped him. King's Cross Station, situated in the heart of London, was bustling with crowds, their hurried pace indicative of their pressing schedules. Platform 9 3/4. Lynn gazed at the train ticket in his hand, maneuvering the cart laden with luggage to the space between platforms 9 and 10. A peculiar congregation of individuals had gathered there, standing together yet separated into distinct groups. They seemed to engage in casual conversation, but in reality, they were navigating through an invisible barrier spanning the divide between the two platforms. Any observant individual would discern their peculiarity, yet the ceaseless flow of the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to their presence. Clearly, this area had also been enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm. Lynn pushed his cart and positioned himself beside this gathering. A few individuals noticed him, but, upon spotting the wand atop his suitcase, refrained from further conversation. At that moment, Lynn observed a plump middle-aged witch vigilantly guarding a pile of luggage, her anxious gaze scanning the area. Suddenly, a group of red-haired boys rushed over to her, their expressions grim. "Mom, I've searched everywhere we came from, and even encountered Fred, but still haven't found Scabbers." Two identical red-haired boys stood together. One of them spoke. "We are the same." The elder boy, appearing somewhat despondent, expressed his frustration. "My companion Percy and I sought the assistance of the Muggle station master, hoping they could aid us. However, upon hearing our quest for a mouse, they dismissed us with disdain." Percy, the boy with the name, appeared particularly heartbroken. "It must be my negligence in providing proper nourishment that has driven it away. Such is the nature of our household. Even the children are deprived of fine sustenance. What, then, could we possibly offer a mouse?" The middle-aged witch, Molly Weasley, appeared rather unwell, though it was unclear whether it was due to the loss of her beloved pet or the words of Percy. Lynn, listening to their conversation and observing the striking red hair, could easily deduce that this was the Weasley family. Among the 7 siblings, Bill had already graduated from Hogwarts, while Ron and Ginny had yet to enroll. The 4 Weasleys Lynn encountered were the second eldest, Charlie, the third, Percy, and the twin brothers, George and Fred. After all, how could Ron inherit the beloved pet, and whom would Sirius seek vengeance against? Just as most of the wizards accompanying the young which had passed through the wall. It was Lynn's turn when suddenly, Xiaomai, bubbling with excitement, leapt onto the suitcase as if she had grasped something significant. "Look!" Little Mai seized the tail of a hapless mouse, excitedly brandishing it as she approached Lynn to boast of her catch. The mouse appeared thoroughly frightened, displaying a listless demeanor, with one of its front toes conspicuously missing. Lynn exchanged a peculiar glance with the eagerly expectant Little Mai. Could it be mere coincidence? Little Mai is unconcerned with such matters. She is solely focused on trading this mouse with Lynn for something to eat. Lynn had once caught a mouse by its tail since childhood, casually rewarding it with a biscuit. In his hand, the little creature, named Ban Ban, did not struggle. It appeared as though it had been played with too roughly as it was released into the air. Chapter 14. The Weasley family in Platform 9 3/4. Percy appeared quite disheartened, though he struggled to articulate his feelings. Mrs. Weasley wore a somewhat stern expression. Yet she comforted her third son, saying, "Well, if Ban Ban has wandered off, then so be it. It is merely a mouse, and it will manage just fine on its own. Time is of the essence, and the train is about to depart. We must be on our way. Pardon my intrusion." Lynn took a couple of steps towards the Weasley family, leaning in to attract the attention of the gathered members. "I did not mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but is this mouse yours?" He grasped the mottled tail and presented the lethargic mouse, which appeared as if under some spell, before Mrs. Weasley. Instantly, the Weasley brothers gathered around in joyous surprise. Remarkably, the mottled creature had not been lost. Percy, filled with excitement, took the creature from Lynn's hands, gazing at him with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you," he expressed. Meanwhile, George and Fred, with their usual camaraderie, playfully slung their arms around the newly acquainted Lynn. Although Lynn possessed a thick skin, being treated with such intimacy upon their first meeting rendered her somewhat uncomfortable. However, Mrs. Weasley discerned Lynn's embarrassment. She promptly swatted away the arms of the twins resting on her shoulders, reprimanding them with indignation. "Politeness. I have informed you that one must exhibit politeness in public. Otherwise, others may claim that we Weasleys lack proper upbringing." Her expression instantly softened. "Thank you, dear. Are you heading to the station? Did your parents not come to see you off?" "Do not worry, madam. My parents are ordinary folks, and they chose not to attend." Lynn did not intend to deceive. Rather, he had simply encountered those pitying gazes far too often. Though devoid of malice, they had grown tiresome. Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. "The hour is late, and if you do not mind, you may join us inside." "Of course, I do not mind, madam. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Lynn Belloc, a first-year student at Hogwarts this year." Receiving an affirmative response, Mrs. Weasley promptly urged her son, "Hurry now. The train is about to depart. Charlie, you go first, and let Lynn follow right behind. There is no need to be anxious, dear. Simply close your eyes and walk straight through." Following this, she gestured for Percy, George, and Fred, reserving the last passage for herself. Charlie complied with Mrs. Weasley's instructions and crossed through the barrier first, while the twins, George and Fred, exchanged playful glances. "Look, Mum always treats other people's children as if they were her own. We are merely adopted. Indeed, a mother's love is boundless. She can extend affection to all the children of the world, yet she remains stern with us." Ouch, ouch, ouch. "Mother, we were mistaken." Mrs. Weasley grasped each of the twins by their ears, exasperatedly remarking, "What nonsense are you two spouting here? You haven't even arrived at Hogwarts yet, and you're already letting your true selves out. Just imagine the chaos you'll unleash once we reach the school." Indeed, the twins exhibited a rather exuberant disposition, Lynn mused silently, as he trailed behind Charlie, sprinting towards the wall. He had initially intended to keep his eyes wide open, yet as he approached the wall, mere inches away, his reflexes took over. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, and darkness enveloped him. In the next moment, it felt as though he had traversed something, or perhaps nothing at all. "All right, Lynn, that's enough. You can stop now." Charlie's voice reached his ears, prompting Lynn to halt his steps and reopen his eyes. A vivid crimson steam engine came into view. Prominently displayed on the front was a sign that read, "Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock. The cacophony of noise filled his ears, the clatter of luggage being dragged, the hoots of owls, and the mingling conversations of students and their families, yet none of it brought him the slightest annoyance. This place, much like Diagon Alley, was a realm uniquely belonging to wizards. Before long, Percy, the Weasley twins, and Mrs. Weasley had also passed through the wall, arriving at the station. Without further admonitions, Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands together. "All right, children. You're about to begin another term. As always, my advice is to prioritize safety above all else. And George, Fred, you two better cut back on the pranks. Just 1 year in, and you've already driven the castle caretaker to write me numerous complaint letters. Quite the achievement, I must say. Percy, you're in charge of keeping an eye on them. Report any mischief they get up to. Don't make me resort to howlers. And do look after your new friend Lynn. Don't drag him into your silly antics." George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, wiggling their eyebrows in unison. "We'll behave, Mom," they chimed. Mrs. Weasley clearly didn't trust a word of their promises. As a parting gesture, she handed Lynn a homemade sandwich as a token of gratitude, urging him not to mind its simplicity. Lynn accepted it graciously and, after bidding her farewell, followed the four Weasley brothers onto the Hogwarts Express. Once their trunks were stowed away, Charlie and Percy excused themselves to meet up with their own friends. Left with George and Fred, who were only a year ahead of Lynn, they extended an invitation. "Care to join us in our compartment? We can introduce you to our mates. Everyone in Gryffindor's brilliant. Great company." After a brief hesitation, Lynn declined. "No, I think I'll find a compartment with other first years. It'll be easier to get acquainted before term starts. But once we're at Hogwarts, I do appreciate your help getting familiar with the place." At this, George and Fred puffed out their chests proudly. "You've come to the right blokes. When it comes to knowing Hogwarts inside out, even the professors might not measure up to us. See you at the castle, then. Hope you get sorted into Gryffindor." After parting ways with the twins, Lynn meandered leisurely through the train-esque carriages until he found a compartment that wasn't full. He slid inside with a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Lynn Belloc." Chapter 15. The new arrival. The compartment housed only one other occupant, a boy with strikingly smooth silver hair and an almost unnaturally pale complexion. A book lay open on the table before him. Though Lynn couldn't see the cover, a quick glance at the contents revealed it to be Standard Book of Spells. Grade 1. Blessed with unshakable confidence, Lynn felt no awkwardness. He seized the opportunity to reignite the conversation. "The mending charm really is quite practical," he remarked, noting the spell the boy was studying. "Though it seems like a later topic in first year. I've tried it at home following the textbook, but never quite managed it." The boy lifted his gaze from the book, his expression cool and detached. "When someone is reading," he said icily, "it's courteous to remain silent." Receiving a cold shoulder, Lynn lost all desire for conversation. He silently grumbled in his heart about what an arrogant little brat the boy was, shrugging indifferently. "Very well, if you're not in the mood to chat, I shall remain silent." The boy continued poring over his spellbook, while Lynn gazed absent-mindedly out the window, bored. Though barely 3 hours had passed since their parting, he found himself unexpectedly missing Hermione. The chatty little girl was infinitely more endearing than this sullen boy. Thereafter, no further words were exchanged between them. Lynn had no intention of changing compartments, so the two sat in stiff silence. At noon, a witch pushed a trolley down the aisle selling sweets. Though Lynn had a fondness for desserts, he ultimately bought nothing. Mrs. Weasley had given him a sandwich before boarding, which sufficed for lunch. The icy boy seemed to have no appetite, eating nothing at all. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness swallowed the sky, the compartment lights flickered to life. Yet still, neither spoke. The boy remained engrossed in his spellbook, his progress painstakingly slow, as if rereading each page thrice, so that even after hours, he had only finished half the textbook. 5 minutes before their arrival at Hogwarts, the boy finally closed his book, stowed it in his trunk, and pulled out his school robes to change. Lynn followed suit, donning his own robes before stepping out of the compartment as the train ground to a halt. They disembarked onto a shabby, dimly lit platform. A crisp breeze carried a slight chill, but the night was clear. No clouds obscured the glittering stars or the slender crescent moon. Students of all ages streamed off the train, the older ones chatting merrily while the first years stood stiffly, uncertain of what to do next. Then, a booming voice cut through the murmurs. "First years, over here." Lynn turned toward the sound and spotted a giant of a man towering among the younger students, clutching a comically dainty pink umbrella. The landmark was unmistakable, and soon, the first years clustered around Hagrid. Just then, a girl beside Lynn suddenly tilted her head skyward. "Is it raining?" Lynn frowned. "No chance of rain tonight." "Then why is that person holding an umbrella?" Following her pointed finger, Lynn spotted a large black umbrella unfurled amidst the crowd. The already nervous first years recoiled like startled chicks, hastily putting distance between themselves and the anomaly. A silver-haired boy standing beneath the black canopy, his pale face impassive, as if oblivious to the stir he caused. Hagrid did a quick head count and, satisfied no one was missing, raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired boy. "Child, are you feeling overwhelmed with anxiety? Today presents a rare opportunity of splendid weather. There is no need for an umbrella. It is not merely to shield from rain, but for other reasons." The boy's voice was rather brusque, lacking the tone of explanation. Hagrid remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to the influx of new students. Encountering a few peculiarities was hardly surprising. If you insist on this, very well, he continued. Listen closely, children. You must stay close to me and not lag behind, for I shall escort you to Hogwarts. Lynn cast a glance at the boy entirely shrouded by the black umbrella, then silently trailed behind Hagrid. The magical realm is not an entirely tranquil domain. Even within the confines of Hogwarts, one cannot assume absolute safety. Thus, Lynn harbored no intention of prying into other secrets. Curiosity was, of course, present, but he would not allow it to lead him into trouble. The first-year students followed closely behind Hagrid, parting ways with the older students as they entered a narrow path amidst the trees. The terrain was somewhat rugged, and despite Hagrid deliberately slowing his pace, it proved quite challenging for a group of 11-year-olds to keep up with his long strides. The dense foliage obscured the light of the stars and the moon above. As they ventured deeper, Lynn found it increasingly difficult to discern whether the paths on either side still belonged to the same forest. The only sounds accompanying the hurried footsteps and breaths of the newcomers were the rustling leaves stirred by the evening breeze and the calls of owls in the distance. They had been walking for an indeterminate length of time, lost in their thoughts, when Hagrid suddenly halted after rounding a sharp bend. A small wizard trailing closely behind nearly collided with him as he came to an abrupt stop. Did you see that? Behold, Hogwarts, the place where you shall dwell for the next 7 years. Hagrid proudly gestured towards the colossal structure ahead. The newcomers soon realized that the dimly lit forest path had given way to a breathtaking vista. The narrow trail opened up, revealing a vast lake that lay before them. The obsidian surface of the lake was calm, mirroring the stars and the waning moon, resembling a magnificent mirror set upon the earth. Behind the lake stood an immense castle, nestled between two mountains, adorned with countless turrets and spires. The towering rooftops resembled the pointed hats of wizards, seemingly brimming with knowledge and the mysteries of the unknown. Many young witches and wizards gasped in awe at the spectacular sight. Even Lynn found himself momentarily entranced by the ancient castle perched upon the distant mountain, not only in astonishment at the existence of a structure he had believed to be confined to the realm of film, but also as a series of voices echoed in his mind. Main quest completed. Unlocking map. Hogwarts Castle. Reward. Mind closure activated. Title obtained. New Student Novice. New Student Novice. 1. While bearing this title, those who perceive themselves as superior among the students will instinctively challenge you. 2. The faculty will show you heightened concern. 3. Your learning efficiency in foundational magical knowledge will be tripled. Note 1. The effects of this title will only be in effect while worn. Note 2. This title will vanish upon entering the second year. Chapter 16. Hogwarts. Lynn gently caressed her smooth chin, still yet to fully appreciate the transformation of her intellect and the newly acquired title, when she heard Hagrid's booming voice proclaim, "Only 4 people may sit in one boat." He pointed to a row of small boats docked by the Black Lake and reiterated, "Attention! Each boat must not exceed 4 individuals." As he spoke, he led the way into a small boat. Lynn, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar young wizards, climbed aboard another vessel. Soon, Hagrid surveyed the surroundings and, upon confirming that all the newcomers were seated, issued commands to the little boats like a general preparing for battle. "All right, we shall set off now." The boats, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, glided swiftly across the dark lake, carrying a group of eager freshmen. In the boat where Lynn sat, there were 2 boys and a girl, their brows furrowed and lips pressed tightly together, their faces pale with evident apprehension. In stark contrast, Lynn felt remarkably at ease, even taking the liberty to stir the water playfully. The effect of his newly acquired title appeared rather promising, although it came with some minor side effects. These were easily manageable, far superior to the previous title that had insulted his character. The only drawback was its somewhat unappealing name. As he scooped a handful of lake water and brought it closer to his eyes, he realized that the lake's water was not truly black, but rather a deep shade of green. "Are you not at all concerned?" The girl, with 2 small braids and a complexion adorned with a few freckles, inquired of him with a look of bewilderment. Lynn blinked and replied, "What concerns you?" At this moment, Lynn recalled that Hogwarts had such a tradition. With an expression of innocence, Lynn gazed at them. "I had previously lived in a conventional society, possessing little knowledge of matters pertaining to the magical realm." Lynn's composed demeanor led the 3 young wizards accompanying him to initially harbor hopes that he was an insider privy to certain secrets, capable of discreetly sharing tidbits of information. However, they soon discovered that his knowledge was even less than their own, which left them somewhat disheartened. "Are both of your parents Muggles?" Another boy regarded him with suspicion. Lynn calmly nodded. If by muggle you refer to those ordinary individuals devoid of magical abilities, then I surmise they indeed are. The boy straightened his back, as if earnestly imparting knowledge about Hogwarts, yet his tone was tinged with disdain. You could never be sorted into Slytherin. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, and Slytherin only admits those of pure-blood wizarding lineage with exceptional magical talent, like myself. The other 3 houses, Ravenclaw values wisdom, Gryffindor prizes courage, and Hufflepuff emphasizes loyalty. Ah. My parents informed me that the criteria for selecting students for that house are quite lenient. It is said that most wizards from muggle families lacking in qualifications hail from there. You will likely be sorted into that house. Lynn had encountered many such insufferable little brats in the orphanage and was entirely unfazed. He shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I can go anywhere. But I heard the wizards in Diagon Alley say that the finest house at Hogwarts is likely Gryffindor, isn't it? It is said that our principal hails from this very academy, while Slytherin's reputation is rather unfavorable, as it is often said to be a breeding ground for dark wizards. The boy, evidently from a pure-blood family with ingrained prejudices, felt a flush of embarrassment at Lynn's subtle jab. He stammered for a rebuttal but could not muster a single counter-argument. Lynn, however, dismissed this trivial incident as they soon crossed the Black Lake and reached the opposite shore. Hagrid guided them down from the small boat and led them to the grand oak doors of the castle, where he knocked 3 resounding times with his fists, which were twice the size of an average person's. The door was promptly opened from within. Professor McGonagall, her expression perpetually stern, stood before the new students. Upon seeing her, Lynn was reminded of his audacious act of petting a cat, and though he knew she did not mind, he instinctively recoiled slightly. I have brought the first-year students. Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. She nodded, casting a sweeping gaze over the young witches and wizards, her piercing look instilling trepidation in many of the first-timers. Thank you, Hagrid. You may leave them to me now. The little sorcerers followed the renownedly serious deputy headmistress into a small chamber within the castle. After delivering her customary speech to the newcomers, she departed to prepare for the sorting ceremony. The group of students, who had been suppressing their excitement for quite some time, erupted into animated chatter. Some had already made acquaintances on the train, and without the professor's supervision, they began to discuss fervently. Initially, Lynn eavesdropped on some of their conversations, but he soon lost interest upon realizing they were merely baseless speculations about the sorting ceremony. Instead, the system in his mind issued a new task upon completing the main storyline of arriving at Hogwarts. Main task: earn commendations from the professors of your respective courses. Reward: corresponding magical aptitude and effects 1. Lynn pondered the new task presented by the system. The criteria for commendation seemed quite broad. For instance, a mere offhand compliment from Professor McGonagall previously had enhanced his transfiguration talent. Thus, it appeared that accomplishing this task would not be overly difficult. A bit of active participation in class after the term commenced would likely suffice. What intrigued Lynn was whether this method could be replicated for continuous rewards. Though it may seem somewhat frivolous, it is still worth a try. The hall was abuzz with activity, as students from 4 distinct colleges were seated at 4 long tables, while the professors occupied a single long table elevated on a platform. Among the array of scholars, Lynn immediately spotted Professor Fox. He was still adorned in that long coat, which clashed starkly with his wizardly identity, complemented by a tie beneath it. Professor Fox also noticed Lynn's gaze and smiled, waving his hand in acknowledgement. After averting her gaze from Professor Fox, the foremost concern for Lynn was the figure seated at the center of the professor's long table. With a magnificent white beard and peculiar crescent-shaped spectacles, he resembled a kindly old neighbor, perpetually smiling, none other than Albus Dumbledore, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts. Without granting Lynn ample time to scrutinize this eminent figure in Hogwarts history, Professor McGonagall ushered them to the elevated platform, where she produced a stool upon which rested a tattered and filthy hat. Following the renowned Sorting Hat-esque jubilant song, thunderous applause erupted from both students and faculty seated at the 5 long tables. At a school like Hogwarts, the commencement of the academic year was indeed a joyous occasion for all young wizards. However, amidst the throng, it was only the first-year students who felt a sense of disquiet. After enduring the tension of the sorting ceremony, the outcome of merely donning a hat was hardly uplifting, leaving anyone in a less than cheerful disposition. Nevertheless, it did provide a modicum of relief, for wearing a hat was ultimately not a daunting task, despite its unkempt appearance and the peculiar nature of its song. Mine Ugnies. Professor McGonagall called out the name of the first young wizard. A boy with dark hair stumbled and hurriedly made his way to the stool, amidst the watchful eyes of all the students and professors of Hogwarts, and donned the enchanted hat. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Sorting Hat promptly declared, "Ravenclaw." Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted from the Ravenclaw table. A light sheen of sweat formed in the palms of Lynn's hands. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous in such an atmosphere. He was in close proximity to the Gryffindor table and could even hear the disgruntled murmurs of an upperclassman lamenting his lost wager on the sorting of the first-year students. Lynn Belloc, as his name was called third, he took a deep breath and quickly made his way to Professor McGonagall's side. He had not lied earlier. He genuinely held an indifferent attitude towards which house he would be assigned. He bore no prejudice against Slytherin, nor did he possess an excessive enthusiasm for Gryffindor. He admired Ravenclaw's wisdom and resonated with Hufflepuff's loyalty and modesty. His only source of anxiety stemmed from the Sorting Hat itself. The brain-blocking technique rewarded by the system was beyond his control, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. However, pondering such matters was futile now. All he could do was place the hat upon his head. Chapter 17. The Prisoner of Azkaban. Almost as soon as the tattered, grimy hat made contact with Lynn's hair, it let out a deafening cry as if electrified. Slytherin. Lynn was utterly bewildered, his hands still cradling the brim of his hat. Yet he had not fully placed it upon his head. He harbored no prejudice against Slytherin, but this casual demeanor was rather excessive, was it not? Could a student hailing from a Muggle family possibly be sorted into Slytherin? Lynn turned innocently to Professor McGonagall, standing nearby. The professor, however, exhibited little surprise at this, urging Lynn to proceed. Even after she had taken her seat, Lynn remained bewildered as to how the Sorting Hat arrived at its decision. It had not even spoken a word to her, nor had it sought to comprehend her thoughts. Did it truly perceive her innate talent for dark magic? Lynn deduced a possibility within her mind. However, this conjecture lacked substantial grounding. After all, while Slytherin is renowned for producing dark wizards, it has never indicated that proficiency in dark magic would serve as a criterion for selecting students. The sorting ceremony continued unabated, and Lynn's concerns hardly registered as more than a trivial interlude to the upperclassmen and professors. Each year, some students with particularly pronounced personality traits prompt the Sorting Hat to render swift judgments, a phenomenon that, while not commonplace, is certainly not unheard of. At most, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, aware of Lynn's Muggle background, exchanged a moment of mild surprise. It is indeed rather unusual for a newcomer from a Muggle family to be sorted into Slytherin. The older Slytherin students around her were relatively amiable, embracing an attitude of acceptance, and Lynn chose not to dwell on her thoughts, quietly observing the continuation of the sorting ceremony. Ian Douglas Campbell, as Professor McGonagall's voice resonated. The silver-haired boy, who had shared a carriage with Lynn on the train and was carrying an umbrella under the clear sky, hastily approached the dais. The Sorting Hat appeared to deliberate for quite some time upon his head before ultimately assigning him to Ravenclaw. Autumn Zhang, a young Asian girl, hurriedly approached Professor McGonagall, anxiously placing the Sorting Hat upon her head. She was the only fellow which Lynn recognized from his year, a classmate and the first love of the Savior, Harry Potter. Additionally, there was that little brat, Hubert McLean, who had shared a boat with Lynn across the lake. Indeed, as he had claimed, he was sorted into Slytherin. As he puffed out his chest and lifted his chin, resembling a knight freshly honored by the king, he made his way to the Slytherin table. Upon spotting Lynn, who sat composedly in his chair, his demeanor instantly crumbled. It was akin to a knight discovering that the honor bestowed upon him held little value, merely a trinket anyone could possess. His face flushed crimson, betraying a mix of frustration and embarrassment, yet he nonetheless managed to retain a semblance of decorum. "Why did you deceive me?" He took a seat opposite Lynn, staring intently as he interrogated her. Lynn looked at him in bewilderment. "What have I deceived you about? You told me your parents are both Muggles." "Indeed. Although I am an orphan and have never encountered them, they possess status and assets in the ordinary world. They must be Muggles. But why then? Were you sorted into Slytherin? How am I to know?" Lynn shrugged his shoulders. "Is there a rule in Slytherin that prohibits the admission of wizards of Muggle descent?" "No." The senior replied, shaking his head, yet his gaze upon Lynn was imbued with an air of peculiarity. In the past, Slytherin had welcomed a few first-year students from Muggle families, but such instances were exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 3 years. Thus, one might say I am a prodigy encountered only once in 3 years, Lynn silently mused. In a certain sense, that is indeed the case. The speaker was Betty Delis, the head girl of Slytherin, who had introduced herself when Lynn had just arrived, appearing to be a remarkably capable young woman. The conversation at the Slytherin table was interrupted by Professor Dumbledore's opening address following the sorting ceremony. Due to Professor Stock's unfortunate circumstances from last semester, I have accepted his resignation. I would like to introduce our newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Adrian Fox, who is an expert in the field and will undoubtedly be a competent instructor. Professor Fox smiled and waved to the young witches and wizards from the platform. Strangely, however, the applause from the students below was sparse, and there was an almost palpable silence at the Slytherin table. When Lynn raised her hand, intending to support Fox, she noticed that the surrounding Slytherins all wore scowls upon hearing his name, and even several professors seated on the platform seemed to share their grim expressions. It appeared that Professor Fox did not enjoy a favorable reputation. Frowning, Lynn hesitated for a moment before lowering her hand, deciding to gauge the atmosphere during the upcoming feast. Dumbledore did not elaborate extensively. He merely delivered a few essential announcements before declaring the feast to commence. As his words echoed, a myriad of steaming dishes materialized on the empty plates before Lynn, instantly igniting the appetites of the weary first years, who eagerly brandished their knives and forks to relish the sumptuous fare. The Slytherins dined at a leisurely pace, in stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere of the Gryffindor table. I thought that news was a fabrication. I can hardly believe Professor Dumbledore actually invited him, sighed a senior boy. Head girl Betty was busy slicing a Munich sausage. Isn't it rather ironic? Let him assume the role of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor once the news spreads. It is likely to occupy the front page of the Daily Prophet for an entire month. My father warned me that if he truly arrives at Hogwarts, I should keep my distance from him. Even if it comes to plucking Professor Dumbledore's beard, I should avoid provoking him. May I inquire? Lynn cautiously interjected into their conversation. Are you referring to the newly appointed Professor Fox? Is there something amiss with him? The newly arrived Schubert cast a disdainful glance at him. How dare you interrupt our conversation when you know nothing? Lynn looked at him in exasperation, thinking that this insolent child truly deserved a reprimand. Silence. Is the McLean family truly characterized by such upbringing? Betty sternly reprimanded Hubert before turning to explain to Lynn and the other uninformed young wizards, though it is hardly proper to speak ill of professors behind their backs. I must advise you all to keep your distance from the newly arrived Professor Fox. He was once sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for using the unforgivable curses to torture and murder 5 wizards. Subsequently, thanks to the fervent advocacy of our esteemed headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, and the emergence of a turning point due to past transgressions, he was granted an early release 2 years ago when the sentence previously imposed by the Wisengamot was overturned. Chapter 18. Slytherin. He found it utterly impossible to reconcile the mischievous yet endearing old man with the murderous fiend described by Betty. Could you kindly pass me the cream puff before me? Betty gazed at Lynn and softly inquired. Well, yes. In truth, Lynn also yearned for the singular dessert on the long table, as it was his utmost favorite. However, having just been rescued by the very person in question, he felt it would be rather impolite to decline. His mind was still entangled with thoughts regarding Professor Fox, yet the information at hand was scant. He could not definitively label Professor Fox as a villain based solely on another's account. Currently, the only individuals Lynn could place his trust in were Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Clearly, both held a significant degree of trust in Fox, and Lynn himself had a favorable impression of him. Otherwise, he would not have consented to accept his investment. As for the matter of murder, it would be best to seek clarification in person when the opportunity arises. There was no need to harbor excessive suspicion over such issues. The atmosphere in Slytherin was, in fact, quite pleasant. Most of the students here were nurtured by a family-oriented education. And while a few might have been raised in less than virtuous environments, the majority were amiable. The upperclassmen regaled them with numerous amusing tales from their time at Hogwarts. And suddenly, a delightful cream puff appeared before Lynn, prompting him to marvel at the attentiveness of the house elves. After dinner, everyone joined in a raucous rendition of the Hogwarts school song, the scene chaotic yet indicative of Dumbledore's evident delight. Our headmaster, Professor Snape, may not enjoy the best reputation within the school, but every Slytherin student holds him in sincere affection. Do you know why? The Slytherin dormitory lies beneath the ground. And on the way there, Betty elucidated the various professors of each subject to the group of new students. The newcomers shook their heads in ignorance. And as Judy walked alongside them, she explained, the reason Professor Snape incites disdain from students of other houses is due to his overt favoritism towards us. While it may seem unjust from the perspective of other houses, one must ponder the underlying motives behind the professor's actions. Ultimately, it is we, the students of Slytherin, who truly benefit. Thus, students from any other house may hold reasons to despise him, yet we alone cannot. While he may sometimes appear unjust, he genuinely cares for our interests, serving as an exceptional headmaster for Slytherin. You may be aware that Gryffindor champions bravery, Ravenclaw values wisdom, and Hufflepuff upholds loyalty. However, many overlook another quality inherent in Slytherin: unity, alongside our aspirations for cunning and ambition. The unity that is uniquely belonging to Slytherin. Are you aware of it? Every individual who enters Slytherin House possesses the potential to become a remarkable person, which attests to Salazar Slytherin's recognition of the unique qualities inherent in each of you. Our academy is the subject of numerous rumors. They claim we have an affinity for studying dark magic, and that we use bloodlines as criteria for admissions. You ought not to heed the words of rival institutions. I do not deny that our academy has produced a few dark wizards. Yet the other 3 schools also harbor their own dark practitioners, albeit they are reluctant to acknowledge such truths. Indeed, we do have a proclivity for admitting descendants of esteemed wizarding families, and it is evident that many Slytherin students have at least one Muggle parent. I hold great affection for our emblem, the serpent, which symbolizes cunning, strength, and the frequent misinterpretation of its nature. The young wizards trailing behind her listened intently as she spoke, quickly forming a profound impression of Slytherin House. Betty is undoubtedly a competent prefect. Even Lynn, through her introduction, has undergone a significant change of heart regarding the Serpent House. They followed Betty to a concealed entrance leading to a basement. Entering the common room requires a password, which changes bi-weekly. Recording it on paper is strictly forbidden, as is sharing it with other houses. The new password is posted on a notice board in the common room the day before it changes, and for this fortnight, it is Blood Oath. The freshmen entered the Slytherin common room, which, to be honest, is quite splendid. It is located beneath the lake and is semi-transparent, with walls constructed of black Gothic marble. The ceiling, a transparent semicircle of sculpted crystal, allows the shimmering moonlight to dance upon the surface below. Brad, could you assist me in escorting these gentlemen to their dormitory? I must attend to the ladies, Betty said to a boy in the common room who was perusing a newspaper. Brad set down the paper and rose, inquiring, "Where is the male prefect, Raphael? Why are you the only one welcoming the newcomers? Professor Snape summoned him to help with materials needed for class tomorrow. How unfortunate." Brad shrugged. "Then leave them to me." Lynn and the others parted ways with the girls, switching to a new guide who led them to the boys' dormitory. The luggage and pets had already been delivered by the house elves to each bed. Upon arriving in the dormitory, Lynn first fed his pet, a small creature named Mai, some water and biscuit crumbs before he began to unpack. The environment of the dormitory was quite pleasant. The beds were traditional 4-poster beds adorned with green silk drapes, and the bed covers featured silver thread embroidery. Medieval tapestries hanging on the walls recounted the great adventures of the illustrious Slytherin, while silver lanterns dangled from the ceiling. If one listened closely, they could hear the gentle lapping of waves against the window from the depths of the lake outside. Once Lynn had finished unpacking, he retrieved the class schedule previously provided by Judy. In order to earn talent points across all subjects, he must distinguish himself from the other newcomers. Just at that moment, he was interrupted by a discordant scoff beside him. "What a once-in-a-century genius. I see you are merely a once-in-100 years mediocrity. Who reads before classes even start? Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself in class tomorrow?" The number of wizards is quite scarce, as can be observed from the new students enrolling at Hogwarts each year. This year, there are merely 8 boys in Slytherin, and unfortunately, Lynn finds himself sharing a room with the insufferable bully, Schubert. Lynn diverts his gaze from the book and casts a glance at Schubert, who clearly exhibits signs of a flawed upbringing and a corrupt family ethos. As for his intentions, it seems that Lynn's Muggle background is not the sole reason for Schubert's disdain. He likely aims to establish his dominance among his peers. In colloquial terms, he aspires to be the ringleader. Such thoughts are simplistic, even childishly absurd, yet they possess the potential to inflict considerable harm. Many instances of schoolyard bullying have originated from such dynamics. In his previous life, Lynn had a flawless method for addressing this phenomenon, which would undoubtedly prove effective even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. He regards Schubert with a cold gaze, smirking as he speaks. "Perhaps I am, but a mediocre talent. But what do you amount to, McLean?" Chapter 19. Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 in the morning? In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Lynn observes Schubert calmly, then slowly extracts his wand from his trunk. He repeats his earlier query. Schubert, unnerved by Lynn's penetrating stare, averts his gaze and stammers defensively. "What do you need a wand for? Do you wish to duel me?" Don't be ridiculous, Belloc. You're merely a muggle-born orphan. You are nothing and know nothing. Do you have any idea what we call people like you? Mudblood with a cold utterance, Lynn casts a spell, and a bright red beam of magical energy shoots forth from the tip of his wand, striking its target with precision. The curse's effect manifests instantaneously. Schubert's tongue is bound to his palate, rendering him unable to articulate any words, only managing to emit a series of incoherent sounds of panic. Yet, Lynn does not cease. He strides swiftly to Schubert, seizes him by the collar, and forcefully pins him against the wall. Lynn possesses considerable strength ever since his arrival in this world. He has diligently maintained a regimen of physical exercise. Though he cannot compare to adults, among his peers, he is quite robust. Schubert, held firmly in Lynn's grasp, finds himself unable to speak, and even breathing becomes a struggle. Lynn's expression remains composed, devoid of any malice, yet it incites a flicker of fear within Schubert. His face reddens, whether from the lack of air or from anger is uncertain, while he futilely struggles against Lynn's grip. I came here to study earnestly, with no intention of causing trouble for anyone, but should anyone choose to provoke me, the consequences will not be limited to what you experience today. Lynn, towering half a head above Schubert, leans in close and whispers into his ear. Can you grasp my meaning? Schubert's demeanor appeared remarkably inflexible, his eyes blazing as he glared at Lynn, his clenched teeth seemingly capable of rending him asunder. It seems your intellect leaves much to be desired. Lynn shrugged nonchalantly, stating that despite his clarity, Schubert remained incomprehensible. Thus, there was little to be done. With one hand firmly gripping Schubert's throat and the other seizing his hair, he forcefully slammed his head against the wall. A sudden wave of intense dizziness nearly caused Schubert to retch, and the ensuing agony prompted tears and mucus to flow uncontrollably from him. Well, I have provided you with a modicum of assistance to temporarily clear your mind. Now, can you comprehend my words? Lynn's voice resonated in Schubert's ears like a sinister whisper. At merely 11 years of age, Schubert possessed no unyielding resolve, rendered speechless. He could only nod frantically, signaling his understanding, prompting Lynn to release his collar. Schubert collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like a drowning man who had just been rescued. Lynn leisurely shook out his robe, then, as if donning a different countenance, wore a warm smile and squatted to assist him in tidying his disheveled school robe. My apologies, but I have yet to learn the incantation for silencing spells. I cannot grant you the ability to speak until the magic dissipates. You won't hold that against me, will you? Schubert quickly shook his head, indicating that was not his intention. He lacked even the courage to meet Lynn's gaze. You are indeed a magnanimous individual. I trust you will overlook our minor misunderstanding, and we can continue to be good roommates and classmates, yes? Lynn smiled sincerely, as if all prior events had been but a fleeting dream. Schubert nodded mechanically, yearning only to conclude this torment and retire to bed for a well-deserved rest. Lynn was quite pleased with his demeanor, then turned to regard the remaining 2 roommates in the dormitory, who had been huddled on their beds, trembling as they observed the amicable interaction between Lynn and Schubert. Now desperate to diminish their presence and avoid drawing attention from the victors. Good night, he said kindly, eliciting a reaction from the 2 children, who promptly buried their heads beneath their blankets. At that moment, Lynn lost interest in reading, changed into his pajamas, and after completing his evening routine, laid down to rest. His approach to resolving the matter was undeniably harsh, yet remarkably effective. Such is reality, if one wishes to avoid trouble. They must make it clear to those seeking to instigate that the repercussions of antagonizing them are exceedingly severe, beyond what one can bear. The meek fear the strong fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are unafraid of consequences. Resolving violence with violence is undoubtedly the most effective means. Of course, this assumes a parity of strength. Lynn currently possesses but a scant repertoire of spells, barely enough to count on one hand. The sole incantation that might be deemed somewhat formidable is the silencing charm, a dark curse he gleaned from a few extracurricular tomes he had purchased at the Leaky Cauldron. According to the texts, this spell was crafted by none other than the current headmaster of his school, Severus Snape. Thus, it was not that Lynn was eager to roll up his sleeves and engage in combat. Rather, he found himself bereft of alternatives. Could he possibly cast a cleaning charm on Hubert? That would indeed be a farcical endeavor. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Lynn's well-honed biological clock roused him promptly at 4 in the morning. After quietly donning his robes and attending to his morning rituals, he took up his wand and the textbooks he would require that day before stepping out of his dormitory. The common room was deserted. Yet, An entity that could scarcely be classified as human stood quietly by the fireplace. The hollow gaze, reminiscent of a vortex capable of ensnaring one's very soul, sent chills down Lynn's spine. He steeled himself and greeted the apparition. "Good morning, Mr. Barlow." The Bloody Baron, the resident ghost of Slytherin, had also attended the opening feast the previous evening, seated at the Slytherin table. "Ah, a new student from Slytherin." The Bloody Baron's voice was soft yet distinctly audible. "Why not linger a while longer in the warmth of your bed? The sun has yet to rise." Lynn replied earnestly, "I typically rise early at home. When I awaken and cannot sleep, I prefer to take a stroll to familiarize myself with my surroundings." The Bloody Baron nodded approvingly. "An early riser is a commendable habit. If you find yourself lost within the castle, do not hesitate to consult the portraits upon the walls. They will be more than willing to guide you. Thank you for the advice." After bidding farewell to the Bloody Baron, Lynn departed the common room. Outside, it was indeed still shrouded in darkness. Yet the eastern sky bore hints of dawn's approach, suggesting that soon he would witness his first sunrise at Hogwarts. Lynn tightened his robes around him and, following the guidance of his prefect, Betty, set off to explore the path to the charms classroom. The staircases within Hogwarts were notoriously capricious, without a well-known route. One could easily be confounded by their mischievous twists and turns. After an hour of wandering, Lynn had acquainted himself with several of the frequently used classrooms introduced by Betty the day prior. He also meandered past the library entrance, contemplating frequent visits, making this preliminary exploration quite prudent. Around 5:30, Lynn emerged from the castle, intending to take a morning jog around the Black Lake as part of his daily routine. Upon reaching the expansive lawn by the lake, he discovered that he was not the only early-rising wizard at Hogwarts. "Hello," called a boy practicing spells by the lake, who greeted Lynn first. Observing the design of his robes, primarily in hues of yellow and black, Lynn recognized him as a student from Hufflepuff. The boy appeared quite pleased. Finding someone to converse with on a mundane morning was indeed a source of joy. "Yes, I was preemptively studying the first spell that Professor Flitwick intended to teach us this year, the universal counterspell. It seems this is a charm typically introduced in the second year, isn't it?" The boy flashed an apologetic smile at Lynn. "My apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am Cedric Diggory, a second-year student from Hufflepuff." At the mention of his name, Lynn paused momentarily, recalling that this character was a tragic figure who met an untimely demise in the original storyline, and subsequently, even his girlfriend had moved on. Cedric looked at Lynn, perplexed by his sudden daze. "Is there a problem?" "I'm sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. My name is Lynn Belloc, a freshman from Slytherin." "A freshman, you say? Are you up this early to familiarize yourself with Hogwarts?" "I came here for a morning jog, but you mentioned practicing the universal counterspell just now?" Lynn inquired with keen interest. Cedric explained, "This is a spell used to negate the effects of other spells. It is generally applicable to most enchantments." "Would you like a practice partner?" Lynn asked with a cheerful smile. "Its function is to nullify the effects of other spells. So you must first have a spell in effect." Cedric hesitated, eyeing him. "Aren't you a freshman? You shouldn't have started learning spells yet, should you?" Without offering an explanation, Lynn drew his wand, pointing the tip at Cedric's shoes, which were soiled with dew and dirt. "Cleanse." Cedric watched in astonishment as his shoes appeared as good as new, sincerely exclaiming, "What an excellent Scourgify spell. Even wizards of my year might struggle to perform it better than you." "Thank you." Lynn accepted the compliment with composure. "So, does this mean I am qualified to be your practice partner now? Wouldn't that be a bit of a bother for you?" Cedric, with his amiable nature, felt he was imposing on Lynn. "Not at all. I need to practice spells as well, and of course, if you would be willing to offer me some guidance on my shortcomings when casting spells, that would be even better," Lynn replied, having anticipated Cedric's response. "I wouldn't call it guidance, but I can certainly provide you with some advice." Poor Mr. Diggory remained blissfully unaware that he was gradually stepping into Lynn's carefully laid trap. "Your spell incantations are too rapid, with hardly any pauses in between. It seems no one has taught you. You must have figured it out from the book on your own, which is rather perilous. The incantation for your Scourgify spell has already deviated slightly from the standard pronunciation. Although it did not affect the spell's efficacy, it could still lead to unforeseen discrepancies." Cedric then demonstrated the Scourgify spell on Lynn's shoes, his pronunciation indeed differing slightly from Lynn's earlier attempt. "In other words, one must leave a slight gap between Scourg and Ife, correct?" "Indeed," he nodded. "Furthermore, there is the manner in which you wield your wand. Do you recall what the book stated? A smooth, curved arc resembling the letter S was your gesture, as you concluded that S not perhaps too sharply inclined upwards? Lynn pondered, tilting his head. It appears so. I may have inadvertently carried over my habit of writing letters, he admitted. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, I had thought my spellcasting was flawless, yet I had not realized there were so many imperfections. Cedric shook his head. It is already quite commendable. The vast majority of first-year students struggle to produce even a single spell at the beginning of the term. You have already surpassed many. Let us commence now. Lynn took this practice session seriously, for Cedric had indeed been of immense assistance, deepening his comprehension of spellcasting. His initial intention was to use the pretext of practice to receive Cedric's guidance on his spells. After all, he was a champion destined to represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, undoubtedly among the most accomplished of his year. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the magnitude of his gains. Although it was merely a cleansing charm, magic is akin to mathematics. Knowledge is interconnected and consistent. With just a slight extrapolation, many of the issues Lynn faced in his spellcasting could be resolved, thus providing a layer of stability to his incantations. Lynn was not particularly fond of owing favors. Even when Professor Fox had first offered to sponsor him, he had declined. Yet now he had to concede that he indeed owed Cedric a debt of gratitude. How to repay it could be contemplated later, but for now, he needed to focus on the practice session. Lynn and Cedric practiced spells by the Black Lake for an hour before parting ways to have breakfast. Preparing for the first day of classes at Hogwarts, they agreed to meet at the same time the following day. And Lynn even considered transforming his daily morning jog into a session of spell discussions with Cedric after classes. The hall was sparsely populated with young witches and wizards for breakfast. Everyone had indulged in a summer of leisure, and it was evident that the habit of sleeping in had yet to be shed in these first few days of school. The students from various houses at Hogwarts exhibited a strong sense of camaraderie, typically sitting at the long tables assigned to their respective houses during meals, rarely mingling across tables. Thus, upon entering the hall, Lynn made a beeline for the Slytherin table. However, as he passed the Gryffindor table, two arms suddenly encircled his shoulders from either side. It was the Weasley twins. Chapter 21. The spell class 1 never would have imagined that you would be sorted into Slytherin. To be honest, I had thought you would be in our house. Even if not, both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would suit you well. Of course, I do not mean to imply that Slytherin is undesirable. You must be aware that some individuals from the Serpent House possess a certain arrogance. Lynn handed off the words he wished to convey to either George or Fred. Indeed, replied another Weasley, though we have only just met you, we do not perceive you as someone who would look down upon others. Lynn tilted his head in contemplation. It would not be entirely fair to label them as arrogant. They are merely somewhat proud, with a different approach to forging friendships. He smiled at the Weasley twins, asking, "What is it? Will you sever ties with me simply because I have been sorted into Slytherin?" The twins exchanged glances before turning to Lynn in unison, exclaiming, "Of course not. Let us not forget, our mother reminded us to look after you while at school." Lynn shrugged, stating, "So why concern yourselves with my house placement? As long as we get along, we can remain friends." "You are correct. We owe you an apology for our earlier remarks," the Weasley twins said, their expression suggesting a lack of genuine contrition. Having classes to attend, they did not linger long, agreeing to explore Hogwarts Castle together next time before parting ways. Lynn took a seat at the Slytherin table, where several upperclassmen had already gathered. They greeted him, having already met during the opening feast the previous evening. The female prefect, Betty, frowned and remarked, "You are the earliest of all the first years to arrive today. I wonder how many will be late for the charms lesson." Professor Flitwick, though generally good-natured, despises tardy students. The breakfast fare was certainly not as lavish as the feast from the night prior, yet the oatmeal suited Lynn's palate. They ought to have a sense of timing. In a week or two, they would likely develop a habit of rising early. The prefects at Hogwarts are not the caretakers of the younger students. They are not obligated to attend to every detail of the first year's lives. After her brief complaint, Betty did not continue to nag, but glanced at the bowl of oatmeal in Lynn's hands, casually mentioning, "It seems the house elves have recently updated their menu. I have never encountered such porridge for breakfast before." As she spoke, Lynn had already polished off the contents of his bowl. "Is that so? Their culinary skills are rather impressive. This tastes almost as good as my own creations," Lynn replied. Betty rolled her eyes, witnessing for the first time the audacity of Lynn. Her words soon proved prophetic. In the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a precariously stacked pile of books, his expression sour as he tapped his fingers impatiently on the lectern. 3 minutes had passed since the lesson was scheduled to commence. Yet 5 young witches and wizards had yet to arrive. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students already present huddled at their desks like quails, acutely aware that Professor Flitwick's mood was decidedly poor, as the professor's last ounce of patience was about to be depleted. 4 Slytherin students and 1 Ravenclaw freshman hurriedly entered the classroom. "Professor, we had actually calculated the time correctly. It was those stairs on the way up that were playing tricks on us," one of the newcomers attempted to explain, but Professor Flitwick shot them a displeased glare. The reprimand, devoid of any subsequent punishment, felt like a reprieve to the 5 students, who quickly scurried to their seats. Once they were settled, Professor Flitwick cleared his throat and commenced the inaugural lesson of charms. The wizarding magic has undergone thousands of years of evolution, resulting in an unfathomable number of known spells. However, regardless of the advancements in magic, all spells ultimately fall into 2 primary categories: charms and transfiguration. Before delving into the specifics of charms, it is imperative that I teach you how to distinguish between charms and transfiguration. While this knowledge will not directly affect your spellcasting, it is foundational theory that every wizard must comprehend. Now, who among you can elucidate the difference between charms and transfiguration? Almost instantaneously upon the professor's query, Lynn raised her arm high. The professor, rumored to possess Fey lineage, appeared somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated a moment of silence from the first years. Lynn stood from her seat and replied, "Charms add specific properties to an object or creature, while transfiguration transforms it into something entirely different." "Well said. That is indeed the textbook definition. Have you read the excerpts thoroughly?" "Yes, Professor." Lynn's expression revealed no hint of pride, for she knew of another young witch sitting in the room who had also diligently read the entire Charms textbook, the Ravenclaw student she had encountered on the train. Maintaining her composure, Lynn continued, "I recall the excerpts also explained that curses, jinxes, and hexes, although categorized as charms, are collectively referred to as dark magic. This textbook does not cover such spells." "Excellent," Professor Flitwick praised. "You are the first new student I have encountered who has diligently read the entire textbook before class." 5 points to Slytherin. You have received the sincere commendation of Professor Phileas Flitwick in Charms class. General Charms Talent 1, General Charms Effect 1. Your outstanding performance in Charms class has earned points for your house from Professor Phileas Flitwick, General Charms Talent 1, General Charms Effect 1. The dual notifications from the system left Lynn momentarily stunned. It turned out that not only did praise have its merits, but earning points for her house could also enhance her magical talents. "You may take your seat now, Mr. Belloc." After the initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure. The enhancement of magical talent could not be so easily attained. After all, the maximum limit was merely 10. If a single commendation and a point could yield such an increase, he would become a magical prodigy within a month of the semester's start. Indeed, Lynn's suspicion proved accurate. After Professor Flitwick commenced his formal instruction in the levitation charm, Lynn once again garnered his attention through exceptional performance, earning high praise. However, this time, the system did not emit the sound indicating an increase in magical aptitude. This served as evidence that the accolades and additional points awarded by each professor are, in fact, one-time occurrences, meaning he could collect a maximum of 2 points of talent from the various courses. Chapter 22. History of Magic and Potions. The study of magic history itself is not inherently dull. Rather, it is Professor Bin's method of lecturing that renders it tedious. He is likely too old. It is said that during the early days of Hogwarts, when he was still alive, his classes were quite lively and engaging. Even those from Slytherin praised his quick wit and clarity of thought. However, now he drones on in a breathless and monotonous tone, devoid of emotion, rarely engaging with his students. Lynn even felt that Professor Bin's voice possessed a certain enchantment, as even he, a diligent student across 2 lifetimes, who never dozed off in class, found himself beset by an overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber while listening to his lectures. Although he was a bit distracted during class, he was fortunate enough to have recorded the necessary notes, which he could now review to reinforce his understanding. "I heard about it." A sun-kissed, blonde upperclassman approached Lynn, smiling. "You earned 5 points for Slytherin in Professor Flitwick's class, especially in front of a crowd of proud Ravenclaws." The newcomer was Raphael Williamson, the male prefect of Slytherin and the boyfriend of the female prefect, Betty. 5 points is hardly commendable. It was merely a stroke of luck. "And I doubt I will encounter such an opportunity again," Lynn replied, not out of modesty, but rather as a precaution. Having learned that the talent points gained from praise and extra points were one-time rewards, he no longer felt compelled to excel in class. In a place like Hogwarts, particularly with the tumultuous years ahead, Lynn believed it prudent to remain understated. Raphael dismissed Lynn's words, seemingly lost in his own world, incessantly chattering about their aspirations to perpetuate Slytherin's glory, asserting that if young wizards of all ages exerted effort, the House Cup would indefinitely remain within the Serpent House. However, Lynn knew this was merely a figment of his imagination. The following year, their headmaster, Dumbledore, would intervene to ensure the House Cup took on a Gryffindor shape. No one dared to arrive late for the afternoon potions class, even though they were all first years. The upperclassmen had apprised these young wizards of Professor Snape's notorious reputation at Hogwarts. After inciting the ire of a good-natured professor that morning, no one was foolish enough to tempt fate further. In the potions classroom, each student was provided with a cauldron, while shelves around them gleamed with an array of peculiar body parts and special organs from various magical creatures. In the dimly lit environment, the more timid girls had already turned pale with fright, their eyes fixated intently on the cauldron before them. Lynn, seated below, couldn't help but recall a certain poorly written novel from his past life, where a heartless author had bestowed upon him the nickname the Bachelor with a lifeless face. I am quite pleased that no fool would dare arrive tardy to my class. Professor Snape's voice was soft, yet carried a weight that ensured every young wizard could hear his words clearly. He descended from the podium, pacing slowly yet authoritatively between the desks. You have gathered here to delve into the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion brewing. As there shall be no mindless waving of wands in this space, many among you may struggle to accept the reality of magic. I do not expect you to fully grasp the exquisite allure of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant wisps of steam, nor to comprehend the wondrous magic of the liquid coursing through one's veins, an essence that stirs the heart and clouds the mind. His tone gradually softened. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct honor, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the type of foolish imbecile I frequently encounter. Suddenly, his words shifted dramatically. His brooding gaze, sweeping across the room, caused each unfortunate child to shrink back in fear. Soon, Professor Snape's eyes locked onto Lynn. Lynn exhibited no trace of trepidation. He returned the hollow, icy stare with a smile, raising his arm high while silently encouraging himself. He is an old bachelor who cannot find a wife. He is an old bachelor who cannot find a wife. He is an old bachelor who cannot find a wife. Ah, Belloc, please stand and share your insights. His tone was tinged with derision, as if he were inherently inclined to speak in such a manner. Lynn paid little heed to the inflection of his voice. Instead, he focused on the materials laid out beside the cauldron and spoke fluidly. Dried nettle, venomous snake fangs, horned slugs, porcupine quills. These are the third set of ingredients documented in magical potions and elixirs, specifically for a remedy for boils. This is an effective potion for treating pustules, measles, boils, and other lymphatic symptoms. Caution is paramount when brewing potions. An incorrect preparation could yield boils instead of curing them. The hallmark of successful concoction is the emergence of pink smoke from the cauldron. The text emphasizes that, particularly when adding porcupine quills, one must first remove the cauldron from the flame. Otherwise, it will melt and emit a dreadful odor. The resulting potion may cause boils to erupt on any skin it touches. At this juncture, Lynn finally paused amidst the astonished gazes of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students, turning to Professor Snape with humility. That is all I can recall. I would appreciate any additional insights you may offer, Professor. I hope your practical execution proves as sound as your theoretical knowledge. Slytherin gains 10 points. The sound of the system's notification echoed briefly, yet Lynn felt little surprise. He had anticipated that Severus Snape, the potions professor, would be the type to award points to his house while refraining from offering compliments, a quintessentially proud Slytherin trait. Thus, he had prepared himself for a protracted battle in potions class. Chapter 23, Transfiguration and Herbology. Thus, Lynn's first day at Hogwarts passed in a bustling yet fulfilling manner. As dusk approached, he successfully completed the assignments set by the professors of his 3 classes in the library. During this time, he encountered Cedric, who generously assisted him in understanding the grading criteria established by the professors for student assignments, as well as how to effectively select books in the library to aid his studies. In this routine, Lynn even rediscovered a sense of familiarity reminiscent of his high school days in his previous life. In truth, the average young wizard was far less occupied than he was. Most would procrastinate their weekly assignments until the last moment, using their free time to engage in wizard chess, frolic in the castle corridors, or partake in adventurous games throughout the castle. It was only as the weekend approached that they would remember their assignments. hastily borrowing completed work from others or rushing to finish their own, taking a gamble that the professor would not trouble them over such matters. Unfortunately, these young wizards were seldom fortunate, often losing more than they won. Lynn, possessing the soul of an adult, found it an arduous task to partake in carefree escapades with a group of oblivious children. In the dormitory, the other 3 occupants appeared to be getting along reasonably well. The 2 boys, named Mark Oliva and Michel Camilleri, were engrossed in a game of wizard chess, while Hubert seemed to be loudly advising the losing side on their next move. However, upon Lynn's entrance, their previously joyous atmosphere dissipated as abruptly as a cat crashing a mouse gathering. Hubert's gaze shifted to Lynn, evasive and hesitant, while the 2 boys engaged in chess appeared distinctly uncomfortable, losing their sense of direction in the game, their pieces urging them to act. It was apparent that he had been isolated by the 3 others in his dormitory. Their swift camaraderie and shared animosity were hardly surprising. Firstly, Lynn was fundamentally different from them. More than half of the first-year students in this cohort hailed from pure-blood wizard families, and the remainder were at least half-blood, with one wizarding parent. Their allegiances stood in stark opposition to Lynn's. Moreover, following the conflict of the previous day, regardless of how it had initially sparked, Hubert had ultimately emerged as the underdog, easily garnering the sympathy of onlookers. Throughout the day, Lynn had barely interacted with them, while Hubert had spent the entire day mingling with the others. However, Lynn was utterly indifferent to the situation, as it aligned perfectly with his desires. He had no intention of entangling himself with these unruly children. It was for the best that they established clear boundaries moving forward. Naturally, he did not naively believe that after the lesson learned from the previous night, Rupert would cease to trouble him. Based on Lynn's experiences from 2 lifetimes, he surmised that Rupert would require at least 2 more lessons akin to the one he had just endured before he would truly learn to behave. Good evening. Lynn smiled warmly, greeting his roommates who were gradually distancing themselves from him. The 3 of them looked at him anxiously, their lips moving in silent communication. Yet no sound escaped their mouths. In instances of isolation, only the isolated remain oblivious to the discomfort and awkwardness of their predicament. It is the isolated who suffer the most. At that moment, Lynn played the role of the instigator, the one who caused Rupert and his friends discomfort. The night passed in silence. In the morning's transfiguration class, Lynn arrived early at the classroom, but as he crossed the threshold, his body suddenly stiffened. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, observing him without uttering a word. Lynn immediately grasped her intent and dutifully found a seat in the classroom, quietly awaiting the lesson. Clearly, Professor McGonagall intended to surprise the new students. This class was combined with Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Following the events of the previous day, no one dared to arrive late, and everyone arrived punctually. The cat at the lectern drew considerable attention, but due to the presence of Madame Loris at Hogwarts, no one exhibited any surprise. It was not until the cat dramatically transformed into Professor McGonagall that nearly all the young witches and wizards present gasped in astonishment, transforming a matchstick into a needle. Lynn's talent for transfiguration was not significantly superior to that of his peers, possessing an initial value of only 2. After a reward from the system, it rose to 3, making his learning efficiency rather modest. However, where talent fell short, diligence compensated. Basic transfiguration could certainly be mastered with practice, provided one was not utterly inept. And Lynn's aptitude was slightly above average. Unsurprisingly, he once again earned 5 points for Slytherin with an outstanding performance, achieving the full 2 points for transfiguration. The afternoon's herbology class was no different. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, led the young witches and wizards to the greenhouse behind the castle, teaching them to identify the first magical plant, didn't he? This knowledge required nothing more than diligent observation and memorization. Lynn received Professor Sprout's enthusiastic praise for noting that Dittany not only had medicinal properties but was also used by wand makers as a core for wands, thus earning an additional 5 points for Slytherin. In just 2 days at Hogwarts, Lynn's attributes had experienced a significant enhancement. Name, Lynn Belloc. Title, Devious Seducer. New student, Magic Index, 3 Freedom Points, 1 Magical Talent, Dark Arts 6, Transfiguration 4, Charms 4, Herbology 4, Offensive and Defensive Charms 3, Potions 3, Alchemy 2, Ancient Runic 2, Divination 0. Main Quest: attain recognition from the professors of the respective courses. Reward: corresponding magical talent and effects 1. Essentially, the mainstream magical talents have reached a level of 4, with Dark Arts peaking at an impressive 6. Although he is yet to delve into any dark magic, the significance of possessing a talent score of 6 remains a mystery to him. However, This morning, while practicing spells alongside Cedric, Lynn began to appreciate the advantages of his 4-point charms talent. For instance, after observing Cedric demonstrate the unlocking charm 3 times, one that can be learned in the first year, he was able to replicate both the incantation and wand movement with remarkable accuracy. By his 5th attempt, he successfully cast this spell, which he had never encountered before. Even Cedric couldn't help but exclaim that Lynn's speed in learning spells was nearly on par with his own. Chapter 24. Defense against Dark Arts. Cedric is no ordinary individual. He is a bona fide Hogwarts champion, having been selected by the Goblet of Fire during the Triwizard Tournament, marking him as one of the most gifted and powerful young wizards among the 6th and 7th year students. Based on Lynn's estimations, Cedric's mainstream magical talents likely hover around 5, with Transfiguration being his strongest suit, nearly matching his Dark Arts talent of 6. That morning, Cedric showcased his current prowess in Transfiguration to Lynn by transforming a small stone by the Black Lake into a crab scuttling sideways. Such an ability to animate the inanimate far surpasses the normal capabilities of a 2nd-year student, undoubtedly earning him the title of a prodigy. Furthermore, his talent is complemented by an admirable work ethic. Had it not been for his encounter with Harry Potter, his future accomplishments would surely have been even greater. Wednesday morning, the eagerly anticipated defense against the Dark Arts class arrived as scheduled. Lynn arrived early at the classroom, and upon entering, he spotted Professor Fawkes organizing his lesson plans at the podium. Upon seeing Lynn, the professor greeted him with a warm smile. "Good morning, Lynn." "Good morning, Professor. You're here quite early. There are still 20 minutes until class starts." Lynn felt at ease with Professor Fawkes, unlike his interactions with other professors. Fawkes, not treating Lynn as merely a typical child, yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "After all, it's my first class. I didn't sleep soundly last night." He then looked at Lynn with keen interest. "By the way, I've heard from other professors that you've been making quite a name for yourself lately, earning 20 points for Slytherin in just 2 days since the term began. Several professors have spoken highly of you during their discussions." Lynn raised an eyebrow, displaying no humility in front of Professor Fawkes. After all, as an investor, one must exhibit a value commensurate with their investment, mustn't one? Upon hearing Lynn's words, Fawkes chuckled heartily. "Indeed, Lynn. To this day, I have never regretted my investment. Do you have time this afternoon, Professor?" Lynn inquired, his expression serious as he met Fawkes' gaze unwaveringly. Fawkes' smile faded as he seemed to grasp Lynn's intent. "I suspect you have heard something. You may come to my office at any time. I am always available. Coincidentally, I also have a matter to discuss with you." As a few young wizards began to enter the classroom, Lynn quietly settled into his seat after arranging a time with Professor Fawkes, patiently awaiting the commencement of the class. "I trust that after 2 days of learning, particularly in the classes of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, you have developed a clearer understanding of magic. No matter how bizarre, rare, or peculiar a wizard's magic may be, it ultimately falls into 2 primary categories: charms and transfiguration. Thus, these 2 subjects serve as the foundation of Hogwarts curriculum. Other courses merely instruct you on how to recognize, control, and create non-wizard magical artifacts and creatures, such as potions, herbology, and astronomy." "And what of the defense against the Dark Arts class?" Professor Fawkes continued. "In essence, this subject lacks its own distinct classification. The knowledge imparted can be dispersed across various disciplines. Defense against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, encompasses all that can guard against dark magic, including charms and transfiguration, but is not limited to these 2 categories. Potions, herbology, and magical creatures also fall within the purview of this course. Hence, the requirements for a professor in this subject are quite demanding. One must possess a profound understanding of both charms and transfiguration, if not mastery of various magical disciplines." Laughter erupted among the young wizards, as Fawkes' remarks bore a hint of self-promotion. Lynn, a seasoned educator, recognized Fawkes' intent. He needed to enliven the classroom atmosphere due to some students' discontent with him. Clearly, he achieved the desired effect. "Similarly, for you to attain better evaluations in the final examination, you must dedicate substantial effort to this course," he declared, clapping his hands and straightening his posture. "Now, we shall officially commence our lesson. The first thing you must do is close your textbooks." Professor Fawkes appeared quite unconventional as he stepped down from the podium, arms crossed in front of him. "Before we delve into the specifics of our instruction, I wish to pose a question to you. If one day you find yourselves alone, suddenly confronted by a dark wizard or a dangerous magical creature, what do you believe should be your first course of action?" As soon as Professor Fawkes finished speaking, several Gryffindors raised their hands eagerly. Professor Fox summoned a student from Gryffindor, who, upon standing, appeared quite pleased with himself, casting several glances in Lynn's direction. Lynn felt a wave of exasperation. It was one thing to be disregarded by his own roommates, but it was rather disheartening to discover that a group of Gryffindor first years harbored similar sentiments towards him. "Let us duel," declared the Gryffindor boy, seemingly eager to showcase his bravery. Use a spell to defeat him. Yet, what spell did he intend to employ in order to triumph over Lynn? The boy flushed, for they had only recently begun their magical studies, and even the simplest levitation charm eluded their grasp. Attacking spells were beyond their reach. Observing the boy's prolonged silence, Professor Fox waved his hand, signaling him to take his seat. No one in the classroom raised their hands. Even Lynn remained quietly attentive. You may learn many powerful spells in the future, with bright prospects ahead of you. But for now, you are merely fledgling wizards who have only dabbled in magic for a few days. In the face of danger, your first instinct should not be to confront the enemy directly. Rather, you must sound the alarm, seek assistance from the adult wizards nearby, and strive to buy time while waiting for rescue. He then proceeded to demonstrate, uttering the incantation, Lumos. The illumination charm, while simple, required focus. Be cautious not to inadvertently ignite your wand, as this could result in permanent damage. Chapter 25, the snot spell. Professor Fox's first class proved to be quite effective. By the end, Lynn observed smiles adorning the faces of the young wizards. He also managed to earn some points, being the first among the newcomers from both houses to successfully cast the wand lighting charm. With class still in session and the room now empty, Lynn opened his textbook and donned one of his two titles, the freshman novice. Though the title bore an unflattering name, its effects were remarkably beneficial, tripling the efficiency of learning basic spells, allowing Lynn to swiftly master and employ numerous charms taught to lower-year students. However, it was not particularly suitable for use in crowded spaces, especially within the Slytherin common room. While the atmosphere in the Serpent House seemed tolerable at present, human nature was unpredictable. Who could discern whether the friendliness exhibited was genuine or merely a facade? Lynn had no desire to test others' attitudes towards him. Even if the kindness was feigned, it was preferable to open hostility. Thus, he sought a secluded spot, adorned his title, and began to practice magic alone. Only through visible progress could Lynn find a semblance of security in the perilous realm of magic. The effects of the title were extraordinary. Upon donning it, Lynn felt his thoughts invigorated, and his control over his body had never been so acute. He glanced at the spell recorded in his textbook, the snot spell, an incantation that compelled the target to incessantly produce mucus. Lynn wielded his wand with a sense of determination, reciting the incantation mucus ad nauseam softly toward a frog by the lakeside, despite the spell's minimal offensive capability. It was merely intended to elicit discomfort. Yet, nothing transpired. Undeterred, Lynn sensed in that very moment that the spell's success was improbable. His mind, sharp as a tack, informed him that his wand movement required greater swiftness, and the pronunciation of the incantation was insufficiently precise. Thus, he cast the nasal spell once more, mucus ad nauseam, toward the oblivious frog, now an unwitting test subject. A brilliant beam of green light erupted from his wand, striking the dazed amphibian with remarkable accuracy. Startled, the frog let out a croak and, with a couple of leaps, plunged into the lake. Lynn stifled a laugh. It was evident that his spell had succeeded. The frog did not exhibit a runny nose simply because it lacked that particular trait. Had the spell been directed at a human, the intended effects would have been realized. Before lunch, Lynn remained by the dark lake, diligently practicing various spells, a pursuit that proved to be highly addictive. In just half a morning, he had mastered 3 incantations from the dark arts defense textbook: the nasal spell, the repelling charm, and the smoke screen. While these spells were not particularly formidable, they could yield unexpected results in certain circumstances. Lynn found himself in agreement with the notion that British cuisine left much to be desired. However, in Europe, the cultural exchange between nations was notably robust, with blurred barriers that were especially evident in the realm of gastronomy. While British fish and chips were far from delectable, French cuisine offered delightful flavors that he relished. He had developed a fondness for the culinary skills of the house elves at Hogwarts, finding their lunch offerings to be particularly to his taste. As he savored his meal, the head girl, Betty, took a seat beside him. "Hello, Lynn. Do you have some time this afternoon? Professor Snape needs assistance with potion ingredients, and the other students are all in class." Lynn shook his head. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment this afternoon." Betty furrowed her brow slightly. "May I be so bold as to inquire who it is with?" "Professor Fox," Lynn replied candidly, having no intention of concealing the truth. Knowing he would likely need to borrow books from the restricted section of the library under Professor Fox's auspices, Betty placed a hand on Lynn's shoulder, urging him to meet her gaze. Her expression turned serious as she locked eyes with him. Do you recall what I mentioned during the opening feast? Adrian Fox is a remarkably dangerous individual, and I would advise you to maintain your distance. I certainly remember, Lynn replied. At this moment, Lynn had nearly finished his meal. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "Thank you for your concern. I shall keep your advice in mind and be cautious in my interactions with Professor Fox. Farewell." Betty watched as Lynn walked away. Her fists clenched as she struck the long table in frustration. It was evident to her that Lynn had paid little heed to her words. Indeed, Lynn did not take the head girl's remarks to heart, having encountered numerous online rumors in his previous life. He understood that a rational individual forms their own judgments and is not easily swayed by others' opinions. As it stood, Lynn still believed that Professor Fox did not resemble the heinous, depraved murderer they spoke of. In the afternoon, Lynn stood before the door of Professor Fox's office and knocked. "Come in, Lynn," came the voice from within. Lynn pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was modest in size, yet impeccably tidy. A stark contrast to the identity of the aging, single professor. Lynn approached the desk and noticed that Professor Fox appeared to be preparing lesson plans for upper-year courses. "Feel free to make yourself comfortable. I have only recently moved into this office and have no afternoon treats to offer you." Lynn found a chair to sit in and curiously examined a mural hanging on the wall. It depicted a knight wielding a lance, while the knight's steed glared at Lynn, flaring its nostrils. "Are you adapting well to life at Hogwarts?" Professor Fox inquired, setting down his quill and resting his hands on the desk with a smile. Lynn, feeling somewhat troubled, pinched his cheeks and replied, "The food at Hogwarts is so delightful that I fear I have gained quite a bit of weight." Professor Fox chuckled at his remark, and at that moment, 2 teacups seemingly leaped from the nearby cabinet, finding their way in front of both of them. The teapot on the table suddenly levitated, pouring steaming red tea into Lynn's cup. Professor Fox regarded Lynn earnestly. "You have been exposed to magic for several days now, and have likely heard some tales about me from your classmates. So, Lynn, are you still willing to accept my investment in you?" Chapter 26. The Book of Malediction. In the exquisitely crafted porcelain cup, the red tea wafted fragrant steam. "Professor, I wish to know if what they say is true. Did you truly torment and kill 5 wizards using dark magic? Were you ultimately imprisoned in Azkaban?" Without hesitation, Lynn posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. After a moment of silence, Professor Fox slowly nodded. "They speak the truth. I was once a murderer. I tortured 5 wizards with the Cruciatus curse for 3 days, and ultimately, I ended their lives with the killing curse. The Wisingamot sentenced me to life imprisonment in Azkaban. And these are facts I cannot deny." His voice was calm, and the tension in his fingers gradually eased as he looked at Lynn with utmost seriousness. "But do you understand why the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, often hailed as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, would willingly serve as my advocate? After 8 years of confinement in Azkaban, I was released, while those wizards who harbored animosity towards me were of pure blood." Lynn did not shy away from Professor Fox's gaze. He shook his head and said, "This is also why I believe, Professor, that you are not the cold-blooded, heartless murderer they claim you to be. So, could you enlighten me as to why this is so? I have considerable faith in you, Lynn. You possess qualities that the vast majority of wizards lack. When I sat in your home listening to you recount how you found a guardian for yourself, I was convinced you would be sorted into either Slytherin or Gryffindor, with a slight inclination towards Gryffindor. However, Slytherin is also understandable, as the criteria for admission to both houses are strikingly similar. Sometimes, whether one is a little snake or a little lion hinges on a mere whim of the sorting hat." Professor Fox spoke at length about matters unrelated to Lynn's inquiries, yet Lynn refrained from interrupting him, choosing instead to listen quietly until he was ready to speak. "When I attended Hogwarts, the divination professor once claimed I lacked the gift of prophecy, yet I have never experienced such an intense intuition. Lynn, I fear that my lifelong research may remain unfinished by the time of my demise, a notion I find intolerable. Thus, I require someone who can carry forth my studies. Upon my release from Azkaban, I encountered numerous wizards, the majority of whom recoiled from dark magic, let alone actively engage with it, transform it, or delve into its mysteries. Unfortunately, adult wizards harbor their own convictions, which I cannot alter. By chance, Dumbledore reached out to me, informing me of vacancies in several teaching positions at Hogwarts. I thought perhaps this opportunity could allow me to shift a young wizard's perspective on dark magic, and so I chose you. Your choice is of great significance to me. Lynn, it pertains to the correctness of the path I have pursued throughout my life, and I wish for no misunderstandings between us. However, he lifted the now lukewarm cup of red tea, took a delicate sip, and spoke earnestly. I do not wish to recount my past to anyone. Everyone harbors secrets, myself included. However, I can disclose that the 5 wizards I killed were not virtuous individuals. They were, in fact, the worst of the worst. Notorious by the name of Death Eaters. Lynn gazed at Professor Fox in astonishment. You mean Voldemort's followers? Professor Fox appeared somewhat taken aback. Since you were aware, you should understand why Dumbledore was willing to support my argument, why I was released after 8 years, and why those from pure blood families harbor such hatred towards me. Certainly, we have only recently acquainted ourselves, and I can understand if you harbor doubts about my words. However, there are others privy to this matter, including Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. If you still have reservations, you may seek their counsel to ascertain the veracity of my claims. No need for that, Professor. Lynn shook his head. Although our acquaintance is brief, my familiarity with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall is even more fleeting. In fact, it remains uncertain whether Professor Dumbledore recognizes me. A first-year wizard. I trust your words. Lynn wished to avoid any premature engagement with Dumbledore. His primary desire was to remain inconspicuous at Hogwarts, diligently and faithfully pursuing his studies in magic. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in the headmaster's grand designs due to any extraordinary display. Moreover, he genuinely believed what Professor Fox had conveyed. Eagerly, Lynn turned to Professor Fox. So, Professor, can you teach me dark magic now? Professor Fox looked at Lynn, stifling a laugh. In that moment, he resembled an 11-year-old child. You underestimate the complexity of dark magic, Lynn. This category of magic represents the pinnacle of spells and is among the most challenging to master. At least 90% of adult wizards refrain from wielding even a single form of advanced dark magic. Furthermore, at your age, even if you possessed the capability to learn it, you would lack the requisite magical power to execute it. Lynn gazed at him in confusion. What should I learn first? Professor Fox gestured towards the bookshelf, and a pitch-black tome floated gracefully from the shelf, landing softly before Lynn. The cover bore the title, embossed in silver, The Book of Maledictions. You may have encountered the words of its author, Miranda Goshawk, in Standard Spells, Beginner, where she remarked that curses, hexes, and jinxes collectively constitute dark spells. This book will not delve into such incantations. Dark spells are, in essence, a subset of spells that, like their counterparts, impose specific magical effects on their targets. However, the repercussions are predominantly adverse. Moreover, dark spells are linked to dark magic, though their effects are not as overwhelming or potent as those of advanced dark magic. Professor Fox gently tapped the Book of Maledictions. Jinxes are considered the least harmful among dark spells and are relatively easy to learn. Many upper-year students master a few jinxes for playful banter with their friends. This book contains 9 common jinxes, and your first task is to learn all of them. Chapter 27. Ian Campbell, the first-year astronomy class, convenes every Wednesday at midnight, held atop the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. The young wizards from Slytherin and Ravenclaw trudged up the tower, yawning. Professor Aurora Sinistra awaited them eagerly. Ian Campbell, Ravenclaw has lost 10 points. We shall commence our lesson, and I will inform Professor Flitwick of this matter tomorrow. Today is a full moon. Be mindful not to let its luminous glow cloud your judgment. Lynn is setting up his telescope as per Professor Sinistra's instructions. He recalls a certain Ravenclaw named Ian, the boy with white hair, who carries an umbrella on sunny days. It seems he harbors some secret, yet Lynn finds himself disinterested. At that moment, Lynn's 3 roommates, Hubert, Michelle, and Mark, suddenly approached him. Is there something you need? Lynn shifted his attention from the telescope to them. Hubert appeared somewhat shy, yet his 2 companions encouraged him to step forward. Lynn squinted, silently observing their antics. Ultimately, Hubert mustered considerable courage and bowed to Lynn. I was wrong, Belloc. I should not have mocked you before. Please forgive me. Lynn regarded him for a few seconds before smiling and assisting him to rise, as if completely forgetting the previous unpleasantness. Didn't I mention? I've long since forgotten that trivial misunderstanding. Henceforth, let us set our friendship ship aright and ensure it endures. Hubert did not fully comprehend Lynn's whimsical words, but he sensed that Lynn genuinely forgave him. Instantly, he brightened. That is splendid. To celebrate our reconciliation, I ordered a batch of sweets from Honeydukes with my pocket money. Will you join us for dessert tomorrow afternoon? Lynn's smile grew even more radiant, clearly delighted by Hubert's heartfelt apology. I would be delighted, my friend. After receiving Lynn's affirmative response, Hubert and the others lingered, joining Lynn in observing the planetary paths through the telescope. The four of them chatted and laughed until astronomy class concluded, transforming Lynn's dormitory relationship into one of unexpected harmony. Lynn had truly earned respect for Slytherin over these past few days. Even the Gryffindors, those foolish lions, spoke to us with considerably less bravado. Even before slumber, Hubert continued to chatter about Lynn's remarkable feats, behaving as though they were the closest of friends. A friendly night passed. At 4 in the morning, Lynn's biological clock roused him from a slumber that had yet to reach 4 hours. After washing up and donning his robes, he departed the dormitory as usual. He had not abandoned his morning jog. Cedric typically arrived by the Black Lake at 5 o'clock, and Lynn had been jogging around the lake for nearly an hour prior to that. At precisely 5, Cedric arrived, circling around Lynn, who was resting on the grass, with an expression of astonishment. As their camaraderie deepened, Lynn had shed the initial courtesy he had shown. "Haven't you seen a handsome fellow before? What are you staring at?" Cedric scratched his head, uncertainly responding. "I recall that our astronomy class in the 1st grade was held every Wednesday at midnight, was it not? How is it that you are up so early today?" Lynn appeared somewhat lethargic. Speaking of which, a sudden thought seemed to spark his energy. "Do you possess any dark curses?" Cedric found it peculiar that Lynn would pose such a question. He withdrew his wand. Many young wizards at Hogwarts are familiar with a few dark curses, as they can be quite useful in certain situations. "Locomotor Wibbly," he declared, demonstrating the curse on a frog by the lakeside. The unfortunate creature succumbed to the spell, collapsing helplessly onto the ground, croaking weakly. Lynn recognized that he had employed the leg locker curse, which was also documented in the book of dark spells that Professor Fox had gifted him the day before. Additionally, the tongue-tying curse he had used on Sherbert on the first night of school belonged to the same category of dark spells. "Let us practice this today," Lynn said, pulling out his wand and focusing on his target. "What prompted your sudden interest in dark curses?" Cedric seemed to have arrived at a conclusion of his own. "Ah, yes. You are a Slytherin. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor have a fondness for such curses." "And why is that?" Lynn raised an eyebrow. Cedric explained. "Because your two houses often engage in skirmishes. Dark curses inflict some discomfort on the opponent without leading to dire consequences." Lynn was left speechless, realizing that, in the eyes of wizards from the other two houses, Slytherin and Gryffindor were merely rival factions. This morning, Lynn had a glimpse of his aptitude for dark magic. The dark curses were intrinsically linked to the dark arts. Remarkably, Cedric merely demonstrated the curses he knew, and Lynn was able to replicate them flawlessly on his first attempt. Cedric knew only 3 dark curses, yet Lynn managed to master all of them within the span of a morning, applying them with proficiency, which left him feeling a long-forgotten sense of frustration. "All right, I concede, you are the fastest learner of spells I have encountered," he admitted. Lynn did not perceive this as a compliment. "How many young wizards have you actually met? If such praise were to come from Professor Dumbledore, I might just feel a flicker of excitement." While Lynn and Cedric were engaged in their banter by the lakeside, a boy staggered towards them along the shore. They clearly discerned his appearance, a shock of silver hair, unnaturally pale skin, and a rather tattered robe, which made him look quite disheveled. Lynn recognized the boy. He had fled from Professor Sinistra's astronomy class the previous night, a first year from Ravenclaw named Ian Campbell. Ian stumbled past them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Cedric furrowed his brow, contemplating approaching him, but Lynn grasped his arm firmly. "He appears to be in need of assistance." Cedric glanced at Lynn. Lynn shook his head, stating that the current state of the individual in question might pertain to his privacy, and it appeared he was reluctant to accept their assistance. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Cedric hesitated momentarily before ultimately refraining from pressing the matter further. Ian limped into the castle, vanishing from their sight. "Well, let's leave it at that for today. It's time for breakfast," Lynn remarked as he and Cedric stowed their wands. Just as they stepped into the castle, a shrill, piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout Hogwarts. Chapter 28. The attack. Both Lynn and Cedric heard the sharp scream and exchanged glances. "Underground," Lynn quickly articulated. Without pausing, they hastened towards the source of the sound. There, they found a young girl clad in a Slytherin robe, trembling as if paralyzed by fear, her pale face turned towards the corner of the corridor. A small wizard lay there, silent and still, resembling a lifeless body. Lynn and Cedric were the first to arrive at the scene, swiftly dividing their tasks. Cedric remained to comfort the frightened girl while Lynn approached the motionless figure to ascertain if there was any hope for revival. Upon seeing the face of the individual sprawled on the ground, Lynn's pupils dilated in shock. It was none other than his roommate, Hubert McLean. who had feigned an apology and reconciliation just yesterday. Although he lay still on the ground, he appeared to be alive. His chest rose and fell, and his eyes were open. Yet, his gaze was devoid of life, resembling that of a corpse. Lynn refrained from touching Hubert's body, aware that certain curses within the magical realm could be perilous, and any misstep might invite trouble. This situation is beyond our means. We must await the professors. Lynn concluded as he retreated to Cedric's side, intending to inquire if the Slytherin girl possessed any insights. As time passed, more young wizards, drawn by the scream, gathered around, including 2 Slytherin prefects. Betty approached Lynn. "What has happened to McLean?" she inquired. "I arrived here only after hearing the commotion. I have no idea what transpired." Lynn replied, shaking his head. The crowd of young wizards continued to swell, and soon, the first professor arrived, Professor McGonagall. "Disperse. All of you, disperse. Those with classes, prepare to attend. Do you wish for your house to lose points?" With the area now crowded with students, Professor McGonagall had to first clear them away. Upon making her way through the throng and seeing Hubert's condition, she froze momentarily, her face quickly paling as she exclaimed with a trembling voice. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and get him to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to examine." The Slytherin male prefect, Raphael, and the female prefect, Judy, promptly each took one of Hubert's arms, assisting him toward the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall cast a stern gaze upon the group of young wizards lingering in place and inquired with a troubled expression, who was the first to discover him. The crowd turned their attention toward Lynn and Cedric, prompting Lynn to step forward and elucidate. "Professor, the first person to find him was this girl. Cedric and I arrived based on her voice." The entire situation seemed rather perplexing, and Professor McGonagall could not uncover any clear answers. She addressed the remaining young wizards. "Mr. Schubert will be all right. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Now, everyone, please disperse." As the second most esteemed figure at Hogwarts after Professor Dumbledore, the young wizards dared not defy her command and promptly vacated the scene. Lynn and Cedric proceeded toward the Great Hall together. "That person seems to be your roommate?" Cedric inquired. Lynn nodded. "Indeed, it appears he has been attacked, and his condition looks rather dire." Cedric furrowed his brow. "Are you not on good terms?" "He believes my background tarnishes the reputation of Slytherin House," Lynn shrugged, candidly revealing the discord between them. Cedric had little to say regarding such matters. He patted Lynn's shoulder, sighed, and advised, "Do exercise caution. The professors may wish to speak with you again." Lynn raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "You are my alibi. I have been with you the entire morning." "I know, and should it come to that, I will vouch for you," Cedric replied. The two parted ways in the Great Hall, heading toward their respective house tables. Within a short breakfast period, news of a young wizard being attacked at Hogwarts had spread throughout the school. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but even breakfast seemed less appetizing than before. He hastily consumed a few bites of bread and washed it down with a glass of milk before swiftly exiting the hall. As he passed by the Hufflepuff table, he noticed Cedric facing a similar predicament, albeit his amiable nature would likely hinder his ability to escape easily. It was not until he reached the dormitory that he discovered his 2 roommates, Mark and Michelle, still present. Upon seeing Lynn, their expressions were noticeably peculiar. Lynn squinted and suddenly asked Mark, "Do you know where Schubert has gone?" He went to the Olory to send money for some pastries," Mark stammered. In contrast to Mark, Michelle's acting skills were far superior. "We shall be able to enjoy those delightful pastries this afternoon. I wonder if you have heard, Lynn, that honeydew sweets are quite famous in the wizarding world." They were evidently unaware of Schubert's attack, yet Lynn was disinterested in engaging in their frivolous banter. He interrupted Michelle, stating, "Schubert has no knowledge of who attacked him. His fate is uncertain, and he is in a grave condition, having been sent to the hospital wing. If you do not believe it, the professor will likely send someone to summon you to understand the situation. If you bear any responsibility in this matter, consider the consequences for yourselves." Mark and Michelle were left speechless, utterly astonished by Lynn's words. Chapter 29. Snape. "You have no heart." Lynn was not deceiving them. Within a couple of hours, they were indeed called to the vice principal's office. Alongside Mark and Michelle, Lynn was also summoned. In Professor McGonagall's office, besides her, Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, was present as well. Both of their expressions were calm, revealing nothing of their thoughts. As soon as they entered, Professor McGonagall directly questioned them. "Do you know what McLean ventured out to do early this morning?" Mark and Michelle certainly dared not lie in front of the professor, especially since their relationship with Rupert was not close enough to warrant it. He went to the Olory to borrow the school's owl to buy something," Mark stammered nervously, swallowing hard. What does he intend to purchase? Professor Snape's gaze was sharp, as if he intended to penetrate their minds. Mark trembled in fear, biting his lip, unable to utter a word. Michelle stole a glance at Lynn out of the corner of her eye. Throughout the ordeal, Lynn stood by, a silent observer, saying nothing. He wants to buy something from Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. Michelle finally mustered the courage to reveal the truth. At once, the expressions of both professors shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware of what Nocturne Alley represented and the nature of goods sold at Borgin and Burke's. Be specific. What does he wish to acquire? Professor McGonagall's voice had taken on a sharp edge, tinged with extreme anger. In this tense atmosphere, Michelle completely betrayed Rupert, spilling all the plans they had previously conspired. He wants to buy Essence of Insanity, Michelle declared loudly, feeling that someone like Lynn entering Slytherin was a disgrace to all Slytherin wizards. He wants us to pretend to reconcile with Lynn, then, under the pretense of inviting him for dessert, slip the Essence of Insanity into his food. As the words Essence of Insanity left Michelle's lips, Snape's face darkened to an ominous hue. How dare he? Snape's voice was as grim as ice, capable of chilling the very marrow of one's bones. As a master of potions, he was all too aware of the nature of the Essence of Insanity. This potion was classified as a forbidden substance by the Ministry of Magic, as it bore a deceptive resemblance to the Felix Felicis potion, appearing harmless at first glance. However, once consumed, it could induce madness, rendering the drinker deranged. Although its effects were not permanent, it was universally abhorred by wizards and explicitly prohibited by the Ministry. The fact that one of his students would conspire to use such a potion against a fellow student left Snape seething with indignation. Professor McGonagall now resembled an irate lioness. Her cold gaze fixed upon Mark and Michelle, who dared not meet her eyes, as she delivered her verdict. Slytherin loses 50 points. You too. From this day forth. Report to Filch every evening for a month. No, make that 2 months. Snape's lips twitched slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent, acquiescing to Professor McGonagall's punishment. However, the matter was far from resolved. Professor McGonagall had not forgotten the purpose of summoning Lynn and the others. Snape turned his attention to Lynn, who had been quietly assuming the role of the victim, refraining from speech. Belloc, were you aware of their plans beforehand? In the office, all eyes, including those of Mark and Michelle, became fixated on Lynn. With a blink of innocence, Lynn replied, How could I possibly know, Professor? They suddenly came to reconcile with me yesterday, and I was quite pleased about it. As she spoke, Lynn secretly adorned herself with the title, Newly Enrolled Novice. Newly Enrolled Novice. 1. While wearing this title, those who perceive themselves as superior among students will instinctively vex you. Note 1. The effects of this title are only active while worn. Note 2. This title will expire upon promotion to the second year. Concurrently, Lynn's performance eclipsed that of Mark and his companions. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, stubbornly refusing to fall. I have always wanted to be friends with them. I know they look down on me because of my background, but I believe that can change. If we treat each other sincerely, we can become friends in the future. Can't we? Yesterday, I thought they could finally accept me. But unexpectedly, they. Lynn pressed her lips together, seemingly struggling to contain her tears. Her expression of grievance so profound that even the most tragic figure would pale in comparison. Mark and Michelle were left agape, jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. So, it wasn't you who pinned Schubert against the wall that day? Professor McGonagall felt her heart soften as she listened. She had known all along that Lynn was an orphan. Living alone was no easy feat. She had been the one to conduct the home visit for Lynn's enrollment. From another perspective, it was she who had brought Lynn to Hogwarts, only for her to face discrimination and bullying from her dorm mates upon arrival. Professor McGonagall now felt woefully inadequate in her role as a teacher. The anger and severity etched on her face gradually melted away. And with a gentle voice tinged with regret, she said, I am truly sorry, Belloc. The occurrence of such an event is a failure on our part as professors. Mark and Michelle's jaws dropped once more. They had never witnessed this side of Professor McGonagall. However, Snape interjected, Wait, McGonagall, my question remains unanswered. His gaze remained as cold as ever, seemingly untouched by Lynn's performance or her title. Observing Snape's grim expression, Lynn couldn't help but internally criticize, Snape, you possess no heart. However, despite Snape's indifference, Lynn felt no trepidation regarding his inquiries, as the incident involving Hubert had no bearing on him whatsoever. Each morning, I maintain a ritual of jogging. And since my arrival at Hogwarts, I have developed a profound fondness for magic. After my morning runs, I often practice spells by the Black Lake outside the castle. A fact that Cedric, a senior from Hufflepuff, can attest to, as he joined me in my spell practice this morning. through the portrait in Professor McGonagall's office. My witness Cedric was swiftly summoned. Chapter 30. A gift for you, Professor. I stand by my words. Since the start of the term, Lynn has practiced spells with me by the Black Lake every morning, including today. He has not left my sight for a moment, even when we discovered McLean together. Cedric's testimony held significant credibility in the minds of the professors. His academic performance consistently placed him at the pinnacle of his year, embodying the virtues of a typical Hufflepuff, honest and trustworthy. At this point, the matter was largely detached from Lynn, and Professor McGonagall permitted them to leave. However, Lynn intentionally lingered until Michelle and the others had departed, hesitating as if he had something to convey to the two professors. Belloc, do you have anything further to say? Professor McGonagall discerned his intent and spoke up. Lynn hesitantly replied, Professor, may I move out of the dormitory and live alone? Snape remained silent, while McGonagall countered. Why? I'm afraid, Lynn confessed, his eyes reflecting palpable fear. Although they had not succeeded this time, who could ascertain the absence of future attempts? I cannot bear to reside with them any longer. Professor McGonagall appeared reluctant to acquiesce to Lynn's request, patiently advising, Rest assured, Belloc, this is Hogwarts, where a cadre of professors safeguards you. This incident was merely an unfortunate anomaly, and I assure you they will not dare to act thus again. But Professor, no one can watch over them at all times. Lynn's words rendered McGonagall silent. He was correct. Even ordinary children could escalate conflicts to perilous extremes, let alone a group of audacious young wizards. Nonetheless, McGonagall did not wish for Lynn to live in isolation, believing it would hinder his growth and render him reclusive and unsociable. I have agreed. Shortly, I shall inform the head boy, Raphael, to escort you to a new dormitory where you shall reside alone. At that moment, Snape, who had remained silent, unexpectedly consented to Lynn's request, prompting McGonagall to furrow her brows in disapproval. Severus, this is against protocol, and moreover, a student has just been attacked. It is not safe for him to live alone. Severus Snape did not provide Professor McGonagall with a rationale. He merely stated coldly, he is a student of my house, and I possess the authority to make arrangements. Lynn exhibited considerable surprise and bowed respectfully to Professor Snape, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Snape. Snape nodded, signaling that he could depart. As Lynn exited the deputy headmaster's office with reverence, he closed the door behind him. He had anticipated this outcome, recognizing that it was not Professor McGonagall, but rather Professor Snape who acquiesced to his request. From the moment he employed a formal title, he intended to lay the groundwork for his plea to relocate to a single-occupancy dormitory. His earlier display of vulnerability was not intended for McGonagall's observation. The audience he truly sought was Professor Snape alone. Professor McGonagall, being a stickler for rules, would undoubtedly refuse a request for solitary accommodation, yet Professor Snape, having endured similar experiences, might not. Snape could certainly empathize with Lynn's current sentiments, and he was renowned throughout Hogwarts for his protective nature. Of course, this plan had not been conceived by Lynn from the outset. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision prompted by the alarming expression on Professor Snape's face while Michelle was narrating their scheme. Should it fail, it would simply be a performance. However, if successful, it would yield significant rewards. Residing alone would afford him greater privacy, a more conducive environment for practicing dark arts, and a quieter atmosphere for study. Now, he had succeeded. Lynn felt quite elated and silently expressed gratitude to Hubert. Had it not been for Hubert's attempt to ensnare him, he would never have discovered a pretext for solitary living. Regrettably, the well-meaning benefactor remained unaware of the formidable adversary that had struck, leaving Lynn unable to repay his kindness personally. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lynn began to pack his belongings in the presence of Mark and the others. The atmosphere among the three was somewhat awkward, as their plot to ensnare him had been uncovered before it could be executed, leaving Mark and Michelle uncertain of how to confront Lynn. What are you doing? Ultimately, it was Michelle who could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Michelle and Mark exchanged glances, clearly pleased to see Lynn vacate, as the tensions among them had already become overt. Just as Lynn finished packing his belongings, the head boy, Raphael, arrived to escort him to his new dormitory. Before departing, Lynn warmly bid farewell to his two roommates. Goodbye, both of you. To express my gratitude for your care over these past days, as well as for the consideration you were preparing to extend, I would like to present you with a gift before I leave. Upon hearing this, Mark foolishly leaned forward and asked, What kind of gift? Lynn remained silent, smiling as he pointed his wand at him. Fire, hot and searing. a form of curse that causes unsightly and uncomfortable bumps to appear on one's body. Lynn's new dormitory was of the same size as a standard four-person room. Everything, including the decor, remained unchanged. The only difference was that it was now solely inhabited by him. After he had tidied everything up, he picked up the items he needed for class that afternoon and headed to the hall for lunch. As Lynn arrived at the Slytherin long table, the head girl, Betty, sat down beside him with a grave expression. "Do you know what happened to Hubert this morning?" "What?" Lynn asked, intrigued, eager to uncover the events surrounding Hubert. "The Cruciatus Curse. Someone tortured him with the Cruciatus Curse and then used the memory charm to erase his memories." "Who said that?" Betty's demeanor was serious, devoid of any jest. "Everyone is saying it. Apparently, Professor Snape let it slip, and that's how the news got out." Lynn's expression darkened instantly, the good mood he had just moments ago dissipating like mist. "Lynn, do you remember what I told you before?" Betty looked at him, seemingly hinting at something. Chapter 31. Whispers and Rumors. What is the Cruciatus Curse? You are still in your first year and haven't learned about it yet. By fourth year, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor will explain it to you. It is one of the 3 unforgivable curses and the most formidable dark magic. Who at Hogwarts would dare to use dark magic? Certainly, the students lack the capability, and the professors have been here long enough that everyone knows them well. But there is one professor, a newcomer with remarkable power, and most crucially, he has a criminal record. Betty incessantly detailed her reasoning in Lynn's ear, practically hinting at the identity of the perpetrator. Lynn's expression returned to calm as he gazed at Betty. Does everyone truly believe that Professor Fawkes is the culprit? Betty widened her eyes and shrugged. Is there anyone else who could be a suspect? But what about the motive? Why would Professor Fawkes attack Hubert? Lynn inquired. Everyone in the magical community knows what he has been researching. Perhaps this morning his dark magic experiment required a subject. And unfortunate Hubert just happened to be in his line of sight. Lynn lost all appetite for lunch. He stood up and, before departing, addressed Betty. Every matter requires substantiation. Until someone witnesses Professor Fawkes committing an act of wrongdoing or until irrefutable evidence is found, your words remain mere baseless rumors. Betty looked somewhat aggrieved, watching Lynn's retreating figure in confusion. Why are you defending him? He is merely a murderer, a former inmate of Azkaban. Lynn left the hall without acknowledging Betty further. He understood that even though Betty had once helped him deal with Hubert, their positions were fundamentally aligned. Both hailed from pureblood families. Perhaps Betty was far more refined than Hubert, yet their core interests and perspectives were in harmony. The followers of Voldemort were predominantly composed of pureblood wizards. For Voldemort's ultimate goal promised them immense benefits. Aside from the Weasley and Longbottom families, nearly all pureblood families can be equated with Death Eaters. Professor Fawkes, having slain 5 Death Eaters, has inadvertently forged enmity with all pureblood wizards. Even though Voldemort has been vanquished for years, the vested interests remain intact. While those pureblood families without direct kin lost to Professor Fawkes may harbor lesser grievances, they would not hesitate to cultivate a scenario of collective condemnation. Lynn is certain that within 3 days, parents of students will exert pressure on Hogwarts, enlisting the Daily Prophet for coverage and compelling the Ministry of Magic to conduct a thorough investigation, ultimately aiming to oust Professor Fawkes from Hogwarts. Ideally, they would see him incarcerated once more. Currently, 2 questions loom large. The first, who exactly attacked Hubert? Lynn has never believed that Professor Fawkes was responsible. Regardless of his faith in the professor's character, any rational individual in Fawkes' predicament would refrain from such actions. With no surveillance cameras at Hogwarts, apprehending the assailant would prove challenging. Lynn even hesitates to ascertain the attacker's true target. Was it to punish Hubert, to frame Professor Fawkes, or for some other motive? The second question, why did Professor Snape deliberately spread the rumor that Hubert was attacked by dark magic? Such careless slips might deceive children. But Lynn is not so easily fooled. Snape has clearly spoken with intent. What could his motive be? Does he harbor a grudge against Professor Fawkes? A sudden thought struck Lynn. He recalled that Snape was a staunch Death Eater before his betrayal. Perhaps there truly exists animosity between them. During class, Lynn also noticed Mark and Michelle. They bore some marks, evidently having sought treatment from Madame Pomfrey. The two caught sight of Lynn, yet merely exchanged a brief glance before hastily averting their eyes. Caution was advised to avoid damaging their delicate skins if a white fresh were harmed in its early stages. Its eventual efficacy would be severely diminished. Lynn was attentively absorbing Professor Sprout's lecture, untroubled by the issues surrounding Professor Fawkes, for worry would yield no benefit. His outstanding performance was solely for his own advancement, rather than for Slytherin's gain. Nevertheless, in potions class, he remained actively engaged, determined to challenge the unyielding Snape. Refusing to believe that Snape would not offer praise, Snape seemed to play along with Lynn, never uttering a compliment, yet seizing every opportunity to award points to Slytherin, displaying his unabashed favoritism. The Great Hall buzzed with liveliness today. The velocity at which rumors spread was such that the entire Hogwarts community of young witches and wizards was well aware of the attack that occurred earlier that morning, along with the identity of the primary suspect. It remains uncertain whether Professor Dumbledore is privy to this information. He would undoubtedly discern the true nature of that old man and expel him from the school. However, mere expulsion would hardly suffice. For employing an unforgivable curse against a human is a flagrant violation of wizarding law. He would find himself incarcerated once more in Azkaban, condemned to endure a lifetime in the company of the loathsome Dementors. Lynn could scarcely remain at the Slytherin long table for more than a brief moment. Frowning, he absently grabbed a piece of bread from the table and departed the Great Hall. The rumors had proliferated far too swiftly. These young witches and wizards possessed little in the way of independent judgment, believing whatever they were told. Now, not only the pureblood Slytherins, but even the students from the other three houses were convinced that Professor Flitwick was responsible for the attack. The day following the malevolent curse incident, Lynn visited Professor Fox's office after the morning's transfiguration class. "Is there something you wish to discuss today?" Professor Fox appeared rather occupied, diligently inscribing on a piece of parchment with a quill. Lynn pulled a chair closer and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Professor, are you not concerned about the rumors circulating within the school?" Professor Fox paused his writing, rolled up the parchment filled with unfamiliar script, and placed it aside on a shelf. With hands clasped, he maintained his customary smile. "Rumors? They speak with such conviction that it almost feels as if I were the perpetrator myself. Why is it that you do not believe them? Everyone is claiming it was you." Lynn poured herself a cup of the red tea from the teapot on the desk and took a delicate sip. "Yet I trust my own judgment. I believe you are not the person they describe." A deeper warmth spread across Professor Fox's face, his smile growing more pronounced, his eyes crinkling with delight. Lynn, however, had no intention of lowering her guard. Beyond the matter of the students' gossip, she had another issue to discuss with Professor Fox. From the pocket of her robe, she retrieved a book with a jet-black cover and placed it on the desk. Professor Fox looked somewhat perplexed. "What is it? Have you encountered a curse that you find difficult to master?" Lynn blinked, responding, "No, Professor, I have completed my studies of the spells contained within this book, so I have returned it to you." Professor Fox appeared utterly astonished, his previously squinted eyes now wide with disbelief. The curses documented in the Book of Maledictions, while not insurmountably challenging, certainly exceeded the complexity of first-year spells. Given that it had only been 2 days since he had entrusted the book to Lynn, he found it hard to believe she could have mastered its 9 curses in such a brief span. From what he knew of her, Lynn was not one to boast. Thus, Professor Fox rose from his chair, intending to verify her claim personally. After casting a shield charm upon himself, he gestured towards Lynn. "Let me assess your proficiency. Go ahead and attempt an extraction curse on me." Lynn hesitated, eyeing him skeptically. "Professor, your shield charm won't rebound my spell, will it?" Professor Fox chuckled softly, "Rest assured. The shield charm I cast is not so potent, it will merely negate your spell." With his reassurance, Lynn took up her wand, relaxing her stance. A brilliant red beam of magic erupted from her wand, striking precisely 2 centimeters from Professor Fox's shield charm. The extraction curse dissipated entirely, while the shield charm merely rippled gently. Lynn felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with the spell he had just unleashed. He had not fancied himself capable of breaking a professor's ironclad enchantment, yet its dissolution had transpired far too effortlessly. However, Professor Fox's eyes sparkled with delight, and he nodded in commendation. His pronunciation was impeccable, his gestures steady and swift, and the outcome was equally impressive. "Were it not for my knowledge of your prior inexperience with dark spells, I might have mistaken you for a dark wizard." Lynn pondered Professor Fox's words, sensing an oddity in the praise he received. Nevertheless, Professor Fox appeared invigorated, removing his ironclad spell and addressing Lynn. "Continue, cast a banishing spell at me." Lynn hesitated, suspecting that Professor Fox might have sustained some internal injury from the earlier encounter, his mind perhaps clouded. "Are you certain, Professor?" Professor Fox waved his hand dismissively. "I am quite certain. Come on, Lynn, let me experience the potency of your spell." With that encouragement, Lynn dispelled his doubts and, with a practiced flourish of his wand, pronounced the incantation. Full force banishment. The curse struck Professor Fox squarely in the chest, eliciting a muffled grunt as he staggered backwards several paces, only halting when his back met the wall. His complexion flushed slightly, yet he radiated an unusual excitement. I reaffirmed that my initial choice was not in vain, Professor Fox proclaimed, hardly pausing to catch his breath. In the realm of dark magic, you were truly a prodigy. At last, Lynn could ascertain the caliber of his innate talent in dark magic. As being deemed a genius by a wizard of Professor Fox's expertise surely placed him among the elite of the magical community. So, Professor, what should I learn next? In truth, the students at Hogwarts enjoyed a relatively carefree existence. If Lynn did not seek magical endeavors to occupy his time, he would find himself at a loss for daily activities. Progress is paramount. Even the greatest of talents must build from the ground up. Now that you have mastered all the dark curses from the Book of Dark Spells, we can commence practicing hexes. Hex. Lynn echoed the term Professor Fox had used. Indeed, a hex is a type of dark spell. Among the three categories of dark magic, hexes impose moderate inconvenience or harm, being more potent than curses yet less so than jinxes, with a comparable level of difficulty in learning. What book should I refer to this time? Professor Fox shook his head, speaking earnestly. You might have been able to self-study curses merely by reading, and minor errors would not pose significant issues. However, hexes are different. These spells carry a certain level of danger. Should you err during your self-study, it could jeopardize your safety and that of those around you. Thus, until you have fully mastered them, practice with hexes must occur in my presence. The investigation team discussed the Tooth Expansion Curse, a relatively simple hex among the array of toxic spells. Its effects are quite straightforward, allowing the victim's front teeth to grow rapidly, with the size of the teeth reflecting the potency of the curse. Professor Fox, while elucidating the topic, noticed the turmoil on Lynn's face and paused. Do you find this curse to be rather trivial? Lynn nodded in agreement, perceiving it as a spell that seemed only fitting for childish pranks, unworthy of the classification of a toxic curse. Every spell you know should be applied with ingenuity, Professor Fox asserted earnestly. A truly formidable wizard may not possess an arsenal of powerful spells, but they must adeptly wield every incantation at their disposal. Take, for instance, the Tooth Expansion Curse. At first glance, its sole effect appears to be the enlargement of the front teeth, perhaps rendering an adversary's appearance slightly ludicrous. Yet, one must recognize that the mouth is one of the most vital organs for any wizard. Even the most skilled sorcerer cannot cast every spell silently. The Tooth Expansion Curse, by inducing continuous growth of the victim's front teeth, will certainly impede their incantation, a consequence that holds significant practical value in combat. Observing the dawning comprehension on Lynn's face, Professor Fox gently tapped the desk and posed a question. Can you discern why the tongue-tying and throat-choking curses share similar effects with the Tooth Expansion Curse? Yet the former proves more effective in restricting a wizard, while within the hierarchy of dark spells, it is deemed inferior to the latter? After a moment of contemplation, Lynn swiftly arrived at the answer. It is because the tongue-tying and throat-choking curse completely incapacitates a wizard's ability to vocalize, whereas the Tooth Expansion Curse merely disrupts pronunciation. In certain scenarios, the interference in articulation can inflict greater harm than an outright inability to cast spells. Professor Fox regarded him with approval. Precisely, Lynn. The foremost attribute of a wizard is the astute utilization of their intellect. In truth, the majority of wizards in the magical realm lack flexible thinking. You evidently possess this gift, so do not squander it. Lynn's first week at Hogwarts was anything but tranquil, while discussions surrounding Hubert's situation continued. Speculation regarding the identity of the culprit had reached a consensus among the young witches and wizards. In the wake of recent events, countless uninformed students had come to accept as fact that Professor Fox was the perpetrator. Reports circulated of radical Gryffindors openly berating Professor Fox in defense against the dark arts class, declaring him unworthy of teaching the subject. Regardless of perspective, Professor Fox found himself in a precarious position. Meanwhile, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore had not made an appearance during this tumultuous period. However, when inquired about the matter, Professor McGonagall provided an explanation, asserting that the recent disputes at Hogwarts bore little relation to Lynn. He continues to lead a fulfilling life each day, practicing spells by the shores of the Black Lake alongside Cedric each morning. During his free time, he often resides in the library, where Professor Fox has provided him with several permission slips to access the restricted section containing tomes on dark magic. He must master the dark curses thoroughly while simultaneously delving into the theoretical aspects of dark arts. The dedicated instruction has been arranged for after dinner. Professor Fawkes seems utterly unconcerned about his position within Hogwarts, often jesting with Lynn about the number of irate letters from young wizards' parents that have been sent to the school to complain about him. However, Lynn knows that the professor chooses to conduct lessons on dark curses after dinner to shield him from potential backlash. The young wizards who have uncovered the truth may vent their frustrations by ostracizing students closely associated with Professor Fawkes. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. Originally, students in their second year and above were permitted to venture into the nearby village of Hogsmeade for some leisure. Yet, following the recent dark magic attack, Professor McGonagall canceled this week's outing. The older students displayed considerable disappointment. Nevertheless, the Weasley twins had approached Lynn the previous day, hinting at some special means to reach Hogsmeade and inquiring if he would join them the following day. Lynn declined their invitation. Not only had the true perpetrator not been apprehended, but danger still lurked around Hogwarts. Even without the threat, he found no allure in venturing outside. Was it not more delightful to remain within Hogwarts? On Saturday morning, while Lynn was in his solitary dormitory practicing the newly learned jinx, Professor McGonagall welcomed two visitors from the Ministry of Magic at the entrance of Hogwarts. One of the visitors, a tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard adorned with a golden earring on one ear, clearly assumed the dominant role among the pair. It appeared that he and Professor McGonagall were long acquainted. As they exchanged a warm embrace upon meeting, Professor McGonagall, it has truly been a long time, the wizard spoke in a slow, deep voice. Indeed, Shackle, time flies. You have become an exceptional orator, Professor McGonagall replied with evident satisfaction. The visitor was none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, an orator from the British Ministry of Magic. As they spoke, Kingsley turned slightly to introduce the other orator accompanying him to Hogwarts. This is my assistant, Savage Quigley, who has just recently become an orator. Though young, he possesses great potential. The one named Savage was a tall, fair-skinned wizard who shook hands with Professor McGonagall. Good day, Professor. Hello. Then let us proceed inside. On the way to the castle, Kingsley dispensed with any superfluous pleasantries and addressed Professor McGonagall directly. We have examined the condition of the assaulted child at Street Mungo's hospital. He bears unmistakable signs of having been tormented by the Cruciatus curse, and the caster exhibited remarkable skill. The effect of the curse was precisely calibrated to inflict immense suffering upon the child, while preventing his mind from fracturing under the strain. Clearly, this was the work of a seasoned perpetrator. The child has since regained consciousness. However, the assailant employed a memory charm to erase his recollection of the incident. Consequently, we have been unable to extract any valuable information from the victim, which is why we have come to the scene of the attack, in hopes of uncovering clues related to the dark wizard who assaulted the underage wizard. 034. The Great Search of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall had anticipated this development. With Dumbledore no longer present at Hogwarts, the affairs of the school, both great and small, were primarily managed by her. On the day of Hubert's attack, she not only communicated this incident to Dumbledore, who was far away in Scotland, but also reported it to the Ministry of Magic. Such a report would not have been necessary for a mere schoolyard altercation. However, the involvement of dark magic elevated the matter to the jurisdiction of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Even if Professor McGonagall had chosen not to act, Hubert's parents would have inevitably reported the incident to the Ministry. Thus, on the third day following the attack, two Aurors arrived at Hogwarts. Their response was relatively swift. They had already conducted a professional examination and inquiry with Hubert at St. Mungo's the day prior. Although the information gathered was scant, they preliminarily concluded that the assailant likely remained within Hogwarts. The Cruciatus curse is primarily employed for interrogation. So why would a dark wizard risk such peril to interrogate a child? The most plausible explanation is that the perpetrator sought something within Hogwarts, of which the assaulted young wizard possessed knowledge or possession. While Hogwarts appeared outwardly unresponsive, it was, in fact, a facade of calm concealing a vigilant interior. Professors and upper-year prefects patrolled the castle during both day and night. The absence of any disturbances thus far suggested that the assailant was still lurking, possibly having obtained their desired object, or perhaps still seeking it, biding their time in the shadows. There also remained a minuscule chance that the individual had fled Hogwarts on the day of the incident. We must first visit the scene of the event, Kingsley requested of Professor McGonagall. She led them to the corner where the Slytherin common room met the corridor leading to the Great Hall. This location, a thoroughfare from the Slytherin common room to the corridor, had long since ceased to resemble its original state at the time of the incident. Moreover, even when Hubert was first discovered, no traces remained here. Nevertheless, the Aurors had their own methods. Savage, red powder, Kingsley instructed, crouching at the spot where Hubert had collapsed. Savage retrieved a vial of black powder from his robes and handed it to Kingsley. Kingsley scattered the powder from the glass vial into the surrounding area. The black particles floated in the air, rapidly lightening upon contact with the atmosphere, ultimately becoming transparent and vanishing completely. What clues might we glean from this? Professor McGonagall inquired. Savage responded to her question. This is not the actual site where the young wizard was attacked. He was thrown here by someone. Kingsley rose to his feet. Let us go. It has been far too long since we last conversed with the portraits of Hogwarts. We should pay them a visit. Subsequently, they traversed the corridor, posing inquiries as they went, yet the portraits all claimed that no suspicious individuals had appeared on the day of the attack. It was as if the beleaguered Schubert had materialized out of thin air. Had there been any recent lapses in the castle's anti-apparition enchantments? After exhausting the leads, the young Auror, Savage, posed a rather foolish question. Professor McGonagall shook her head without hesitation. There is no doubt about it. No one can perform apparition within the castle. With no new discoveries on site, Kingsley had already resolved to approach the investigation from a different angle. Just as he prepared to request that Professor McGonagall guide them to her office, a Slytherin wizard, who had been trailing them, mustered the courage to approach and inquired. Are you Aurors from the Ministry of Magic? Kingsley raised an eyebrow, sensing that this young wizard might offer him some valuable insight. Indeed, young one. I am Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror in active service at the Ministry. What is it you wish to convey to me? The Slytherin wizard trembled slightly, whether from nerves or excitement, resembling a fervent informant reporting a clandestine organization. It was Professor Fawkes. It must have been Professor Fawkes. He was once a dark wizard. He is the only one at Hogwarts who would have a motive to commit such an act. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened instantly as she exclaimed in fury, defaming a professor. Who taught you this? Now, at once, leave my presence. Furthermore, I expect a 1-foot-long reflection submitted to me within 3 days. Observing Kingsley, who appeared deep in thought, Professor McGonagall solemnly remarked, Adrian does indeed have a checkered past, but I believe you, as an Auror, understand the nuances better than I do. I trust him. As does Albus. The true culprit is certainly not him. Kingsley waved his hand to reassure Professor McGonagall. I understand, Professor. I am well aware of Fawkes' history and, naturally, believe he is incapable of such deeds. However, as you have seen, the fact that students are bold enough to accuse him to my face indicates that his reputation among them has deteriorated significantly. Professor McGonagall's countenance remained grim. Then what do you propose we do? Kingsley responded calmly, let us visit Fawkes. We shall prove his innocence. 10 minutes later, in Professor Fawkes' office, Kingsley sat in a chair, surveying the decor. Professor Fawkes had prepared red tea for the three of them and conversed with Kingsley as if they were long-lost friends. I had anticipated that you would be the first to seek me out upon your arrival at Hogwarts. Kingsley appeared quite familiar with Professor Fawkes, their interaction devoid of any awkwardness. I certainly believe you would not use your research against your own students. However, the current reputation surrounding you at Hogwarts leaves much to be desired. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. How may I assist you? Professor Fawkes gazed into Kingsley's eyes with remarkable proficiency, just as he had a decade ago. Old Fawkes, please relinquish your wand to me. Having recently become an Auror, he was tasked with inspecting Fawkes' wand. The results of that examination revealed that within a mere 3 days, the wand had unleashed an unfathomable number of piercing curses, along with 5 Avada Kedavra spells, 035, an inconclusive matter. Professor Fawkes withdrew his wand and handed it to Kingsley. Holding the rather aged wand, Kingsley remarked, the enlarging charm, the bat bogey hex, the stinging hex, the sticky feet jinx, the hard tongue hex, the disillusionment charm. Have you been employing a multitude of various jinxes recently? The results of the examination left Kingsley perplexed, for such spells are seldom utilized by adult wizards. He had heard whispers of Fawkes' experimental research, which, albeit bordering on the dubious, remained within the realm of legality, thus rendering him unable to comment further. Professor Fawkes shrugged. If there are no issues, may I have it back? Kingsley returned the wand to him, his expression devoid of regret or disappointment, instead exhaling a sigh of relief. He then turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, could you assist me in summoning the students who were first on the scene? I have some inquiries to make. Subsequently, they departed from Professor Fawkes' office and proceeded to the deputy headmistress's office. Lynn and Cedric were soon called in, accompanied by the Slytherin girl who had been the first to spot Hubert. On their way, Cedric discreetly informed Lynn of the incident that had transpired in the Great Hall. Someone had reported Professor Fawkes to the two Aurors from the Ministry, and it was said that Professor McGonagall was exceedingly irate. Lynn nodded. I am aware. I saw a group surrounding him in the common room, listening to him recount his glorious exploits. Do you suspect Professor Fawkes to be the murderer? Cedric inquired. Unable to contain himself, Lynn had never expressed her stance on the matter while practicing spells alongside him. I refrain from hastily drawing conclusions, Lynn replied softly. Especially when the majority are clouded by prejudice. Cedric scratched his forehead, seemingly contemplating her words. Upon reaching the deputy headmistress's office, Kingsley's primary focus was not on the two of them, but rather on the Slytherin girl. When you saw that boy, did you notice any peculiar phenomena surrounding him? The girl appeared noticeably anxious, stammering as she looked into Kingsley's eyes. Sir, I do not quite comprehend what you mean by peculiar phenomena. Kingsley paused for a few seconds before speaking again. Did you not have a sensation, as if an invisible presence was watching you near Hubert? At his words, the girl shuddered, becoming even more apprehensive. I do not know, sir. At that moment, I was far too frightened to notice anything. Kingsley appeared somewhat disappointed. This girl possessed too little courage to yield any information. What about you two? He shifted his gaze to Lynn and Cedric. Did you observe anything suspicious at that time? Lynn and Cedric shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not. Just as Kingsley was enveloped in disappointment, Cedric suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Instantly, Kingsley perked up, eagerly inquiring. At approximately 6 o'clock in the morning, he had walked along the Black Lake, in the direction of that willow tree the professor typically advised us to avoid. The one whose name eludes me. He is Ian Campbell, a first-year student from Ravenclaw. Kingsley now appeared invigorated. He abruptly rose from his chair, seemingly intent on seeking out the young wizard named Ian himself. However, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. We must find him at once. I have a strong premonition that, even if this young wizard is not the perpetrator, the culprit must surely be connected to him. Sit down, Kingsley. Just as Kingsley was brimming with enthusiasm, McGonagall's commanding voice startled everyone present. Both the Aurors and the young wizard stared in astonishment at McGonagall's fervent demeanor. Striving to regain her composure, Professor McGonagall instructed Lynn and the others, you may leave, but heed this. Do not speak to anyone about what you witnessed regarding Campbell, remember? Anyone. Although Lynn and Cedric were somewhat perplexed, they understood that the current situation was beyond their involvement. They nodded swiftly and exited the deputy headmistress's office. Is there an issue with that student, Professor? McGonagall remained silent, her demeanor gradually calming as she addressed Savage, who stood nearby. Savage. He nodded hastily and then departed as well. Only Kingsley and Professor McGonagall remained in the office. McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Kingsley. Shackle. I assure you that child has no connection to this attack. You cannot continue your investigation into him. Kingsley appeared bewildered. Could you explain why? Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke. You are one of us, Shackle, but without Albus's consent, I cannot divulge too much. Do you remember the former Remus? Ultimately, the Aurors returned empty-handed. After their departure, Professor McGonagall announced in the Great Hall that the Aurors had cleared Professor Fawkes of any wrongdoing concerning the dark magic attack. Although some young wizards were still convinced that Professor Fawkes was a dark wizard, the majority of students found McGonagall's words quite convincing. The incident appeared to be fading into obscurity, and as time passed, Hogwarts gradually relaxed its vigilance. 036. Agent Hamster 007. Engage. The night at Hogwarts was somewhat chilly. November had arrived, and temperatures occasionally plummeted below 10 degrees, a rather common occurrence. In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, within Lynn's private quarters, a pure white hamster, affectionately named Little My by its owner, stealthily and skillfully opened its cage with its tiny paws. In one swift leap, it bounded from the desk onto the carpet. Initially, it instinctively thought of rummaging through Lynn's bag for a snack, but upon spotting Lynn still sound asleep, it recalled that he had previously noticed the missing cookies and grew apprehensive. Thus, Little My reluctantly altered its course. It scurried swiftly, soon reaching the Slytherin common room. Faced with the door requiring a password for entry, it did not hesitate. It dashed beneath the door and nimbly squeezed through a small hole beside it. Upon exiting the Slytherin lounge, it dashed forth like a carefree child unmonitored by parents, racing in one direction, playfully teasing the portraits that slumbered within their frames, and even leaping to perform acrobatics mid-air. As it approached a staircase corner, a gaunt, dark gray creature suddenly leaped in front of it, obstructing its path. It was an unsightly cat known as Mrs. Norris, the pet of Hogwarts caretaker, Filch. Mrs. Norris glared at the white hamster with bulbous eyes, her expression one of fury. This was not their first encounter. It was evident that a rivalry had been established. Little Mai's tiny eyes glinted with disdain as it sprang into action. Delivering a flying kick aimed squarely at the cat's head, which was twice its size. Mrs. Norris was caught off guard, let out a shrill cry as if struck in the eye, and then scurried away, lost in the shadows. Feeling triumphant, Little Mai struck a pose as if it had just vanquished a dragon, puffing itself up and humming with self-satisfaction before scuttling off at a rapid pace through the castle. It appeared quite familiar with its surroundings, leaping and bounding until it arrived at a wooden door in the Hogwarts storage area beneath the castle. Under the cover of night, a remarkable transformation occurred in a corner of Hogwarts Castle. The hamster named Little Mai began to swell in size, its fur shedding to reveal a snow-white dress and voluminous white hair. Lynn's pet had morphed into a petite girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. She donned black leather shoes and playfully kicked the wooden door, exclaiming, "Reporting for duty, officer. Hamster Agent 007, Sophia Bashak, at your service." From the other side of the door, a voice reprimanded her, eliciting a pout of dissatisfaction from the little girl. "What on earth? How could anyone be here? I chased that stinky cat away on my way here. That foolish caretaker won't find me." The voice beyond the door continued to speak. As she spoke, a frown creased her brow once more. However, for the majority of the time, he had been feeding me nothing but wheat grains and coarse biscuits, to the point of nausea. I dared not refuse, fearing exposure. "Could you perhaps add a little more to my meal today? It has been ages since I savored any meat, and my face has grown gaunt." The scolding from beyond the wooden door seemed to amplify. Sophia pouted, crouched down, covered her ears, and shouted in discontent, "Do not call Sophia a fool. Sophia is not foolish at all." Those on the other side of the door, fearing her displeasure might prompt her to flee, offered her a series of gentle compliments before posing another question. Sophia furrowed her delicate brows in deep thought, struggling for quite some time before finally recalling. Lynn had already completed the hex course with that professor, and it appeared they were about to embark on studies of curses. "What should I do? Lynn seems to be growing stronger. If he discovers me, will I end up as a mere morsel for his hamster pile?" The person behind the door appeared quite pleased with the information she provided, then instructed the girl on a few matters before allowing her to leave. Sophia, feeling aggrieved, puffed up her cheeks and muttered about not being given meat while still being expected to work, lamenting that even if one were truly a secret agent, they would lack the strength to escape, and so on, as she reluctantly departed. As winter approached, the days began to shorten, and Lynn's waking hour shifted from 4 o'clock to a later hour. At 5 in the morning, the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. After donning his robe and replenishing Little Mai's cage with water and crumbs, he left the warmth of his dormitory. The sleepy hamster, 007, cast a resentful glance at the crumbs in his small bowl before retreating back into slumber. Exiting the slithering common room, Lynn placed his hands before his face, exhaling a warm breath and rubbing his palms together. The weather was growing increasingly frigid, and Lynn resolved to wear gloves when he ventured outside the following day. As usual, he made his way to the edge of the Black Lake, where he fortuitously encountered Cedric, who had just emerged. "Are you free tonight, Lynn?" Cedric asked, throwing an arm around his shoulder with enthusiasm. Lynn rolled his eyes and swatted his arm away. "Your actions and words now resemble those of a rather flamboyant individual." Cedric feigned innocence. "How could you think such a thing?" "Don't look so pitiful," Lynn retorted, regarding him with disdain. "Just say what you need." Cedric rubbed his hands together. "Well, my head of house, Professor Sprout, asked me to find someone to help tonight in the greenhouse, to gather some leaves from the white ash. You know, while I have a decent rapport with the Hufflepuffs, you're the one I get along with best. So, is that all?" Lynn did not refuse, as he had no plans for the evening. "I'm fine with it. I'm free at any time tonight." Cedric, beaming with joy, seized Lynn's arm. "Come on. Tonight I shall be your dedicated practice partner. Whatever spell you wish to practice, we shall practice." After several months of companionship, the bond between Lynn and Cedric had deepened to an extraordinary extent. Simultaneously, Lynn's remarkable aptitude for magic astonished him. Within a mere 2 to 3 months, Lynn had mastered a repertoire of spells that rivaled those of Cedric, who was already in his second year. 037, the pinnacle of dark magic this weekend. Lynn found himself with a day of leisure. After completing their daily spell training with Cedric, he made his way to Professor Fox's office following breakfast in the Great Hall. The previous day, Lynn had finally mastered the mainstream curses of the magical realm. This learning involved not merely the ability to cast spells, but rather a profound comprehension and assimilation of such incantations. The conclusion of his studies in curses signified that Lynn was now on the cusp of the final stage of his dark magic education. Curses. The concept of dark magic is, in essence, subjective. Some believe that any spell imbued with malice, capable of inflicting harm upon the human body, falls under the umbrella of dark magic. Others contend that for a spell to be classified as dark magic, it must cause significant harm, such as disintegration or explosive devastation. Furthermore, there are those who assert that only the 3 unforgivable curses can rightfully be termed dark magic, relegating all others to mere dark spells. Before delving into practical instruction, Professor Fox meticulously elucidated the definition of dark magic within the wizarding community. And what are your boundaries? Professor, what do you consider qualifies a spell as dark magic? Lynn inquired proactively. In response, Professor Fox posed another question to Lynn. What do you believe is the most crucial aspect for a wizard when casting a spell? After a moment's contemplation, Lynn tentatively ventured an answer. Magical power? Professor Fox could not suppress his laughter. What is that? He asked, and without further preamble, he earnestly replied. To that end, let us return to the topic of dark magic. My interpretation of its boundaries is that any time a wizard employs a spell with the intent to harm, even if the spell is a simple cleaning charm, it qualifies as dark magic. Observing Lynn's contemplative expression, Professor Fox continued, in fact, the curses and jinxes you have previously studied are already deemed dark magic by some. Now, we shall embark on learning about curses, which possess a specific designation. Intrigued, Lynn could not resist asking, what is it called? Professor Fox retrieved a book from his drawer, pointing to its cover, which bore an ominous skull and a peculiar title in English, The Pinnacle of Dark Magic, an Exploration. That evening, Lynn and Cedric convened before the greenhouse. So, it's just us? Professor Sprout isn't coming? Lynn curiously inquired, glancing behind Cedric. The professor is in greenhouse too. It seems the Devil's Snare is experiencing some issues, and she has gone to tend to it personally. Equipped with dragon hide gloves and specialized pruning shears, the two officially commenced their evening's work in the greenhouse. The white fresh herb is remarkably effective for treating wounds. Once matured, its leaves can be harvested and, through a specialized process, transformed into white fresh essence, a convenient white powder that significantly enhances wound healing. Tonight, Lynn and Cedric's task was not particularly complex. They needed to meticulously cut the entire leaf from the base of its veins. Lynn, why do you frequent Professor Fox's office every day? Cedric inquired casually while trimming the leaves. The professor has been giving me extra lessons in advanced spells, Lynn replied, with no intention of concealing the truth, as there was no need to do so. You're quite fortunate. Professor Fox has been a renowned master of spells for over 20 years, Cedric remarked, instinctively scratching his forehead, only to realize that his hands were still covered in grimy dragon hide gloves, resulting in a smudge on his brow. Lynn burst into laughter and, stifling her amusement, asked the embarrassed Cedric as he wiped his forehead, do you hold any prejudices against Professor Fox? As you previously mentioned, one should refrain from viewing matters through a biased lens. The disdain others harbor for him is merely due to his actions against those connected to them. Are you aware that the individuals Professor Fox has harmed were all from pureblood families? And what about you? I remember you are also of pure blood. Those purebloods he dealt with might very well be your distant relatives, Cedric said with a serious tone. They tend to subconsciously avoid acknowledging that those 5 were Death Eaters. But I do not. Those who commit evil deeds deserve punishment. I do not perceive Professor Fox as a villain. Rather, I regard him as a hero. Lynn gazed silently at Cedric, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. You truly are an anomaly among pureblood wizards. She gathered the freshly cut white fresh leaves and then inquired, you seem well acquainted with Professor Fox's past. Could you enlighten me on why he chose to eliminate those 5 Death Eaters? Cedric shook his head. I have merely heard my father mention such matters. I do not know the specifics. However, Professor Fox's actions occurred during the days when the mysterious figure had just fallen from power. The identities of the 5 deceased wizards were unknown, and Professor Fox was mistakenly believed to be a Death Eater by the Ministry's Aurors, leading to his imprisonment in Azkaban. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore tirelessly sought evidence on his behalf, and ultimately corroborated 2 years ago that the 5 deceased were indeed Death Eaters, thereby exonerating Professor Fox. Lynn listened intently, furrowing her brow, lost in thought. There were many white fresh herbs to process in the greenhouse, and they toiled until after 8, just before curfew. As they passed by the Black Lake, Cedric suddenly pointed towards the direction of the Whomping Willow. It seems there is someone over there. 038. Wolf attack. Lynn followed Cedric's pointed finger and looked in the direction he indicated. The usually violent and thrashing whomping willow stood eerily still tonight, as if lifeless. Beneath its gnarled branches, a figure writhed on the ground in evident agony. Without hesitation, Cedric dashed forward. Lynn barely had time to stop him before resigning himself to following close behind. As they drew nearer, they recognized the figure writhing in pain. It was Ian Campbell, the first-year Ravenclaw student. True to his kind-hearted nature, Cedric crouched beside Ian, urgency lacing his voice. "You seem to need help. What can we do?" But the young wizard on the ground was in no mood for kindness. His pallid face twisted into something feral, his elongated canines glinting between gritted teeth. "I don't need it. Go. Get away." Yet it was already too late. Before their eyes, Ian underwent a horrifying transformation. A guttural snarl tore from his throat as his skull elongated, his body contorting. His shoulders hunched, coarse fur sprouted across his face and hands, and his fingers curled into vicious claws. A full werewolf metamorphosis unfolded right before Lynn and Cedric. Cedric stood frozen, stunned, until Lynn seized his arm and dragged him into a desperate sprint toward Hogwarts Castle. But as they passed the whomping willow, the ground beneath them gave way. Both boys plummeted into darkness. Lynn cursed his rotten luck. Only now did he recall the whomping willow concealed a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade. Originally constructed for the werewolf wizard Remus Lupin, it allowed him to transform safely in the Shrieking Shack during full moons, sparing others from harm. With another young werewolf now at Hogwarts, it made sense the professors had reactivated the passage, but it had doomed Lynn and Cedric instead. The whomping willow's unnatural stillness should have been a warning. Ian had already triggered the passage's opening but hadn't entered before his transformation began. And now, Lynn and Cedric had stumbled right into the trap. "We can't go back up now," Cedric said, his voice steadier despite the circumstances. The two sprinted down the tunnel. But halfway through, Lynn suddenly halted, gripping Cedric's arm. "What is it?" Cedric panted. Lynn remained silent, listening intently. "He didn't follow us." "You're right, why has he?" Cedric frowned, unease creeping into his tone. "How much do you know about werewolves?" Lynn asked. As a pure-blood raised immersed in wizarding lore, Cedric's knowledge undoubtedly surpassed Lynn's, who had only entered this world by chance. They transform beyond their control, inevitably shifting with each full moon. Once transformed, they typically lose their rationality, left only with the primal instinct to attack other humans. In the absence of others, they may inflict harm upon themselves until the full moon wanes. Thus, we must be among the very few by his side. Why has he pursued us? The more Lynn pondered, the more perplexed he became. Cedric, still quite young, found himself at a loss for what to do. No, this resolution sprang not from Lynn's audacity, but rather from a sudden task that his long silent system had just presented. Series side quest activated. Task 1. Converse with the werewolf Ian Campbell. Reward, unlock physical attribute. Physique level 1. This task conveyed a significant message. The werewolf named Ian was not quite as he seemed. He differed from other werewolves in some way. Lynn anxiously paced within the hidden passage. Truth be told, maintaining a level head would be the wisest choice at this moment. Yet, he was tempted by the prospect of the physical attribute. Although his system panel did not possess such an attribute, he had an inkling that if he missed this opportunity, he might never unlock it again. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the entrance of the passage remained ominously silent. Lynn had resolved in his heart. He decided to take a risk. He turned to Cedric and said solemnly, "Stay put. I will check the entrance first, and if all is well, I will call for you." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Cedric's face flushed with anger as he glared at him. "Lynn, you do not consider me a friend." Lynn was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction. His foray into danger was intended for personal gain, with no obligation for Cedric to accompany him. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Lynn clarified, "What I mean is, we cannot both take the risk. Otherwise, if something goes awry, it would be for naught. It should be me who scouts ahead. After all, I am older, and were it not for me, you would not be in this predicament." Cedric, undeterred by Lynn's words, strode resolutely toward the entrance of the passage. Lynn, unable to contend with his stubbornness, hastened to follow. As they neared the entrance, their steps grew cautious. The exit loomed just above them, yet there was an unsettling silence outside. Lynn suddenly pressed down on Cedric's head, whispering, "Hold still. Let me see if he is out there." Cedric shot him an annoyed glance, but understood that this was not the moment for protest. Lynn cautiously peeked out from the entrance, swiftly scanning the surroundings. In the next instant, his gaze locked onto a pair of emerald green eyes. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lynn, only to be quickly replaced by a sense of calm. For within those eyes resided neither chaos nor brutality, but rather an unsettling stillness, as cold as stagnant water. Beneath the gentle moonlight, a young werewolf, cloaked in a coat of pure white fur, sits quietly beside a weeping willow. He seems to merge seamlessly with the surrounding night, exuding an aura of natural beauty, uniqueness, tranquility, and solitude. Lynn and Cedric emerged from the secret passage once they assessed that there was no immediate danger. They beheld the werewolf seated quietly beneath a tree, gazing indifferently in their direction. Cedric leaned closer to Lynn and whispered, "Doesn't he appear to be frenzied? Could it be that we were mistaken? And he is not a werewolf after all?" Lynn rolled her eyes in response. What else could he be? A dogman? They believed their voices to be hushed. Yet they failed to notice Ian, seated under the tree, twitching his ears, his wolfish visage darkening slightly. Should we approach him and offer a greeting? Cedric, now wholly deferential to Lynn, suggested. Naturally, Lynn would not refuse. Engaging Ian was integral to fulfilling his task. They cautiously advanced towards Ian, maintaining a safe distance of about 10 meters. Lynn then offered a polite smile and waved at him. Hello. However, Ian seemed disinterested, his expression remaining cold and devoid of any friendliness. I believe you might have forgotten me. Lynn initiated a conversation, referencing the only connection they shared. We sat in the same compartment on the train to Hogwarts. I introduced myself as Lynn Belloc. Ian remained silent. You need not introduce yourself either. I recall your name from the sorting ceremony. It's Ian Campbell, correct? Sorted into Ravenclaw, I must say. I recognized your intelligence the very first time I laid eyes on you. Ian remained mute. What is your current state? Werewolf transformation? Maintaining your rationality? Oh, how impressive. Ian continued to say nothing. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful, and your transformation is quite majestic. It would be even more splendid if we could converse. Ian still did not respond, but his gaze shifted from indifference to one suggesting that Lynn was unhinged. Even Cedric was on the verge of exasperation. He had never witnessed Lynn engage in such awkward small talk before. Despite Lynn's thick skin, he was now incensed with embarrassment. Were it not for the system's task compelling him to converse with this wolf cub, he would not have felt the need to press his affections so. Had he become mute upon transformation? Could he not utter a single word? Even a wolf's howl would suffice. Ian did not howl, but at last, Lynn's incessant chatter prompted him to speak. Could you be quiet for a moment? As soon as he spoke, Lynn's face lit up with surprise, only for it to quickly fall again. Task 1 completed. Physical attribute unlocked. Constitution 1. Task 2 initiated. Gain the friendship of Werewolf Ian. Reward. Constitution 3. It was already arduous enough to coax this wolf cub into speaking, and now he was expected to befriend him? In comparison, he would have preferred the system assign him a task to feed Professor McGonagall some fish treats or tug on Dumbledore's beard. Yet, the allure of those physical attribute points was undeniably enticing. After the reward was dispensed, Lynn could distinctly feel the changes occurring within his body. His senses have been heightened. His physique has become more robust, his breath's deeper, and even his heartbeat feels more vigorous than before. This exhilarating transformation utterly captivates Lynn. How should a wizard allocate his attributes? Lynn can now assert with conviction that investing in spirit or intelligence is a misguided path. The true way lies solely in enhancing vitality and attack. After all, isn't it the essence of a wizard to wield a wand to shatter the skulls of their foes? What purpose does magic serve beyond illumination? In an instant, Lynn resolved within himself to become a genuine wizard. For the alluring 3 points in vitality, he has decided to befriend Ian. He sat cross-legged before Ian, donning an insincerely affectionate smile that would nauseate Cedric, and gazed at Ian with a tender expression. Campbell, let us not be so heartless. Look at how splendid the weather is today. You startled us earlier. Isn't it reasonable to compensate by chatting with us a bit? Ugh. A retching noise emanated from Cedric. Even Ian grew somewhat restless, suspecting that Lynn must either be mentally unstable or have questionable inclinations. Their reactions made Lynn feel somewhat embarrassed. He glared at Cedric, hoping for an explanation for his earlier convulsion. Please act normal, Lynn. You genuinely frightened me. Cedric's pallor suggested he was genuinely unsettled by Lynn's earlier behavior. Lynn, indeed, struggled to forge friendships with strangers, particularly when they were not inclined to engage. He cleared his throat to alleviate his awkwardness and addressed Cedric. It is already past 10 o'clock, the time when Felch is most diligent in patrolling the castle. Why don't we linger here for a while? It must be rather dull for our friend Campbell to be alone. We can keep him company under the stars and moon. Before Cedric could respond, Ian interjected. I don't find it dull. I just think you're a bit noisy. Nonsense. You're clearly quite bored. Ian suppressed his urge to retaliate against Lynn and chose to refrain from arguing. Cedric found merit in Lynn's reasoning. Ian's enrollment as a werewolf must have been sanctioned by Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. When recalling that Auror named Kingsley, who mentioned an investigation, coupled with McGonagall's reaction, it became evident that they would not want Ian's secret as a werewolf to become common knowledge, even though he is a unique werewolf who retains his intellect post-transformation. Panic would undoubtedly ensue among the young wizards, and parents would exert pressure on Dumbledore. Thus, Cedric also settled onto the ground, forming a triangle with Lynn and Ian. Why did you transform outside the secret passage? Did you not have time to enter? I misjudged the weather today. The moon was too bright. As soon as I opened the passage, the transformation commenced prematurely. May I boldly inquire if your transformation into a werewolf was a result of being bitten by another of your kind? He gazed up at the luminous full moon, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, he responded with a statement that veered off the topic. I hope that you can assist me in concealing my secret. Certainly. It is no trouble at all. 040. Friendship with wolves' fortune favored me as I navigated my way smoothly, avoiding capture by the peculiar and eccentric Professor Fletch. Upon returning to my dormitory, Lynn did not immediately succumb to rest. He had arranged with Cedric to postpone their spell practice by 3 hours the following morning. Though it was indeed a Sunday, this very fact meant that Hogwarts would not be overrun with young witches and wizards. Most of the older students had ventured to Hogsmeade for merriment, while the younger ones were likely still cocooned in the warmth of their blankets at 8 o'clock. Lynn adjusted the light of his desk lamp and then opened the book titled Advanced Dark Magic, an exploration which Professor Fox had entrusted to him that day. According to the professor, this tome did not delve deeply into spell instruction. Rather, it provided a more accessible explanation of the principles, effects, and applications of various dark magics. Although it was not classified as a forbidden book, it resembled a type of textbook used in advanced classes on defense against the dark arts, teaching young witches and wizards to identify the myriad forms of dark magic so that they might better defend themselves. Lynn did not linger too long over the pages. He merely skimmed through the book before extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. The following day found them once again by the edge of the Black Lake. Cedric, wand in hand, was experimenting with his petrification spell on a frog while discussing the events of the previous night. I pondered all night, trying to comprehend the existence of werewolves who retain their intellect after transformation. Or, to put it another way, can we even call someone like Ian a werewolf? At the moment Cedric cast his spell, Lynn swiftly countered with a stopping charm that interrupted his incantation. This particular spell had been taught to him by Cedric, and mastering it had taken Lynn 3 days of diligent practice. Do you aspire to become an expert on werewolves? Cedric queried, shaking his head in response. Then why concern yourself with whether they maintain their reason after transformation? Their ability to retain sanity is a tremendous boon for us. Considering the narrow confines of the secret passage, it would be fortunate indeed to merely be bitten and transformed into a werewolf. The greater likelihood would be a swift death from a bite. In truth, we could establish contact with Ian, Lynn suggested, twirling his wand between his fingers, leaving a trail of shimmering silver in the air. Cedric appeared to concur, revealing a glimpse of his own solitude. To conceal his identity as a werewolf, he must keep others at a distance, even if he knows he poses no danger post-transformation. Yet, we are fortunate to know his secret. Lynn spread his hands. Do you fear his identity as a werewolf? Worried he might bite you? Cedric resolutely shook his head. Of course not. If he had wanted to harm us, he would have done so yesterday. Indeed, he is quite unfortunate, Cedric continued. I observed him in Ravenclaw, seemingly always alone, even during meals, with no one sitting beside him. Lynn stroked his chin and thought. It seems Hogwarts does not mandate that every student must dine at their own house's long table, does it? Cedric firmly asserted, certainly. Such a regulation cannot possibly exist. Well, that's reassuring. Ian felt as though he might have fallen victim to some inexplicable curse. Ever since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had found not a single clue regarding the object of his quest. Last night, he had miscalculated the timing of his transformation, leading to an unfortunate incident where he began to change while still within the confines of Hogwarts. To his dismay, the entire process was witnessed by 2 young wizards. Among them was a rather peculiar Slytherin boy, whose social skills were lacking. Despite his ineptitude, he insisted on engaging in awkward conversation, which left Ian, a werewolf, shivering with discomfort. Yet, this was not the worst of it. It appeared that these 2 young wizards were intent on sticking to him like glue. Ian fidgeted with a silver fork, contemplating whether to stab the grinning Lynn, who sat beside him. Lynn, however, viewed his smile as exceedingly friendly. Convinced that Ian could sense his good intentions and would ultimately express his heartfelt gratitude, proclaiming him to be a lifelong friend. In turn, he imagined receiving a reward from the system, setting him on the true path of a wizard. Each time he entertained this thought, his smile grew even more affable. This left Cedric, seated next to him, feeling quite embarrassed, prompting him to tug at Lynn's robe. "Mind yourself, you're about to drool." Lynn's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively touched the corner of his mouth, finding nothing there. This infuriated him to no end, and he seized Cedric by the neck, shaking him violently. "How dare you deceive me?" Cedric felt as though his brain might rattle loose. Fortunately, Ian intervened at that moment. "Why are you dining at Ravenclaw's table?" Lynn's smile returned to its friendly demeanor, as though he had not just displayed aggression. "Who decreed that every little wizard from each house must dine together? Hogwarts is a collective of 4 houses, not 4 houses divided within Hogwarts. The more distinct our houses, the more we should engage with one another." His words were noble. Yet Ian remained unimpressed, retorting coldly, "Then why sit beside me?" Having grown accustomed to Ian's dismissive attitude, Lynn paid little heed to his words. "Can't you see? We wish to befriend you." "I'm afraid I do not require friendship," Ian replied tersely. Lynn was prepared to be as persistent as chewing gum. "Oh, come now. No one can live in this world without friends. Besides, your distance from others is merely a shield to protect your secrets, is it not? You can rest assured with Cedric and me. We will harbor no ill thoughts regarding your identity." At this juncture, he added in a hushed tone, "We can even provide cover for you. Disappearing alone during each full moon will inevitably raise suspicions, but with us, you will have a plausible excuse." Although Lynn was not particularly skilled at initiating friendships, he possessed an uncanny ability to understand the psychology of others. Just as now, he provided Ian with an excuse to continue their companionship. "What reason?" Ian inquired. "The next time you transform, you can tell your roommate that you wish to join us for a nocturnal adventure at Hogwarts," Lynn said with a beaming smile. The young wizards of Hogwarts are all quite eager for a nighttime exploration of the castle. 041. Lynn's Christmas Eve as the weather gradually turned colder. Cedric had invited Lynn to celebrate Christmas with them before his departure, yet Lynn declined. After a few days of interaction, Lynn discerned the composition of his family. Like him, Ian also hailed from a purely Muggle lineage. However, unlike Lynn, who was an orphan, Ian had both a father and a mother. Hogwarts began to feel desolate. With only a handful of young wizards remaining in the castle, even mealtimes were no longer segregated by houses, as the few remaining young wizards now shared a single table. Professor Fox appeared to have no intention of leaving Hogwarts. During a cautious conversation, Lynn had inquired about it, to which the professor responded that he was currently a bachelor and wherever he went, that place became his home. On Christmas Eve, Lynn arrived at the Great Hall, which had been meticulously adorned by the professors. At its center stood a towering Christmas tree, handpicked by Hagrid from the Forbidden Forest. Earlier that morning, Lynn had greeted him as he bore the tree into the castle. The shimmering golden stars floating atop the tree were the handiwork of Professor Flitwick. Given his stature, it was no easy task for him to enchant the tree. He had needed to stand on 2 stools and enlisted the help of 2 young wizards to steady them to prevent any mishaps. Professor McGonagall had long ago enchanted the hall with numerous ribbons, bells, and garlands, transforming the formerly dull space into a vibrant spectacle. Although the number of young wizards remaining at the school was scant, nearly all of the single professors were present, including Hagrid, who was not yet a professor. The castle caretaker Filch, the librarian Madame Pants, and the school nurse Madame Pomfrey. They all gathered together, accompanied by the ghosts of Hogwarts, who escorted Peeves, forcefully dressing him as a reindeer, while the ghostly Baron led the way into the hall to partake in the festivities. Professor Dumbledore had already taken his place at the center of the long table. Donning a red Christmas hat and wearing a gentle smile that resembled that of a benign neighborly grandfather. The banquet was equally sumptuous, with the long table laden with Western delicacies, including an oversized turkey enhanced by the enlargement charm, a cake resembling a tree trunk, German gingerbread, sausages, roast suckling pig, and a serving of Christmas pudding for each person. After the young wizards, professors, and ghosts serenaded the Christmas tree with carols, the feast officially commenced. The professors did not cluster together, but rather scattered among the young wizards, and Lynn found himself in a rather extraordinary position, seated beside Professor Dumbledore. This was his first encounter with the greatest white wizard of the 20th century at such proximity. Dumbledore appeared quite aged, with hair and beard of pure white, skin that was loose, and numerous wrinkles. Yet, he still emanated vitality, seemingly uncharacteristic of a centenarian. "Lynn Belloc, is it?" Dumbledore's gaze exuded a sense of trustworthiness. And as soon as Lynn entered, he had waved him over to sit beside him. Lynn felt a twinge of unease within. Dumbledore was undeniably one of the most powerful wizards in existence. He was uncertain whether the cerebral shielding technique rewarded by the system would prove effective, and he could not fathom why the headmaster, who had not graced the school with his presence for half a semester, would be acquainted with him. Indeed, Professor, do you know me? Lynn's anxiety was far from feigned. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Adrian often speaks highly of you, claiming you are one of the most exceptional students Hogwarts has ever seen. Ah, the culprit has been identified. Lynn's countenance darkened. He felt betrayed by his most trusted professor. He cast a furtive glance at Professor Fawkes, who was engaged in light conversation with Professor McGonagall, and shook his head. Professor Fawkes has exaggerated. I am far from their level. Among the young wizards I know, Cedric in second year and Ian, who is my peer, surpass me in skill. They are indeed talented students, yet do not underestimate yourself. You all possess a promising future. Dumbledore savored his Christmas pudding with great delight, renowned for his sweet tooth. Much like Lynn himself, the professors were kind, the students friendly, and magic was endlessly fascinating. Compared to his prior solitary existence, this place could rightly be termed paradise. Lynn felt his flattery was well-placed and would surely please the venerable wizard. Indeed, Dumbledore's laughter echoed with joy, but his next words extinguished Lynn's mirth. I heard from Minerva that during my absence from Hogwarts, your roommates attempted to ensnare you. Do you not harbor resentment towards them? Lynn pondered Dumbledore's intent, but could not discern a clear answer, so he mustered the courage to reply. Of course, I feel a sense of grievance, Professor. But you know how it is. Rupert has already faced enough punishment. Moreover, I cannot change their views. I do not hate them. I merely wish to avoid them. Lynn's demeanor reflected a hint of melancholy, prompting Dumbledore to offer solace. Belloc, everyone holds on to their convictions. You need not shoulder the weight of others' prejudices. Remember your friends and those professors who care for you. They are individuals you can trust. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Do not mention it. Come, taste this pudding. It is truly divine. Meanwhile, as the Hogwarts community celebrated Christmas Eve, a little girl in a white dress stood before the door of the castle's storage room, blissfully savoring the steak in her hands. Her fingers were slick with grease, and her face bore traces of it as well. Yet she continued to eat while tapping on the wooden door. Sophia wants another piece. Before long, another steak materialized on her empty plate. The person behind the door uttered something, and a joyfully tearful Sophia nodded vigorously. I know, I will leave once I'm full. And I will absolutely not raise any suspicions with Lynn. 042. Hermione's Christmas. The snowfall outside was rather light. Hermione lay curled up in her bed, gazing dreamily at the snowflakes outside, when her mother's voice echoed from the hallway. Hurry up and get up. Breakfast must be eaten on time, otherwise it will be bad for your stomach. I know, she replied, sluggishly changing out of her pajamas, slipping into woolen socks, and with her slightly disheveled, fluffy hair cascading down. She shuffled into the bathroom to wash up. Upon entering the living room, Mr. Granger had already finished his breakfast and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Go on and have your breakfast. Once you're done, you can open your presents. At this, Hermione suddenly perked up, her spirits lifting as she dashed over to the small Christmas tree in their home, her slippers pattering along the floor. Indeed, a small pile of gifts awaited her there. Mrs. Granger's voice rang out from the kitchen. Hermione, you must eat first. Mom, I'm not opening presents, just taking a look, she exclaimed, beginning to count the variously sized gift boxes under the tree with her fingers. Dad's, Mom's, Grandma and Grandpa's, Aunt Percy's, Uncle Colson's, Uncle Mike's, Cousin Cyril's, Nancy's, Helen's. After finishing her count, her mood soured. She stomped her foot in frustration and sulked toward the dining room for breakfast. Mr. Granger lowered his newspaper, looking at his daughter quizzically as she fumed inexplicably. What's the matter? This year's gifts are certainly more than last year's. The young girl angrily sliced her fried egg into 4 pieces with her knife. Her muttered complaints grew quieter, too soft for Mr. and Mrs. Granger to catch. Once breakfast was over, Hermione opened her gifts with a lackluster enthusiasm. The presents from the adults were disappointingly similar to those of previous years, and her friends from school offered little surprise as well. I'm heading out, she called out after tidying up the open gifts, slipping on her shoes at the door. Put on your gloves and scarf, and don't lose your hat while running around outside. I know. The cold air outside made Hermione instinctively shrink her neck. She tightened her scarf and bounced on the spot a couple of times before dashing into the gentle snow toward the neighboring yard. Reaching the gate, she skillfully pulled out a small bunch of keys from her pocket and quickly selected one to open the gate. She first ran into the garden to check on Lynn's cherished flowers. Confirming that the little mounds had not been disturbed by mischievous stray dogs, Hermione then entered Lynn's house. It remained as immaculate as it had been when Lynn had left. True to her promise, Hermione came here weekly to clean. At home, her mother often chided her for not taking the initiative with household chores, yet she was remarkably diligent while tidying Lynn's house, skillfully grasping the mop. Hermione began her weekly cleaning routine, starting from the innermost room on the second floor. After she had generally finished her tasks, the clock was nearing noon. She surveyed the neat and tidy room, exhaling a deep sigh of relief, then rubbed her slightly reddened cheeks. Donning her scarf, hat, and gloves once more, she securely locked the living room door of Lynn's house before stepping out into the yard. As she locked the gate, her gaze fell upon the accumulated snowflakes in the yard, and she thought to herself that she would need to return in a couple of days to clear the snow. Otherwise, once it melted, Lynn's lawn would be in dire straits. On her way home, her mood shifted like the unpredictable London weather. And suddenly she found herself engulfed in anger. She was vexed with herself. After bustling about for half the day, it was infuriating that someone had not even delivered the promised gift. Oh, Hermione, you truly are a fool. Where have you been running off to all morning? Yet, she had gone anywhere. She lay on her bed, burying her face in the quilt, feeling increasingly aggrieved, and the more she felt wronged, the more the urge to cry welled up inside her. Just as she pouted, her eyes reddening, on the verge of quietly sobbing, a sudden knocking sound came from outside her bedroom window. A majestic owl was perched, staring at her through the glass. Noticing her attention, it pecked the window with its beak. Hermione was initially taken aback, but soon excitement surged within her. She spotted a small yet cleverly wrapped gift box clutched in the owl's talons. Without hesitation, she dashed to the window and opened it, allowing the owl to flutter inside. The owl from Hogwarts elegantly shook off the snow from its wings before entering Hermione's room and dropping the gift box into her hands. Eagerly, Hermione tore open the box. And indeed, as she had suspected, the gift was sent by Lynn. Inside lay a pendant, featuring a delicately crafted crystal ball, within which a castle resided. And much like the weather outside, enchanting snowflakes danced within the orb. Hogwarts? Hermione brought the crystal ball closer to her eyes, struggling to discern the plaque upon the castle. At the bottom of the gift box, there was a note left by Lynn, which read, "This is your future castle." Upon reading those words, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt that Lynn was cleverly complimenting her as a princess. Flattery. She mentally scolded, yet she could not help but glance at the pendant in her hands, delightfully placing it around her neck. The owl, having traveled from afar, circled above Hermione for a while, observing her alternating between silly smiles and frowns. Sensing that she had no intention of offering it any reward for its efforts, it huffed and flew out of her room in a huff. At that moment, Hermione was rolling on her bed, embracing the pendant, entirely oblivious to the owl's departure. After a while, she felt a tinge of excitement overwhelming her, leading her to scold herself once more. Oh, Hermione, you truly are a fool. Lynn felt that his pet hamster seemed to have gained a considerable amount of weight overnight. He observed the little creature for an entire morning, ultimately confirming that he was not mistaken. The hamster now resembled a plump ball. With a peculiar expression, Lynn inspected all his snacks but found nothing amiss, compelling him to interrogate the principal culprit. Speak. Did you sneak out last night to pilfer food from someone else's stash? Little Ball, as it was affectionately called, lay in its cozy nest, grunting softly while struggling to digest the food within its belly, completely oblivious to Lynn's inquiries. Lynn poked its round, rotund belly with a finger, provoking a disgruntled flip as the hamster changed its position and continued to lounge, having gleaned no valuable information. Lynn did not expect much from a hamster anyway. He donned a heavy robe and exited the Slytherin common room. With nothing pressing to occupy him, he decided to take a leisurely stroll around Hogwarts. As he passed Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest, he heard a familiar voice. Remember to add more hay to its nest. It's colder here near the Forbidden Forest at night, and that's one of the reasons it fell ill. Professor Fox emerged from Hagrid's small abode, with Hagrid trailing behind. Thank you, Fox. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized that Yaya is ill. It is my dearest friend, and yet I have been neglectful. Hagrid's voice was tinged with remorse. This is not your fault, Hagrid. Animals are inherently different from humans, and you have done more than enough for it. Professor Fox reassured him, patting his arm. I am indeed somewhat indisposed this time. In a week's time, Fox, I will accompany you into the Forbidden Forest to search for any red caps. Professor Fox adjusted his top hat and straightened the collar of his overcoat. "Thank you, Hagrid. Until we meet again." Hagrid escorted him out of his small yard. "Until next time." Lynn did not conceal himself, and as soon as Professor Fox emerged, he noticed him. "Merry Christmas, Lynn. What brings you here?" "Merry Christmas, Professor. I merely ventured out for a stroll to alleviate my boredom. I did not mean to eavesdrop, but what is a redcap?" Lynn inquired. A redcap is a type of malevolent creature akin to goblins. They have an affinity for blood. Wherever there is bleeding, they may appear. Redcaps hunt for human blood and soak their caps in the bloodshed to maintain their vivid hue. This is all part of the third-year curriculum, which you will study in due time. Professor Fox elucidated. "When I teach third-year students, I will need such a creature as a demonstration. But they are typically found in Northern Europe. They are rather rare in England. However, it is possible that one or two might be concealed within the Forbidden Forest, which is why I sought Hagrid's assistance to accompany me in the search." As he spoke, his demeanor turned serious as he cautioned Lynn. "The Forbidden Forest is the most perilous location within Hogwarts, and even I would need to call for Hage if I wished to enter. You must never venture there alone in secret." Lynn had never even contemplated sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. He would have to be quite foolish to risk his life within. Although the main characters may eventually treat the forest as if it were their own backyard, coming and going as they please, Lynn certainly did not possess that kind of audacity. He believed he lacked any protagonist's aura. "By the way, Professor, I have finished reading Advanced Dark Magic." An inquiry. "Is there anything else I should study?" "Your pace is indeed rather swift," Professor Fox remarked. "To begin formally engaging with the most advanced dark magic at the age of 11 is a talent I have never encountered before. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance." He led Lynn to an empty classroom for defense against the dark arts, drawing his wand and aiming it at a demonstration target. "I have been quite conflicted about which advanced dark magic to teach you, but ultimately, an old rival of mine assisted in resolving this dilemma, although it came at a considerable cost. Yet, compared to this spell, what I sacrificed pales in significance." He then uttered the incantation. The Killing Curse. An invisible blade sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the target in two. This dark magic was independently invented by your head of house, Professor Snape, during his 5th year at Hogwarts. He is also a genius, possessing exceptional talent in potions and dark magic. However, I have had my share of conflicts with him. Convincing him to teach this curse was no easy feat. Lynn's expression turned peculiar. He was well aware of the Killing Curse, a proud creation from Snape's youthful, brooding days, which he had even recorded in his own potion book, alongside his self-invented dark curses like the Hanging Bell. Originally, Lynn had intended to search for it in the advanced potion classroom when the opportunity arose, believing he might have a good chance of finding it. However, he was surprised to discover that Professor Fox had already procured the spell from Snape. Lynn felt a surge of gratitude. From the incident with Hubert, he recognized that there was no mere petty animosity between Professor Fox and Snape. Otherwise, Snape would not have been so ruthless at that time. Thus, Professor Fox must have paid a hefty price to obtain the Killing Curse from him, and now he was imparting this spell to Lynn without charge. Indeed, Professor Fox had not included the teaching of dark magic in his investment in Lynn, compared to the 500 galleons. The guidance and instruction in magic were undoubtedly far more precious. In other words, Professor Fox was Lynn's guiding light on the path of magic. Such great kindness need not be thanked with words. Professor Fox poured his heart into his teachings, and Lynn promised to fulfill his commitment after graduation by assisting the professor with his research in dark magic. Although even now, he remained unaware of the specific aspect of dark magic that Professor Fox was investigating. After embarking on the true study of cutting-edge dark magic, Lynn's pace of learning noticeably slowed. The reason for this decline was not due to the difficulties encountered in mastering the arcane arts, but rather because his current reservoir of magical energy was insufficient. It was so limited that it could not sustain the execution of a complete shadowless spell. During lunchtime in the cozy auditorium at the Ravenclaw Long Table, Lynn and her companions were engaged in an intense debate about spells. The green and red sparks fell within the realm of incantations and were intricately linked to the wand-lighting charm. Thus, these two spells ought to be regarded as branches of the wand-lighting charm. Cedric spoke with confidence. However, Lynn held a differing perspective. "I concur with your earlier statements," she asserted. "Indeed, these two types of sparks, while simple, are spells and do have a connection to the wand-lighting charm. Yet, they cannot be classified as branches of it. Rather, they should be considered a distinct category under the summoning spells." Cedric frowned. "Summoning spells? What is the primary criterion for distinguishing a summoning spell?" The effects or objects produced by magic already exist. A summoning spell serves as a conduit. So where do these green and red sparks originate? Lynn replied earnestly. The natural world conceals numerous elements, and countless sources can generate sparks. For a wizard with magical abilities, altering their color is as effortless as lifting a cup to drink. The crux lies in the fact that these sparks ascend upon release, and they are not mere light. They are explosive sparks, which fundamentally distinguishes them from the wand-lighting charm. Cedric remained unconvinced by Lynn's theory, and they both turned to Ian, who had remained silent throughout. What do you think? Ian, as succinct as ever, responded. I tend to agree with Lynn. Cedric, puzzled, asked why. Because I have also studied natural sciences. Cedric did not grasp the meaning, but Lynn countered. This is not strictly natural science. At its core, natural science requires a dialectical approach to all problems. What I have posited is merely a hypothesis and to validate it. We must conduct experiments. There will be an opportunity, Ian said slowly, methodically cutting his steak with a knife and fork, revealing a background of education in this regard. As they delved into their discussion, a sudden uproar erupted from the Slytherin long table, drawing the attention of others from different houses. The quarrel involved two Slytherin prefects, the female prefect Betty and the male prefect Raphael. They appeared genuinely enraged, their faces flushed, and ultimately parted ways in displeasure. Cedric whispered, I recall they were a couple, weren't they? Lynn nodded, aware of the situation. It is said they began dating in their 4th year, so it has been nearly 2 years now. Cedric sighed and shook his head. They seemed truly upset, showing no regard for each other, arguing in front of so many people. Truly, sigh. Ian interjected calmly. Are you wishing for a third party to intervene? Cedric, startled, quickly waved his hands. Do not speak nonsense. I have never harbored such thoughts. Then why are you fretting? Lynn laughed until his sides ached, while Ian's sharp tongue had Cedric often at a disadvantage. That night, by the edge of the Black Lake, beneath the imposing presence of the Whomping Willow, the trio gathered under the cloak of darkness. The Whomping Willow, usually brandishing its branches in a menacing display, now stood as quietly as an ordinary willow tree. Ian, with a stoic expression, gazed at Lynn and Cedric. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Cedric patted Ian on the shoulder reassuringly. It's perfectly fine, Ian. Besides, leaving you alone in that place for an entire night would be rather lonely. Tomorrow is the weekend. We have no pressing engagements. Seeing their determination, Ian chose not to argue further and led the way into the secret passage, with Lynn and Cedric following closely behind. It's quite peculiar. The last time we were here, we were avoiding you, and now we're willingly following, Cedric remarked with a touch of nostalgia. The passage was lengthy, and after approximately half an hour, they finally reached the exit. They emerged from the dilapidated house's underground storage room, stepping onto creaky, worn floorboards that emitted eerie groans. A flickering glow illuminated their surroundings, as Cedric cast a Lumos spell to brighten the area. As they exited the storage room, motes of dust danced in the air, prompting Lynn to cover his nose with his sleeve. You've been here alone all this time? He inquired. What else would I do? Ian seemed entirely accustomed to the place, indicating he had visited more than once or twice. They arrived in the living room of the Scream Shack, where Ian settled onto a clean patch of floor, awaiting the transformation. Lynn and Cedric took seats not far from him. Before long, Ian suddenly collapsed to the ground, emitting muffled groans of agony. The transformation into a werewolf was notoriously painful. And even Ian, a unique werewolf who retained his sanity post-transformation, was not spared from the torment. However, the transformation was brief, with a chilling roar. Ian completed his metamorphosis from human to werewolf. This time, Lynn and Cedric did not flee. Instead, they stood to closely observe Ian's transformation. Can you still use magic in this state? Lynn inquired with curiosity. Ian, panting heavily, shook his head. I've tried. But it feels as though an invisible force has sealed my magical powers within me. An idea struck Lynn. He found a sturdy wooden plank and approached Cedric first. Here. Strike this plank with all your might. Cedric, being earnest, did exactly as instructed, only to find the plank unscathed while he cradled his sore hand, wincing in pain. Lynn then took his turn, delivering a powerful blow to the plank, which remained intact but produced a sound far more resonant than Cedric's. Now it's your turn, Lynn said, holding the plank before Ian. Ian discerned his intentions and, without holding back, delivered a straight punch to the wooden board. Crack. 045. I have been targeted. Is everything all right? Ian stepped forward and lifted Lynn from the ground. Lynn dusted off his pants and waved his hand to indicate he was fine. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, showing no concern for Ian's abundant body hair. as he casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Ian, caught in Lynn's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you doing?" Ian asked. "Ian, do you consider us friends?" Lynn inquired earnestly. Ian hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly nodding. "I suppose so." "You're lying." "How am I lying?" Lynn gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, unable to articulate the reason behind his feelings. He certainly could not admit that the system did not recognize his task as complete, leading him to believe Ian was deceiving him. With just a simple test, Lynn could discern the disparity between his current physical condition and Ian's after his transformation into a werewolf. Once his physical attributes were activated, he possessed a total of 2 attribute points, and with an additional point from his side quest reward, he now had 3 points. Lynn surmised that 3 points represented the physical prowess of an average adult, while a first-year Hogwarts student, like Cedric, would likely only have 1 point. After becoming a werewolf, Ian's physical attributes were at least 5 points. This was a conservative estimate, and he was still not yet an adult. An adult werewolf's physical capabilities would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Of course, werewolves also possess their own limitations. Not only do ordinary werewolves completely lose their subjective consciousness upon transformation, but even Ian, in his current state, was incapable of utilizing magic. However, Lynn's system enhancements bore no such deficiencies. Such an increase would be immensely significant for any wizard. If only his physical points could be maximized, Lynn found himself daydreaming about transforming into a human tank, charging recklessly through countless magical beams. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but fixate on Ian with a gleam in his eyes. Ian, feeling uneasy under Lynn's scrutiny, instinctively moved a little further away. In the Slytherin common room, Lynn sat beside Betty, who was lamenting her recent quarrel with her boyfriend. He was involved with Angela, a 5th year, in a way that was less than clear, and I even saw her kissing him once. He explained that it was merely a gesture of gratitude for her help, and I believed him. Yet now, he wants me to sever ties with my family simply because my brother married a muggle. Lynn found himself in a difficult situation. He truly had no desire to become embroiled in the romantic entanglements of the 2 Slytherin prefects. Caught in a bind, he was compelled to play the role of a sympathetic confidant. "So he resents your brother for marrying a muggle?" "Not only that." To Lynn's surprise, the usually strong and capable Betty had reddened eyes, as if on the verge of tears. "He is, in fact, harboring resentment towards my brother for not marrying his cousin. Our families had previously arranged a betrothal, yet my brother—" What a melodramatic family saga this is. Is it not imminent that your sister-in-law will clash with your mother over in-law disputes, followed by a pregnancy, an abortion, and a divorce, only to find themselves entangled in a convoluted relationship for another 4 or 5 years? Lynn silently scoffed, while outwardly offering words of comfort. "It is a fortunate thing that your brother has found true love. Senior Williamson will surely comprehend that." Lynn considered his attempts at consolation rather feeble. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. That is not the case. He would not understand. His family is a staunchly traditional pure-blood lineage. Do not be deceived by his apparent lack of prejudice towards you. This is merely a facade of his cultivated demeanor. In truth, he has advised me on more than one occasion to keep my distance from you. How did this conversation veer back to me? Lynn was utterly bewildered. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable and eager to leave, thus he made an excuse. His reasoning was sound, and Betty did not press him further, only softly inquired, "Are you free this evening? I'm feeling rather down. Could you accompany me for a walk by the Black Lake?" Lynn was instantly overcome with goosebumps, hastily waving his hands in denial. "I'm sorry, Senior. Cedric has invited me to go fishing." "Yes, fishing. Therefore, I cannot. This was planned in advance. I truly have no time. My apologies, Senior. Goodbye." Lynn bolted from the Slytherin common room. In truth, he was indifferent to Betty's insinuation that Raphael spoke ill of him behind his back. He had never expected every little wizard in Slytherin to warm to him. Maintaining a superficial harmony, where everyone coexists without conflict, was sufficient. There was neither reason nor necessity for deeper connections. What left Lynn startled was the implication of Betty's earlier remarks. Though he had remained single in 2 lifetimes, he was not entirely naive. He had observed relationships in various romantic dramas during his idle hours. Betty's words conveyed a singular message. She and Raphael were not destined to be, thus leaving room for something to transpire between us. Lynn's face drained of color, grappling to comprehend her intentions. He was merely 12 years of age. Betty, in 7th grade, was nearly 17. They had a 5-year age difference, and while Lynn occasionally exhibited a degree of maturity, his youthful appearance remained quite tender. Was this not a form of coercion? Lynn, now in a state of disarray, chose not to retreat to the library to catch up on imaginary assignments, but instead sought out Cedric and Ian, arranging to go fishing by the Black Lake that evening. Are you out of your mind? Cedric exclaimed, touching Lynn's forehead. Lynn swatted his hand away. What are you cursing me for? Why would anyone go fishing at the Black Lake? If we are to fish, it should be for actual fishers. I don't care, even if it's for fishers. You must accompany me tonight. Ian had astronomy class that evening and could not join them in their frivolity, leaving only Cedric to accompany Lynn in as they baited hooks by the Black Lake. What exactly do you intend to do? As Cedric grumbled, he affixed a piece of purloined beef to his fishing hook for dinner. Their current actions could hardly escape notice, with a group of idle young wizards observing from a distance, eagerly anticipating the fruits of their fishing endeavor. Lynn had long cast his hook into the lake, devoid of bait, for his intention was never to fish. He turned his head cautiously towards Cedric and remarked, "It seems I have caught the attention of an old bull." 046. The exploding spell what? What old cow? Cedric's head was filled with a flurry of questions. Lynn sighed, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she explained. Earlier today, the head girl of my house, the one who had that quarrel with her boyfriend, suddenly invited me for a walk by the lake tonight. She also reported to me that her boyfriend had spoken ill of me behind her back. Cedric's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. What does she mean? What are you saying? Does she intend to? Lynn rested her chin on her hand, her tone laced with a gentle sadness. It's all my fault, really. It's because I look so dashing and possess such an outstanding demeanor. If I were a girl, I'd likely be captivated too. Cedric responded, but she already has a boyfriend. Wouldn't her actions be considered a form of infidelity? He stammered, it wouldn't, right? I mean, she is constantly arguing with Raphael. It seems they're on the verge of breaking up. Help me think of a way to decline her invitation without hurting her feelings too much. Lynn suddenly stated, You don't like her? Lynn rolled his eyes. Come on. I'm only 12. What is wrong with all of you? Why do you keep instinctively ignoring my age? At this moment, Cedric realized how youthful Lynn's face still appeared. Remarkably, Cedric himself was only 14. Apologies, but your demeanor often makes me feel as if you're already 18. Wait, what is wrong with being 12? She is only 5 years older than you. It's not impossible. Lynn shot Cedric an odd look. All right, fine. Copper smelting is also an old Western tradition. To be frank, I regard her merely as a senior. I harbor no other intentions. You've asked the wrong person. I lack experience in rejecting confessions from girls. Cedric stated flatly, revealing a painful truth. Lynn tapped his forehead in frustration, momentarily dismissing his worries. He suddenly recalled Cedric's future girlfriend. Do you have any impressions of notable first-year students from Ian's house? Cedric, unsure of Lynn's intent, pondered seriously before shaking his head. No. I don't know any of the new Ravenclaw students this year. Lynn shook his head in disappointment. Perhaps Autumn was still too young, her features not fully developed. He surmised that by third or fourth year, Cedric would have his epiphany. They sat by the Black Lake, fishing rods in hand, for an entire hour. Yet they caught not a single fish. He also noticed Lynn, who huffed in annoyance, revealing no warmth in his expression. Lynn felt a twinge of grievance. Why are you being so fierce? It was clearly your girlfriend who initiated this. 2 days passed. Ever since that day when Betty had invited him, she had not uttered a word to Lynn, as if she had completely forgotten his existence. However, on Saturday afternoon, Cedric discreetly shared a piece of intelligence with Lynn. It seems your two head girls have officially broken up today. Lynn nearly sprayed pumpkin juice onto Ian's face. How do you know? Earlier that morning, on the grass during their flying class, they had a fierce argument, witnessed by many. Betty was the first to propose a breakup, and it was said that Raphael's expression was quite grim at that moment, yet he ultimately consented. Lynn, with a dark expression, muttered, I suddenly have a bad feeling. Ian, who had been silently cutting his steak, had not comprehended their conversation from the start, but sensed it was not a good omen, thus refraining from inquiring further. For the entire weekend, Lynn secluded himself in his dormitory. Lynn, have you been avoiding me lately? Betty asked. Lynn calmly displayed the book he held in his hands. Not at all, senior. With finals approaching, I am merely studying harder, hoping to achieve good results in the exams. His explanation was quite reasonable, and Betty was convinced. So, are you free next Saturday? Professor Snape needs 2 students to assist with potion materials, and I want you to accompany me. Her reasoning was also sound. Though Lynn was skeptical, he felt he could not refuse. After all, he couldn't very well say he had plans to go fishing with Cedric, could he? Senior, I'm a bit apprehensive about Professor Snape. Is it possible for me to decline? You could ask others. I think Mark and Michelle would be quite suitable. Absolutely not. Professor Snape specifically requested you. With that assertion, Lynn dared not question further. His amicable relationship with Professor Flitwick was no secret at Hogwarts. And as long as Professor Snape did not actively seek to undermine him, he felt fortunate. He certainly would not dare to provoke him. With no means to resist, Lynn reluctantly acquiesced. However, he resolved to find an opportunity to clarify matters with Betty. He truly had no interest in her. Though romantic entanglements were troublesome for Lynn, they were merely a minor episode in his academic life. His primary focus at Hogwarts remained his studies, whether it pertained to dark magic or light magic. The sensation of acquiring knowledge was profoundly delightful to him. As for the tasks concerning Ian, he could only let things unfold naturally. This underage werewolf clearly harbored some unresolved issues. On the surface, he appeared to maintain a decent friendship with Lynn and Cedric, yet in truth, he had not genuinely opened up to them. However, Lynn was unperturbed. If these three aspects of Ian's character were truly so easily accessible, it would indeed be suspicious. Apart from the formal classes at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick would also allocate a portion of his time to teach Lynn about dark magic. However, due to limitations in his magical threshold, the effects of the disarming charm he cast were considerably weaker than those wielded by Professor Flitwick. This was still under the enhancement of his 7-point dark magic affinity, which augmented his dark magic efficacy. Without that, his performance would be even more diminished. Lynn had no particularly effective solutions for the issue of insufficient magical power. Aside from the tasks the system actively issued, through which he could earn magical rewards, he had no choice but to wait for the gradual maturation of his age, as his innate magical capacity would increase with his growth. However, during this time, he certainly would not cease his practice of dark magic. The effects he unleashed were significantly diminished, yet they remained usable. Following the Shadowless spell, Professor Fawkes imparted to Lynn a new dark incantation, the Explosive Curse. The incantation, known as Thunderous Detonation, could induce a violent explosion in the targeted object, with the potency of the explosion contingent upon the wielder's prowess. Bah! Disgusting. Aside from practicing spells by the Black Lake, Lynn has been granted a secluded space by Professor Fawkes to hone his dark magic skills. It is an abandoned classroom for advanced defense against the dark arts. The room is spacious and fortified with protective enchantments, ensuring that the typical disturbances from spellcasting remain contained. Lynn possesses considerable talent. However, he remains a novice until he can translate his potential into true prowess. When he is with Cedric, he certainly refrains from practicing those forbidden spells indiscriminately. As word of Professor Fawkes clandestinely instructing a minor in dark magic would undoubtedly result in considerable trouble. Currently, Lynn has already acquired a substantial repertoire of spells. Aside from the standard curriculum for first-year students, he has mastered 9 dark curses, 8 jinxes, and has adeptly wielded 2 curses equivalent to dark magic. The most formidable among them are the Disarming Charm and the Exploding Charm. Though their effects may be limited, dark magic is dark magic, and with a single Exploding Charm, Lynn could likely devastate a tree or severely damage a wall. Fortunately, the classroom provided by Professor Fawkes is reliable. Otherwise, he would be troubled in his search for a suitable place to practice high-powered spells. Nevertheless, he cannot linger in this classroom for too long, as some upperclassmen have already noticed him practicing spells alone during their classes, and prolonged exposure would inevitably raise suspicions. Lynn feels compelled to seek out the room of requirement hidden within Hogwarts Castle, donning the title of a new student. He exploits the advantages of this designation to practice all the spells he has learned. The practice is rather tedious, requiring continuous casting to familiarize himself with the nuances of pronunciation and wand movements to maintain optimal effects. Raphael, on the other hand, has been in a rather dismal mood. His girlfriend of 2 years recently ended their relationship. Their bond extended beyond mere dating. Their families had long-standing ties, and he and Betty had grown up together as childhood friends. However, as they matured, their perspectives began to diverge increasingly. The tensions between them escalated, with the incident involving Betty's brother and his cousin merely serving as a catalyst. He cannot fathom why Betty now harbors the belief that wizards and muggles are equal. How can they be equal? Wizards possess everything muggles have, and more. If one were to assess superiority based on species, wizards ought to be the epitome of humanity. Yet, Betty not only condemns his righteous beliefs, but also associates closely with half-bloods and even muggleborns, particularly that first-year wizard named Lynn. Raphael is not oblivious. He can clearly see that Betty is more attentive to Lynn. Thus, on that fateful day when Betty proposed their separation, he acquiesced. Once a paragon of noble lineage and high standing, Betty has now undergone a transformation. She is no longer worthy of becoming the future matriarch of the Williamson family. Though Raphael's spirits were dampened after their separation, he harbored no anger. After all, this was a loss for Betty, was it not? She had forsaken someone as exceptional as him, and now it is said that she is pursuing the offspring of that simian, Lynn. Upon learning of this, Raphael could only mock Betty's folly, devoid of any further emotion. As for seeking revenge on Lynn, that would be absurd. A senior would only bring misfortune upon himself by confronting a first-year wizard. His ascent to the position of prefect attests to his sound judgment. He is not a reckless fool governed solely by impulse. Even after their breakup, Raphael's life at Hogwarts remained unchanged. Could it be Peeves? He always delighted in such pranks, luring us in only to hurl rotten eggs our way. One of Raphael's roommates quipped. Raphael shook his head. Peeves would not dare provoke us. Let us not forget the warning given by the blood-curdling barrel. Shall we venture inside? Perhaps a Gryffindor student is behind this mischief. If we catch him, we could report him to the professors and potentially earn a few lost points for him. As they chatted, they pushed open the door to the classroom. Inside, there was no sign of Peeves or any Gryffindor mischief makers, only a first-year Slytherin practicing spells. It was Lynn. So, you practice spells here every day? No wonder your grades are so stellar. With so few students in all of Hogwarts, let alone from the same house, Raphael's roommates naturally recognized Lynn, who had made quite the impression since the school year began. Lynn set down his wand, pondering with a hint of frustration that the plan to locate the room of requirement must be prioritized. Maintaining a polite facade, he greeted them. Hello, seniors. I'm just practicing casually. Upon seeing Lynn, Raphael felt an inexplicable surge of resentment ignite within him. He recalled how his ex-girlfriend Betty often flirted with Lynn, considered his lowly origins, and marveled at how someone of such humble beginnings could possess such remarkable talent. With a derisive snort, he scoffed. Indeed, just practicing casually. Even if you were to take it seriously, you wouldn't amount to anything noteworthy. As soon as the words left his mouth, even his companion's expressions shifted. Raphael, what's the matter with you? Lynn also sensed the tension, only then recalling that he had forgotten to change his title. Yet, even if he were to change it now, it would be of little consequence. Raphael, as if venting his frustrations, continued to speak in increasingly harsh tones. In the desolate classroom, the atmosphere had crystallized to a frigid stillness. Silence enveloped the surroundings to the extent that even the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. With only the harshness of Raphael's labored breathing piercing through, Lynn appeared unfazed, gently caressing the shaft of his wand with his fingers, his expression impassive as he gazed into Raphael's bloodshot eyes. So, these were the true sentiments harbored by the senior? Raphael was bewildered by his own sudden outburst, as if compelled to voice his innermost thoughts. Yet, having crossed that threshold, he would not yield to Lynn's inquiry. Indeed. You cannot possibly believe that my earlier politeness was born from admiration? Ha! What a delusion. A person like you is hardly deserving of such regard. Raphael, what has come over you? Please, stop. His roommate sensed something was amiss with Raphael today, tugging at his arm in an attempt to pull him away. Lynn silently nodded, seemingly in agreement with Raphael's sentiments, as if he wished to submissively endure the unfolding chaos. Raphael cast a derisive glance at him, surrendering to his roommate's efforts without resistance, just as they were about to lead him away. However, in the next instant, Lynn brandished his wand. Paralyze. A brilliant red beam struck Raphael, who was caught entirely off guard. Simultaneously, Lynn's actions were unrelenting. He swiftly directed his wand toward Raphael's two roommates. Petrify them all. 2 consecutive petrification spells struck them almost simultaneously. With his legs ensnared, Raphael fell helplessly to the ground, panic surging within him as he attempted to draw his wand. Yet, Lynn was evidently not inclined to grant him the opportunity to cast a counterspell. Silencing charm. Raphael found his voice rendered mute, but Lynn left him no chance for defiance. He strode forward briskly, delivering a swift kick that sent Raphael's wand flying from his grasp. Seizing Raphael by the collar, Lynn forcefully pinned him to the ground, his other hand forming a fist that he unhesitatingly brought crashing against half of Raphael's face. Do you know why I haven't petrified you? Because then you would be immobile. And no matter how fiercely I struck you, your inability to resist would dull my enjoyment. Lynn, possessing an obsessive nature, found the sight of Raphael with only half of his face swollen to be disturbingly asymmetrical. Thus, as he continued to speak, he landed another punch on the unscathed side of Raphael's face. With his legs bound, Raphael could exert force only with his upper body, but Lynn's strength was unexpectedly formidable, rendering Raphael's desperate struggles utterly futile. Yes, indeed, your lineage is noble. And so what? Are you going to hit me? Come on. Can you even retaliate now? Raphael's face, having endured 2 of Lynn's punches, was now swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with crimson blood streaming from his nose and the corner of his mouth. Presenting a pitiful spectacle, Lynn squinted at Raphael, who emitted pained groans. Perhaps in the eyes of your ilk, my bloodline is deemed lowly. Perhaps I am regarded as a pest. Yet here I am, a first year against you, a 6th year. You have studied magic for 5 more years than I have. Yet you can only be subdued and beaten by me. Do you not find that utterly frustrating? Do you not feel the urge to weep in your humiliation? Upon concluding his words, Lynn raised his wand once more, a smile gracing his lips as he declared that he had conceived an excellent idea. How about we engage in a game? From this moment forth, I shall grant you a mere 5 seconds each time. I will count down from 5, and if you do not weep within that span, I shall bestow upon you a random dark curse. To give you a heads up, I am proficient in approximately 17 dark curses. Thus, if you can endure for 2 minutes, consider it my defeat, and I shall spare you. What do you think? Is it not a splendid game? Raphael clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lynn. He found it utterly implausible that a mere half-semester student from a Muggle background could possess such a vast repertoire of dark curses, regardless of innate talent. Even if he had the capability to learn them, who could possibly teach him? He conceded that the first-year wizard had easily outmaneuvered their trio. But that was only due to their complacency. Had they been on guard, Lynn would have been no match for them, though he had endured some minor injuries. Could Lynn truly kill him? He was the head of Slytherin, the firstborn of a pure blood family, endowed with power, influence, and connections. What did Lynn possess? After this encounter, Raphael intended to ensure that Lynn comprehended the true depths of despair. Lynn blinked. You appear somewhat skeptical. The first curse shall not require a 5-second wait. I shall grant it to you now. Tooth elongation. The initial curse did not inflict pain upon Raphael, yet he could distinctly perceive his front teeth stretching uncontrollably, extending beyond his lips. Raphael remained resolute, dismissing any notion of further consequences. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I honor your resilience. You are a man indeed. But now, let us escalate the situation. Raphael felt an overwhelming itch enveloping his entire being, yet his limbs were firmly controlled by Lynn, rendering him unable to scratch. Panic began to set in. Another 5 seconds passed. I hope you can continue to play with me a little longer. Intense heat. This time, Raphael was covered in a multitude of itchy welts, inducing a sense of dread in those who beheld him. His resolve began to waver, and he despaired. Realizing that Lynn appeared to be truthful, 5 seconds elapsed. Horn sprout. Curved ram's horns emerged from the top of Raphael's head. He could no longer afford to confront Lynn head-on. Desperation flickered in his eyes, revealing a plea for mercy. Another 5 seconds passed. Still not crying? I, Lynn, shall henceforth deem you the strongest, thus rewarding you with a hair removal curse. With yet another incantation, Raphael's hair vanished, leaving only 2 horns gleaming upon his bald head. Ultimately, Raphael could endure no more. He crumpled in despair, tears streaming from his eyes, mingling with blood and snot, presenting a pitiful sight. Lynn clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disappointment. I had thought you a man, yet you wept so swiftly. How dull. True to his word, he spared Raphael, rising to offer a sincere apology to Raphael's 2 roommates. I apologize, but I am unable to assist you in unraveling the spell at this moment. It is regrettable that this matter involves 2 individuals, and I sincerely hope for your understanding. Raphael's 2 roommates lacked the courage to even exchange glances with Lynn. Having been thoroughly intimidated by his earlier display, Lynn paid no heed to Raphael, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. His anger had nearly dissipated, and he was now ready to proceed to the dining hall. Objectively speaking, Lynn must bear some responsibility for this incident. Had it not been for the influence of his system title on Raphael, perhaps he would not have uttered such harsh words. Unlike his 2 roommates, who remained unaffected, Lynn felt no psychological burden in being resolute. Initially, their interactions were amicable, yet now, with Raphael having mounted a verbal assault upon him, Lynn believed he possessed neither the temperament nor the inclination to refrain from retaliating. 049. The incompetent professors of Hogwarts received the news with remarkable swiftness. After all, Raphael was sent to the hospital wing in such a state, and everyone had their eyes wide open. Thus, that very evening, Lynn was summoned to Professor Snape's office. Belloc. You are quite impressive, Professor Snape remarked with a cold smile. Lynn lowered his head, remaining silent. He certainly did not interpret Snape's words as praise. He had not even received a single talent point from the system's assessment, and the potions professor's compliment was far from being bestowed upon him. A first-year student managing to cast Petri Ficus Totalis alongside 7 other dark curses, should I commend you as a genius? Unfortunately, he was timid. If it were Harry Potter, perhaps it would be feasible, but for him, it could only be said that he dared to speak, and Snape would dare to put him to death. Snape was indeed furious at that moment, yet Lynn, regardless, was an exemplary student of his house and would not be denied an opportunity for explanation. Gone mute now? Speak up. What prompted the conflict? At this moment, Lynn was not feigning pity, nor did he wear a title that could sway the professor's emotions. He remained silent for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze both perplexed and earnest as he inquired, "Professor, is it truly that purebloods hold such a lofty status?" Snape was momentarily taken aback by Lynn's question. Did wizards from pureblood families genuinely possess a sense of superiority over those from Muggle families? Snape remained silent. This discrimination was already prevalent at Hogwarts. What about the outside world? Was the magical community of Great Britain similarly afflicted? Did all wizards in this world share such views? Throughout the history of magic, there had been more than one Dark Lord with the goal of conquering Muggles and allowing pure-blood wizards to dominate the world. What of those who were perpetually oppressed? Had no one ever felt injustice on their behalf? In Snape's office, Lynn's inquiries flickered like a solitary candle in the darkness, starkly contrasting with the surroundings. Ultimately, Snape allowed him to leave without mentioning punishment. Through Lynn's questions, he could likely surmise how the conflict had arisen. After exiting Snape's office, Lynn made his way toward the Great Hall. His previous questions were not intended to elicit sympathy from Snape. They were merely reflections born from the events that had transpired. In his past life, the Harry Potter series had merely been a children's book, beautifully depicting the story of the savior Harry Potter and his companions rescuing the magical community in Britain. However, upon truly arriving in this world and engaging with its people and events, Lynn was compelled to ponder why, within a mere century, 2 Dark Lords emerged from a dwindling population of wizards, embodying such extreme nationalism. Whether it be Grindelwald or Voldemort, both figures naturally delineate wizards and Muggles into 2 distinct species, perceiving an irreconcilable conflict between the two. Believing that only through war and conquest can a brighter future be crafted for the wizarding community. Their objectives not only position Muggles as adversaries but also lead to a fragmentation within the wizarding populace, alienating a considerable segment of wizards hailing from Muggle families. What, then, is the root cause of such thoughts or contradictions? Lynn has already arrived at an answer. The so-called magical academies merely imparted the art of magic to the younger generation of wizards, neglecting to guide their thoughts. The prevailing ideology within the magical realm has long been monopolized by those pure-blood families who take pride in their ancient lineage. Upon becoming wizards, those from Muggle backgrounds effectively join a new society. Yet, Hogwarts, as an educational institution, astonishingly lacks a course in ideological or moral education, failing to direct these newcomers in navigating the ideologies of their new magical society. Consequently, the regressive, discriminatory, and feudalistic ideologies of pure-blood families have become the mainstream beliefs within the magical world, naturally influencing the next generation. Under such dominant ideologies, bloodline discrimination becomes commonplace, fostering a sense of superiority among purebloods and paving the way for the emergence of dark wizards epitomizing extreme nationalism. Hogwarts undeniably bears significant responsibility in this regard. Rather than striving to guide students' thoughts, it instead categorizes them into houses based on their personalities through the sorting hat at the beginning of their education. While perhaps the founders of ancient times favored instructing students akin to themselves in a proper educational framework, this is far from ideal. A society devoid of ideological education will inevitably devolve into an abnormal state. Although the castle appears tranquil and peaceful, filled with the laughter and joy of young wizards, Lynn, viewing it through the lens of his previous life as an educator, perceives Hogwarts as a school that teaches knowledge without imparting character, a clear dereliction of duty. During dinner, it was evident that the events of the afternoon had spread throughout Hogwarts. As Lynn entered the Great Hall, numerous young wizards instinctively turned their gazes upon him. Their eyes reflected a mlang of emotions: surprise, curiosity, disdain, excitement, and fear. Lynn, however, paid them little mind. He was simply hungry and desired to eat. As usual, he took his seat at the Ravenclaw table, where Cedric and Ian were awaiting him. As Lynn bit into the bread in his hand, he recalled Raphael's disheveled state when he left, The metaphor of him resembling a non-human being indeed resonated. He shook his head, indicating it was not a significant matter. "It's nothing. He merely berated me, calling me a mudblood." Upon hearing the catalyst of the incident, Cedric's face flushed with anger. As a prefect of the house, how could he utter such words? Where was his decorum? Had he been raised by wolves? Ian also hails from a muggle family and remains oblivious to the meaning of this term. What is a mudblood? It is a derogatory and malicious term. Should anyone ever refer to you with that word, do not hesitate, Ian. Simply point your wand at them and administer a stern lesson. Cedric explained to Ian. 050. The oddest individuals on the day following the conflict. In the Slytherin common room, Betty once again approached Lynn. This time, Lynn did not evade her. Rather, it seemed he had deliberately awaited her arrival. "I heard about you, Lynn. Yesterday, Raphael troubled you, and he even used such vile language to address you. Are you all right?" Lynn silently lamented that childhood companions could not compete with unexpected arrivals. After all, Raphael had been thoroughly reprimanded the day before, yet Betty's immediate concern was for his well-being. "I'm perfectly fine, Senior," Lynn replied, expressing gratitude for her kindness. As for Raphael, he likely isn't faring as well. Upon mentioning her ex-boyfriend, Betty's expression soured. "He deserves it. After this incident, Professor Snape may even revoke his position as head boy. To utter such words is utterly disgraceful." Betty twirled a strand of hair around her finger, feigning nonchalance as she continued, "Why have you been dining at the Ravenclaw table lately? Are you free tonight? My family sent me some snacks. We could enjoy them by the Black Lake." "Apologies, Senior." Lynn took a deep breath. Despite having never been in a romantic relationship in either of his lifetimes, he was no stranger to declining female advances. To describe his experience with two idioms, practice makes perfect and familiarity breeds ease. "I understand you have feelings for me, but I am still quite young and have no intentions of dating at the moment. Besides, you are a wonderful person." Lynn's rejection was rather blunt, leaving no room for Betty's hopes, which rendered her disappointed and awkward. "All right, fine. I suppose being direct is best." This approach would prevent lingering attachments and the emergence of any melodramatic scenarios in the future. After the herbology class on Thursday, Lynn resolved to seek out the room of requirement hidden within the castle. He could no longer return to the defense against the dark arts classroom, uncertain of whether similar incidents might recur. The only clue he retained about the room of requirement was a vague recollection. It was situated opposite a tapestry depicting a giant and a ballet teacher. The precise location eluded him. However, within the corridors of Hogwarts, many portraits offered guidance. As he inquired for directions, he unknowingly ventured to the third floor of the castle. Here, the area was sparsely populated, save for a statue of a one-eyed, hunchbacked old woman. Just as he passed by the statue, a hand suddenly emerged from behind it. Grasping his arm, Lynn remained unfazed, for he recognized the owner of the arm. "What are you two doing hiding here?" he remarked with a resigned expression, gazing at the ever-mischievous Weasley twins, who seemed to materialize out of thin air. George draped an arm over Lynn's shoulder. "We've heard all about your exploits. Well done, Lynn. I've long found that Raphael insufferable, always looking down his nose at others, as if he is superior." Lynn felt powerless against these two troublemakers. Casting a glance at Fred, who was stealthily concealing something behind him, the twins exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. "We are preparing to sneak off to Hogsmeade to procure some materials for crafting dung bombs," Fred declared. "Behind the statue, there exists a secret passage leading to the cellar of Honeydukes, and we intend to make our way through it shortly." With that, the brothers guided Lynn behind the statue, where Fred mysteriously produced an object concealed behind him. "We were observing the people within the castle. Otherwise, if someone happened to pass by while we opened the passage, it would be quite disastrous," he explained. Lynn's gaze fell upon the item in Fred's hand, a tattered piece of parchment adorned with intricate ink lines, meticulously delineating every nook and cranny of the castle, including all secret passages. Most astonishingly, it also displayed the location of every individual within Hogwarts, with their names shifting in accordance with their movements. Lynn observed Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape ensconced in their offices, while Professor Dumbledore's name was conspicuously absent, suggesting he may have departed from Hogwarts. Professor Sprout was, as usual, tending to the precious magical plants in the greenhouse. Additionally, there was Professor Fox, whose name indicated he was not within the castle but rather in a cottage near the Forbidden Forest, likely discussing matters concerning the Red Caps with Hagrid. Lynn also spotted Raphael in the Hogwarts hospital wing, appearing to be on the verge of discharge. Most concerning to the twins, Filch and his cat were somewhere on the first floor of the castle, ensuring they were not in immediate danger of an unexpected encounter. Remarkably, apart from themselves, there was not a soul in sight at their current location, rendering it a safe haven for the Weasley brothers' escapade. "What is this?" Lynn inquired, feigning curiosity despite being aware of the parchment's identity. "The Marauder's Map," George proclaimed proudly, as though introducing a rare treasure to a friend. "Fred and I discovered it in Filch's office during our first year. Initially, we thought it was merely an ordinary piece of parchment, but it took considerable effort to uncover its true purpose," Fred boasted. "Thanks to it, George and I have never once been caught by Filch during our nocturnal adventures. We can keep track of everyone's movements within the castle." Lynn nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling a detail. "Did you pay attention to the Marauder's Map on the morning of the attack on Rupert?" George and Fred shook their heads in unison. "No. We typically rise only as classes approach. We were still asleep when the attack occurred. We're about to leave. Lynn, would you care to join us?" "There are many intriguing shops in Hogsmeade," George suggested. Lynn shook his head, his interest in the wizarding village waning. "Perhaps another time." George shrugged. "Very well, however. I hope you can keep this secret for us." "No problem." Just as the Weasley brothers were about to enter the secret passage, Lynn suddenly inquired again. "Have you noticed any unusual individuals while observing the Marauder's Map since the beginning of this term?" Fred and George pondered Lynn's question intently, and ultimately, they both mentioned a name. If we are to speak of the most peculiar, it would undoubtedly be Professor Fawkes. 051. The second assault on Professor Fawkes? I am aware of the amicable rapport you share with Professor Fawkes, Lynn, yet I must confide that he is indeed exhibiting peculiar behaviors. Fred continued on from George's assertion. We discerned something amiss with him through the live point map at the onset of the term. He has been roaming the castle almost nightly for an extended period. Lynn regarded them with skepticism, sensing a discord between their words and their usual demeanor. Shouldn't you both be audaciously investigating the enigma behind Professor Fawkes' strange conduct? What prevents you from embarking on nocturnal excursions out of fear? George and Fred exchanged awkward smiles. Ultimately, it was George who spoke. You truly understand us. Well, I concede that we did attempt to covertly follow Professor Fawkes one midnight to ascertain his activities within the castle, but each time we endeavored to shadow him, Filch would unexpectedly materialize. Although he never managed to apprehend us, we were deterred from further risk. Lynn pondered for a moment, feeling that this was all too coincidental. What about recently? Has he ventured out at night again? Thank you both. I shall heed your words, Lynn expressed sincerely. The Weasley brothers bid farewell to Lynn, diving into the secret passageway to procure their supplies in Hogsmeade. Lynn continued her search for the room of requirement, mulling over the brothers' earlier remarks, eventually smiling and shaking her head, choosing to dwell no longer on such thoughts. At the commencement of the term, Professor Fawkes had candidly admitted to harboring secrets. Much like Lynn herself, she had no desire to pry into Professor Fawkes' mysteries, nor did she wish for anyone to unearth her own. At the very least, she was assured that since their first encounter, Professor Fawkes had never sought to harm her and had, in fact, offered considerable assistance. Thus, the Weasley brothers' words did little to sway Lynn's impression of Professor Fawkes. She still regarded him as a delightful and venerable gentleman. Meals were the moments when Lynn would rendezvous with Cedric, Ian, and the others. During dinner, Cedric relayed to Lynn recent news he had just learned. Raphael had been discharged from the hospital earlier that afternoon. Madame Pomfrey had remedied all his curses, yet she was unable to reverse the shaving charm. The hair restoration potion was rather unconventional, the hospital lacked a reserve, and Professor Snape had no materials to concoct it, so he had no choice but to leave bald. As Lynn sipped her pumpkin juice, Cedric's words caused her to choke slightly. Cough, cough, how unfortunate indeed. Ian, with an impassive expression, quipped, if you refrain from smiling. At least it would appear more genuine. Who says I am smiling? I am, in fact, lamenting for him. Lynn's explanation fell flat. Do take care, Cedric warned with concern in his eyes. Although he had not been relieved of his prefect duties, he had been sentenced to a month of detention upon exiting the hospital. He had boldly proclaimed in front of many that he would make you regret it. Lynn curled her lips in disdain, perhaps before he could even seek revenge. I would have already sent him back to the school hospital once more. No sooner had her words faded than Professor McGonagall briskly entered the hall, her expression grave. Hans Bosket from Slytherin House, Professor Snape has appointed you to temporarily replace Raphael Williamson as the boys' prefect. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. The prefects from various houses immediately rose to heed McGonagall's directive, as the female prefect soothed the young wizards left behind, while the male prefects hurriedly exited. Cedric and Ian simultaneously turned to Lynn, their gazes laden with suspicion. Lynn stared at them, bewildered. "Why do you look at me like that?" Ian's eyes bore into him. "Is it you who did this?" "What did I do?" McGonagall's previous remarks clearly indicated that Raphael had encountered trouble. Cedric calmly analyzed. "So how does this relate to your suspicions of me?" Lynn felt utterly innocent at that moment. "You just mentioned sending him to the hospital." Ian pointed out Lynn's earlier statement. "I merely was. What was it?" "Forget it. I want to discuss it with you. Even if I had a motive, I lacked the opportunity to commit the crime." News of the events unfolding in the castle had also reached the hall. Yet another attack. The victim was none other than Raphael, who had barely been discharged for half a day. Moreover, he bore the same fate as Rupert. Tormented by the Cruciatus curse near the Slytherin common room, ultimately having his memory erased. The information spread rapidly among the young wizards, reviving previously quelled rumors. Once again, it was a dark wizard's attack. The perpetrator had never truly departed. He had always been among us. Adrian Fox. He hardly deserves to be called a professor. How could he inflict such harm upon his own students? The previous failure of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic to apprehend him had resulted in this latest tragedy. Lynn and her companions had lost all appetite for their meal. Cedric murmured. "Professor Fox's situation appears dire indeed." Even Ian nodded in agreement. "Unless the true culprit is apprehended. Even in the absence of evidence, he will certainly be taken by the Ministry for a thorough investigation, given the multitude of accusations against him." The wave of condemnation against Professor Fox grew ever louder, with even a Slytherin student shouting at McGonagall, who remained in the hall. "Professor McGonagall, I believe there is no need for the other professors to search for a non-existent culprit within the castle. Where is Professor Fox at this moment? The most pressing action now is to restrain him." McGonagall coldly responded to the Slytherin student. She had also heard the gossip circulating among the students. But she felt equally agitated, unable to provide a defense for Fox. For at the very moment Raphael was attacked, Fox had gone missing. 052. The missing Professor Fox. The entire student body of Hogwarts had been gathered in the Great Hall, while Professor McGonagall oversaw the students within. The other professors scoured the castle in search of the elusive murderer, with the exception of Professor Adrian Fox, who seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding all attempts to locate him. In a corner of the staircase on the second floor, Severus Snape encountered Professor Flitwick. "Any discoveries, Severus?" Flitwick inquired. Snape shook his head. "No, I have not encountered a single soul." "And what of Adrian? Have you found him?" Snape let out a disdainful laugh. "He has likely fled in fear of his guilt." Flitwick furrowed his brow. "I am aware of your past disagreements, but until we have conclusive evidence, it is unwise to leap to conclusions. You are not one of those immature students." Meanwhile, the professors were still searching the castle, back in the Great Hall. The young witches and wizards were engaged in fervent discussions. Lynn furrowed his brow, disregarding the rampant rumors, and focused intently on the task that had just been presented to him. Emergency quest, rescue Professor Adrian Fox. Quest description, your beloved professor is currently in grave danger. Yet everyone else is questioning his integrity. Only you believe in his innocence, and only you can aid him. Quest reward, a random talent possessed by Adrian Fox. Help me out. Lynn suddenly addressed Cedric and Ian. What do you intend to do? Cedric felt an unsettling premonition. You can't go out there. The castle is perilous right now. He grasped Lynn's arm anxiously. Lynn regarded him solemnly. I have compelling reasons to venture out. Trust me, I fear for my life. So believe that I shall not come to harm. His gaze was resolute, and Ian patted Cedric's shoulder. Trust him, let him go. Reluctantly, Cedric released his grip, biting his lip. Just don't be reckless, Lynn. Lynn smiled at them, assuring, I want tea. He then turned and stealthily exited the Great Hall. Once outside, he did not linger within the castle but proceeded directly along the corridor, exiting the castle entirely. The world beyond was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds obscuring the stars and a fine drizzle descending from the heavens. Waterproofing the fabric of his robe with a charm, he plunged headlong into the night. He recalled the Marauder's map that the Weasley twins had shown him that afternoon. The last known location of Professor Fox was Hagrid's hut. Using the illumination charm on his wand, Lynn jogged along the rugged, muddy path until he reached the vicinity of Hagrid's dwelling. Hagrid's cottage stood with its door firmly shut, shrouded in darkness within, indicating the absence of any inhabitants. However, Fong, the hound Hagrid had raised, remained in the yard, displaying signs of agitation as it incessantly barked towards the forbidden forest. Observing the large footprints left on the path leading to the forest, Lynn surmised the whereabouts of Professor Fox and Hagrid. He refrained from recklessly entering the forest, recognizing that such an action would be akin to courting death. Instead, he approached Fong, who was tethered and barking persistently, and spoke softly, "I wish to venture into the forbidden forest to find Hagrid and the others. Can you guide me there?" Fong seemed to comprehend Lynn's intentions, ceasing its barks and wagging its tail. It took the initiative to grasp its chain in its mouth and presented it to him. Lynn unfastened Fong's chain, and immediately the dog surged forward, leading Lynn deeper into the forbidden forest. That afternoon, while Lynn encountered the Weasley twins within the castle, Hagrid remained true to his word. Having prepared to escort Professor Fawkes into the forbidden forest in search of a redcap, regrettably, Fong had not fully recovered from its ailment. Otherwise, their task would have been considerably easier. "I wish Fong were fit to accompany us," Hagrid lamented before they entered the forest. Professor Fawkes, however, was unconcerned. "I have faith in your abilities, Hagrid. You have served as the keeper of keys and grounds here for decades. With you by my side, I believe our search will yield fruitful results." "Haha, you flatter me, Fawkes," Hagrid replied, though it was evident that he appreciated the compliment. As they prepared to enter the forbidden forest, Hagrid cast a worried glance at the sky. "The weather isn't looking too promising today. I fear it may rain. Did you not always carry an umbrella?" Professor Fawkes chuckled, gesturing toward the small pink umbrella in Hagrid's grasp. "Moreover, the damp weather is advantageous for us. Redcaps thrive in such conditions." Hagrid instinctively concealed the small pink umbrella, his gaze wavering as he changed the subject. "Well then, let us set off." The two ventured into the forbidden forest, following the familiar path Hagrid often traversed. "We cannot afford to search haphazardly, Fawkes. Are you familiar with the habits of those little creatures? You mentioned they prefer damp environments. Perhaps we should check by the riverbank." Professor Fawkes shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he produced a weathered silver cup from seemingly nowhere. "There's no need for such complications. I possess a cup previously used by those little beings. We can utilize it to locate their kind." No sooner had Professor Fawkes spoken than he cast a spell on the cup. Reveal and trace. A blue light emanated from his wand, enveloping the silver cup before directing itself toward a specific point within the forbidden forest. Professor Fawkes's body trembled slightly, and anyone could discern the excitement in his voice. "Uh-huh. It is indeed hidden here." Hagrid observed something amiss in Professor Fawkes's demeanor, a chill coursing through his body. "You're falling behind. Hagrid, hurry and catch up with me," Professor Fawkes called out, leading the way ahead. 053, A Decade-Delayed Revenge, Part 1. This path leads through the tribes of those horsemen who harbor a notable disdain for outsiders. The centaurs have informed me of a recent disappearance within their ranks, prompting the tribe to adopt a state of vigilance. It would be prudent for us to take a detour. Professor Fawkes and Hagrid have been traversing the forbidden forest for over an hour now. The sky has succumbed to darkness, and under Hagrid's guidance, they have successfully circumvented the centaur tribes, the gathering place of unicorns, and numerous other perilous locales. They meandered through the forest, nearly traversing its entirety, until they reached its deepest recesses. Hagrid surveyed the familiar web surrounding them, his expression shifting slightly as he stammered, "Fawkes, are you certain we haven't come to the wrong place? Will there truly be such a creature as the redcap here?" Professor Fawkes maintained a brisk pace, not once prompting Hagrid to slow down for him. His demeanor grew increasingly composed, his initial excitement replaced by an uncanny calm. "I cannot be mistaken, Hagrid. Yet." Hagrid's gaze faltered, and he attempted to deter Professor Fawkes from proceeding further. "I can assure you that there is no such creature as the redcap here. I have been here many times." Hagrid, sensing Fawkes's unwavering resolve, began to feel a twinge of panic. Clenching his fist, roughly the size of a football, he gritted his teeth and finally chose to reveal the truth. "I've kept some pets here, Fawkes. They don't quite adhere to the Ministry of Magic's regulations. But I swear, I have never allowed them to leave the Forbidden Forest, nor have they harmed anyone." Professor Fawkes interrupted, "No need to elaborate, Hagrid. Do you truly believe I would concern myself with such matters? I am not here to trouble you regarding your pets." Though Hagrid was typically straightforward, he was not without wisdom. "But you cannot be here seeking a redcap. Perhaps in other parts of the Forbidden Forest that might be plausible, but not here. Not in this place. This forest could not possibly harbor such creatures. Redcaps are indigenous to Northern Europe, thriving in areas rich with the sin of human blood. Clearly, Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest does not possess the requisite conditions for their survival. So, I must apologize, Hagrid. I have deceived you." Hagrid's expression turned grave. He had initially believed that Professor Fawkes had entered the forest in search of his pets, thus abandoning the pursuit of the elusive redcap. Little did he know, Fox's intentions had never been aimed at that fanciful creature. "Then what is your purpose here?" he asked, his voice trembling. Professor Fox continued to stride forward. "Guided by the enchantment, I seek a person, an adversary." "What sort of adversary? Are there others within the Forbidden Forest?" Professor Fox appeared indifferent to Hagrid's continued presence. Almost pleased to have a listener at this moment. "He holds many identities, an unregistered animagus, a purist, a dark wizard, a Death Eater. Yet, I prefer to refer to him as a fleeing rodent. Is he a Death Eater evading capture by the Ministry of Magic?" Hagrid felt a chill in his hands and feet, an inexplicable tension welling up within him. No, you misunderstand my intent." Professor Fox shook his head. "I call him a mouse not because he escaped the Ministry's pursuit. You must be aware of the reason I was imprisoned in Azkaban and subsequently released, right, Hagrid?" "Because." Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly grasping what Professor Fox was about to reveal. "I killed 5 Death Eaters," he said with a smile. "Originally. The count should have been 6, but the last one received word and fled in advance. Then the Ministry apprehended me. After my release 2 years ago, I traveled the world under the guise of exploration, but my true purpose was to find him. Can you guess where he is hiding?" Night had fallen. Thick clouds obscured the stars from the earth, rendering the Forbidden Forest particularly dark. They felt as if they had stepped into the maw of a colossal abyss, where darkness enveloped them, and their hands couldn't discern their own fingers. A flicker of light appeared as Professor Fox cast a wand-lighting charm. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, but chose not to conceal himself. He brandished his pink umbrella and similarly cast the charm. As they delved deeper, webs resembling fishing nets began to appear among the trees, while large shadows flickered within the webbing. "Your pet turns out to be a giant spider. I recall they feast on humans." Professor Fox discerned the creatures hidden within the webs. Hagrid defended their friend, saying, "Aragog listens to me. He has restrained his kin and ensures they do not harm others." Professor Fox, however, disagreed. "A beast is ultimately a beast. Even if their leader has established rules of nonviolence for your sake, what will happen when you are no longer here? Or if your friend lacks the power to control his kin?" Suddenly, Professor Fox halted. A faint but persistent cracking sound had begun to echo through the woods, akin to countless feet snapping dry branches. Professor Fox's expression grew serious. He shrugged and remarked to Hagrid, "I think we need not wait for that moment. Your friend's offspring are already eager to devour us." The spiders, concealed in darkness, ceased their attempts to hide. They converged from all directions, encircling Professor Fox and Hagrid like a black ocean poised to engulf them, a mere rock amidst the tide. Hagrid, incredulous, gazed at the massive spiders surging toward them like a damp wave, roaring in question to his friend, "Aragog, where are you? Show yourself at once. Do you wish to kill me now?" Professor Fox halted Hagrid's futile actions. His hair, gray with age, framed a face etched with wrinkles, yet he stood tall and upright, his eyes gleaming with vitality. The howling cold wind billowed around his coat as Adrian Fox deftly drew his wand, akin to a knight unsheathing his sword in the medieval era. "There is no need to shout, Hagrid. Your friend has evidently encountered some misfortune, and all we can do now is fight." 054. The Revenge of a Decade Late, Part 2. The fine rain pattered against the lush foliage. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Professor Fox and Hagrid simultaneously cast the armored protection charm upon themselves. An invisible shield formed around them as, at that very moment, a horde of gigantic spiders, each the size of a millstone, charged towards them as if commanded by an unseen force. Professor Fox brandished his wand, sending a spray of water into the air. Without uttering a spell, he expertly executed a silent transfiguration charm, transforming the surrounding bushes into entwined vines that encircled them. The leading spiders, caught off guard, stumbled as their 8 legs proved more cumbersome than Hagrid's 2, tripping over the suddenly emerged vines. Hagrid swiftly raised his small red umbrella, targeting the mass of spiders behind the fallen ones, and cast a barrier charm. A formidable barrier erupted. Simultaneously, Professor Fox unleashed an explosion charm. A thunderous roar reverberated before them, and a blinding flash engulfed the spiders that had been tripped or ensnared by the barrier. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished screeches, countless spiders were obliterated, their viscous, repugnant green blood mingling with fragments of bodies and organs splattering everywhere. The potency of Professor Fox's explosion charm was immense, a stark contrast to the spell that Lynn practiced, as disparate as a grenade compared to a firecracker. If the Forbidden Forest is scorched, surely Dumbledore would not require me to compensate the school for the damages. Even in such dire circumstances, Professor Fox managed to jest. while numerous spiders were slain or injured. Those that remained were even more relentless, trampling over their fallen kin to launch another assault. If we survive this, I shall bear the compensation Dumbledore seeks from you. Hagrid grit his teeth. They stood back to back, continuously casting spells into the swarm, with spiders falling yet more encroaching upon them. How many offspring does your friend have? Professor Fox gasped. I have not kept count, but it has been reproducing for over 40 years. Then we are doomed. At this rate, we shall be exhausted to death. Excellent idea. Professor Fox nodded in agreement. You are tall. Charge ahead, and I will follow closely to fend them off. Can you keep up? Hagrid felt no doubt in the professor's plan. A flash of fire erupted, followed by another explosion charm. However, against the seemingly endless tide of spiders, its effect was minimal. I shall count to 3, and then you must charge. 3, 2, 1. With Professor Fox's count, Hagrid suddenly roared, and I turned to charge headlong into the oncoming swarm. As if in unison, the spiders parted, allowing Hagrid to surge through their ranks unimpeded, creating a clear path. Thus, he easily broke free from the clutches of the spider horde. However, Professor Fox remained motionless within the encirclement of spiders, calling out to Hagrid's retreating figure, "Run faster, Hagrid. I am about to surpass you." Hagrid dashed away, swiftly vanishing into the night. Professor Fox squinted at the spider horde that had sealed off the exit once more. Chuckling softly, seemingly conversing with an unseen entity. I wish to end your life, yet instead of fleeing, you dare to seize this opportunity to kill me. He flexed his wrist, which had grown sore from incessantly wielding his wand. Your letting Hagrid go suits my intentions perfectly. Did you believe I summoned him to serve as assistants? With his departure, I can finally unleash my full potential. Professor Fox grasped his wand in an unusual manner. Holding it firmly at the base with both hands, the tip directed towards the ground. As the spider swarm charged once again, he remained unperturbed. A rather audacious smile gracing his face as he loudly recited the incantation that instilled terror in countless hearts. Avada Kedavra! A brilliant green light surged forth from his wand. The death curse making contact with the ground, yet curiously failing to dissipate. The beam scattered into shimmering motes, flowing gracefully from Professor Fox's position as if it were a stream, swiftly enveloping the entire tide of spiders. Beyond the sound of raindrops falling upon the leaves, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Thousands of enormous spiders collapsed lifelessly to the ground, akin to marionettes severed from their strings. Filthy mud splattered up, landing on the ashen compound eyes of the arachnids. Rain and darkness swallowed him whole, leaving only the multitude of spider carcasses as testament to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Hagrid had not run far before he realized that Fox had not followed him. Despite having been deceived by Fox twice, he was not one to abandon a friend. Hagrid cast several fire spells at the web, but before they could ignite, the rain extinguished them, igniting his frustration. A sudden, excruciating pain coursed through him, and his vision faded to black. He barely glimpsed the face of his assailant before enduring a second strike. This time, Hagrid could not withstand the blow. He collapsed into the mud. The attacker discarded the wooden club, their visage cold and indifferent, as they trod away without a glance back at the unconscious Hagrid. The surroundings were enshrouded in a web of silken threads, a clear indication that this territory had been claimed by a colony of spiders. The large arachnids had all perished under Professor Fox's spell, leaving only a handful of juvenile spiders behind. These so-called juveniles were, relative to their size, still as large as a human fist. After not walking far, Professor Fox halted, for the tracking magic that had led him here abruptly dissipated, signifying that the individual he sought was indeed present. Yet, no human figure was in sight. Instead, a colossal silhouette surged forth from a nearby cave. With a flick of his wand, Professor Fox transformed a stone before him into a sharp spike just a moment before the massive creature charged. The unsuspecting behemoth was swiftly wounded, letting out a pained shriek as its 6 blade-like limbs curled helplessly. Professor Fox retreated a couple of steps, finally discerning the full form of this creature. It was a remarkably large 8-eyed spider, far exceeding the size of a Muggle automobile. Each of its 6 legs, when in motion, would sweep through the forest like deadly scythes. Its 8 eyes appeared abnormal, exhibiting a peculiar grayish hue, reminiscent of blindness. This spider was unmistakably Aragog, Hagrid's companion, albeit in a somewhat altered state, as if under someone's control. Such a colossal creature, while terrifying in appearance, was ironically one of the easiest targets for wizards. Its sheer size rendered it an excellent living target. It stood motionless, and though it would be simple to slay it, Professor Fox refrained out of consideration for Hagrid. "Are you not coming out, Wilkes?" He called out into the empty woods amidst the rain-soaked night. "I imagine you have grown weary of hiding. Even when I was imprisoned in Azkaban, you dared not emerge. You've concealed yourself here for a decade. And now you finally muster the courage to retaliate. So why not show yourself?" A frown creased Professor Fox's brow as he thought he heard a voice. Suddenly, a wooden arrow shot forth from the depths of the forest, aimed directly at his head. Yet, just 10 centimeters before reaching him, it was halted by an invisible barrier. His shield charm remained intact. With the arrow thwarted, the sound of hooves rapidly striking the ground resonated, as a figure concealed in darkness maneuvered swiftly through the trees, offering Professor Fox no opportunity to lock onto him with his wand. It was a centaur. Professor Fox narrowed his eyes instinctively, recognizing the identity of his assailant. He recalled Hagrid's words upon entering the Forbidden Forest, mentioning that a member of the centaur tribe had recently gone missing. It appeared that the centaur had not merely strayed, but had instead fallen victim to some dark magic. The arrows of the centaurs posed little threat to Professor Fox. The true danger lay in the individual lurking in the shadows. He remained still, refraining from any rash movement, as he awaited the concealed mouse to reveal itself. Thus, they maintained a tense standoff for 5 minutes, until finally, the roving centaur could no longer contain his impatience and launched an assault. Aware that arrows would be ineffective, he decisively stowed his longbow and brandished a wooden spear, surging forward in an attempt to pierce Fox through. Avada Kedavra! Professor Fox, undeterred, refrained from slaying Aragog out of respect for Hagrid, but held no such reservations regarding the centaur. He raised his hand and unleashed the killing curse. The ghastly green light seemed to suffocate the air, piercing through the rain, aimed directly at the centaur. No one dared confront the killing curse head-on. Yet the centaur exhibited remarkable agility, unlike Aragog, who had been treated as a living target. He leapt nimbly, twisting his body at an angle, and charged once again. Professor Fox swiftly adapted his strategy. Against such a nimble opponent, he could not rely on spells that required direct hits. Only area effect spells could effectively target him. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted skyward, and debris and mud flew through the air. The centaur narrowly evaded the brunt of the explosive curse, but was staggered several steps back by the ensuing shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Fox unleashed his ultimate attack. The killing curse. The centaur, instinctively sensing danger, rolled to the side, narrowly escaping a fate of being cleaved in two as a formless blade sliced through the night. However, blood still splattered as his left arm was severed. A pitiful wail echoed through the Forbidden Forest. Just as Professor Fox prepared to cast another spell to claim the centaur's life, a ghastly green curse seemingly materialized from thin air, launching itself at him from behind. Avada Kedavra! The moment he heard the incantation, Professor Fox knew it was too late to evade. Thus, he opted for an alternative means of escape. His body abruptly shrank, his form and appearance rapidly transforming. In the blink of an eye, Professor Fox had turned into Professor Flitwick, due to his diminished stature. The curse that should have struck him merely grazed Professor Flitwick's hair. Without pausing, Professor Fox capitalized on the long-awaited opportunity as the mouse finally revealed itself. He could not afford to squander it. Another silent transformation spell was cast. In the direction of the incoming curse, several branches seamlessly morphed into long ropes, swiftly entwining the black wizard who had just exposed himself, resembling serpents in their movement. The ropes tightened instantly, binding him securely. Yet, in the next moment, the ensnared black wizard abruptly vanished, the ropes falling uselessly to the ground as a spider of normal size materialized in his place. This black wizard's animagus form was that of a spider. Now revealed, the black wizard named Wilkes no longer concealed himself. He transformed back into his human shape. He appeared to be a middle-aged man living in dire straits, his complexion sallow, hair disheveled as if neglected for ages, and his robes tattered and torn. However, his gaze was exceptionally fierce, fixated intently on Professor Fox. Clenching his wand tightly, he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Fox, I never anticipated that you are indeed a natural-born animagus." 056. A Delayed Revenge After 10 Years, Part 4. There are still many unexpected events awaiting you. Noticing Wilkes' absence, Professor Fox wasted no time in conversation and cast a lethal Avada Kedavra spell with precision. As Wilkes sprinted to evade the deadly curse, he retaliated with bursts of green light. For a moment, the forest was alive with vivid hues of green. "Fox, I believe there is room for negotiation." Wilkes attempted to engage Professor Fox in discourse. What would you like to discuss? Although Fox feigned a willingness to negotiate, his hands wielded the killing curse and explosive spells, leaving Wilkes no respite. I never laid a hand on anyone. It was all Lestrange and his ilk. They orchestrated everything. I was merely a bystander. Just a bystander. A bystander, you say? Professor Fox's fury ignited at Wilkes' words, his voice a menacing growl. Do you know what I have regretted during my years in Azkaban? His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with wrath, seemed capable of incinerating the very soul. I have always regretted that those 5 scoundrels met their end too easily. The Cruciatus curse was hardly sufficient. I should have tormented them further, made them repent in the depths of their souls. Repent for their past deeds. Avada Kedavra. An unseen blade, centered on Professor Fox, swept outwards in all directions. Countless trees were severed at the trunk, crashing to the ground with thunderous roars. Wilkes' expression shifted dramatically. Once a Death Eater under the Dark Lord, he had witnessed the devastating dark magic crafted by his comrade Snape. Yet he was certain that the effects of the killing curse could not be so exaggerated. Just as the killing curse had previously annihilated a swarm of spiders, Professor Fox had enhanced the Avada Kedavra. With swift determination, he dropped to the ground, and in the next moment, the blade swept past. All 8 of its legs were instantaneously severed. The foul green blood gushed forth, spilling indiscriminately. Aragog, resilient in life, remained alive despite his severed limbs, lying on the ground and wailing. The effect of Professor Fox's Avada Kedavra was nothing short of terrifying. Trees within a 20-meter radius were utterly obliterated, leaving a vast clearing in the forbidden forest. Madman, you are a lunatic, Wilkes yelled as he scrambled to his feet, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled. Professor Fox, having unleashed such a powerful spell, was now in a weakened state. Overexertion had drained his energy, leaving him pale and breathless as he leaned on his knee. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wilkes suddenly cast a low-level smoke screen spell. White smoke began to rise, obscuring visibility, and Professor Fox felt a surge of caution. He did not underestimate this spell, even if it was one that a first-year student at Hogwarts could master. He resolved to dispel the smoke screen with the swiftest means possible. All spells must end. The universal counterspell can forcibly dispel the majority of magical effects, and the smoke screen is no exception. Just as the mist began to dissipate, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed in Professor Fox's ears. Had the centaur risen once more? They were now perilously close enough that no spell could be evaded. Professor Fox had no time to concern himself with the centaur behind him. The protective armor charm had been shielding him all along. The centaur had already sustained considerable injuries, and even if it were to attack him, it would not inflict significant harm. The most pressing threat was Wilkes, mere moments away. At such proximity, the first to cast a spell would emerge victorious. Avada. Wilkes's visage twisted in malice, the incantation of the killing curse already half-formed. Yet, before he could complete the spell, his body erupted with numerous wounds. A dozen deep gashes, exposing bone, elicited a wretched scream of agony from him, and the incantation faltered. Professor Fox, opting against the killing curse, instead invoked the silent version of the stunning spell. Though its efficacy was diminished, its speed was unparalleled. Recognizing the opportunity for assured victory, Professor Fox refrained from the folly of a villain's verbose demise. Ignoring the centaur behind him, he brandished his wand, prepared to unleash the killing curse, when a tremendous force suddenly struck his back. The armor charm proved inadequate to withstand such power, shattering instantaneously. Professor Fox felt a sharp pain sear through his back, his body lifted off the ground. Looking down, he was horrified to find a sharp horn piercing through his abdomen. The assailant was not the centaur, but a unicorn ensnared by the control curse. Its eyes vacant and soulless. Wilkes, racked with pain, felt his mental resolve fraying. Seeing the unicorn's assault succeed, he relinquished his hold on it. The magical resistance of such a creature was formidable. Had he not persistently cast the control curse upon it, he would never have managed to dominate it. Now, his plan had come to fruition, and Wilkes cackled in liberation. Fox, I have triumphed. The unicorn regained its consciousness, bewildered as it beheld Professor Fox impaled upon its horn. Confused, it withdrew its horn from Fox's belly and fled in panic. Professor Fox was not yet dead, but he sensed that death loomed near, lying in the mud. He trembled as he rummaged through the pockets of his cloak, retrieving various potions, gulping them down and pouring some onto the horrific, gaping wound that pierced through him. Wilkes was elated, though he too bore grave injuries, yet he felt far stronger than Fox. You are about to perish, Fox. Your death will set me free. I shall escape this cursed place. I must leave England. I long to escape this wretched place, with every ounce of strength depleted. He struggled to rise from the ground, blood staining a vast expanse of earth beneath him. He grasped the centaur's spear, using it as a makeshift crutch. Determined to approach Fox. I shall slay you. Only by taking your life with my own hands can I forget the horrific sight of Lestrange and the others in their final moments. Only through your demise can I find rest. Ah! Wilkes erupted into a chilling scream, the wounds on his body slowly lengthening and widening. Like a dozen ravenous insects, they feasted quietly upon his flesh and blood. Within less than 10 meters of Fox, he collapsed once more, the agony etched deep within his soul, driving him to madness. Professor Fox clutched his still bleeding abdomen, a faint laugh escaping his lips. This isn't so bad, really. I shall take you down with me, truly. Not so bad, thanks to Merlin. His voice gradually faded, almost as if he were conversing with himself. Everything I could leave behind, I have entrusted to you, Lynn. I hope you can carry on and fulfill what I could not complete. 057. The Revenge That Came a Decade Late, Part 5. Yaya darted through the forbidden forest with Lynn in tow, following Hagrid's scent deeper into the woods until they were intercepted by 2 centaurs. Halt! The human cub and that dog. Ahead lies our tribe. You cannot enter without permission. Lynn restrained Yaya, who was eager to advance, leveraging Hagrid's connection. I am searching for Hagrid. Have you seen him? The 2 centaurs exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, Hagrid has not come here. Lynn pointed at Yaya. You must recognize this dog that Hagrid raised. It tracked his scent to find us. Currently, we are searching the forbidden forest for our missing kin and have prohibited any outsiders from entering our tribe, including Hagrid. So he could not have been here. Upon hearing this, Lynn's eyes lit up and a devious glint emerged. So it is you he spoke of, he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The centaur guards looked perplexed. What do you mean, us? One of the guards scrutinized him suspiciously. Why didn't you say so earlier? How was I to know you were centaurs? Lynn feigned ignorance. I have never seen you before. I thought centaurs were beings with horse heads and human bodies. His words were somewhat infuriating, yet the guards, recognizing his youth, chose not to escalate their irritation. Are you telling the truth? One asked. Do I have any reason to lie? Lynn blinked innocently, appearing exceptionally sincere. The expressions of the centaur guards grew somber, and one swiftly departed to inform their leader. Soon, the ground trembled as dozens of centaurs approached. The leader among them, named Ferenz, appeared more refined and wise than the others. Is it you who brings this news? Ferenz stepped forward, towering over Lynn, imposing an air of authority. Indeed, it is I, Lynn replied, maintaining his composure. The astute centaur immediately pointed out the flaw in Lynn's deceit. If Hagrid wished to convey this message to us, why not send the dog directly instead of you? Lynn shrugged. Are you well acquainted with Yaya? Not at all. Then that settles it. If Hagrid sent Yaya to find you, could it succeed? Even if it did find you, would you comprehend its intent? And even if you understood, would you trust a strange dog? As he spoke, Lynn patted Yaya's head, who wagged its tail in response. I am different. I know Yaya well and can interpret its intentions. As for gaining your trust, what benefit would I derive from deceiving you? Ferenz remained silent for a moment, then gazed deeply at Lynn before commanding the centaurs behind him. Let us follow him. With his acquiescence, Lynn cautiously ventured, testing the waters. I find myself running far too slowly. Might you carry me upon your back? The centaurs immediately glared at him in fury. Are you dreaming? What do you take us for? Mules? However, Ferenz quelled the murmurs of his companions and nodded in agreement. Very well, climb aboard. The centaurs gazed at Ferenz in disbelief, yet Lynn was unconcerned. He had achieved his objective. He nimbly ascended onto Ferenz's back, grasping Yaya's lead. And they resumed their swift journey into the depths of the forbidden forest. The commotion created by dozens of centaurs galloping was considerable, startling numerous magical creatures into frantic flight. Persuading the centaurs to act alongside him served not only to expedite the search for Professor Fox, but also to provide a layer of safety for himself. Professor Fox, alongside Hagrid, was undoubtedly embroiled in peril, though Lynn was uncertain of the precise nature of that danger. In the Forbidden Forest, it was these indigenous centaurs who possessed the most intimate knowledge of the land. Even Hagrid could scarcely rival them, despite Lynn's prodigious talent. His strength was insufficient to match that of an adult wizard. Ultimately, even if he located Professor Fox, he might not only fail to rescue others, but could very well endanger himself. Yet, the dynamic shifted when he allied with the centaurs. With the presence of these several centaurs, Lynn felt as though he could traverse the forbidden forest with impunity. Should they find Professor Fox, Hagrid, and their missing companions together, It would surely be a cause for celebration. Even in the event they failed to locate their comrades, and worst-case scenario saw Lynn's deception uncovered, with Hogwarts and Dumbledore's backing. What could the centaurs possibly do to him? It could be said that encountering the centaurs was an unequivocal stroke of fortune for Lynn. For legs, after all, are far swifter than two. Yaya, bearing Lynn and the centaurs, led them to the spot where Hagrid had collapsed, only to tire and flop onto the ground. Unable to proceed further. Upon witnessing Hagrid unconscious on the ground, a heavy weight settled in Lynn's heart. The situation had deteriorated beyond his expectations. Professor Fox had evidently been separated from Hagrid. The rain had rendered the ground muddy and treacherous, and a centaur discovered the tracks of the assailant that had attacked Hagrid. Firenze's expression grew grave as he beheld Hagrid's current state, an ominous premonition creeping upon him. Yaya remained behind, and Firenze wished to keep Lynn in place, assigning a few centaurs to watch over them. However, Lynn firmly declined. You are merely a cub. The path ahead could be perilous. And have you not already found Hagrid? Why persist in following us? Firenze inquired. Lynn did not resort to falsehood. He earnestly declared, it is not solely Hagrid. Another professor has also ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Now that Hagrid is in danger, your kin and my professor are likely facing peril as well, thus I must accompany you. Firenze and Lynn's gazes locked, and at length, he spoke softly. You are somewhat different from the other wizarding cubs. Since you are so insistent, you may accompany us. We shall ensure your safety. A few centaurs remained behind to guard the unconscious Hagrid, while the rest ventured deeper into the territory of Aragog, the spider nurtured by Hagrid. Some centaurs recognized this place, and soon they encountered a web obstructing their path. One centaur attempted to dismantle the web with his spear, but to little avail. Firenze frowned and remarked, we must find a way around. There's no need for such trouble, Lynn declared, dismounting from his steed. I shall clear the way. With just you, a mere cub? Scoffed one of the centaurs. Without offering an explanation, Lynn brandished his wand at the web before him. A crackling explosion ensued. 058. A Decade Late Revenge, Part 6. Lynn propelled the centaurs forward with explosive spells, swiftly leading them to the site where Professor Fox and Hagrid were engaged in battle against the spiders. The scene was one of utter devastation. Corpses littered the ground. Trees lay felled, and countless craters marred the earth. The centaurs were particularly struck with terror at the sight of the spider carcasses. It's the killing curse. The Dark Wizard's killing curse. One centaur exclaimed in horror. So many have perished at the hands of the killing curse. The centaurs gazed in dread at the multitude of spider remains, their faces ashen. Each killing curse could claim but a single life. The sheer number of deaths here left them unable to fathom the total count of curses unleashed. While fear gripped the centaurs, Firenze pressed onward, determined to find the body of his fallen kin. Just as they prepared to move again, a bloodied unicorn, panicked, dashed towards them. The centaurs made way, allowing the creature to flee unimpeded. Lynn observed the blood staining the unicorn's horn, a growing sense of foreboding weighing heavily upon him. They continued forward, and soon the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Even the most robust trees appeared as if they had been uniformly severed by some unseen force, creating a clearing the size of a football field within the Forbidden Forest. Lynn recognized the spell responsible for such devastation, the blasting curse. The magnitude of its destructive power was truly terrifying. The extent of damage inflicted was unfathomable. If unleashed amidst a crowd, the consequences were beyond his imagination. Soon, a keen-eyed centaur, brandishing a specially designed waterproof torch, discovered two wizards lying in the mud, alongside a comatose centaur with a severed arm. Blood pooled around them. Lynn turned his gaze to the fallen wizards, his breath quickening with anxiety. He rushed towards them, although he did not recognize the one covered in deep wounds. He immediately identified Professor Fox, who lay with a gaping wound in his abdomen. Professor! Lynn stared in shock at what seemed to be the lifeless form of Professor Fox, collapsing to his knees in the mud, just as waves of sorrow surged within him. Professor Fox slowly opened his eyes, weakly speaking, Is that you, Lynn? Instantly, Lynn's heart surged with joy. You're not dead. Professor Fox coughed painfully, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Please, check if Wilkes is alive or not. Lynn wiped the rain from his eyes and stood, hurrying to the side of the other wizard. He was unaware of who Wilkes was, but aside from this wizard, there was no one else present. Wilkes lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, a horrifying pool of blood beneath him. Lynn crouched down, cautiously checking for breath, then feeling for a heartbeat, ultimately concluding that this wizard was irrevocably deceased. He has no breath or heartbeat. He is dead, Professor. Lynn's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb Professor Fox. The professor appeared comforted, his eyes closing in a state of relief. It is better this way. Better this way. Lynn sensed something amiss with Professor Fox's current condition and seized his shoulders, shaking him while calling out, Professor, it is he who has died. Not you. You cannot die. If you do, it would be to my advantage. Professor Fox, already dizzy from excessive blood loss, felt on the verge of retching from Lynn's vigorous shaking. If you continue to shake me like this, it may truly become advantageous for you. Lynn hastily released his grip, recognizing the professor's dire state, which was perilously close to death. He rushed to Forenza, pleading for assistance in carrying Professor Fox to Hogwarts. However, the centaurs refused. Look at Adam's arm. It was undoubtedly severed by that wizard's dark magic. You should consider yourself fortunate that we do not seek revenge against him, and you expect us to aid him? Even Forenza, who typically exhibited the friendliest demeanor towards wizards, shook his head. We shall not offer assistance to a wizard who has harmed our kin. Lynn found himself at a loss for words. The evidence of the wizard's lethal magic was all around, and it was evident who had inflicted the grievous wound upon Professor Fox. He refrained from further pleading, knowing it would yield no results. Yet, he could not bear the thought of witnessing Professor Fox perish before his eyes. If he wished to save him, it would have to be through his own efforts. Lynn discovered a fallen, relatively slender tree and, using the transfiguration spell, transformed it into a plank. With great effort, he managed to pull Professor Fox onto the makeshift stretcher and fashioned 2 branches into ropes to secure the professor to the plank. Finally, he tied the ropes around his own body. Thus, he began the arduous journey back, dragging Professor Fox behind him, while the centaurs looked on with indifference. Do not waste your efforts. Lynn, in my condition, I cannot last to be carried out by you. Professor Fox lay feebly on the plank, his voice barely above a whisper. That will not happen, Professor. Just think, I still owe you 525 galleons. If you die, it would be to my benefit. Lynn fervently wished for Professor Fox to engage him in conversation. He feared that if the professor fell silent, he might drift off to sleep and never awaken again. Those were meant to support you. Moreover, before I came here, I had already drafted my will. Upon my death, all my possessions shall belong to you, including that house of mine in England. What do you take me for? Am I to become the kind of second-generation wealthy individual who lives off rental income, devoid of dreams? Have you forgotten what you once told me? That I was to be your assistant. An assistant. I would never be your heir. Fortunately, the rain had gradually ceased, and the large hoof prints left by the centaurs during their arrival remained vividly clear. The forbidden forest is shrouded in profound darkness, and the illumination charm cast by Lynn's wand offers but a feeble light. He treads cautiously, acutely aware of his surroundings, continuously engaging with Professor Fox. He clings to the hope that he can guide him safely out of the forest. Professor, do share with me your secrets. 059. A Delayed Revenge After a Decade, Part 7. My secret? Haha. Even in this moment, Professor Fox can still manage a smile. Although Lynn's physique has been enhanced, it barely parallels that of an adult. Moreover, his stature has yet to fully develop, with short legs and small feet. Dragging an adult like Professor Fox through the Forbidden Forest remains a considerable challenge. Furthermore, although he has learned a fair amount of magic under the professor's tutelage, all of it consists of dark curses, which only serve to harm and not to heal. The only spell he can currently employ is the levitation charm, which makes lifting the wooden board somewhat easier. Lynn menacingly threatened. The board had been stained a deep crimson, as the blood from Professor Fox's wound, previously staunched by potions, began to seep forth once more. Very well, since you wish to know, I have nothing to conceal. He opened his lips, now pale from excessive blood loss, and began recounting his tale to Lynn. I was born into a quintessential pure-blood family. However, by the time of my father, the entire Fox lineage consisted solely of him. My parents were fervent advocates of wizard supremacy, and it was precisely due to this that they perished in an internal conflict among wizards. I was not a student at Hogwarts. Rather, I was accepted into Durmstrang at the age of 11. Unlike Hogwarts, where conflicts among young wizards are less severe, Durmstrang was rife with intense rivalries, and life there was quite oppressive. Nevertheless, I found my existence there somewhat agreeable, as the academic atmosphere was relatively liberal, allowing professors to openly conduct research on dark magic, and students could apply to take elective courses if interested. It was during this time that I encountered dark magic. I was disinterested in the then popular Grindelwald ideology and had no desire to join the opposing Dumbledore philosophy, dark magic piqued my immense curiosity, and I devoted nearly all my time and energy to it. After graduating from Durmstrang, my parents had long since abandoned our home. They became fervent followers of Grindelwald, proclaiming themselves as saints, and attempted to indoctrinate me to become a staunch supporter of Grindelwald. However, I was solely focused on my own dark magic research, and along with a few like-minded friends, I established a laboratory in Iceland dedicated to the modification and study of dark magic. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, I might have remained there for a lifetime. In 1953, one of my friends went mad, employing an inadequately modified killing curse to slay 3 individuals, and subsequently, he was killed by me and another friend in self-defense. I eventually married that friend, and we settled in England, where we met Dumbledore, who was already serving as the headmaster of Hogwarts, as he was a distant uncle to my wife. He provided us with considerable assistance, allowing us to establish a stable life. At this juncture, Professor Fox's voice softened considerably. Lynn had been listening quietly to his narrative, but at this point, Professor Fox suddenly fell silent for an extended period. After a prolonged silence, just as Lynn was about to voice his curiosity regarding Professor Fox's consciousness, the professor resumed speaking. Subsequently, the magical realm was once again plunged into chaos. Not long after, a new Dark Lord emerged. However, his ideology was far more rudimentary compared to Grindelwald's, and his ambitions were considerably diminished. Yet, he was undoubtedly more deranged and perilous than Grindelwald. Fortunately, my family, being of pure blood, escaped persecution. My daughter grew up unharmed, graduated from Hogwarts, and ultimately established her own family. It was after this that my nightmares began. A band of Death Eaters, having somehow learned of my past research, sought to coerce me into relinquishing my findings and joining their ranks to curry favor with their Dark Lord. I resolutely refused, and in retaliation, they seized my wife, subjecting her to torment in an effort to extract our previous studies in dark magic. Tragically, my wife succumbed to their brutal interrogations. My hatred for them was profound, and I yearned for vengeance. However, they did not relent, capturing my daughter and my newborn grandchild. That day is etched in my memory forever. In London, beneath its sky, 6 of them soared on broomsticks, my daughter clutched tightly in their grasp, her child in her arms. They laughed maniacally, taunting me with questions of whether I dared to refuse, whether I wished to become a lonely outcast. My daughter, terrified and weeping, implored me desperately, asserting that she could not die, nor could her child. Professor Fox's voice remained tranquil, as though recounting a tale that belonged to another. I yielded, shouting my agreement. I would provide them with the research and join the Death Eaters, serving that so-called Dark Lord. However, one of them lost his hold, and my daughter, with her child, began to plummet. I raced on my broom, striving to catch them, but they fell to their deaths before my very eyes. Yes, before my eyes. I was so close that I could almost touch the hem of her garment. I collapsed to the ground, cradling my head in despair, trying to gather their bodies, but they could no longer be revived. As Lynn trudged onward, he listened to Professor Fox's narrative, feeling a chill envelop his limbs. He could scarcely fathom what madness would have ensued had he been thrust into Professor Fox's predicament. No wonder, when he first met the professor, he had mentioned his acrophobia. It was likely a shadow cast from that harrowing time. As for what transpired thereafter, you are already aware. I embarked on my quest for revenge, seeking them out one by one. I tormented them with the Cruciatus curse until they perished, but after I had captured and dealt with 5 of them, the Ministry of Magic apprehended me and confined me to Azkaban, allowing the 6th to escape. Yet, how could I ever let him slip away so easily? Dumbledore advocated for my release, and after a mere 8 years, the Ministry set me free. I scoured the world for him, but found not a single clue. Subsequently, in a moment of unforeseen circumstance, I encountered the spirit of his father. I employed various means to torment him, and ultimately, he could endure no longer and revealed to me that his son was hiding at Hogwarts. Thus, I arrived at Hogwarts, assuming the position of the defense against the dark arts professor, and it was through this very circumstance that I came to meet you, Lynn. 060. A delayed revenge a decade in the making. Conclusion. Do you recall the time I took you to Diagon Alley? On that day, Gringotts was robbed, and the perpetrator was none other than myself. I pilfered a cup, once used by his father, from the vault, which served as a medium to seek him out. My purpose in coming to Hogwarts was solely to exact revenge upon him. As for the young wizards who fell victim to dark magic, I was utterly indifferent to their blame directed at me. I spent 3 months scouring the castle, exploring nearly every corner of Hogwarts, yet I could not find him. It was as if he anticipated my arrival, Otherwise, he would not have preemptively controlled the centaurs and unicorns with the Cruciatus curse. Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. I killed him. Though it cost me my life, after avenging myself, living would hold little meaning. Thus, dying in such a manner grants me the most fitting conclusion. Professor Fox seemed aware of his impending demise. His speech grew rambling as he detailed his posthumous arrangements to Lynn. This was an unexpected discovery during my time at Hogwarts. You may find it useful should you seek a place to practice spells in the future. After my death, do not neglect your practice of dark magic. Your talent in this area is truly exceptional and should not be squandered. In my office drawer lies a will I have prepared, meant for external viewing, designating you as the sole heir to my estate. The entirety of the Fox family's wealth resides in my Gringotts vault, alongside numerous tomes on dark magic, many of which you may find valuable in time. Beyond the overt will, I have made alterations to the parchment upon your acquisition of it. 2 addresses will reveal themselves on the reverse. One is located within the United Kingdom, my former residence, which houses considerable research materials on combat magic and the enhancement and diverse applications of dark magic, resources you will undoubtedly find useful. The other address leads to Iceland, where my wife and friends and I once conducted our experiments. This place holds paramount importance. Lynn, you must listen attentively to my words and remember every syllable. Professor Fox's breath quickened, his body turned cold, and his consciousness began to wane. Within that laboratory lies our groundbreaking research on the transformative modifications of dark magic. This is not merely about dark magic, it signifies a monumental shift for all spells. We endeavored to eliminate the necessity of a wizard's emotions in the act of casting. And although we did not achieve success, we were not far from it. The house is aged, and you may unlock the door with the unlocking charm. Upon entering, proceed to the kitchen and turn on the faucet. Though it will not yield water, it will unveil a mural on the innermost wall of the second floor, depicting a hunchbacked old witch with a hooked nose. Stand before her and recite the following names in order: Antonin Dolohov, Gareth Grindelwald, Isaac Mendez, Adolphus Chalet, Eliza Barty. Once you finish, the old witch will inquire about their identities. You shall inform her that they are the living dead. At that moment, a door materialized on the wall. Upon opening it, you entered a vast chamber filled with numerous books and parchment. However, those were of little significance. Simply addressing the empty room with a request. Is there anyone who can sing a song for me? Would summon a teapot, cups, and a spoon to serenade you with a rendition of the Happy Birthday song. These 3 entities possessed knowledge of the research materials. Once their song concluded, you could inquire about anything that piqued your curiosity. Initially, I had no intention of bequeathing that laboratory to you. My friend succumbed to madness due to those very studies. Yet, since you ventured into the forbidden forest to find me, perhaps this is fate. It would be best if you could comprehend that research in the future. If not, it would be wise to forget it. Even if it ultimately succeeded, it may not necessarily herald good tidings. Professor Fox's voice grew increasingly faint as Lynn's strength waned. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of energy to advance towards Hogwarts. I didn't retain a single word you uttered. Who could remember such a convoluted process after just one hearing? If you wish to prevent your research from being eternally concealed, you must retrieve it yourself. Do not rely on me. I am merely a wastrel, living off your resources, indulging in a life of excess, with no intention of studying dark magic. Let us see if you still wish to live. U1T. U1T. Professor Fox's voice faltered once more. He was not only losing blood but also beginning to lose consciousness. His survival thus far was a testament to the resilience of a wizard's constitution compared to that of an ordinary person. Professor, you cannot sleep. If you do, it will truly be the end. We are almost at Hogwarts. Once there, you will recover. You will be well again. Snape, with his myriad potions, will heal you. And Madame Pomfrey, with her exceptional medical skills, will ensure you do not perish. Lynn, in despair, collapsed into the muddy water. Having been in this world for some time, he had always observed others from a distance. In the orphanage, some had shown him kindness, but Lynn was no fool. Their motives were primarily driven by a desire for the wealth his parents had left behind. He had grown weary of that place, willingly relinquishing a portion of his inheritance and leveraging the secrets he held against someone, ultimately escaping the cold, unwelcoming orphanage. Yet now, he faced death. Lynn silently beheld the increasingly faint breaths of the professor, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, a radiant golden light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. A fiery red bird accompanied by an elderly man with a white beard and crescent-shaped spectacles appeared beside Lynn. Shocked by the sudden arrival of Professor Dumbledore, Lynn quickly regained his composure. "Professor, please, Look at Professor Fox. He is on the brink of collapse. 061. The disguise of Magnus. Professor Dumbledore knelt down, examining the injuries of Professor Fox. Lynn watched him with a tense expression, fearing he might suddenly declare, "It's over. There's no hope." Tears streamed down Fox's face. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and addressed the phoenix perched on his shoulder, also named Fox. The resplendent, crimson creature flapped its wings, shedding a single tear that landed on Dumbledore's hand. That tear seemed to transition from liquid to solid as Dumbledore cradled it, gently placing it over the horrific wound on Professor Fox's abdomen. The phoenix's tears are renowned for their healing properties. After the tear was applied, the penetrating wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate, ultimately leaving no scar behind. Lynn gazed in wide-eyed wonder at this extraordinary yet magical scene. "Professor, is Professor Fox going to be all right?" Dumbledore's brow remained furrowed as he shook his head. The surface wounds may have healed, but Adrian's current state is dire. His soul has undergone severe depletion, and he now requires a significant amount of restorative potions. He glanced at Lynn, who was covered in dirt and blood, resembling a mud-stained monkey, and solemnly cautioned him. Lynn nodded earnestly, signaling his compliance. The phoenix, Fox, then departed with Professor Dumbledore and Professor Fox. At last, Lynn's taut nerves could finally relax, and he collapsed onto the blood-smeared wooden planks. Just as he was about to catch his breath, the system suddenly chimed in. "Emergency task completed. Adrian Fox is no longer in life-threatening danger. Extracting talent. Acquired talent. Disguise of Magnus." Lynn stared at the series of system notifications, utterly stunned. Initially, when the system issued the task, he had never anticipated receiving any reward. The talents possessed by individuals are often diverse, particularly for someone as erudite as Professor Fox. So he would not have been surprised if the reward had been some trivial culinary or tasting skill. However, he had never considered the disguise of Magnus. He was unaware that Professor Fox even possessed such an ability. It now appeared that the so-called filch was merely a guise adopted by the professor to intimidate the twin brothers. The talent of disguise of Magnus is, by all accounts, a supremely practical ability, ideal for thievery or even more nefarious deeds. The most crucial aspect is that it cannot be cultivated. It is an innate ability, either one possesses it or one does not, like a child with a newly acquired toy. Lynn could barely contain his eagerness to experiment with his newfound talent. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The true potential of the disguise of Magnus can only be realized when no one is aware of his possession of such a talent. If discovered, particularly by Dumbledore, any subsequent misdeeds would likely cast suspicion upon him until the true perpetrator is apprehended. Thus, Lynn diligently suppressed his urge to transform into a capricious creature and devoted himself to contemplating the excuse he would employ to appease Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, the foremost question loomed: how had Dumbledore discerned the peril facing Professor Fox? This was a conundrum Lynn found impossible to elucidate. Dumbledore was not easily deceived. Even with his mind-guarding abilities bestowed by the system, he needn't fear Dumbledore prying into his thoughts, yet a lie remains a lie. While he could effortlessly bamboozle the centaurs, given their lack of intellect, he held no confidence in facing Dumbledore. The truth could not be voiced. His secret of being a time traveler was one he intended to carry to his grave. After much contemplation, Lynn concluded that his best course of action was to remain silent, hoping Dumbledore would not press him for answers. He hastily approached Dumbledore, inquiring about Professor Fox's condition. Dumbledore's demeanor relaxed significantly. He smiled and nodded at Lynn. A wave of relief washed over Lynn, but he quickly regained his composure, aware that Dumbledore might soon begin to interrogate him. However, to his astonishment, Dumbledore seemed entirely unconcerned with the reason behind Lynn's presence in the Forbidden Forest and instead offered him a friendly wink. Currently, Hogwarts remained on high alert, necessitating that all students spend the night in the Great Hall. "Let me assist you with a cleansing charm. Bathing can await the lifting of the alert," he remarked, casting a powerful Scourgify spell upon Lynn. The spell's efficacy was remarkable. The mud and grime vanished, leaving him pristine and fragrant. Dumbledore grasped Lynn's arm, prompting him to exclaim, "Professor, Hagrid remains unconscious in the Forbidden Forest, and a Death Eater has been slain by Professor Fox." The centaurs there are conflicted, unwilling to aid Professor Fox despite his rescue of their kin, as he had previously severed the limb of one of their own. Dumbledore listened intently, nodding in response. "Rest assured, I shall address these matters. For now, focus on how to explain yourself to Minerva. She is nearly frantic since discovering your clandestine excursion." Lynn felt a surge of apprehension at Dumbledore's words. In certain circumstances, Professor McGonagall's ire could prove even more fearsome than Dumbledore's. 062. Returned to the castle for reasons unknown, Dumbledore had not posed a single question to him throughout the ordeal. Rather than easing his anxiety, this behavior only deepened Lynn's unease. The old wizard exuded an odd aura, as if conveying a message that he needed not inquire, for he already possessed all the answers. Lynn remained oblivious to the extent of Dumbledore's knowledge, but his immediate concern was how to endure Professor McGonagall's wrath. Dumbledore escorted him to the entrance of the Great Hall before departing to attend to the body of a Death Eater, the unconscious Hagrid, and the centaurs. Lynn hesitated, pacing back and forth at the entrance twice, when suddenly the great doors swung open from within. The Gryffindor lioness glared at him with a face darkened by fury, her eyes ablaze with a fire that seemed capable of igniting him. Startled, Lynn took a moment to collect himself before sheepishly addressing her, "Professor McGonagall. I was in the wrong. I shall not dare repeat my mistakes. Belloc, I always believed you to be an intelligent individual. Yet today you have committed a most foolish error." Professor McGonagall's disappointment was palpable, and she swiftly determined his punishment. Slytherin would lose 20 points, and he was to face a month of confinement. This penalty, given the circumstances, was relatively lenient for Lynn's transgressions. He promptly expressed his willingness to accept the professor's chastisement, vowing to rectify his missteps and ensuring he would not err again. As for the month of confinement, given that Professor Fawkes was no longer in mortal peril, it was evident he could not continue his role at Hogwarts under his current condition. Thus, Lynn would find himself with considerable free time. As long as his confinement did not lead him to Filch, this consequence hardly felt punitive. The Great Hall was strewn with sleeping bags. It was nearing midnight, and the professors were still scouring the castle in search of the dark wizard who had attacked the students. Until safety could be assured, they dared not allow the young witches and wizards to leave the hall. In less than a semester, 2 students had already fallen victim to attacks, both by dark magic. Most concerning was the fact that the parents of these students wielded significant influence within the magical community, should word of this incident spread. The negative repercussions for Hogwarts would be profound. Lynn cautiously navigated through the slumbering young sorcerers nestled in their sleeping bags. He quickly located Cedric and Ian, as both had yet to succumb to sleep. He gestured for silence and then slipped into his sleeping bag beside them. "What has transpired in the hall since my departure?" he inquired softly, as the warmth of the sleeping bag began to envelop his previously chilled body, soaked from the rain. Cedric replied in hushed tones. The atmosphere was charged with fervor as everyone erupted in fervent discussion, now wholly convinced that Professor Fawkes was the perpetrator. Even those who had previously harbored doubts had shifted their stance, engaging in spirited debates throughout the night, citing various pieces of evidence that suggested Professor Fawkes was indeed a dark sorcerer. They posited that he had fled in fear of the consequences and speculated that having completed his nefarious research, he no longer required subjects for experimentation, thus rendering his continued presence at Hogwarts unnecessary. Some students from Slytherin even expressed their grievances towards Professor Dumbledore, arguing that he should never have employed such a perilous individual as a professor, particularly in the defense against the dark arts. Lynn silently absorbed the discourse, recognizing the palpable disdain the young witches and wizards harbored for Professor Fawkes. Conversely, it seemed that Professor Fawkes no longer needed their esteem. His vengeance had been successfully exacted. Even if he had not sustained injuries, it was unlikely he would choose to remain at Hogwarts. As for the identity of the assailant who had attacked the students, Lynn harbored an unwelcome suspicion. For him, both victims were connected to him, and in a most unfavorable manner. Such a coincidence felt rather too fortuitous. Yet, Lynn chose not to dwell on it further. The events of the evening had been overwhelming, and he felt an urgent need for rest. The following morning, as students gathered for breakfast, Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. He ascended the dais and announced to all present that the state of alert at Hogwarts had been lifted, for the assailant had been apprehended. The hall erupted into lively chatter, with one student boldly inquiring, "Professor, was it that dark wizard Fawkes you captured? Has he been sent to Azkaban?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "Firstly, regardless of the circumstances, Adrian Fawkes remains your professor, and you should refer to him as Professor Fawkes rather than by his surname alone. Therefore, I believe Slytherin should lose 5 points for that breach of decorum." The Slytherin student's expression soured as he appeared to bristle with indignation, yet he dared not contest the esteemed headmaster. "I understand you harbor considerable bias against your defense against the dark arts professor," Dumbledore solemnly pronounced, "but such prejudices should not cloud your judgment. Professor Adrian Fox engaged in a fierce battle last night against the dark wizard who had been lurking in the Forbidden Forest, responsible for these two attacks. Their confrontation culminated in Professor Fox's victory, albeit at great peril to his life. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a young witch who steadfastly believed in him, he might have departed this world forever. Professor Fox has since been transported to St. Mungo's for treatment, while the dark wizard lies deceased. I have also notified the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic, who will be arriving today to retrieve the body of the dark wizard. Additionally, in gratitude for the young witch who saved a professor's life, Slytherin shall gain 100 points. All present were left in astonishment at the news Dumbledore had imparted. After a prolonged silence, the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause. Initiated by Gryffindor, a voice rang out, proclaiming gratitude for Professor Fox. Countless others echoed the sentiment, expressing their heartfelt thanks for Professor Fox. Their resounding applause and sincere appreciation starkly contrasted with the earlier shouts demanding Professor Fox's expulsion from Hogwarts. In a corner of the hall, Snape couldn't help but smirk. The fact that Slytherin had secured 100 points felt as exhilarating to him as winning a lottery of 5 million galleons. Although Dumbledore did not reveal the identity of the young wizard who aided Professor Fox, many had already discerned that Lynn had stealthily ventured out the previous night. And the 100 points awarded to Slytherin almost implicitly indicated that this young wizard was indeed Lynn. The young witches and wizards gazed at Lynn with eager anticipation, and many approached him to inquire about his experiences from the night before. Lynn maintained a modest smile, insisting he had done nothing of consequence, yet internally, he felt utterly despondent. He could not comprehend why Dumbledore chose to fabricate the truth. Conflict, seeking recommendations, Dumbledore is deceiving. The murderer cannot possibly be the Death Eater named Wilkes, who was killed by Professor Fox. To exonerate Professor Fox and obscure his vengeful intent, Dumbledore emphasizes Fox's capture of the Dark Wizard, subtly suggesting to the young wizards that he is striving to protect them. Lynn can comprehend Dumbledore's actions as their bond, according to Professor Fox, is indeed extraordinary. However, why does he assert that Wilkes is the perpetrator? If Hogwarts has truly lifted its defenses and further attacks occur, how will Dumbledore justify this? Lynn doubts he would engage in such self-sabotaging behavior unless he has already apprehended the real culprit. Or perhaps he knows the identity of the true killer and is confident they will not strike again, even if they have not been captured. Coupled with Lynn's earlier speculations, an unsettling feeling suddenly envelopes him. Hubert had a conflict with him and was attacked by dark magic on the very day he plotted revenge. Raphael also clashed with him and was assaulted the day he emerged from the hospital wing. Both victims were adversaries of Lynn, each preparing to retaliate against him. And on both occasions, Dumbledore was absent from the castle. Furthermore, Dumbledore's current reactions fill Lynn with trepidation. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Side quest: uncover the true culprit hidden within Hogwarts. Quest description: you have identified suspicious elements in 2 attack incidents. The cloud of uncertainty surrounding the attacks and Dumbledore's peculiar reactions instill a sense of unease in you. Thus, bravely seek the truth. Quest reward: unlock talent, bloodline heritage. Quest duration: 30 days. All other information can be disregarded. Only the quest reward left Lynn momentarily stunned. Bloodline heritage. What sort of talent is this? However, the young wizards in the Great Hall did not afford him much time to ponder, enthusiastically engaging him in conversation, compelling Lynn to nod mechanically. The lifting of Hogwarts defenses signified that they would proceed to classes after breakfast. Dumbledore announced that, due to Professor Fox's concerning health, the defense against the dark arts class would be temporarily taught by Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration instructor. Lynn parted ways with Ian and Cedric at the entrance to the hall. That morning's charms class was to be attended jointly by Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Your current demeanor seems somewhat amiss, Ian remarked. Lynn rubbed his eyes and sighed. Even you can notice? I'm conflicted about whether to act on certain matters. I'm quite hesitant. Ian fell silent, his naturally aloof disposition rendering him taciturn in their company. Lynn turned to him and suddenly asked, "Could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Lynn did not respond, but instead scrutinized Ian's face, examining it repeatedly. While your acting skills may be lacking, your expressionlessness is a definite asset. The endeavor at hand bears a certain peril. In truth, enlisting Cedric's assistance might prove to be more beneficial. However, his disposition is rather ill-suited for such matters, as the entire school is well aware of his reputation as a perennial Good Samaritan. Ian subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. So, in this scenario, he's the good-natured soul, and I am cast as the villain? Lynn leaned in close to Ian's ear and whispered a few words. Ian regarded him with a peculiar expression, hesitated for a moment, refrained from inquiring further, and nodded in agreement. During lunchtime, Lynn expressed his frustrations to Cedric, who stared at him in bewilderment, his gaze resembling that of a perplexed giant devoid of intellect. "That look you have makes me want to smash your front teeth in," Lynn remarked with a hint of malice. Cedric, confused, asked, "Why would you do that?" Lynn did not clarify his intentions fully, merely stating, "I wish to conduct an experiment." "What kind of experiment necessitates such measures?" Cedric inquired. "If successful, you shall find out in due time," was Lynn's enigmatic response. The afternoon herbology class concluded without incident, and it seemed that Hogwarts had returned to its usual rhythm, save for the new professor of defense against the dark arts. However, a minor incident transpired during dinner. Lynn and Ian found themselves embroiled in a public altercation. "You merely sneaked out to play the hero, and luck was on your side," Ian retorted coldly. Lynn cast a sidelong glance at him, laced with sarcasm. "I suspect your jealousy is palpable. Are you not envious of my moment in the spotlight? While you languish in obscurity, desperate for attention." Ian's naturally expressionless visage remained unchanged, yet it perfectly mirrored his current sentiments. "Jealous of you? I merely find amusement in the fact that a troublemaker has unexpectedly stumbled upon fortune, blissfully unaware of it." "Huh, I stumbled upon fortune? It was my audacity that allowed me to venture forth. Would you have dared to do the same?" Cedric, feeling a headache coming on, intervened between the two. Although he had been informed of the situation, he struggled to discern whether their quarrel was genuine or merely theatrical. "You two, calm down, for heaven's sake, calm down," he implored. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts were exhilarated. While discerning right from wrong was beyond their capabilities, they excelled at relishing the spectacle, each one craning their necks like giraffes for a better view. Ian's expression turned increasingly sardonic, capable of inciting fury in others. "I am perfectly calm. It is merely that some individuals seem to have their eyes on the back of their heads and nostrils for eyes." "Oh, my nostrils are observing? I do not see people through my nostrils, but rather a wretched insect who dares to harbor jealousy, yet lacks the courage to admit it." Ian's demeanor remained unchanged, though those around could clearly sense a shift in his countenance. "You have crossed a line, Lynn Belloc," he stated, his voice low, yet imbued with an unmistakable chill. Lynn scoffed. "What do you intend to do about it?" Ian, seemingly provoked beyond measure by Lynn's words, unexpectedly raised his wand, aiming it at him. "You are merely enjoying a fleeting moment of prominence, Lynn. To others, you are nothing more than a fortunate half-blood. I shall awaken you to reality this very moment." Incendio. Lynn seemed utterly unprepared for Ian's sudden incantation, and before he could react, he found himself afflicted with a multitude of welts covering his body. In a fit of exasperation, he raised his wand, and thus began a magical duel between him and Ian right in the Great Hall. The young wizards scrambled to avoid the chaos, gathering excitedly around the periphery to witness the spectacle, until Professor McGonagall stormed in like an irate lioness. You are simply audacious. Ravenclaw and Slytherin each lose 20 points. Bosbaden's detention is extended until the end of the semester. Campbell, you shall assist Professor Sprout with menial tasks for 2 months. 064. Luring the serpent from its lair, Lynn and Ian have had a falling out. The entire Hogwarts witnessed their altercation in the Great Hall. In the Hogwarts infirmary, Lynn spent 2 consecutive days there, and it was only after Madame Pomfrey had cured him of all the dark curses that he was able to leave. "You audacious little monkeys, daring to cast spells in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall's punishment for you has been remarkably lenient," she remarked. Ian's injuries were considerably less severe than Lynn's. He had been discharged the previous afternoon. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, Lynn found himself at a loss for words and, after expressing his gratitude, exited the infirmary. Even though the welts on his body had vanished, he still found himself subconsciously scratching his back from time to time. It was evident that he and Ian were merely performing a charade, yet to enhance the authenticity, they had allowed the pretense to become reality. Both genuinely afflicted by dark curses, such tricks were rather superficial. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding about either him or Ian would readily discern that this conflict was entirely inconsistent with their true natures. However, it was precisely because Dumbledore was present at Hogwarts that Lynn felt secure in allowing Ian to participate in this ruse. Otherwise, he would not have dared to gamble with Ian's safety. At this moment, Lynn found himself devoid of alternatives. He noted that the task reward provided by the system was extraordinary. The name of the talent, hereditary bloodline, instilled doubt regarding his current lineage. This talent was not bestowed upon him by the system. The task reward explicitly stated that it was a reward for unlocking the talent, hereditary bloodline. Much like the previous talent related to physical attributes, this talent was inherently part of him, and the system's reward merely unlocked its numerical value, enabling him to perceive and potentially enhance this talent. In contrast, talents directly awarded by the system, such as the disguise talent he extracted from Professor Fox, were entirely different. Such talents were not originally his, and although they could be utilized post-reward, they lacked quantification, meaning enhancement was impossible. Hereditary bloodline, as the name suggests, must pertain to lineage. Lynn had always assumed that his parents in this life were Muggles. He possessed a thoroughly conventional identity in England. His parents, purportedly deceased due to a car accident, were executives at a company, owning a car and a house in the modern city of London. Even after his arrival in the orphanage, he had visitors, colleagues of his parents, which fostered a misconception that his adoptive parents were just ordinary Muggles. Otherwise, given the wizarding world's prejudice against Muggles, who among Muggles turned wizards would ever be able to reintegrate into the ordinary society after entering the magical realm? However, Lynn now felt that matters were far more complex than he had initially perceived. From possessing an exceptionally high initial aptitude for dark magic to now having the talent of hereditary bloodline, it was becoming increasingly evident that he was not the lowly mudblood he had once believed himself to be in the eyes of pure-blood wizards. Therefore, what position did the perpetrator, who was unmistakably intertwined with him, occupy? The available clues were scant, rendering him unable to deduce anything. However, this time, the splendid collaboration between him and Ian was merely a trial orchestrated by Lynn. The day that bore the results seemed to stretch interminably. Following the conflict, Lynn ceased to share meals with Ian at the Ravenclaw table. Yet, upon discovering her wolfish ambitions, Lynn endeavored to limit her interactions with him, lest the girl become ensnared even further. As 2 weeks elapsed, Lynn outwardly appeared to have severed ties with Ian, adopting a demeanor of complete estrangement. However, unbeknownst to Ian, she remained concealed in the shadows, diligently following his movements. Ian, ever the collaborator, adapted his behavior accordingly. If they were enrolled in different classes at the same time, he would deliberately associate with fellow wizards from his own house. Conversely, when Lynn had the opportunity to trail him, he would intentionally distance himself from the crowd, meandering into secluded corners. During these 2 weeks, the castle remained tranquil, devoid of any incidents. Even in her pursuit of Ian, Lynn encountered no suspicious individuals. Just as Lynn presumed the perpetrator had discerned her ruse, or perhaps, with Dumbledore presiding over Hogwarts, the assailant dared not act. An unexpected event transpired that Saturday evening. At dinner, Ian, as was his custom, rose after consuming his last sausage and made his way towards the hall exit. "Campbell, are you going for a walk in the castle today?" a Ravenclaw wizard inquired. Ian nodded indifferently. "Yes." The young wizard shook his head in disappointment. "The gate's riddle has changed again today. We were hoping you would be the first to solve it. Since you're off for a walk, it seems we've lost our chance." "I have little interest in riddles," he replied coolly, his demeanor familiar to the Ravenclaw crowd, who felt no offense taken. Ian departed the hall alone, appearing genuinely intent on a post-dinner stroll. At the Slytherin table, Lynn caught a glimpse of Ian leaving the dining area from the corner of her eye. After finishing her last sip of pumpkin juice, she rose from the table. Deliberately dragging her feet, she waited until Ian had exited the hall before meandering out herself. Lynn maintained a distance of over 100 meters from Ian, ensuring she remained out of sight while following the preordained route they had mapped out. Although they could not see one another, their synchronized movements ensured that any commotion ahead would be swiftly communicated to Lynn, allowing her to rush to Ian's side without delay. They traversed the established path within the Hogwarts castle, yet still, no incidents unfolded. Suddenly, a diminutive, grotesque creature appeared with a resounding clap. Its gaze towards Ian was filled with hatred and fury as it extended its bony, elongated finger towards him. Ian pressed against the wall, his normally icy demeanor betraying a rare flicker of anxiety as he fixated on the creature he had never encountered before. He shouted fiercely, "Who are you? What do you want?" Not far away, Lynn heard Ian's exclamation, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly rushed towards Ian's location. As Lynn rushed to Ian's side, he found him incapacitated by a stunning spell, lying motionless on the ground. The assailant was a diminutive, grotesque creature with pointed ears, large eyes, and wrinkled, sagging skin. Swathed in tattered rags, a being reminiscent of a fairy, yet markedly different in subtle ways. Lynn possessed a deeper understanding of the magical realm than Ian, and immediately recognized this creature as a wretched, aged house elf. Currently, the elf had its back turned to Lynn, gripping Ian's arm as if to use apparition to whisk him away. Stop. Lynn brandished his wand. The elderly house elf flinched at the sound of Lynn's voice, trembling violently. Slowly, it turned to face him, its expression sorrowful, with eyes the size of ping-pong balls brimming with tears. Little Master said to let go. So Kira will let go. Upon hearing this address, Lynn felt a jolt in his heart. Still holding his wand aloft, he cautiously approached the house elf named Kira. Who is your little master? He inquired in a deep voice. Kira knelt on the ground, cradling its large head with both hands, weeping uncontrollably. It is Lynn Belloc. Lynn Belloc is Kira's little master. Kira's words confirmed a significant truth. At least one of his parents belonged to an ancient pure-blood family. Such families were known to keep house elves as their servants. After Lynn's arrival, Kira seemed to abandon all notions of attacking Ian or fleeing. Instead, it remained on its knees, weeping incessantly. Were you also the one who attacked Hubert and Raphael? Lynn had reached Kira's side, yet he remained vigilant, pointing his wand at its head from an elevated position. They are insulting your lineage. Kira suddenly shrieked. They dare to use such disgusting, lowly, and vile words to address you. And this person, they all deserve to die? Its voice faltered, shifting to a hushed sob. But Kira cannot kill them. If Kira does, Dumbledore will discover that Kira has done something wrong, and he will trouble the little master. Lynn's heart sank as he asked, Does Professor Dumbledore know of our relationship? Kira was uncertain if Dumbledore was aware, but it speculated that he might be. A palpable animosity towards Dumbledore flickered in Kira's demeanor, as it gritted its teeth when uttering his name. Lynn fixed his gaze intently upon Kira and spoke, You call me little master, but who is your old master? Are you serving that family? Kira trembled uncontrollably, suddenly frenzied, repeatedly banging its head against the ground. Kira cannot say. The old master commanded Kira not to disclose this to the little master. Kira has disobeyed the little master's orders. Kira is guilty. Kira is a bad elf. It was not a mere performance for Lynn. Rather, it was an earnest exertion. In but a few moments, the creature's forehead was brutally fractured, crimson blood cascading down its sizable head. Lynn's expression darkened considerably, and just as he contemplated halting Kira's self-destructive actions, the aged house elf abruptly ceased its movements, vanishing with a distinct pop before Lynn's eyes. Behind Lynn, hurried footsteps echoed, and Cedric rushed forward, panting heavily. He had been trailing Lynn. As previously arranged among the trio, Ian in plain sight, Lynn concealed in the shadows, ready to assist should any unforeseen occurrences arise. Lynn was confident that he could hold his own against an adult wizard. At this moment, Cedric, who had similarly been following Lynn stealthily, would promptly seek out a professor upon hearing any commotion. Gazing at the unconscious Ian sprawled on the ground and the remnants of blood, Cedric widened his eyes and inquired, What transpired? Lynn's emotions were tumultuous, and he shook his head, responding, Let us first awaken Ian with a counter-curse. Cedric employed the counter-curse, rousing Ian from his stupor. Upon awakening, Ian rubbed his still-dazed head and asked, What manner of creature was that? It felt somewhat akin to a Gringotts goblin. A house elf? Cedric exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Are you suggesting that these attacks were perpetrated by house elves? Lynn nodded in affirmation. That is preposterous. I would sooner believe Professor Fox is the true culprit. However, Lynn found nothing absurd in this revelation. It was precisely the house elves' unwavering loyalty to wizards that rendered them capable of such unpredictable actions. Suddenly, numerous thoughts flooded his mind. No wonder the meals presented to him since the beginning of term had been remarkably to his liking. It appeared there had been someone in the Hogwarts kitchen watching over him. Yet, several questions lingered. The conflicts with Raphael and Ian had occurred within the castle, but the initial discord with Hubert had arisen in the Slytherin boys' dormitory. How did Kira possess such knowledge? Did it have spies in close proximity? What should they do now? Should they report this matter to a professor? Ian inquired. They all turned their gaze toward Lynn, who pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. Let us wait a while. There are certain matters I must clarify. It was now certain that Lynn's former identity was far from that of a Muggle orphan. He hailed from an ancient pure-blood family, a fact hinted at by Kira's tone, which suggested that this family bore a grudge against Dumbledore. Kira speculated that Dumbledore had already discerned its connection with Lynn, a notion Lynn found plausible, considering Dumbledore's previous demeanor towards him. Lynn felt uncertain about the wizard's true intentions. He even suspected, not merely doubted, that Dumbledore must have been aware of his meetings with Kira. What course of action should he take next? Lynn deliberated, torn between the thought of proactively confessing to old Dumblebee in hopes of leniency. At that moment, The sound of a system notification indicating task completion suddenly echoed in his mind. 066. The dismissed house elf, seeking recommendations. Side quest completed. Quest reward. Unlock talent. Legacy of blood. Legacy of blood. Affect ancient blood flows within you, and the immortal legacy shall continue. Your spells shall randomly receive an enhancement in strength. Legacy of blood. Value 2. 50 chance of a twofold enhancement. Without further ado, the effect of the legacy of blood talent indeed did not disappoint Lynn, though it currently appeared that the twofold enhancement had only a 50% probability. This was merely the effect at 2 talent points. Lynn held high hopes for its future growth. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, Lynn immediately began to inspect all his belongings, searching for any surveillance devices. After rummaging for 2 or 3 hours without any discoveries, his gaze settled on his pet, the small hamster. Without uttering a word, Lynn sat before the cage, holding it while silently observing. Agent 007, the hamster, was now exceedingly nervous. She lay in the cage with her eyes closed, feigning death, repeatedly whispering to herself, "He does not suspect, he does not suspect, he does not suspect." After a lengthy period of self-reassurance, she had hypnotized herself into a belief that Lynn harbored no doubts about her, and so she boldly sprang up, chirping softly to Lynn for something to eat. Lynn opened a box of biscuits for her, as usual, breaking them into pieces and placing them in her small bowl. The little creature buried half of her body into the bowl, engaging in her habitual self-hypnosis, happily feasting. "This is meat. This is meat. This is meat." Suddenly, Lynn, who had been quietly watching her eat, broke the silence. "Eating these every day must be quite a challenge for you." The small hamster, engrossed in her meal, froze momentarily, then pretended to be oblivious to his words, peeking out from the bowl with a bewildered expression. After making a seemingly nonsensical remark, Lynn chose not to pursue his probing further. Even if the small hamster were indeed a spy for Kyra, it mattered little. Aside from the system, he harbored no secrets, and the system was invisible to anyone but himself. The following day was Saturday, and the older students joyfully departed from Hogwarts, embarking on their weekend in Hogsmeade. The castle grew quiet, and Lynn declined Cedric and Ian's invitation to join them for Wizard's Chess by the Black Lake, opting instead to venture alone near the Hufflepuff common room. He had previously heard Cedric mention that the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen was located nearby. On one side of the corridor hung a painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit. By scratching the pear depicted in the painting, it would transform into a green door handle, which, when turned, revealed the kitchen behind it. Upon entering the kitchen, Lynn found a spacious room bustling with house elves. The moment they spotted Lynn, one little elf set aside its work and approached him. "How may I assist you, sir?" Clutching the tattered bed sheet draped over itself, it asked with a hint of trepidation. Lynn, with directness, inquired, "Is there a house elf named creature here?" Lynn furrowed his brow. "Do you know where he has gone?" The house elf shook its head, expressing uncertainty. Then, suddenly filled with indignation, it exclaimed, "What a wretched elf he is! Professor Dumbledore gifted him socks, and instead of feeling ashamed, he discarded them, claiming he had never truly served Hogwarts. Dumbledore had no right to bestow such gifts upon him." As the house elf continued its furious tirade, Lynn had already exited the kitchen. He did not head to the Black Lake to search for Cedric and the others. Rather, he made his way directly to the staircase, ascending to the 3rd floor. This level marked the entrance to the headmaster's office, and Lynn intended to confess. Dumbledore's dismissal of Creature was, in fact, a clear indication that he was fully aware of the situation, leaving Lynn to contemplate his next move. Lynn found himself in a quandary. Thus he resolved to place the matter back in Dumbledore's hands, thinking, "I will confess, and whatever you decide, I shall abide by it." In the corridor on the 3rd floor stood a prominent stone statue, and as Lynn approached it, the grotesque figure suddenly spoke. "Password." Lynn, unaware of the password, replied, "I am here to see Professor Dumbledore. Could you kindly announce my arrival?" The statue remained silent, seemingly engaged in some form of communication, and shortly thereafter, it received instructions to step aside, granting Lynn passage. Behind it lay a spiral staircase, which Lynn ascended until he reached the 8th floor of the castle, where the stairs culminated at a shimmering wooden door adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Lynn politely tapped the knocker and, upon hearing an invitation to enter from within, he pushed the door open. The circular office was adorned with portraits of former headmasters, each appearing quite solemn yet sporting smiles as they regarded Lynn's entrance. In the center of the office, a long-legged table was laden with exquisite silverware, releasing swirling mists, while a shelf behind it held the sorting hat. Behind the door, a tall, gilded perch cradled the phoenix, Fox. Upon spotting Lynn, Fox seemed to recall him. Nodding in acknowledgement. "Good morning, Belloc. Please take a seat. What would you like to snack on? Raspberry jam? Toffee? Or perhaps some honey sweets?" Dumbledore set down his quill, raised his gaze, and with a twinkle in his crescent-shaped eyes, smiled warmly. Lynn discreetly swallowed, wishing to respond with a childlike exuberance of wanting it all. Yet he had not come to indulge in treats, but rather to confess his transgressions. Thus, he shook his head in refusal. "Thank you, Professor. But I have already had breakfast." He settled into the chair opposite Dumbledore, and before he could articulate his purpose, Dumbledore waved his hand again. "Since you are not hungry, how about a glass of sour soda?" Suddenly, a glass of pale yellow soda appeared before Lynn, resembling a lemon-flavored beverage. He lifted it and took a sip. It was not overly tart but delightfully sweet, which pleased him greatly. Dumbledore smiled at him, his fingers interlaced and resting on the table, adopting the demeanor of an attentive listener. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lynn found a suitable entry point and spoke up. "Professor, I heard that you dismissed a house elf named Creature today?" 067. An extended conversation with Dumbledore. Are you referring to Kyra? Dumbledore nodded slightly. Indeed. It attacked the young wizards within the castle, and the Ministry has no punitive measures for house elves causing harm. I believe its dismissal is a deserved consequence. Lynn secretly rolled his eyes. He gathered his thoughts and continued. "Professor, I'm not certain if you are aware that I am an orphan, raised in a Muggle orphanage. My parents passed away when I was very young, yet they left me a considerable inheritance. In my memory, they were the epitome of ordinary. Upon my acceptance into Hogwarts, although I was sorted into Slytherin and faced discrimination from my peers regarding my bloodline, I have never harbored resentment or doubt about my origins." He lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, who nodded gently, encouraging him to proceed. However, after Hubert insulted my lineage, he was immediately attacked, as was Raphael. This has instilled in me a sense that someone within Hogwarts is secretly protecting me. On the night of Professor Fox's confrontation with the Death Eaters, you informed the entire school that the assailant was that dark wizard. Naturally, I believed your words. Yet, Professor Fox enlightened me about the reason the dark wizard was hiding in Hogwarts. Perhaps he is indeed the true culprit, but there may be accomplices within the castle. Thus, Ian and I devised a plan. Ian and I deliberately staged a conflict in the Great Hall, employing the same derogatory language as Hubert and Raphael. 2 weeks later, just yesterday, a house elf, Kyra, attacked Ian. I caught it red-handed, and it knelt before me, weeping, calling me its master and confessing to the previous 2 attacks. Having perused numerous tomes regarding the magical realm, I understand that house elves are typically kept by ancient pure-blood wizarding families. If it calls me its master, it implies that one of my parents must hail from a pure-blood lineage. I am eager to uncover my heritage. This morning, driven by questions, I sought it in the castle kitchen, only to be informed by another house elf that it had been dismissed by you. Thus, I have come to inquire what my next steps should be." Lynn candidly expressed his thoughts, effectively passing the responsibility to Dumbledore. The attacks were all perpetrated by house elves, of which he was entirely unaware. He simply wished to find the house elf to clarify his lineage, and it had just been expelled. Lynn sought to ascertain its whereabouts. If necessary, perhaps you could share any insights you might have. With the mental fortitude granted by the system's rewards, Lynn felt secure, knowing that Dumbledore could not penetrate his thoughts. The old wizard listened quietly to Lynn's narrative, nodding in approval. "What an extraordinary experience, Belloc. Your decisions and the manner in which you have navigated this series of events are beyond reproach, evoking admiration for your wisdom and composure. The Sorting Hat's decision to place you in Slytherin is undoubtedly one of its most astute choices. However, there is one point you have just misrepresented. The dark wizard slain by Adrian was not the perpetrator of the attacks on students. I deceived the entire school community that night. Of course, I am well aware that you, dear LYB, are not being entirely truthful. Yet, if I were to bluntly express my disbelief, it would be a disservice to your dignity. And you might just take note of it in your little notebook." Internally, Lynn silently scoffed but maintained a facade of cooperation, inquiring, "Then, Professor, why did you choose to lie?" Dumbledore did not conceal his intentions but plainly divulged them to Lynn. At that moment, I too was unaware of the true identity of the murderer. Adrian fortuitously killed that dark wizard hidden in the Forbidden Forest, and at the time, his suspicion was indeed the highest. Although I harbored doubts about his guilt, I had no other leads, so I proclaimed him the culprit. If he truly was, that would be a cause for celebration. If not, it could allow the real murderer to lower their guard, perhaps revealing themselves. To my astonishment, Belloc, you and your friends managed to draw them out. Lynn did not fully accept Dumbledore's words, while it appeared that the venerable headmaster was being candid and open. It was possible that his true intention was to expose Lynn himself. Dumbledore seemed to have noticed the connection between Lynn and the two attacks, as well as his relationship with Kira. Recognizing that Lynn and Ian Cedric had staged a performance to lure Kira out, Dumbledore had acted decisively to drive Kira from Hogwarts. The purpose behind his actions eluded Lynn, who speculated that if Dumbledore's sole aim was to capture the true culprit, the outcome would not be so simplistic as merely expelling Kira, a house elf, audaciously using dark magic to assault two young wizards and attempting a third attack, would hardly be subjected to such a trivial punishment upon capture. Dumbledore is no saint. Lynn felt certain that the headmaster's objectives likely revolved around him. Professor, can I still find that house elf? Should I inquire about my origins? Lynn tentatively asked. Dumbledore regarded him earnestly. Since Kira considers you her master, she will indeed reappear in your presence. This you need not worry about. As for whether to inquire about your lineage, that is a decision for you to make. I can only offer some counsel. In some cases, ignorance can lead to a more tranquil and stable existence. However, if you seek knowledge, be prepared to shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Lynn sensed that Dumbledore's words held deeper meaning. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Professor, do you know about my lineage? Could you share a bit with me? Dumbledore shook his head. I possess some knowledge. Yet I believe that if you truly seek the truth, it is far more prudent to embark on your own quest for answers. Only through personal experience can one grasp the profound significance it imparts. A sense of discontent subtly stirred within Lynn, as he perceived that Dumbledore was clearly engaging him in a riddle. Suddenly, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Lynn and, with a smile, remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to a former student of mine. He too grew up in an orphanage and hailed from a prestigious lineage, a clever and composed Slytherin. Regrettably, he later strayed down a misguided path. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a chill swept over Lynn, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat began to form on his back, soaking through his robes. Lynn's heart was tumultuous, yet he maintained an impassive facade, regardless of the situation at hand. Without hesitation, he donned the title of newbie. I do not believe I resemble anyone else, Professor. I am simply myself, even if coincidences lead to similarities with another. I shall forge my own path and pursue the correct course. Lynn calmly organized his thoughts, needing to articulate his stance to deter Dumbledore from wandering into that line of thinking. The old man, taken aback, nodded in reluctant agreement. Indeed, you have your own journey, venturing into the Forbidden Forest to seek out Adrian and making numerous friends from various houses at Hogwarts. These distinctions set you apart from him. In a mere minute, Lynn's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. He gazed at the elderly figure before him, seething with frustration yet daring not to betray his feelings. Very well. Belloc, if you wish to learn more about Kira, she will seek you out after this term concludes and you depart Hogwarts. For now, let us discuss other matters. He smiled and winked at Lynn. Do you have any other plans for today? Lynn, uncertain of the old man's ulterior motives, hesitated and shook his head. I have no other matters, Professor. At this, Dumbledore rose from his chair. Perfect. Since you have no engagements, accompany me to St. Mungo's to visit Adrian. Lynn's face lit up with surprise. Professor Fawkes, he has awakened? Indeed, he regained consciousness last night. According to the hospital's healer, he is recovering quite well. Come, let us make our way there. He summoned Fawkes the Phoenix to perch upon his shoulder and grasped Lynn's arm, cautioning him, this will be your first experience with apparition. You may feel considerable discomfort upon arrival. Be mindful not to lose your composure. Lynn nodded vigorously, assuring the professor he would not embarrass himself. Yet soon, he felt he had spoken too soon. With a flash, Fawkes vanished along with Dumbledore from the headmaster's office. In that instant, Lynn felt as if he had been thrust into a washing machine, his entire being contorted and whirled within an exceedingly confined space. It felt as though only a second had passed, yet it could have been an eternity. After a brief disorientation, his feet found solid ground once more. Ugh! Lynn clutched a nearby trash bin, retching violently. Dumbledore, seemingly having anticipated this reaction, noted their arrival beside a refused receptacle and shrugged. I did warn you to take it easy. Lynn soon expelled the contents of his stomach, his legs trembling as he leaned against the wall to steady himself. Wiping his mouth, he strained to assert, I am fine, Professor. He lifted his head, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. They currently found themselves in a quaint square, before an edifice of Gothic architecture, which appeared to be as old as half of Dumbledore's age, its exterior in a state of disrepair. above the glass storefront. A sign for purge and douse was affixed, though it was precariously hanging, seemingly on the brink of collapse. A sign indicating that the establishment was closed for renovations was also displayed on the grand entrance, yet Dumbledore paid it no heed, guiding Lynn to the window beside the door. Behind the glass, a poorly crafted doll sat, grotesque in appearance, lacking any charm. If any toy company were to produce such a creation, it would likely remain unsold for eternity. "We have come to visit a patient named Adrian Fox," Dumbledore said, addressing the ugly doll. The doll, imbued with a semblance of life, nodded slightly and waved its stitched-together hand, beckoning them to enter. Dumbledore grasped Lynn's arm and, as if traversing the barrier of platform 9 3/4, led him through the glass window. The surrounding scene shifted instantaneously. An array of cacophonous sounds erupted in Lynn's ears, and the air was saturated with a scent reminiscent of disinfectant. They emerged in a bustling hall, filled predominantly with wizards, many of whom exhibited peculiar features. One individual sported a cactus-like plant atop his head, while another possessed empty sleeves, as though he had lost his arms. A closer inspection revealed that his arms were guiding him forward. Lynn marveled at the bizarre assortment of wizards, reflecting on their whimsical nature. A wizard with his neck twisted a full 180 degrees, moving forward while gazing backward, caught Lynn's eye and glared at him with hostility. "What are you staring at, you ignorant brat?" Lynn, emboldened by Dumbledore's presence, returned the glare with a playful grimace. The wizard, upon noticing Dumbledore, visibly recoiled, huffed, and walked away. Dumbledore patted Lynn on the shoulder, signaling him to follow. They approached a reception area with a table marked Inquiry Desk, where Dumbledore quickly sifted through the parchment-covered wall behind it to find the information he sought. "Second floor, Biological Hazards Department, Ben Hadley Ward. Come, Belloc." "I have located his room." Together, they ascended to the second floor, ultimately stopping before a ward door. A sign hung there, reading out of danger, severe penetrating wound. Dumbledore knocked on the door, and shortly after, Professor Fox's voice resonated from within. "Please, come in." Dumbledore pushed the door open, with Lynn following closely behind. Professor Fox was reclining on his bed, engrossed in a tome on magic, and upon recognizing his visitors, his face lit up with joy. "Albus and Lynn, thank you for coming to visit me." Dumbledore was uncertain when a carnation had appeared in his hand. He placed it before Professor Fox's sickbed. "Wishing you a swift recovery, Adrian." Professor Fox appeared to be on the mend, smiling as he spoke. "Indeed, I shall. After avenging my great grievance, I feel absolutely marvelous." With that, he shifted his gaze towards Lynn. 069. "Knowledge is priceless indeed. There is none. Were it not for your current predicament in the hospital, I would have gladly engaged in a spar with you to assess my progress." Seeing that Professor Fox was unharmed, Lynn felt a sense of relief and casually remarked. Professor Fox chuckled heartily. "I am now frail and aged, unable to withstand the antics of a sprightly youth like you." As he spoke, his laughter faded, and his expression turned solemn as he earnestly expressed his gratitude to Lynn. "Thank you, Lynn. I owe you my life. Without you, I would likely be resting in a coffin beneath the earth." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, Professor. You initially invested in my education and taught me magic. So you owe me nothing. Our debts are settled." With Dumbledore present, Lynn refrained from disclosing that he had been learning dark magic from Professor Fox. Professor Fox shook his head. "That is a separate matter. My initial investment in you was to have you as my experimental assistant after your graduation. Are you having second thoughts now?" Lynn shrugged innocently. "Of course not. I still do not know what I will do after completing my studies at Hogwarts." "You must ensure my sustenance and shelter then." "Haha, your words remain as delightful as ever. I will certainly provide for you. But I fear by then your accomplishments may surpass my humble laboratory." He smiled and turned his gaze to Dumbledore, silently observing him. Dumbledore, understanding the unspoken message, cleared his throat twice and patted his back. "In my old age, I find myself quite useless. If I do not stretch my legs, my back and legs will suffer. You two continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll outside." Once the obtrusive Dumbledore departed, Professor Fox began to speak the words he truly wished to impart to Lynn. "Do you recall what I mentioned to you in the Forbidden Forest?" Lynn promptly shook his head. "I do not remember. I have forgotten everything." Professor Fox chuckled at his response. "It matters not if you have forgotten. I can always reiterate. The matters concerning Gringotts do not require your involvement. Once I am fully recovered, I shall make a special trip to handle the transfer of the vault, at which point I will hand you the key. As for my home in England, feel free to visit whenever you wish. Do not forget to take the materials with you." Regarding the laboratory in Iceland, those items are still too perilous for you at this stage, so there is no rush. Lynn observed him, as he seemed to be discussing his affairs in a manner reminiscent of preparing a will, and he felt a headache coming on. Stop, Professor. You are alive and well. Why are you already planning for me to inherit your estate? I am now alone in this world, Lynn. Professor Fox gazed at him, feeling a sense of vengeance fulfilled. I have little else on my mind. At most, there are those experiments I had yet to complete with my friends. However, I had relinquished these pursuits once before, and now, even if I were to contemplate resuming them, it matters not when I begin. Thus, I intend to wander about once my health is restored. Are you no longer teaching at Hogwarts? Lynn inquired with a furrowed brow. Moreover, those children do not have any fondness for me. I shan't subject myself to further humiliation, he replied. So, where do you plan to go, Professor? Lynn asked. It seemed as though Professor Fox was only now contemplating his future destinations. After a moment of reflection, he responded, I suppose I shall first explore the entirety of England. I have a profound appreciation for Muggle society. Their inventions and lifestyle strike me as far more advanced than those of the magical realm. Following that, I shall venture to France and Germany. I have heard that there is some unrest in the Sioux country, so I shall forego that destination. Afterward, I shall travel to Asia. Having visited Huaxia once, I find myself yearning for the exquisite cuisine there. Will you not incur expenses during your travels? If you have given away your vault, will you survive on mere air? Lynn remarked. Do not underestimate wizards, Lynn. As if struck by an epiphany, Professor Fox's spirits lifted. In my quest across the world to find Wilkes, I once witnessed Muggles performing tricks akin to magic to earn a living. They called it magic. I could do the same. I could masquerade as a magician, earning money while traversing the globe. How delightful that would be. Seeing him so animated, Lynn could not bring himself to dissuade him. Professor Fox was correct. It would be utterly unmagical for a wizard to fret over finances within Muggle society. Do not feel as though you are benefiting without cause. Professor Fox discerned Lynn's reluctance. I am merely an old man. Who knows when my time shall come? What will become of these treasures? If you do not accept them, they will ultimately fall into the hands of greedy goblins, who have profited considerably from the deceased. And you are the most deserving of them. Lynn fell silent, having never perceived his assistance to Professor Fox as anything but a privilege. In truth, he felt perpetually indebted to him, and now, the notion of receiving his entire fortune left him uneasy. However, with the professor's insistence, Lynn felt that further refusal would be disingenuous. After a moment's thought, he replied, How about I take custody of the vault for you? If you ever change your mind or take a liking to a child you wish to adopt as a son, I shall return it to you. As for those dark magic materials in your home in England, Lynn declared assertively, I shall accept those, for you are my teacher, and imparting knowledge is your duty. Ultimately, Lynn was indeed covetous of Professor Fox's dark magic knowledge, though he had never witnessed the full extent of the killing curse or the disarming charm. He had encountered the vast expanse of spider carcasses and the football field-sized clearing wrought by the latter. What significance does a galleon hold? For a wizard, knowledge is indeed priceless. Professor Fox seemed to see through his cautious thoughts, shaking his head with a smile. Not at all, Lynn. I have said before that deciding to invest in you may well be the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. 070-007 never be a traitor, unless there is meat. After conversing with Professor Fox, Lynn was promptly ushered out of the ward. Dumbledore then entered, engaging in a discussion with Professor Fox that remained unknown to Lynn. Outside the ward, Lynn amused himself by teasing the Phoenix, Fox, who seemed rather indifferent to his presence, displaying an air of aloofness. It wasn't long before Dumbledore emerged from the room, beckoning Fox and calling for Lynn to accompany him as they departed from St. Mungo's Hospital. Each morning, Lynn practiced spells by the Black Lake with Cedric, Ian, and the others, attended classes during the day, and in his spare time, delved into the various dark magic tomes left behind by Professor Fox in his office. Occasionally, he would visit the room of requirement to experiment with dark magic that was unsuitable for public practice. Time flew swiftly as the end of term approached. At lunch, observing the points columns of the various houses in the Great Hall, Cedric could not restrain his exasperation at the glaringly superior green of Slytherin's score. How on earth do you accrue points? Why does Slytherin's score surpass ours by such a margin? As an enthusiastic student himself, Cedric diligently fought for Hufflepuff's points in every class, yet the gap in scores with Slytherin only widened rather than diminished. Lynn, focused on slicing his sausage, chose not to respond, while Ian cast him a sidelong glance. Being in the same year, they sometimes attended potions class together. Thus, Ian was well aware of the reason behind this disparity. It's simply because Slytherin has a top student and a commendable head of house, he remarked, emphasizing the latter part with a poker face. Lynn, unperturbed, defended himself. Points earned through merit cannot be deemed as mere accumulation. If you possess the skill, why not earn points for your house in herbology and charms? Cedric and Ian fell silent, wishing they could, but regretting that Professors Sprout and Flitwick did not exhibit the same ruthlessness as Snape. This prompted Lynn to gaze despondently at the ceiling of the hall, pondering aloud. How might I earn a compliment from Professor Snape? Cedric and Ian exchanged peculiar glances, and Cedric scrutinized Lynn before shaking his head. Something feels off about you. What do you mean? Lynn queried, puzzled. I merely have a penchant for collecting accolades, striving to gather praise and points from all the professors at Hogwarts. What is so strange about that? Though Lynn's justification seemed somewhat tenuous, it was not entirely unacceptable. Cedric sighed and shook his head once more. Earning points from Professor Snape is relatively easy. However, receiving a compliment from him is a challenge that far surpasses even garnering praise from Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, eliciting praise from Snape was a Herculean task. After a semester of rivalry, despite Slytherin's points nearing twice that of the second-place house, Lynn had yet to hear a single kind word from him. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Lynn ceased to dwell on Snape's demeanor, recognizing that it was merely a trivial matter of potion proficiency, one that could easily be disregarded. With examinations commencing tomorrow, she inquired about their preparations. The trio generally performed well academically, with Ian being slightly less proficient. Yet even his performance was commendable when compared to Lynn and Cedric. In the intellectually stimulating environment of Ravenclaw, he stood out among his peers. Though Ian frequently frequented the library, his reading material was often peculiar, as he gravitated towards bizarre tales from the magical realm and obscure curses. This fascination consumed much of his energy, and had he devoted his efforts elsewhere, his grades might have been even higher. As the conversation flowed, their expressions remained relaxed, and Cedric raised an eyebrow. You know, I self-studied all the second-year charms right at the beginning of the term, and Transfiguration is truly my forte. Professor Fox's lessons in defense against the dark arts have also been quite enlightening. I feel quite confident. Herbology, being taught by our esteemed head, should yield an outstanding as long as Professor Snape does not pose undue challenges. Ian nodded in agreement, expressing little trepidation. The knowledge imparted at Hogwarts was not particularly arduous. With a modicum of diligence, examinations should pose no concern. While they maintained their ease, the impending finals loomed ominously for other young wizards. Final exams are the nemesis of all students, George exclaimed indignantly, to which Fred nodded in vehement agreement. If I ever become the headmaster of Hogwarts, I shall abolish final exams and prohibit any assignments from professors. Lynn rolled her eyes and handed over the notes she had borrowed from Cedric. If you two were to become headmasters, the future of the British wizarding world would be bleak indeed. Cedric had already begun delving into third-year charms and had no need to review the second-year notes. When Lynn borrowed them, he had initially thought she wished to study ahead, and generously offered them to her. Once you've finished, do not forget to return them to me. I shall need them for my own revision over the summer. Lynn reminded them. The twins patted their chests, assuring her not to worry, promising to return the notes intact after the charms examination the following day. Having gone months without indulging in meat, the little creature, Xiaomai, gazed at the food with wide eyes, yet she retained a flicker of reason, looking bewilderedly at the smiling Lynn. After subsisting on bread and biscuits for so long, anyone would struggle. It's fine. Eat up, Lynn encouraged. Instantly, Xiaomai felt a surge of emotion, on the verge of tears. Yet even as Lynn's suspicions grew, the charade must continue. She leaned forward, feigning confusion over the beef in the bowl, as if questioning why it wasn't tea biscuits today. You don't like it? Very well. I shall remove the meat and replace it with biscuits. Lynn pretended to reach for her small bowl. Xiaomai would never allow him to succeed. Like a famished rodent pouncing upon its prey, she leaped into the bowl, voraciously gnawing on a piece of beef as if possessed by a starving spirit. As the rich aroma of meat enveloped her senses, Xiaomai felt a blend of satisfaction and trepidation. Oh, how delectable the meat is! The semester had come to a close, culminating on the day of the final examinations. The first assessment was in the subject of charms, where Professor Flitwick stood vigil in the classroom, allowing students to enter and exit one by one. Upon Lynn's entry, he was finally informed of the exam's content. Before Flitwick lay a heap of shattered glass fragments, and he addressed Lynn, instructing him to utilize the repairing charm to restore the cup, expressing his eager anticipation for Lynn's performance. Lynn nodded, drawing forth his wand. He felt little trepidation regarding this examination, as the repairing charm was an incredibly practical spell he had mastered to an exceptional degree. Reparo, he uttered, waving his wand over the glass shards. Professor Flitwick observed Lynn's work with satisfaction, exclaiming, absolutely perfect. An outstanding application of the repairing charm. I shall award you the highest marks, Belloc. Thank you, Professor, Lynn replied with a bow of gratitude before exiting the classroom. The subsequent potions examination posed no challenges. After all, Severus Snape was not only the potions master, but also the head of Lynn's own house. Their synergy in class had been remarkably harmonious. Since the incident involving Raphael, Lynn had been the one managing Snape's potion ingredients, a favor that warranted a significant mark of O on his report card. The detention room was situated within Snape's office. Next was history of magic, though Professor Bin's lecturing style left much to be desired. The purely rote nature of the examination was exceedingly simple for Lynn. In the afternoon, under the supervision of Professor McGonagall, 2 examinations took place. With Professor Fawkes incapacitated in St. Mungo's Hospital for the remaining 3 months of the term, McGonagall had been conducting defense against the dark arts classes and thus oversaw the examination as well. The Transfiguration examination was, for the majority of young witches and wizards, the most challenging assessment of the year. This was not solely due to the inherent complexity of Transfiguration, but also because McGonagall was far stricter than her colleagues. Before the examination commenced, she fixed her gaze on Lynn and remarked, Belloc, you have certainly caused me no small amount of trouble this year. Her tone was devoid of reproach, almost teasing in nature. Lynn offered a sheepish smile. Being young and inexperienced, I have indeed caused you some inconvenience this year. I hope you will be forgiving. McGonagall had no intention of making things difficult for him. She pointed to a beetle resting on the table, explaining the exam's task, to transform it into a button, with the intricacy of the button determining the score. Such transfiguration was effortlessly within Lynn's capabilities. The button he conjured was not only exquisitely designed, but also bore intricate patterns that were vividly visible. Given his performance, which far surpassed that of his peers, McGonagall naturally awarded him the highest marks. Upon completing his Transfiguration examination, Lynn did not leave immediately, but instead approached Professor McGonagall to inquire about certain aspects of the Polyjuice potion. While perusing advanced Transfiguration techniques in the library, Professor, I stumbled upon a form of magic known as animagus. Within this realm lies a natural animagus, referred to as metamorphmagus, which piqued my interest immensely. Is it possible for one to acquire this ability through study? Lynn refrained from directly inquiring, as such a question would be too overt. As a professor, McGonagall was undoubtedly pleased that Lynn maintained such a profound interest in Transfiguration following the examinations. No, McGonagall asserted. Animagus transformation can indeed be learned by any wizard with the requisite talent. However, metamorphmagus is different. It is an innate ability, not something one can attain through practice. It cannot. She continued, for metamorphmagus can only transform within the confines of human form. Attempting to morph into an animal could yield dire consequences. Lynn felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought, relieved that his timid nature had prevented him from experimenting. Might an individual born as a metamorphmagus later learn to transform into an animal as an animagus? Lynn gazed at Professor McGonagall with anticipation. For he certainly did not wish to limit himself to merely being a metamorphmagus. After all, do not adults desire to possess it all? This query was somewhat intricate. And after a moment's contemplation, McGonagall shook her head. There has never been such an instance. The occurrence of metamorphmagus is exceedingly rare. And coupled with the formidable challenge of learning animagus transformation, I have yet to hear of anyone mastering both forms of transfiguration simultaneously. Disheartened, Lynn bid farewell to Professor McGonagall, as their next encounter would be for the upcoming defense against the dark arts examination. The subsequent tests posed little challenge for Lynn, and once all examinations were concluded, Hogwarts erupted in jubilation among the young wizards. Those who excelled seized the opportunity to revel, while those who struggled indulged themselves without restraint. Even Lynn, with nothing pressing to attend to, joined Cedric and Ian in a game of wizard's chess by the Black Lake. Ian and Cedric were both adept players, while Lynn had little experience with chess and was swiftly vanquished by their formidable skills. In the end, the chess pieces began to resist his commands, further frustrating him to the point of contemplating their destruction. When the results were finally revealed, there were no surprises. Lynn achieved an outstanding in all his subjects, making him the sole first-year student to do so. This accomplishment brought great pride to Snape, and with Slytherin's consecutive victory in the House Cup, Lynn found his voice strengthened among the other professors. Moreover, Following the announcement of the results, the system bestowed upon him an unexpected reward. Your performance at Hogwarts has garnered recognition from all your professors, granting you 1 talent point for each subject corresponding to your first year. Your talent in dark arts has reached the ordinary limit for point allocation. Henceforth, any additional points for dark arts will be converted to free points. Should you wish to allocate further points in this area, please utilize legendary value. You have been bestowed the title of the most outstanding scion of Slytherin. Effects of the title. 1. The care of the head of Slytherin house towards you is doubled. 2. There will always be those who harbor suspicions of your ill intentions. Note 1. This title's effects are only active while it is worn. Note 2. This title will vanish once you no longer hold the distinction of being the most outstanding student in your year. At the conclusion of the first year, Lynn's attribute panel is as follows. Name, Lynn Belloc. Title, Devious Abductor, Freshman, vanishes upon promotion to the second year. The most outstanding scion of Slytherin. Magical Index, 4. Increased naturally by 1 point, free points. 2. Physical points. 3. Magical aptitude. Dark Arts 7, Transfiguration 5, General Charms 5, Herbology 5. Offensive and defensive spells 5, Astronomy 5, Potions 4, Bloodline Heritage 2, Alchemy 2, Ancient Runic 2, Divination 0. Rewarded talent, Disguise Magus, Main Quest. Earn the commendation from the respective course professors. Reward, corresponding magical talents and effects 1. 072. Lynn has disappeared the newly acquired title, though its name remains somewhat difficult to articulate, proves to be remarkably effective. It compensates admirably for the absence of novice students who vanish upon advancing to their second year. Furthermore, this recent allocation of points has bestowed upon Lynn a crucial piece of information. Typically, one can enhance a talent to a maximum of 7 points, beyond which an elusive entity known as legend points must be utilized. Currently, he possesses no legend points and is uncertain as to how to acquire them. However, there is no urgency. At present, a talent level of 7 suffices for him to delve into the profound knowledge of dark magic. For the majority of young wizards, a week of revelry is fleeting. On the eve of the semester's conclusion, as they prepare to depart from Hogwarts, a grand feast is held. The great hall is adorned with floating green and silver streamers, and at the Slytherin table, the young serpents wear expressions of delight. High above, Dumbledore announces that Slytherin has triumphed in securing the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. Lynn particularly appreciates Dumbledore's brevity during his speeches, especially when appetites run high. A sumptuous dinner graces the tables of each house. While the food remains delectable, Lynn feels that since he apprehended Kira and had her expelled by Dumbledore, the meals served before him lack the flavor that once delighted him. Clearly, the fare that previously graced his table had been specially prepared for him by Kira in the kitchens. During this banquet, Lynn refrains from joining Cedric and Ian at the Ravenclaw table. Such an act would be rather tactless. The atmosphere within Slytherin is surprisingly pleasant. Although Lynn has only been at school for a semester and has already engaged in a skirmish with a peer and an upperclassman, the older students outwardly exhibit kindness towards him. The feast does not extend late into the night, as Dumbledore announces the end of the term and wishes everyone a delightful holiday. Recently, the hamster suspected of espionage has become quite pampered and appears unperturbed by Lynn's suspicions, openly expressing disdain for her previous diet of bread and biscuits, eagerly anticipating meat from the Great Hall at every meal. Lynn revels in nurturing her daily. Kira is a domestic house elf left to him by his parents, and since she regards him as her master, she harbors no intentions of causing him harm. Her previous 3 assaults at Hogwarts, though extreme, were evidently aimed at protecting him. Thus, Lynn sees no reason to mistreat his little spy. The night passes in silence. Early the following morning, Slytherin's newly appointed male prefect begins knocking on doors, rousing the young wizards from their slumber to ensure they do not miss the Hogwarts Express. The train remains stationed at the dilapidated platform where they first arrived at the school, and as they board, their hands are empty, with their belongings being ferried to the train by house elves. Lynn, Cedric, and Ian share a compartment as they engage in discussions regarding the upcoming semester's courses. Have you heard who will be succeeding as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? Cedric discreetly shared the intriguing tidbit he had come across. It is Professor Quirrell. Who is he? Ian was unfamiliar with this individual. Lynn explained, he is the Professor of Muggle Studies, reputed to be quite capable, and he is a graduate of Ravenclaw. Lynn certainly recalled this professor, who made an appearance in the first installment only to meet a rather unfortunate fate. Was he not possessed by Voldemort over the summer? Lynn pondered silently, struggling to recall the original plotline. Moreover, Cedric appeared somewhat exhilarated as he announced that a significant figure would be enrolling next year. Ian, indifferent to the so-called prominent figure, inquired, "Who? The son of the Minister of Magic?" "Certainly not. It is Harry Potter." "Who is he?" "He is the savior who once vanquished the Dark Lord, achieving such a feat at the tender age of infancy. It is almost unfathomable to consider his future exploits at Hogwarts." Ian and Lynn were unimpressed. Ian due to his ignorance of the magical world's historical context, while Lynn was already privy to future events, rendering Harry Potter's mere enrollment rather unremarkable in his eyes. Noticing their lack of interest, Cedric found the conversation waning and shifted the topic. "Do you have any plans for this summer?" "Me?" Lynn tilted his head in thought. "I suppose I shall have little to do this summer, staying at home, unable to wield magic. So I shall read books, tend to my flowers, and perhaps tease the little girl next door. Additionally, I plan to inquire with Kira about his true heritage, though he kept this to himself, instinctively feeling that such matters should not be too openly discussed. My family goes to the seaside for vacation every summer," Ian remarked. "That sounds lovely. A summer retreat by the sea is delightful, though I fear when I see you next term, you may have tanned considerably," Cedric said with a hint of melancholy. "I still do not know what my father is thinking. He wanted to take us on a trip last summer, but unfortunately, the demands of his work at the Ministry of Magic delayed it until this year. I am uncertain if we will be able to go." Lynn and Ian were at a loss for how to console him, and when the candy cart arrived at their compartment, they purchased a considerable amount in an attempt to distract him with sweets. Despite its name, the Hogwarts Express is rather slow, meandering along until dusk when they finally arrived at platform 9 3/4. The three of them assisted each other in unloading their luggage from the train and placing it on the trolley, as there were no house elves to aid them here. Beside Lynn's suitcase, the cage of a certain little creature, previously dozing soundly, suddenly opened its eyes. The hamster cautiously peered around and, noticing that Lynn was preoccupied bidding farewell to Cedric, it stealthily unlatched the cage and made its escape with a few agile hops. Cedric's parents, both wizards, awaited him at the platform, leaving him to bid farewell to Lynn and Ian in advance. "I will go ahead. You follow closely behind," he instructed. Unaware that her pet had already slipped away, Lynn was deliberating with Ian on the sequence to pass through the magically enchanted wall. Ian nodded, indicating his agreement. As he observed Lynn pushing the cart, he closed his eyes and, with a swift motion, glided through the wall, silently counting to 10 in his mind. This interval was intended to prevent the muggles outside from noticing the frequent emergence of individuals from the wall. After 10 seconds, he, like Lynn, closed his eyes and jogged through the wall with the cart. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst a throng of modernly dressed individuals bustling through the station, none of whom paid any heed to his emergence from the wall. Ian felt a twinge of reflection, but soon realized something was amiss, for there was no sign of Lynn. Frowning, he meticulously scanned his surroundings for an extended period, yet Lynn remained elusive. Lynn had vanished. Epilogue ding, ding, ding. The first volume has come to an end. A round of applause. The story concludes. Ahem, just kidding. If I were to end the tale here, I would surely be drowned in blades. Are there any esteemed readers who followed me from the previous book? If so, please raise a hand. I wish to see how many I have inadvertently wounded. After the outline of the source of magic, I specifically mentioned that I would adopt a different persona to pen original works. Please do not chastise me as a deceiver. I genuinely attempted to write, creating a pseudonym and crafting a confident 30,000-word introduction, only to face rejection. Disheartened, I wallowed in despair, indulgence, for 2 months, until late September, when I conceived the idea of writing another HP fanfiction, mainly because I felt I had not fully expressed myself in the previous work. Resolutely, I set to work again, composing another 30,000-word introduction, this current book, and confidently submitted it to an editor specializing in light novels. Once again, I was met with rejection in that moment. I felt as if the world had crumbled around me. Had I truly sunk to such depths? I then succumbed to despondency, indulgence, for another month at school. Yet, remaining in such a state was not a solution. I had a plethora of brilliant ideas yearning for expression. Thus, I picked up the rejected introduction once more, refined the early outline, and gradually wrote some more at a leisurely pace. Eventually, by the end of October, I ceased submissions. My fantastical former editor had departed and directly published it in the fantasy category. I made no alterations to the beginning. It remained identical to the version that had been rejected. When I had posted over 10,000 words, my current editor, Jiang Cha, sent me a message regarding a contract. I humbly prostrated myself before my benefactor, accepting their offer for this seemingly unwanted child. Heaven showed mercy. The journey of writing this book has been fraught with twists and turns, and there were several moments when I contemplated abandoning this project for my pseudonym to pursue an original work. Nevertheless, here I stand, steadfast in my commitment to continue. Initially, my attempts to gauge the response were rather mediocre. After 2 weeks of trial and error, I humbly beseeched the esteemed readers for support within the text. Their generosity was overwhelming. Since that day, the daily votes I received surged to 4 or 5 times the usual amount, leaving me, a struggling writer, profoundly grateful and in awe, wishing to repay their kindness in some way. Alas, that notion was unsuitable. Fortunately, circumstances improved significantly, and my current statistics surpass those of my previous work. Although the prospects appear exceedingly bright, I still rely on the continued support of my esteemed readers. Upon reading this, do not forget to cast your vote today. Much love to you all. Having vented, let us now delve into the narrative. Professor Fox was inspired by Nick from Zootopia, a truly captivating character. His surname draws directly from this inspiration. I envisioned a character who was not only cool and somewhat cunning, but also had a tragic background yet possessed a kind heart, a professor of defense against the dark arts. Thus, he deceives Lynn into fetching him beer to a company hot pot, revealing himself to be a lonely orphan. Under the pretense of investing in his education, he secretly supports him. Despite being misunderstood and disliked by students, Professor Fox remains indifferent to their opinions. In truth, I initially intended to grant him a tragic fate, but my compassion prevented me from having him meet a grim end. His story is far from over. Since I chose not to terminate his journey, I opted to punish him by having him navigate the Muggle world as a magician. With this mindset, I charted his subsequent fate. The first volume primarily revolves around Professor Fox's story, while Lynn's background serves merely as a subplot, the mystery of which will be revealed shortly in the next volume. For those readers eager to see Hermione, I regret to inform you that this upcoming volume presents a shorter narrative. Yet it is a tale I have long wished to tell, as it features another intriguing character. However, the setting will not be Lynn's home, but rather a different locale. Here, he will encounter a fascinating group of individuals. Consider this my alternative design, along with some thrilling surprises. As for whether I will adhere to the original storyline once it commences, rest assured, I shall not. Anticipate what is to come during the first year. It will be quite the spectacle. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my beloved readers for their unwavering support, particularly to the following generous patrons: Z189, Welsh Fighting, Insomnia Jin, A, and I Shall Not. I Am Guilty, Apologies. I Am Guilty, Panda Deity Wong. Friends of the Book from 20190925122646959. Fond of Catfish King. Friends of the Book from 20200307144734808. Friends of the Book from 20180715204828888. My heartfelt gratitude extends to these esteemed patrons for their generous contributions. I also wish to express my appreciation to the brothers Huiyin Yin and Guide Dog Xiaoqiu for their steadfast support in recommending my work since its inception. Thank you all. I shall retire for the night. May you all rest early as well. Good night. 073. The Vanished Magic, seeking recommendations. The moment Lynn traversed the wall at platform 9 3/4, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. A familiar wave of dizziness surged through his stomach, as if an invisible force were relentlessly tugging at him. Suddenly, it felt as though he plummeted from a great height, stumbling onto the soft earth beneath him. All around, a cacophony of thuds echoed as his luggage cascaded from above like dumplings, the largest cart landing squarely before his face, prompting him to retreat in alarm. Having previously experienced apparition, Lynn managed to stave off the urge to vomit this time. He supported himself on his knees, retching a few times, and with his icy hands, he patted his face, gradually shaking off the disorientation. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he stood atop a small hill, with the vast sea behind him. In the distance, he could discern sparse houses, and further still, a town. Clearly, he was no longer at King's Cross Station, and he couldn't even ascertain if he was still in England. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated behind him, paired with the waning light of the sunset, creating a tranquil scene of the distant town that should have been picturesque. Yet, at that moment, Lynn felt no inclination to appreciate the beauty before him. His complexion darkened, resembling soot from a pot. For the wall at the station surely could not have faltered on its own, and even if it had, it would be too much of a coincidence for it to happen to him. He was clearly being deceived. Lynn immediately began rummaging through his belongings, only to find that his pet, the cage of his little companion, was inexplicably open, and the creature had long since escaped. The absence of his pet only confirmed his suspicions about who was to blame. "Kira, get out here," Lynn shouted in fury, responding to his call. The aged house elf Kira timidly emerged from behind a nearby rock. "Young master, please do not call me master." But Lynn Belloc was indeed Kira's master. The house elf suddenly grew defiant, raising its chin and shrieking no. The young master must retrieve what belongs to the old master. Otherwise, the young master is unworthy of the old master's possessions and name. Kira shook its large head, shrieking in desperation. Kira cannot obey the young master's commands. Kira will punish itself, but Kira is not a bad elf. Kira only wishes well for the young master. In a fit of exasperation, Lynn found himself laughing in disbelief, realizing he had engaged in a quarrel with an incorrigible house elf. "All right, let us both calm down. First, you brought me here to acquire something?" "Yes," Kira's voice had softened. "Is that something left to me by my father?" Lynn probed, attempting to extract information from the house elf. Kira shook its head. "Is it from my mother?" Again, it shook its head. "Then who is it?" Lynn's patience began to wane. Kira was unable to speak. The master had commanded him not to disclose anything to the young master. Lynn, suppressing his fury, posed another question. "You must tell me what you want me to retrieve." At the very least, Kira was unaware of its nature, only knowing that the young master must acquire it. Lynn was thoroughly enraged. He disregarded the capricious house sprite and began gathering his belongings from the ground, placing them back onto the cart. Kira did not follow him, but continued to scream behind him. "The young master must obtain that item. It is your credential. It is the testament of your noble lineage. Only the most exalted bloodline is worthy of it. Only it is worthy of the supreme bloodline." Kira would not harm the young master, but the young master would seek it out himself, for he was the one who needed it most. Lynn scoffed, falling silent as he pushed the cart onward toward the distant village. The sky gradually darkened. Kira had vanished, and he stepped onto the sturdy concrete pavement, occasionally seeing cars pass by. Gradually, Lynn could even glimpse the silhouettes of people illuminated within the nearest home. Suddenly, he felt something vanish from within his body. He stood frozen in place for 5 seconds, and then, as if bitten by a venomous snake, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly stepped back. His magical power was gone. Though he did not understand what had transpired, Lynn was certain he had been outwitted by Kira. The village was suspicious. It had deliberately withheld information to lure him in. Now, the presence of house sprites had vanished, clearly having fled the moment Lynn sensed something amiss. "You wait," Lynn growled through gritted teeth. He still intended to enter the village. The sudden loss of his magic was evidently linked to this peculiar place. Fortunately, although his magic was gone, the system remained intact, and it promptly issued him a task. Emergency task: retrieve the stolen magic. Task reward: 1 legendary value. 3 magic points. Failure penalty: permanent loss of magic, complete severance from the magical realm, and a forgetfulness curse will be imposed, causing him to forget everything about the magical world. Damn it, Lynn cursed under his breath. He paid little heed to the task rewards. This was the first task from the system that came with a penalty for failure, one he could not afford to bear. Having contemplated the consequences, Lynn no longer hesitated and resolutely set off once more towards the village. 074. Abros, seeking recommendations. The small town appeared remarkably tranquil under the night sky, yet to Lynn, it resembled a hellish demon, with a gaping maw that could consume a person whole, leaving no bones behind. The town was not secluded. Vehicles occasionally traversed the road, entering and exiting. A pickup truck emerged from the town, halting before Lynn. A middle-aged woman leaned out from the vehicle. "Hello, dear. You seem to be in need of assistance," she remarked. Though she spoke in English, her accent differed from what Lynn was accustomed to. "Thank you, ma'am. But I am quite all right. My father has gone to a nearby shop to buy cigarettes and asked me to watch the luggage until he returns." The woman nodded, seemingly oblivious to Lynn's pretense. "That's good to hear, but even though the area is relatively safe, it is rather irresponsible of your father to leave you here alone at this hour," she murmured, restarting her vehicle as if to depart. But Lynn called out to her once more. "Excuse me, ma'am. May I inquire about something?" "What is it?" Lynn appeared somewhat bashful, a shy smile gracing her face. "My parents are divorced. They live apart. I reside with my father in London, while my mother lives here. Since their separation, I haven't seen my mother for quite some time, and my father never tells me where she is. Only recently did he agree to bring me here to visit her. But he has never revealed where this place is. Could you tell me what this location is? That way, when I grow up, I can find her myself." The woman's expression softened with compassion as she gazed at Lynn. "Oh, poor child, you are truly unfortunate. I can certainly tell you. This town is called Abros, located on the northeastern coast of Scotland. It is quite small." Lynn's hesitation was genuine. "Is it a town?" "Indeed, compared to a large city like London. It appears quite diminutive, does it not? The permanent population is just over 20,000. However, the scenery is quite lovely. Your mother demonstrated good taste in choosing to reside here." Having discerned her current whereabouts, Lynn refrained from further conversation, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, ma'am. My father should be arriving soon, so I will not keep you." The middle-aged woman waved farewell as she drove away, while Lynn pushed her cart into the small town known as Abros. There was also disheartening news. The cursed place was situated within the bounds of the United Kingdom. Lynn was certain he had entered a domain where something had stolen his magical power, even though he was unaware of the extent of this domain. Such a peculiar force capable of siphoning a wizard's magic could not possibly be the work of that house elf, Kira. This indicated that this town, which could rob wizards of their magic, had likely existed here for quite some time. Moreover, in such a perilous location, it was astonishing that the British Ministry of Magic, under Dumbledore's watch, had not sent anyone to investigate or resolve the matter. He could hardly fathom the implications of his predicament, whether it was the case that no one could unravel the mystery of this place which siphoned away a wizard's powers, or if he was merely the first unfortunate sorcerer to stumble into this realm. And then there was the matter of the item Kira had instructed him to find. It went without saying that it was undoubtedly linked to the disappearance of his magic. The small town appeared somewhat tranquil at night, perhaps because he had not ventured into the bustling city center. Lynn was deliberating where he should spend the night. He had sufficient funds, with both galleons and pounds in his possession, so he was not overly concerned about ending up on the streets. However, he worried that, given his age, checking into a hotel alone might draw unnecessary attention and trouble, especially in a situation where he could not use magic. Lynn first lingered in a shadowy corner for a moment, observing a middle-aged man not far away, fumbling in his pockets for a cigarette. However, the man found his pack empty and muttered a curse before discarding it by the roadside and heading towards a convenience store that was still open. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn pushed his laden cart forward, brushing past the man and intentionally colliding with him. "Watch where you're going, kid." "Apologies," Lynn replied, tilting his head to speak, though his expression betrayed no hint of remorse. Rather, he seemed somewhat pleased. "Strange little brat," the man grumbled, ignoring him as he turned to enter the store. Lynn then hastily crossed the street to a storefront that resembled a hardware shop. A young girl stood at the counter, gazing vacantly out at the road, and she happened to witness the exchange between Lynn and the man. "Hello, may I leave my and my father's luggage here for a moment?" Lynn inquired. The girl hesitated, as she was merely watching the store for her parents and preferred to avoid any complications. Lynn sighed, adopting a look of frustration as he pulled out some money from his pocket. "I knew my father had given me some cash, saying it was for storage fees. I was hoping you might help me, and I could leave it with you. But it seems that won't be possible now. So, would you be willing to assist me, considering this money?" "Your father doesn't seem to have a pleasant temperament," the girl remarked, glancing at the middle-aged man who had exited the convenience store, grumbling as he unwrapped his newly purchased cigarettes. "Yes, if you refuse to help. He might take it out on me," Lynn replied. "All right then, but how long will you be?" she asked, accepting the pounds from Lynn. 3 to 5 days, at most," he replied, pushing his cart into a corner of the hardware store. His belongings were securely packed in boxes, making them virtually impossible for anyone to open and discern their contents. "I'll keep an eye on them," the girl assured him. "Farewell then." "Farewell." As Lynn exited the hardware store, he noticed the man at the convenience store had just lit his cigarette and was preparing to leave. Lynn silently trailed behind him, keeping his head down, maintaining a close distance without the man noticing. In the eyes of that young lady, Lynn appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary child trailing behind his father, devoid of any advantageous gains and somewhat sullen. His recent performance was merely an attempt to add a layer of security to the luggage he had entrusted. The identity of a child ultimately lacks the formidable presence of an adult. He merely wielded the borrowed authority of his father to deter the young lady's family from meddling with his belongings. After being outmaneuvered by Kira, he now exercised caution at every turn. Once he had properly arranged his luggage, Lynn began to earnestly survey the small town. He had gradually ventured into the most vibrant part of the city, where even at night, the atmosphere remained lively, with various establishments awash in a cacophony of lights and indulgence. At this moment, Lynn was quite certain that this was an ordinary Muggle town. Thus far, he had not encountered anything particularly extraordinary, nor had he spotted anyone who resembled a wizard. Just as he contemplated where to spend the evening, his peripheral vision caught sight of a corner. Suddenly, Lynn was taken aback. He even questioned whether he had mistaken his eyes. Was the disheveled old man sprawled in the corner someone he recognized? 075. The church, I am now being laid to rest. My time of departure has come. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Henceforth, there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have loved his appearing. Amen. In the solemn church, the elderly pastor concluded the prolonged eulogy, and the dozen or so mourners clad in black slowly lifted their heads that had been bowed in grief. At the forefront sat an elderly nun, her face a tapestry of wrinkles and age spots, yet her posture remained impeccably upright. Rather than exuding the warmth typically associated with old age, her expression was stern and forbidding, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld her. It was indeed a grave misjudgment to appoint you as the pastor. A simple eulogy has been delivered in such a manner that if Green were aware, he would surely admonish you. Upon hearing the nun's scorn, the pastor lowered his Bible and spread his hands in resignation. I have long asserted that I am not suited for this role. Hence, your recitation of the eulogy would be far more appropriate, would it not? The nun shook her head. I am a nun of the church and cannot undertake the duties of a pastor. The pastor smirked slightly, wishing to laugh but lacking the courage, instead silently muttering to himself, a mere one-day substitute pastor is of lesser worth than you, a faux nun of over 40 years. Very well, let us sing a hymn to bid farewell to Green, the nun commanded. The elderly attendees, trembling, rose from their seats. Some were so frail that they could scarcely stand upright, their teeth long gone. Yet even the oldest among them leaned upon their canes to rise. As the singing concluded, no one returned to their seats. Silence endured for a minute before the nun spoke slowly. Today, yet another dear friend has departed from us. During his 45 years here, Green became the 23rd to leave us. Yet his contributions, like those of the previous 22 colleagues who have passed, will forever be etched in the hearts of each one of us until the last among us grows old. She stood tall, solemnly reciting the convictions that had remained unforgotten for 45 years. For the greater good, the elderly voices resounded in unison. For the greater good, their aged tones remained robust. Yet like the chime of a twilight bell, they would inevitably fade with time. They formed a line, each approaching the dais to offer their final tributes to their friend who lay within the coffin. The nun stood quietly, observing them depart one by one, until she called 3 individuals to halt. Smith, Simon, Leon remained behind. Upon hearing her voice, a limping man with a cane, a rotund fellow with a bushy beard, and a gaunt old man who had just removed his pastor's robe paused their movements and gathered beside the nun. What is it, Rogier? Simon, the bearded man, grumbled. I have yet to feed the cattle back at my ranch tonight. I cannot linger here too long. A wizard has arrived here, Sister Rogier calmly announced. Instantly, her words struck the 3 elderly men like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned. The faux priest, Leon, exhibited signs of anxiety as he stuttered, What? There's still a wizard who dares to come here? Echoing his sentiments was the old cripple named Smith, who, unlike Leon, exuded confidence with his robust senses and resonant voice, presenting himself as a rather formidable character. 2 days prior, a wizard had indeed entered this place, possessing a formidable magical prowess, an adult wizard. This afternoon, another wizard arrived, his magic feeble yet vibrant, likely a juvenile of around 15 or 16 years. What do they dare to seek here? Simon uttered in disbelief. Rogier cast a glance at the simpleton, producing a pack of lady cigarettes, lighting one for herself, and exhaling clouds of smoke within the church, showing no regard for the sanctity of the space. Though Leon was somewhat timid, he was the sharpest among them, his complexion paling as he murmured, What we ought to concern ourselves with is not why they have the audacity to come here, but rather to ascertain whether their intentions are aimed at us. Simon shot him a glare, seemingly disapproving. We're all ordinary people here. What is there to fear? Leon, flushing with embarrassment, defended himself. I'm merely worried about our friends who have families. The Ministry of Magic has connections with the Muggle government in Britain. If they send someone to alert the local Muggle authorities, how are those with families supposed to live? Rogier flicked the ash from her cigarette, frowning at the 2 men, and coldly admonished, If you wish to bicker, take it outside. Do not disturb the Lord's peace. The two elderly men shrank back at her words, falling silent, though their minds were undoubtedly racing. As long as we remain within this city, the ministry will not trouble us again. This is a promise made to us by Dumbledore. Rogier asserted, acknowledging that, despite their enmity, Dumbledore's credibility was beyond reproach. Then shall we simply ignore everything? The old men looked at Rogier expectantly, awaiting her guidance. Rogier gazed at the crucifix, seemingly lost in thought, as if contemplating something profound. One of you must go and observe what they intend to do. And then we shall discuss our course of action. The three old men exchanged glances. You need to tend to your cattle, and Smith, being a cripple, has limited mobility. I shall go, Leon, who appeared the most timid, surprisingly volunteered. Simon shook his head. Those cattle can survive a missed meal. You were once our ace. And too many wizards know you. If you are recognized, it would be disastrous. I will go instead. Smith, who had remained silent throughout their discourse, rapped his cane against the floor to halt their polite exchanges. Enough. Stop squabbling. He exclaimed irritably. I am a cripple, and this identity allows others to lower their guard more easily. There is little to attend to at home, so I shall go. With that, he donned his hat and hobbled out of the church, leaning on his cane. Rogier extinguished his cigarette, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. Is this how you plan to go? Do you even know where they are? Smith froze in place, his expression darkening as he turned around. Where are they? They are all near the bars along Malton Road. The demeanor of wizards differs from that of muggles. Be sure to distinguish between the two. Why have you not cast your votes of recommendation? Today we are short by so much, resulting in a threefold decrease. I do not seek rewards. I understand that everyone earns their money through hard work. A token gesture of 1 or 2 coins for enjoyment suffices, but please, cast your votes. Each vote you cast serves as a pillar of support for me during this free period. 076. The professor on the streets, Professor Fox. Lynn stared in astonishment at the figure sprawled on the ground, his disheveled silver hair and stained trench coat resembling that of a beggar, nestled in a corner with a few pennies donated by passers-by. The old man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise upon hearing the voice and gazed at Lynn. Belloc, what brings you here? Lynn shrugged helplessly. It's a long story. I was led here by a mischievous house elf who insisted I search for something. Yet, upon entering this quaint little town, my magical powers vanished. Professor Fox sighed and shook his head. My misfortune is even greater. My travel plans had barely commenced when I found myself here, and now my powers have also disappeared. The initial idea of performing magic tricks on the streets has become futile. Strangely enough, it seems fortunate that I encountered you here, Belloc. Lynn frowned in confusion, scrutinizing him, first from head to toe, then circling him. He suddenly inquired, what was the amount of the first financial support you provided me? 25 galleons. Followed by an additional 500 galleons withdrawn from Gringotts. How did I entertain you when you visited my home? With German dark beer. Or was it that I tricked you into buying it? Where is your residence in England? 608, Queen Street, Lisburn, Northern Ireland. Don't forget to retrieve the dark magic materials. You will require them. Relieved by his fluent responses, Lynn exhaled. Professor, haven't you always called me Lynn? Why the sudden shift to my surname? Professor Fox blinked and chuckled. Lynn continued to scrutinize him for a moment before shaking his head. If I were not aware that this place could siphon a wizard's magic, coupled with your ability to answer all my queries, I would almost suspect you were an imposter. Fox shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Lynn's doubts. A vigilant disposition is commendable, as I once advised you. Do not trust anyone too readily. Yet, how did you fall to such depths? Lynn was still astonished by Professor Fox's current state. Even if you can no longer perform magic in this town, what happened to all the money you earned previously? Professor Fox rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes while collecting the coins. I will elaborate on that matter later. Do you have any money, Lynn? I haven't eaten in over a day. Let us find a meal first. 10 minutes later, inside a fast food restaurant, Professor Fox was voraciously devouring his third hamburger. Lynn sipped his iced cola, cautiously taking a sip here and there. When alone, he tended to be meticulous in his actions. But with the presence of the adult Professor Fox, he felt liberated. So, Professor, how did you fall into such a state? Professor Fox appeared to have thoroughly enjoyed his meal. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, then let out a long sigh. Slumping into his chair as he squeezed an entire packet of ketchup onto his fries, eating them one by one. On my first day here, I sent a letter from the Muggle post office, spending all the money I had to ensure it would reach its recipient swiftly. Such a place could not remain unnoticed in the British wizarding community. We must have stumbled upon it by mistake. Just wait. News should arrive shortly. Lynn nodded. feeling considerably reassured by encountering Professor Fox in this situation. He aimlessly scanned the fast food restaurant and noticed a limping old man wearing a beret and leaning on a cane entering. He paid little mind to it, as the restaurant was bustling with patrons at this mealtime. Shall we settle here for now? Do you have enough money? Lynn pondered to himself. If he was frugal, he could manage to live here for at least 2 weeks. Even if it turned out to be insufficient, he still had a few galleons left, which were indeed solid gold. If necessary, they could exchange them for pounds. Professor Fox shook his head. That would be too much of a loss. If it comes to that, we will have no choice. We cannot simply starve on the streets. The limping old man seemed to be heading towards the restroom. His mobility appeared quite limited, and as he approached Lynn's table, he suddenly slipped. Lynn reached out to support him. Be careful, sir, Smith said apologetically. Thank you, young man. I apologize for interrupting your meal with your grandfather. Both Lynn and Professor Fox squinted at him. Lynn maintained a composed smile, saying, It's no trouble at all. My grandfather often teaches me to be helpful. Do you need assistance? Smith waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. This is an old ailment of mine. I won't trouble you further. With that, he released Lynn's supportive grasp and limped into the restroom. Lynn and Professor Fox exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Professor Fox nodded in agreement. His earlier words seemed laden with ulterior motives. Have we attracted attention? Is there someone in this city who recognizes us? Professor Fox rose from his seat. Regardless, let us leave this place. Lynn followed suit, quickly exiting the fast food restaurant, timing his exit perfectly. Smith emerged from the restroom only to find the table where Lynn and Professor Fox had been seated now vacant. Realizing something was awry, he too left the fast food establishment. Lynn and Professor Fox concealed themselves in a corner, observing the front of the convenience store for quite some time. Noting that the old man had entered but had not yet come out, signaling they had lost his trail. However, this confirmed an important fact. The old man had been specifically searching for them. Lynn rubbed his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. It was highly likely that they were not the only wizards in this city. That limping man was evidently affiliated with another group of wizards. They must be connected to the mysterious disappearance of the magic. At the very least, they should possess some knowledge about it. Lynn and Professor Fox settled into a quaint inn. Simon and Leon had not yet departed. They remained in the church, smoking alongside Rogier. Enveloped in a haze within the Lord's sanctuary, Smith pushed open the church doors, only to be met with a cloud of smoke that seized his breath. Have you had your fill? If any parishioners were to witness this, Rogier, would you not fear the church's retribution? Rogier extinguished his cigarette, his expression dripping with disdain. If I were afraid of those old zealots, I would have long abandoned my vocation as a nun. Leon and Simon helped to open the windows for ventilation while inquiring about Smith's findings. Weary, Smith sank onto a bench and shook his head. Their vigilance is too acute. It seems I have inadvertently raised their suspicions. Simon and Leon exchanged glances, and it was Rogier who spoke next. So, you ventured out, gleaned nothing, and instead exposed our presence? Our existence here is not a secret. They would discover us eventually. Furthermore, I have not returned entirely empty-handed. Smith rubbed his injured leg. That adult wizard, I feel a sense of familiarity. Leon, go fetch last year's daily profit. Why must I always be the one to do your bidding? Leon grumbled. Yet he rose and retrieved a hefty stack of newspapers from the church's interior. Smith flipped through to the back and soon located the desired edition. Spreading it before the trio, the newspaper bore a date from September 1990, with the headline, Once a prisoner, now a defense against the dark arts professor. The photograph featured Fox as he was 10 years prior when he was incarcerated. His hair was unkempt, his eyes sunken, and his complexion pallid, staring blankly at the camera. Unblinking. That's him. Smith tapped the photograph emphatically. Beside him stood a young boy, though not the 15 or 16 Rogier had described. He appeared no older than 13. Likely a student. Hogwarts professors and young wizards? Why are they here? Simon exclaimed, astonished. Bang. Rogier slammed her palm onto the table, startling the 3 men. What does it matter why they are here? If they have entered this city, they are subject to our will. Capture them. Her demeanor remained icy, yet the animosity in her gaze and tone was unmistakable to Smith and the others. A silence fell over the group. Rogier shot them a sidelong glare. Are you afraid? Noting the silence from his companions, Leon sighed and attempted to reason. It has been many years. I know you still harbor resentment towards Dumbledore. But we need not provoke him further. What then, after capturing the Hogwarts professor and the young wizard? Shall we kill him? We live in a society governed by law. Even if we are but a band of reckless old fools, you must consider the others who have families. They deserve to live. Rogier let out a cold laugh. Indeed. You have forgotten your identity as wizards, proclaiming your allegiance to a greater good while willingly submitting to the laws and governance of muggles. Ryan and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness in their eyes. They had been stripped of their magical powers. Who, besides themselves, would regard them as wizards? What alternative was there to accepting Muggle jurisdiction? To persist in their former ideals only to be incarcerated by Muggle law enforcement? After all this time, Ryan and his cohort had resigned themselves to their fate, save for Rogier, who clung to the philosophy of the master now imprisoned in Nurmengard. Despite the fact that even he had relinquished hope, Rogier could not let go. She longed for their past glory and harbored resentment towards Albus Dumbledore, who had cast them down to the mundane. Subconsciously, Rogier reached into her pocket for her pack of cigarettes, only to find it empty. The recent passing of an old friend, combined with the arrival of wizards in this small town, had left her unsettled. She had already smoked several that day. Silence enveloped the church for an extended period. I never stated that I wished to kill them, Rogier spoke slowly. Simon pondered her words. So, you propose we capture them and force them to pay homage? He queried. We are not a mafia. What homage? Rogier retorted, irritated by Simon's lack of insight. We will seize them and inform Dumbledore. Let him come to collect them himself. Leon grasped Rogier's intent. You wish to save face with Dumbledore? He scoffed. Rogier snorted softly. Even though the Dark Lord had confined himself to Nurmengard, the remnants he left behind were not something ordinary wizards could withstand. Let Dumbledore witness his professors and young wizards stripped of their magic. What can he do about it? The church fell silent once more. At last, Smith rapped the floor with his staff. Enough. We have stifled this frustration for too long, and we do not know how many days remain for us. Bind them. It will serve as a release. Observing their firm resolution, Simon, who had always been guided by others in his actions, hesitated to ask, then, how should we bind them? Smith leaned on his staff and made his way toward the church's exit. The three elders dispersed, leaving Rogier seated alone in the empty hall. She gazed at the cross, clenching her hands in front of her, unsure whether she was praying or simply speaking to herself. Recently, a notorious gang committed a significant robbery in Edinburgh and is now fleeing towards our city. In a modest inn, an alluring female anchor on the vintage television was reporting local news. Lynn and Professor Fox lay in their respective beds, discussing their current predicament. Whom did you consult for this information? Professor Dumbledore? Fox shook his head. Certainly not. At this moment, Dumbledore may not be in England. He is a wizard of international renown. Recently, significant turmoil has erupted in the land of Sue, where the Ministry of Magic is showing signs of impending dissolution. It is likely that he is there assisting in mediation. And who might that be? Alastair Moody, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, with whom we have previously established a rapport in our mutual efforts against dark wizards. How might he convey the message to us? Through Muggle mail, perhaps? I suspect he may resort to using owls, as this place merely suppresses the magical abilities of wizards, which should not affect the owls. At that moment, outside the hotel window, a sudden sound of something hard striking the glass reverberated. Lynn and Professor Fox turned their heads in unison to look. An owl, tilting its head, was peering at them from outside with a letter in its beak. 078, named City. Yet truly a prison. Lynn opened the window to retrieve the letter brought by the owl. Apologies, but the conditions are not favorable at present. I have nothing to offer you. The owl appeared somewhat displeased, pecking at Lynn's finger with its sharp beak before soaring into the night sky and vanishing. Lynn handed the letter to Professor Fox, who swiftly tore it open. The contents were brief, and he finished reading it quickly, a grave expression settling on his face. We are in deep trouble, he stated solemnly. What is it? Lynn queried, perplexed, taking the letter from his hand. Upon reading it, his countenance also darkened. This place is, in fact, a prison for wizards, Professor Fox intoned, housing the former followers of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, known as the Saints. These individuals should have been incarcerated in the magical departments of their respective countries following Grindelwald's downfall, such as the infamous Azkaban in Britain. However, Grindelwald had left them a contingency plan. The nature of this plan remains unknown, but it is rumored to be a curse that strips wizards of their magic, rendering them as powerless as muggles. This curse resides within this quaint town of Abros. Even the former saints cannot escape its potent grasp. They may exist here, yet their magical abilities have been forfeited. The Ministry of Magic cannot dispatch Aurors to capture them, as that would merely deplete their resources. Ultimately, Dumbledore established a decree for these saints. They are never to leave this town, and the magical departments across Europe shall refrain from disturbing them. Thus, this place has metamorphosed into an unconventional wizarding prison. Due to the disreputable nature of this affair, compounded by the passage of time, it has not become widely known. It exists as an unspoken secret. Being situated in a remote area, the ministry has erected warnings visible only to wizards. However, Lynn was transported here via apparition, and Professor Fox mentioned he had not encountered any such warnings. Now ensnared within this prison, the Auror Moody, who had sent them the letter, offered but a single piece of advice. They should swiftly acquire a skill that would allow them to subsist in the Muggle world, so that they would not starve in their later years. After reading the letter, Lynn's heart plummeted. With the revelation of the town's circumstances, his suspicions regarding the identity of the old master that Kyra spoke of deepened. This place confined Grindelwald's former followers, most of whom hailed from pure-blood families. Thus, was it possible that among the prisoners in this town was a relative of his? The items Kyra had urged him to take could be in the possession of this relative. Yet, if that were the case, why had it lured him here? Resulting in the loss of his magic? Would one forsake their identity as a wizard merely for the sake of a pure-blood lineage? Is this not a perversion of priorities? Lynn could not fathom the reason behind the circumstances, yet he found it utterly unacceptable to permanently lose his magical abilities and face a future as an ordinary individual. His sole hope rested upon the notion that the system would not assign him an insurmountable task. The only lead he had at present lay with the criminals imprisoned within this city. He turned to Professor Fox, who wore a similarly contemplative expression. "Professor, I recall you mentioning that your parents were once followers of Grindelwald, the so-called saints," Lynn stated. Professor Fox shook his head in response. "I understand the thoughts swirling in your mind, Lynn, yet I must reiterate that once they formally joined Grindelwald's ranks, I ceased all contact with them. The surname Fox is not particularly uncommon. The saints in this city would hardly recognize me." Despite Professor Fox's explanation, Lynn remained convinced that this connection could be of some utility. Hearing Lynn's reasoning, Fox too considered it a plausible avenue. There was indeed no animosity between them and those saints. The only slight entanglement stemmed from his brief tenure as a professor at Hogwarts, effectively working under Dumbledore's aegis. However, he had only served for less than a year, and given the isolation from the magical realm, it was improbable that anyone would recognize him. As the hour grew late, even if plans were to be made, they would have to wait until the morrow. The day's experiences had been rather unsettling, causing Lynn to struggle to find sleep. The following day, Smith and his companions, having resided in the area for over 40 years, were indeed the true locals. With little effort, they located the inn where Lynn and his companions were staying. Simon clutched a long cloth bag, which appeared to carry some weight. "Why did you bring your hunting rifle?" "We are not here to kill anyone," Leon exclaimed in a hushed tone, his eyes wide in disbelief. Simon flashed a grin, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. "Fear not. My gun has been broken for ages. It's utterly useless. I brought it merely to intimidate them, to ensure they behave." Smith and Raymond exchanged exasperated glances, having long given up hope for Simon's intellect. "Have you sorted things out at the police station?" Smith inquired of Leon. With Rogier absent from the church and Simon being his usual simple-minded self, any matters at hand would rely solely on their collaboration. "All is clear. Their leader is Hoffman's brother-in-law. I informed them that Simon's farm was robbed, and we wish to catch the thief ourselves. Should any complications arise, as long as no one is harmed, he will cover for us." Smith nodded, recognizing that while Leon appeared timid at times, he was the most reliable when it truly mattered. After all, this seemingly inconspicuous, frail old man had once been a top enforcer among the saints. "Very well. Let us proceed. Simon, be cautious not to let anyone catch a glimpse of your rifle. It could lead to trouble." After imparting this specific instruction, he led the group up to the second floor of the inn. The sound of knocking at the door roused Lynn from his slumber. Professor Fox was still snoring as he rubbed his somewhat weary eyes and got out of bed to open the door. Fortunately, Lynn was not yet in a drowsy state. He remained vigilant and leaned over to peer through the peephole to discern who was outside. Among the 3 elderly men outside, he recognized only one, the limping man he had encountered at the fast food restaurant the previous day. Then, he noticed a portly man with a bushy beard, who was clutching a long piece of fabric. A small section of a round iron pipe protruded from the bag. Instantly, Lynn felt a jolt of alarm surge through him, and all remnants of sleep vanished. It was a gun. Lynn dashed towards Professor Fox's bedside, swiftly throwing back the covers. Startled, Fox blinked in confusion at Lynn. We must go. Quickly. The limping man from yesterday has returned with a group. They are armed. Lynn whispered urgently. In an instant, Professor Fox was jolted awake, his sleep evaporating. Do they intend to kill us? But why? He sprang from his bed, appearing more perplexed than alarmed. Let us not dwell on that. We must execute a strategic retreat. Lynn insisted fervently. Why not simply say escape? Fox queried. Because that lacks a sense of urgency. Surely they haven't tea yet risen? Smith observed as Leon banged on the door, calling for room service, a frown creasing his brow. Sensing something amiss, Leon stepped aside and directed Simon. Break it down. Isn't that a bit extreme? The innkeeper is Stokes' uncle, Simon retorted. Who cares? If we don't break it down, they'll be long gone. Simon stepped back and charged at the door, which gave way with a single impact. The three elderly men rushed in, only to find the room empty. Blast it. They've escaped. Smith cursed. The window stood wide open, with tied bed sheets fluttering outside in the breeze. Leon peeked out, spotting Lynn and the others fleeing down the street. We must pursue. Numerous guests from the inn craned their necks to witness the three elderly men thundering down the stairs, expressions of bewilderment adorning their faces. They piled into Simon's pickup truck, racing after Lynn's retreating figure. Professor Fox sighed regretfully. What a waste of our lodging fees. We've paid for 3 days. At least we managed to escape. But why are they pursuing us? Do they mistake us for ministry personnel? What crime is committed for chasing after ministry agents? The magical law does not impose the death penalty. It should be life imprisonment in Azkaban. As they conversed, they suddenly realized they had inadvertently run into a dead end. Over the wall, Lynn declared decisively, eyeing the not-so-high barrier. Professor, you climb first and then pull me up. However, just as Professor Fox secured Lynn atop the wall, a thunderous voice halted their movements. Don't move, or I assure you, my aim is unfaltering. Simon sneered, aiming his shotgun at Lynn and the professor, while Leon puffed in exhaustion behind him, with Smith lagging further back. Well done, Simon. At least you haven't botched this task, Leon praised, patting the hefty man's shoulder. Lynn and Professor Fox, their spirits crushed, had already raised their hands in surrender. At that moment, Lynn suddenly caught a glimpse of the shotgun in Simon's hands. Run, Professor. His gun is merely a bluff, Lynn urged, giving Professor Fox a push as they leapt from the wall and dashed away. Simon was perplexed. How did they know that his gun was a ruse? Leon glanced at the shotgun Simon held and felt an overwhelming frustration. You fool. The barrel is crooked. Who could you possibly deceive with that? The wall obstructed their view, and after they climbed over, Lynn's figure was completely lost to them. They had lost track of the person. Lynn and Professor Fox continued to run for over an hour before finally stopping to rest at a bus stop. This shouldn't be happening. We haven't even met. What could possibly be the grudge? Professor Fox murmured. Lynn contemplated a potential explanation. Could it be that they discovered you are a professor from Hogwarts? Perhaps they intend to capture both of us to extort Dumbledore. Professor Fox's eyes widened in disbelief. With their current state, how could they have such audacity? What other explanation is there? We have none left, Lynn replied. So what do we do now? With them like that, reconciliation seems utterly impossible. Lynn tugged at his hair, feeling as though these past few days had been nothing short of disastrous. A string of unfortunate events. We cannot remain passive. We must retaliate. Professor Fox was now entirely reliant on Lynn's judgment, but he found this suggestion to be rather implausible. They are numerous and know the territory. We cannot possibly win against them. Lynn gazed at Fox with a blank stare. Professor, you misinterpreted my meaning. This is not the magical realm, but a society governed by law. Violence will lead to imprisonment. Then how do you propose we retaliate? Professor Fox inquired, raising an eyebrow. Did I not mention? We live in a society ruled by law, and their brazen display of firearms in public is utterly outrageous. Their essay saying, isn't there? When in trouble, seek the police. Let us dial 999. 5 minutes later, within a telephone booth, Professor Fox hung up the phone with a blank expression. His demeanor was peculiar, akin to a father who had just learned that his son underwent gender reassignment surgery in Thailand. What did they say? Lynn blinked, awaiting a response. Professor Fox seemed momentarily dazed. They said, we stole cattle from those farmers. What? They urged us to turn ourselves in at the police station for leniency. Damn. Lynn trembled with rage, his hands and feet cold, incensed by the rampant political corruption of the British Empire. Another avenue has been cut off, Professor Fox lamented. What can we do now? Perhaps we should simply leave this place and live as muggles for the rest of our lives. I believe life as a muggle is not so bad compared to that of a wizard, There is food, drink, and even television. How can you think that way, Professor? We are not yet at our wits' end. There is still hope. What hope do we have left? The curse of this city is the protection left by Grindelwald to his followers. We might venture to the stronghold of the saints. Perhaps we shall uncover something of significance. Professor Fox gazed at him in astonishment. Do you know where their stronghold is? Lynn instinctively stroked his smooth chin. I am aware of one of their lairs. He gestured toward a nearby billboard. Simon's Farm at your service, specializing in wheat, vegetables, and premium livestock. Farm address, 106 Hankstown, northwest of Abros. The billboard also featured a portrait of Simon, a rotund old man grinning with a mouthful of large yellow teeth, smiling foolishly. Let's not hesitate any longer. Let's simply steal his cow. In Simon's pickup truck, 3 elderly men appeared quite despondent. Simon was behind the wheel, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. Smith, with irritation, rapped his cane against the back seat and exclaimed, What can we do then? This town may be small, but who can find 2 individuals among over 20,000 residents aside from Rogier? Leon gazed out the window in silence for a moment, then hesitated before suggesting, Perhaps we could seek assistance? Simon could not restrain himself from interjecting, Who shall we find? Our old pals, Leon replied. In the northwestern outskirts of Abros. In a small town with a population of only a few hundred, Lynn and Professor Fox were crouched behind a fence, peering into a farm. The house adjacent to the farm was quite well built, with 2 dogs tied at the front, and one could faintly see a black man cleaning cow dung near the barn. Is this the place? Indeed. Did you not notice the sign over there? That chubby fellow named Simon is rather narcissistic, displaying his own photo everywhere. As if fearing others might not recognize him, Lynn remarked, What shall we do next? Break in? After pondering for a moment, Lynn turned to ask, Professor, can you deal with that black man? Professor Fox nodded. I can, indeed. A wizard, even without magic, possesses significantly greater physical strength than a muggle. But what do you mean by deal with him? Lynn looked puzzled. Well, obviously to knock him out or tie him up, rendering him immobile. How else would one resolve this? In that case, I have no objections, Professor Fox said, a peculiar smile gracing his face, though Lynn did not notice. Then let us commence our operation. Lynn and Professor Fox parted ways at the fence. Lynn remained crouched, while Professor Fox stealthily approached the barn. Between the wooden planks of the barn, Lynn could only glimpse shadows moving within, unable to discern the specifics. Professor Fox silently entered the barn. The man cleaning cow dung seemed to sense something amiss. He turned around, and upon seeing Professor Fox, froze momentarily before raising his pitchfork in anger, demanding, Who are you? Why are you trespassing on private property without permission? Professor Fox exhibited no signs of anxiety, shedding the lethargic demeanor he had possessed while with Lynn. With a smile, he winked and said, I'm afraid you need to take a little nap. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He removed his glasses, wiped them delicately with his shirt, replaced them on his face, and exited the barn, waving at Lynn. Upon seeing the signal, Lynn immediately vaulted over the fence like an agile monkey. Professor, your efficiency is astonishing, he exclaimed. Professor Fox brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. A swift task. He shall sleep for quite some time. Let us commence our search. The portly old man clearly lacked integrity and likely harbored a penchant for diary writing. Perhaps he had recorded something pertaining to curses. They burst into the modest cottage adjacent to the farm and commenced a thorough search. Before long, Lynn made a significant discovery, a copy of the Daily Prophet. He beckoned Professor Fox, having unearthed the aged newspaper from beneath the old man's bed, dated 3 years prior. Their acquisition of the Daily Prophet signified access to information about the magical realm, thereby elucidating how they were aware of my identity as a Hogwarts professor, Professor Fox remarked. Squinting slightly, though a mere newspaper represented a modest triumph, their continued rummaging through the room yielded no further findings. Lynn muttered in disappointment. How peculiar that the old man possessed no diary. This excursion had nearly borne no fruit, leaving Lynn feeling somewhat despondent as he gazed vacantly at the cattle in the barn. Professor, when you dialed 999 earlier, what charge did they attribute to us? Lynn suddenly inquired. Professor Fox hesitated, seemingly anticipating Lynn's line of thought. They accused us of stealing his cow, he replied. Lynn clenched his teeth, exclaiming, So this accusation has been thrust upon us. It is as if we have stepped in mud, and whether or not it is something else, it remains something unsavory. We might as well take decisive action. 10 minutes later, the barn doors swung open, and the cattle were forcibly driven out. Lynn and Professor Fox each mounted a cow's back, hollering like horse riders, leading the herd out of the farm. The two guard dogs tethered at the entrance could only bark ineffectually behind the stampede. Meanwhile, Simon, blissfully unaware that his home had been thoroughly ransacked, was driving, accompanied by Leon and the Smith family, visiting their former colleagues one by one. "How many have we visited now?" Smith queried. Leon glanced at the roster in his hands and replied, 32, and next is the last one. "How many people can we rally in total?" Smith counted on his fingers. Today being a day of rest, each family should be able to muster at least 5 people. 33 families would yield approximately 165 individuals. Abros is a small town with a population of only 20,000, over 100 people, many of whom are related. Should be more than sufficient to track down those 2 rats. Simon, his brow furrowed with concern, remarked, "I fear they may have fled, already departed from Abros." Leon shook his head decisively. Smith, upon hearing his analysis, appeared momentarily taken aback. "But we are clearly attempting to capture them with ill intent. How can we make contact?" Leon scratched his head, pondering, "What would I do in such a situation?" Their gazes drifted outside the car window, and soon they both caught sight of a particularly distinctive billboard. The next moment, they exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Home invasion." Simon was left utterly befuddled by their cryptic conversation. "What are you two talking about?" Smith, in his exasperation at the lack of ambition displayed before him, delivered a sharp kick to the back of the foolish individual with his well-formed left leg. "Fool, return to your home at once. Your house may be lost." The man staggered out of the vehicle and collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish like a cuckoo mourning its own blood. "Oh, my cattle! But truly, do you not comprehend the essence of my writing? For the sake of a greater good, Rogier, Saints. Grindelwald. Although the original Dark Lord remains imprisoned in Numenor, his influence certainly has not dissipated into nothingness. Those who once believed in the absolute supremacy of wizards have now become indistinguishable from their former adversaries, the Muggles, stripped of their magic. They have lived among Muggles for over 40 years, growing old, forming their own lives, friendships, families, and farms. They have gradually been assimilated, oblivious to the transformation. When they regain their magical abilities, what kind of wizards will they become? What assistance will they offer to the future of Lynn? Is this not something to anticipate? Furthermore, Lynn's identity and the rather peculiar behavior of Professor Fox, are these not worthy of expectation? Why cling so stubbornly to the notion of vanished magic? Every human experiences setbacks. Without his current tribulations, would future success simply fall from the heavens? My arrangement regarding Lynn's loss of magic was not contrived for the sake of plot development. It aligns perfectly with their circumstances and choices. Kira, merely a stubborn house elf, obediently follows her master's commands, while Lynn remains resolute in disregarding her guidance. It is precisely this refusal that led him into the trap of Abros, setting in motion the subsequent events and encounters. This is a typical narrative arc of initial despair followed by eventual triumph. Why the disdain for my writing? Lastly, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their unwavering support. Thank you to those who eagerly anticipate each update. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. And to clarify, I am a humble writer providing 2 updates a day, not a seasoned veteran offering, but one. Raise your hands. Professor, do you feel as though the gazes of those around us are somewhat peculiar? Indeed, it is rather strange. Professor Fox's expression turned grave as he grasped Lynn's arm firmly. "It's them." An old man with white hair accompanied by a child. A passerby suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, 3 or 5 individuals surged towards Lynn and Professor Fox. With no time to remain passive and surrender, they had no choice but to flee. They scurried aimlessly through the city streets. Yet it felt as though the entire populace was in pursuit of them. No matter where they ran, they were recognized. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, 3 middle-aged men wearing baseball caps and sunglasses late at night were also fleeing in terror. "Brother, something feels off. When did these people become so refined? We committed our robbery in Edinburgh. Why are the folks from Abros aiding the police in capturing us?" The leader among them, a burly man with a prominent scar across his face and a fierce demeanor, expressed his irritation. "How should I know? But if this continues, we will inevitably be caught. According to British law, with robbery and murder on our hands, we can forget about ever emerging from prison." "Shut up. We will not be imprisoned. The ship that will take us away will arrive at this port tomorrow. If we can just survive this night, we shall escape." His subordinate recoiled slightly. "So where do we hide tonight?" "We search. I refuse to believe that we can't escape from such a vast encirclement in Edinburgh. In this small town of Abros, We cannot possibly be captured. Something is amiss, Professor, Lynn gasped, catching his breath. Where do they draw such power to summon so many people to pursue us? Professor Fox, indeed more physically capable than the average person, showed no signs of fatigue despite their prolonged sprint. But weren't they once saints? Followers of the original Dark Lord. Everything was for the benefit of wizards. Why do they now maintain relationships with so many muggles? With the gravity of a lecture, Professor Fox replied. Time and circumstance can transform a person, Lynn. They may have once harbored a deep disdain for muggles, yet after decades of living within muggle society, it is inevitable that many would alter their perspectives. They would be inclined to intermingle and communicate, for both wizards and muggles are human. Being human, they possess emotions. And it is through these emotions that thoughts evolve. It is this evolution that allows them to adapt to their current way of life. They found refuge in a deserted corner, where Lynn leaned against his knees, breathing heavily. Professor, why have you taken to speaking in such a manner? I recall only that one individual who enjoyed such discourse. Who was that individual again? Professor Fox interrupted his contemplation. Stop daydreaming. They are closing in on us again. We should focus on how to escape, Lynn urged. Escape? Professor Fox raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lynn with surprise. I previously thought your comment about becoming a muggle was a jest. Why give up on fleeing? Lynn slowly stood, silently observing the rather peculiar Professor Fox, before resolutely shaking his head. You too, you have your global travel plans yet to fulfill. Without magic, how will you use illusion to deceive for profit? Without magic, how will you continue your research on dark arts? And without magic, how will I assist you in the future? As twilight descended, they sprinted through the city's streets. Having evaded many pursuers due to the dimming light, Professor Fox halted, noting the unwavering determination reflected in Lynn's bright eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Since you hold such convictions, Lynn, do you have a plan now? Lynn pondered and asked, Professor, do wizards harbor a deep-seated disdain for the church? Indeed. For it was they who instigated the witch hunts during the Middle Ages, marking the first significant conflict between muggles and wizards in history. Then let us take refuge in a church. Muggles regard churches with reverence, while wizards have historically loathed the church. If we can conceal ourselves there, we may evade their search. A spark of inspiration illuminated Lynn's mind, providing a means to remain safe. Let us go now. Though I wonder if the clergy will accept us. They will, Professor Fox assured him confidently. Under the cover of night, they swiftly approached the church Lynn had mentioned. From the outside, it remained brightly lit, with signs of life within. Lynn approached the grand doors. A sudden flutter of emotion surged within him, an inexplicable sensation as if something in the church was beckoning him. He shook his head, yet the feeling persisted, refusing to dissipate. Professor Fox stepped past Lynn. What are you waiting for? Lynn, let us enter. He pushed open the church doors, and Lynn followed closely behind. Inside lay a vast, empty hall, flanked by rows of benches meant for worship. At the front hung a colossal depiction of Jesus on the cross. In the foremost row of benches sat a nun. Suddenly, Lynn felt as if something had emerged in his hand. Simultaneously, a sensation of fullness, long absent yet achingly familiar, surged through his body. He gripped the object tightly, remaining silent. Rochelle rose from the bench, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and chuckled at the sight of Lynn and Professor Fox unexpectedly entering the church. Before Lynn and the others could utter a word, in the next moment, Rogier lifted the hem of her nun's habit, retrieving a Remington from beneath her skirt. She aimed the gun at the bewildered expressions of the two unfortunate souls, one old and one young, casually discarding the cigarette but from her mouth. If they wished to avoid a bullet, they had better raise their hands in surrender. Lynn swiftly slid the object in his hand into his sleeve, joining Professor Fox with their hands raised in compliance. This time, he observed clearly. The barrel of the gun was straight, not bent. 082. The Dark Lord? Does he truly deserve such a title? Lynn and Professor Fox found themselves at gunpoint, their hands raised in a gesture of surrender. At this moment, Lynn could not resist a sarcastic remark. Didn't you say, Professor, that wizards despise the church? Professor Fox shrugged in response. Life is full of unexpected twists. Regrettably, today we find ourselves amidst one such twist. Enough chatter, Rogier interjected, directing the gun towards a nearby bench. Sit down obediently. Do not attempt any furtive movements, nor doubt my willingness to pull the trigger, for the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Lynn and Professor Fox complied, sitting quietly on the bench, aware of the precariousness of their situation. Concurrently, a panel visible only to Lynn swiftly updated before his eyes. Side quest completed. Quest reward, Magic Index 3. Legendary Value 1. The line representing Lynn's magic index on his attribute panel shifted dramatically. It first rose from 4 to 6, then from 6 to 9. He was a mere fraction away from reaching the maximum value of 10. An indescribable sense of fulfillment surged within Lynn. The sudden influx of magical power induced a sensation of euphoria, akin to the presence of Dumbledore before him, reduced to a mere buzzing old bee, or Voldemort. Appearing as nothing more than a furious, noseless wretch. Rather than feeling exhilarated by such thoughts, Lynn felt a twinge of fear and hastily banished these illusions from his mind. He was still young, with a bright future ahead, and he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. He was oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded. Upon entering the church, a small object resembling a cross had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Clearly, he was the only one regaining his magical abilities. Was it that his incantation was spoken swiftly, or was Rogier simply quicker on the trigger? The answer was evident. Any hint of magical prowess displayed by him would likely result in him being riddled with bullets. To escape this predicament, he needed to bide his time. "Madam, may I inquire what grievance exists between us? Why have you apprehended us?" Lynn hesitated momentarily regarding how to address Rogier, ultimately refraining from the folly of calling her grandmother. Rogier scoffed. "What grievance? Isn't it obvious? I am a saint, while you are a professor and student under Dumbledore. This is a monumental enmity. Yet, so many years have passed, even the second Dark Lord has fallen. Why do you persist in this vendetta?" With a cold smirk, Rogier seemed indifferent. As if she did not mind engaging Lynn in conversation. The second Dark Lord? Does he truly merit such a title? A man who shrouded his name in secrecy. Unwilling to let it be spoken, how could he ever be equated with the esteemed Grindelwald? His so-called doctrine of pureblood supremacy can only be enforced through brute force. He is merely a mindless, deranged lunatic. The group he leads stands no chance of enduring success. They will resort to slaughter to suppress dissent, devoid of ideology, faith, or a coherent agenda. Has history ever witnessed a leader or organization akin to this that has established a lasting regime? Yet we are different. Under the guidance of Lord Grindelwald, we are united by a shared ideal and vision. We refuse to exist like cornered rats, languishing in the mundane world. We aspire for all wizards to live openly under the sun. We harbor no discrimination against non-pureblood wizards, no bias against bloodlines, nor any disdain for werewolves. We believe in uniting all forces that can be united, as long as the pursuit is for the future of wizards. But what has been the outcome? All because of Dumbledore. This man, once the most trusted friend of Lord Grindelwald. He defeated him, stripping Lord Grindelwald of his fighting spirit, leaving us leaderless. Countless saints were captured by the European Ministry of Magic, had it not been for the last protection Lord Grindelwald bestowed upon us. Perhaps we too would have perished in Azkaban long ago. Tell me, why should I not be tormented by these thoughts? How heartless must I be to release such a deeply ingrained hatred? Rogier's words rendered Lynn speechless. He had not lived through Grindelwald's era, so he felt ill-equipped to comment. Nor did he believe Rogier's one-sided narrative, that the actions of the saints were solely for the good of wizards, or that Grindelwald's ideals were genuinely noble and selfless. Moreover, discussing these matters now seems futile. Grindelwald's era has long since passed, and these remaining saints cannot stir any significant upheaval. So how do you intend to deal with us? Lynn, resembling a harmless little rabbit, blinked innocently. Rogier chuckled softly, yet her demeanor combined with that smile evoked a sense of dread. Naturally, I would dismember you all and send the remains to Dumbledore. Her voice was ominous, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet Lynn responded with remarkable ease. The more you say such things, the less harm you will inflict upon us. Why? Rogier glared at him. Because someone like you, if truly intent on killing us, would have shot us upon our first meeting, not waited until now. Rogier snorted, but did not counter Lynn's assertion. Silence enveloped the church as Rogier aimed her gun at them, waiting quietly. Before long, the church doors swung open. Leon, Smith, and the dazed Simon stumbled in, cursing as they entered. They had scoured the entire city to find those two scoundrels, who were adept at hiding. All they could do was rely on Rogier now, accepting whatever scolding came their way, having endured it for so many years. My goodness. Oh dear. As they spoke, they suddenly realized that the very individuals they had been desperately searching for were now seated beneath Rogier's gun. Smith and Leon were utterly astonished. While they were out risking their lives with no success, Rogier remained inside the church and effortlessly captured both of them. Simon, however, was unconcerned with such matters. Upon sighting Lynn and Professor Fox, his eyes blazed with fury as though he had encountered his sworn enemies. You two thieves, where have you taken my cow? What have you done with it? Professor Fox remained silent, his lips pursed, while Lynn turned her head away, avoiding the sight of Simon's plump face, choosing not to speak. "Where's my cow? Where's my cow?" Simon continued to lament, prompting Rosiel to kick him. "Stop your foolish wailing. Bind them both, and write to Dumbledore to come collect them." Smith and Leon approached with ropes, assisting in securing Lynn and Professor Fox. Simon gazed at Rosiel with pleading eyes. "Before Dumbledore takes them away, you must find out where my cow is. Even if you can't, the loss won't fall solely on you. The three of us will share the burden of the loss." Upon hearing this, Simon ceased his insistence, flushed and waving his hand dismissively. "That's unnecessary. That's unnecessary." Once Lynn and Professor Fox were bound and cast into a corner, he watched as Rosiel set down his gun, his fingers, restrained behind him, twitching restlessly. Although he lacked a wand, Lynn felt an inexplicable sensation. It was as if something had suddenly materialized in his hands, granting him the ability to conjure spells even without a wand. However, just as he prepared to free himself from the ropes, the church door was violently thrust open from the outside once more. Three men, donning flat caps and concealing unknown items within their coats, stormed into the church. Upon entering, they paused, momentarily startled by the scene within. But as their gaze fell upon Rosiel's gun, they quickly regained their composure. Each drew a handgun from their coats, aiming at the four individuals still capable of movement within the church. These men had equipped their handguns with silencers, allowing them to fire without fear of attracting undue attention. Quite a crowd indeed. The scar-faced leader surveyed the congregation. "Don't move. Remain compliant, and you may live, otherwise. I trust you've seen the recent news. We come from Edinburgh, and we are not averse to bloodshed." Lynn narrowed his eyes in the corner, recognizing the three sudden intruders as notorious robbers and murderers, recently wanted for fleeing from Edinburgh to Abrose. He was taken aback that they had chosen this small church as their hideout. Facing guns, Rosiel and the others found themselves unable to resist, suffering the same fate as Lynn and Professor Fox, bound and discarded in the corner. The scar-faced bandit regarded Lynn and Professor Fox, who had already been imprisoned prior to their arrival, with a twisted sense of amusement. "You all seem to be tomorrow. We shall depart with a hostage. Our intention is to capture one. Even if we venture out to sea, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Securing a hostage serves as a precautionary measure. Let it be that child. He is manageable and unlikely to cause any unforeseen incidents. They might believe their voices are hushed. But those bound here are sorcerers, endowed with heightened senses and physical capabilities beyond the ordinary. Though somewhat indistinct, they can still discern the general essence of the conversation. Consequently, everyone, including Rogier, turned their gazes towards Lynn. Lynn, feeling quite bewildered, initially thought that if these criminals harbored no murderous intent, there was no need for him to take risks. Yet now, he found himself compelled to act. Resolutely, he exchanged furtive glances with the five individuals around him and, in a whisper, softly recited the incantation. Shatter. In the next moment, the ropes binding his wrists suddenly snapped apart. The three elderly men and Rogier stared in astonishment. Rogier barely restrained a gasp, abruptly turning towards the statue of the crucified Christ, where indeed, the power she once relied upon had vanished. Smith and his companions observed Rogier's reaction, fully aware of its implications. They gazed at Lynn in disbelief, tears glimmering in their eyes. Only Professor Fox remained impassive, observing the scene with an inscrutable expression, deep in thought. Lynn, puzzled by their responses, realized that he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. He gestured to Rogier and the others, indicating that he would assist in freeing them from their bonds. Each of the three criminals wielded a firearm. Even with his swift spells, Lynn could only hope to neutralize two of them within a short span. He had yet to master Professor Fox's group curses. His current spells were limited to inflicting damage on a single target. Thus, cooperation with Rogier and the others was imperative. Despite their previous discord, the circumstances warranted a truce. Once they had dealt with the three criminals, with only one magic user remaining, Lynn would be invincible, thereby securing his dominion over the situation. He did not act immediately, biding his time for the opportune moment. As time ticked away, the night deepened. The three criminals, having been on edge for several days, could not maintain their heightened vigilance indefinitely. Yet, they did not entirely succumb to slumber, keeping their handguns close, their consciousness wavering between wakefulness and sleep. This was sufficient for Lynn and his group. Silently, he cast the Shatter spell 5 times, freeing the ropes that bound Professor Fox and the others. He then whispered, "I will immobilize the leftmost and middle ones with a petrification spell. You draw the attention of the last one while I handle him." This time, Rogier, shedding her usual aloofness, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, and Smith and the others mirrored her sentiment, clearly aligned with Lynn's lead. Lynn did not dwell on their change in demeanor. Narrowing his eyes, he extended his finger towards the target. Petrify them all. The dazzling incantation could not conceal the reality. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, striking the leftmost criminal with unerring precision. The other two were instantly startled, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld Lynn. Before they could even raise their handguns, Lynn had already unleashed his next spell. Petrification. Once more, he cast the petrifying charm. It was not that Lynn wished to rely solely on this particular incantation. It was merely that the only other area of effect spell he currently commanded was a thunderous explosion. Yet, he was casting with his fingers. At this moment, he did not possess the luxury of abundant mana, and thus the power of his spells could not be compared to those he wielded previously. Lynn was apprehensive that, should he unleash another spell, it might backfire and injure his fingers. The second incantation struck its mark with unfaltering accuracy, leaving only the scar-faced leader capable of movement. The existence of magic had completely surpassed the bounds of his understanding. His face was a canvas of terror as he raised his handgun and, with a frantic roar, began to fire wildly in Lynn's direction. Demon, you are a demon. Just before the gunfire erupted, Simon had already bellowed and charged forward. The scar-faced man was utterly panicked. He fired several shots, managing to graze Simon's arm with one bullet, but soon he was tackled to the ground by the stout elder's bear-like embrace. Lynn was taken aback. He lowered his hand, poised to cast another spell, unable to comprehend why Simon was fighting so fiercely. 084. Is it not a wondrous twist of fate? Lynn stepped forward to cast a petrification spell on the criminal who had nearly been suffocated by Simon. Simultaneously, he discreetly employed a transfiguration charm on the 3 handguns and the shotgun that Rogier had previously wielded, fearing that Rogier and the others might suddenly turn against him. Aiming those dangerous weapons at him, he transformed these perilous items into whimsical magic wands. The immediate threat was averted, yet an eerie silence enveloped the church. Leon and Smith wished to escort the injured Simon for medical attention, but Simon vehemently shook his head, unwilling to go, clutching his arm while casting a fervent gaze at Lynn. Rogier, too, bore a similar expression, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. However, Lynn needed to comprehend the situation. The object that had unexpectedly returned his magical abilities was evidently the very item that Kira intended for him to possess. This artifact had previously remained in the hands of the Congregation of Saints. Does anyone know what this is? He revealed the object in his hand. It was a black cross, not a crucifix, for its 4 arms were of equal length, rather than the upper being shorter than the lower. The saints present gazed at the black cross in Lynn's hand with expressions akin to reverence. Rogier struggled to steady her voice, suppressing its tremor, and spoke in her softest tone. Lynn furrowed his brow, perplexed by her and Kira's cryptic manner, always shrouded in mystery rather than speaking plainly. Who left this for me? Lynn posed a more straightforward question. Rogier opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of revealing the answer, when suddenly her body stiffened. She found herself unable to control her own actions, desperately trying to articulate the answer but to no avail. Just as despair began to envelop Rogier, her mouth opened once again. It as Martin lingered. In a state of terror, she attempted to signal Lynn through her eyes, catching a glimpse of Professor Fox behind him. The elderly man, silver-haired and bespectacled, was a stranger to her, yet his seemingly ever-smiling eyes felt hauntingly familiar. Rogier relinquished her struggle, her spirit extinguished. For she recognized who this Professor Fox was. She could not resist, nor dare to. Not only she, but also Smith and the others were equally stunned as they heard Rogier utter a name they had never known. They wished to refute her words, but found themselves utterly powerless. Their bodies were silently ensnared by an unseen force. Lynn, taken aback by the name Rogier had revealed, which diverged entirely from his expectations, could only stare in astonishment. Who is he? Rogier mechanically recited the lines that had been predetermined for her. Lynn furrowed his brow, fixated on the black cross in his hand. Why did it suddenly appear in my hands, not only returning my magic, but also allowing me to cast spells without a wand? Lynn gazed at her and the 3 elderly men behind her, sensing an inexplicable dissonance, unable to articulate his thoughts. Tentatively, he inquired of the 3 old men. Is what she said true? Smith and the others nodded, their faces reflecting an expression of agreement. Lynn scratched his head, although he had discerned the answer. It diverged significantly from his initial conjectures. He waved the enigmatic black cross made of an unknown material before him. How then shall I restore the magic contained within it to Professor Fox? Lynn turned to Rogier. Including you all? Indeed, including us, Rogier affirmed with a nod. Why didn't you take it outside the city yourself before? Aside from the members of the Ringard family and Lord Grindelwald, no one else could lift it. It had remained on that great cross under Lord Grindelwald's watch. The saints looked at him with eager expressions, a blend of manipulation and their innermost truths reflected in their eyes. For now, with just a word from Lynn, they could revert to being wizards. They yawned. They were exhilarated, yet they were also filled with trepidation. I shall not interfere with your decision. Do what you believe is right, Professor Fox said with a smile. Lynn turned again to the saints, softly asking, once your magic is restored, will you continue down the path of dark sorcery, committing malevolent deeds? As Lynn posed this question, the control over Rogier and the others was lifted, yet none dared to openly declare that their previous words were untrue, that they had been compelled to speak under duress. They understood that under the watchful gaze of that individual, defying his will could bring calamity not only upon themselves but also upon Lynn. There is no issue that a simple oblivion charm cannot resolve. Thus, they voiced their true thoughts. No, I have become accustomed to being a farmer. Even if my magic is restored, I will likely remain here to continue farming and raising cattle, Simon remarked, scratching the back of his head. Smith and Leon exchanged glances and shook their heads. We too have grown accustomed to life here. It seems we shall remain until old age overtakes us. Only Rogier remained silent. She longed to express her desire to follow Lynn, to guide him in magic and shape his ideals, helping him become a worthy successor. Yet, upon meeting Professor Fox's encouraging gaze, fear gripped her. It was not fear for her own fate. But for Lynn, she feared that he might be deemed a threat because of her, living perpetually under scrutiny. Ultimately, she could only nod reluctantly in agreement. I shall also continue to reside here, within this church, as a lifelong nun. Moreover, she understood that this black cross must be taken away. Her inquiry was merely to elicit a promise from them. He shrugged at Professor Fox, indicating his resolve. Professor, we can finally depart now. They left the church together, first heading to the place where Lynn had initially stored his luggage. It was now late at night, and not wishing to disturb the family, Lynn employed an unlocking charm, left a note, and quietly took his belongings. Upon reaching the outskirts of Abros, Lynn distinctly sensed an immense surge of magical energy emanating from the black cross he held, dispersing into the little town. Additionally, a wave of magic flowed into the body of Professor Fox beside him. Of course, he said, grasping Lynn's arm and, with a flourish of his wand, performed apparition. Having already experienced apparition twice, Lynn was far from clumsy this time. The familiar lawn and scent brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Naturally, he extended an invitation to Professor Fox. Would you care to visit my home? Professor Fox shook his head. It is quite late, perhaps another time. Besides, I have belongings left at the Abros and that I need to retrieve. As he prepared to leave, he imparted a piece of advice to Lynn. I shall remember, Professor. This was quite an experience, was it not? Professor Fox smiled before departing. Lynn stood in the darkened backyard, tightly gripping the black cross, and murmured to the empty air before him. Indeed, it was quite a charming farce. He did not immediately retire indoors to rest. Instead, he called out loudly for his house elf. Kyra, come forth. The elderly house elf cautiously peeked from behind the fence, accompanied by a white hamster. Abros. Contrary to what he had said, he had not gone to the quain inn where Lynn had once resided, but had returned to that small chapel. Professor Fox remained silent. The saints, too, did not utter a word. The professor quietly sat on a bench, reverting his body from its transformation. Professor Fox's appearance began to change. His hair grew longer, his beard extended, and his glasses morphed into a crescent shape. If you have something to say, then speak. Why did you not allow us to reveal his identity to him? Rogier could not help but exclaim. She had envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Dumbledore again, imagining the fury and defiance she would feel. Yet in the end, she was still afraid of this man who had once shattered her beliefs and could only voice her impotent inquiry. Dumbledore blinked, his demeanor as gentle as that of a kindly neighbor. This matter cannot be revealed by you to him, so do not look at me in that manner. Rest assured, he will come to know. Furthermore, he gently clapped his hands. Your sentence has now been served. However, Rogier was unconcerned with her own freedom. Her only focus was on Dumbledore's attitude towards Lynn. She clenched her teeth and asked, then why did you deceive him? Dumbledore stroked his long beard, unflinchingly addressing Rogier's question and earnestly explaining it to her. Because I cannot perceive his thoughts, a sense of trepidation envelopes me. It seems he has taken precautions against me, compelling me to test him. I offered him two opportunities to depart from this place. A chance to escape the tumult of the magical realm and to lead a more blissful existence. Regrettably, he declined my invitation and sought out this location on his own. Dumbledore remarked, "Isn't it a curious twist of fate?" In a side story, on that rainy night in 1979, within the dense forest of Austria, raindrops pounded against the lush foliage, cascading down to form puddles of mud upon the earth. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar as a house elf, its bare, rough feet splattered with mud, scampered across the terrain. It stumbled about, appearing both frantic and yet remarkably cautious, for it cradled an infant in its arms, an infant swaddled securely. The protective enchantments against apparition were formidable in this area, rendering even house elves unable to bypass them. It could only manifest at the forest periphery. Following the path etched in its memory, the child was well guarded. A waterproof charm ensured that the swaddling remained dry and comfortable, allowing the boy to sleep soundly. Seemingly undisturbed by the harsh surroundings. Uncertain of how long it had been running, the elf, in the obscurity of night, gradually discerned the outline of a mottled, cold tower. For the greater good, it gazed up at the entrance, where faded inscriptions lingered, its large eyes brimming with sorrow and loss. The prison known as Nurmengard was unguarded, allowing the house elf to traverse unimpeded, carrying the boy into the tower's interior, ascending the steep spiral staircase. Only upon reaching the uppermost level of the tower did it slow its pace, panting heavily. Cautiously, it wiped the mud from its feet upon the stone steps before stepping into the tower's pinnacle chamber. This was a cramped room, its floor, ceiling, and walls constructed of dark stone, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. Beyond the stone, the only piece of furniture was a wooden bed, upon which sat an elderly man, his knees drawn to his chest. Hearing the commotion caused by the house elf, he shifted his gaze from the window to the staircase. The elder's eyes were calm, yet they instilled a sense of dread, for they seemed to conceal an endless abyss that sent shivers down one's spine. "My master," the house elf wailed, collapsing to the ground while clutching the boy, uttering only the title before bursting into tears. The elder's lips curled into a semblance of a smile. Kira trembled, its grotesque visage marred by fear. It raised the child, fearfully explaining, "No, no, my master. Kira will never defy your commands." But the Grindelwald family is on the brink of extinction. It wept profusely. "Someone has gone to Switzerland to kill your nephew. Their entire family is dead, leaving only him. He is the last descendant of your line." The elder shook his head. "The Grindelwald family is but a myth. They have long since changed their surname. The sole true Grindelwald in existence is I. However, this child possesses blood that flows through his veins, akin to yours." The elderly man chuckled softly. "Akin to my blood? Indeed, bloodlines, the most revered of all by wizards. Do you know who murdered his parents?" he suddenly inquired. Kyra shook his head vigorously. Kyra had arrived too late. His parents were already deceased, slain under a deadly curse. Yet they had concealed him, and it was in the cellar that Kyra discovered him. Though he did not witness the assailant, Kyra felt a conviction. The murderer was undoubtedly Dumbledore. He suddenly exclaimed, "It must be Dumbledore. Only he would seek to annihilate your kin." "I have many adversaries," the elder replied, "yet the one capable of such an atrocity is least likely to be him." He turned his gaze toward the boy in Kyra's arms. "Had you not brought him here, he would undoubtedly have been the safest. Now, however, that is uncertain." Kyra cried out, "But he has only you as his remaining family in this world. I do not know where else to take him." The elder fell silent for a moment, contemplating the boy's future. "Take him to England, under Dumbledore's very nose, for that will grant him peace of mind. Create a false identity for him, devoid of any connection to wizards, and place him in a muggle orphanage. You may watch over him from the shadows, but he must remain oblivious to your presence. Should he fail to exhibit any magical talent, that would be for the best. Observe him as he lives a tranquil life as an ordinary muggle, free from unforeseen events. If he does possess the gift of magic, then naturally he will attract Albus's attention, and that will be for him to navigate." Kyra sobbed. "What name shall he bear?" Gellert Grindelwald tapped his fingers thoughtfully against the floorboards. After a moment of reflection, he declared, "Let him be named Lynn Belloc." 085. A marvelous day for Hermione. Miss Granger was somewhat irate. She had wandered about the yard of the neighboring house for quite some time. The yard remained unchanged, the arrangements still as they had always been, devoid of any signs indicating a visitor. "Fraud," she muttered under her breath. After departing from Lynn S. house, her irritation lingered, prompting her to kick a tree standing by the door. Big liar. Once she had left, A rather unsightly head belonging to Kira peered out from the second floor of Lynn's house, accompanied by a small head adorned with fluffy white hair. Kira appeared to be quite upset with Lynn. "What's wrong?" the little one inquired, puzzled. Kira turned and glared at her. "I told you not to pilfer from the young master's belongings. If she discovers it, it will cause trouble for the young master." Despite the frequent chastisement, the little one clutched her head in dismay. But those snacks are nearly expired. It would be such a waste if we don't eat them." "Even so, you cannot eat them without the young master's permission. That constitutes theft." "Oh dear. Silly Kira. Bad Kira." Mr. Granger was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper, and could only smile helplessly at the exchange between the mother and daughter. "Is there anywhere you would like to visit during the summer vacation? As a reward, this year's travel destination will be decided by you." "I could go anywhere." She rested her chin on the table, gazing vacantly out the window. Suddenly, a flapping owl alighted on the windowsill, capturing her attention. The owl gently pecked at the glass with its sharp beak, which also drew the attention of the Granger couple. "What is this?" Mr. Granger furrowed his brow as he approached the window. Hermione felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that this might be a letter from Lynn. Yet she was uncertain how to explain it to her parents. After all, sending a letter via owl was indeed rather unconventional. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Mr. Granger opened the window and retrieved a thick stack of envelopes from the owl. "A letter delivered by an owl?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione rushed to his side, standing on tiptoe to peek at the envelope. "Is it for me?" At the very top of the stack was an acceptance letter. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mr. Granger." Read aloud. "A school of magic?" He raised his voice in surprise. Upon hearing her father read the contents, Hermione's complexion turned pale. It was evidently not a letter from Lynn. "They're an evil organization, specifically seeking individuals like you and me with extraordinary abilities, then coercing and enticing them to serve their purposes. Hermione, I will do my utmost to conceal your existence within the organization, allowing you to continue living this tranquil and joyous life." This revelation compelled Hermione to ponder deeply about what Lynn was currently enduring and what fate awaited her thereafter. At that moment, Mr. Granger pulled out another letter from beneath the first, reading aloud, "Professor Severus Snape of Potions will be visiting on July 3rd at 4 p.m. "Father!" Hermione suddenly shrieked. "Let us go to Grandma's house today." Mr. Granger observed Hermione, who appeared to be quite frightened, and offered her reassurance. "Do not be afraid. He is merely a charlatan. We shall remain at home and see if this self-proclaimed professor of magic dares to show up this afternoon." Hermione found herself at a loss for how to convince her father, as the realm of magic was indeed too fantastical. Her own powers were sporadic at best, and she had no means to provide her parents with evidence of their existence. The Granger family finished their rather dull lunch in silence, choosing to stay at home and await developments. Mr. Granger rummaged through the storage room and retrieved a baseball bat he had used in his youth, intending it as a deterrent. At 4 o'clock, the doorbell of the Granger residence rang promptly. Mr. Granger instructed his wife and daughter, "You both remain seated and do not move. I shall go and investigate." He opened the living room door just a crack. Outside stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his complexion pale and his hair greasy. "Ah, one can easily surmise he is without a wife," Mr. Granger thought. Severus Snape, noticing the cautious Mr. Granger, was not taken aback. Many such parents existed in the Muggle world, typically skeptical until they witnessed true magic. "Greetings. I am Professor Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Bang. Snape thought to himself, "Well, this is unexpected. I have never been treated so rudely before." Taking a deep breath, with a scowl, he knocked on the door once more. This time, no one answered, and only Mr. Granger's voice could be heard threatening from within. "I warn you, we shall not be swayed by the words of a fraud. If you persist, I shall call the authorities." A father's love, albeit more cautious than most, was understandable, Snape mused. He ceased knocking and instead employed the unlocking spell, pushing the door open. Upon his entrance, the expressions of the Granger family shifted dramatically. Mr. Granger raised the baseball bat to shield his wife and daughter. "Who permitted you to enter? You were trespassing. I have the right to defend myself." Snape, exasperated, waved his wand, transforming the baseball bat into a balloon. "Surely, this will lend you some credence." The Granger couple stared in disbelief at the balloon that had been a bat merely seconds prior, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and skepticism, as the evidence lay before their eyes. Just then, Hermione suddenly cried out, "You're lying. You are not from a magic school. You are part of an evil organization that captures children with extraordinary abilities." Snape gazed at Hermione in shock. "Who informed you of this?" he demanded, Hermione wiped her tears and boldly retorted, while Snape's face darkened, for he knew who was behind this mischief. In the residence of Lynn. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he tucked the black cross into his pocket. To be candid, the title of Grindelwald's descendant merely sounded grand, in reality. Aside from his innate talent for dark magic, he was left with nothing but troubles. As for the Saints, Lynn speculated that their subsequent lives might have been influenced by the presence of the false Professor Fox, or perhaps other reasons altogether. However, such matters were of little consequence. He had no intention of seeking out those who once followed Grindelwald. Under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, any attempt to engage with that faction would be tantamount to courting disaster. He no longer harbored resentment towards Kira for luring him into Abros. The circumstances at the time had been as they were. Had Kira disclosed that entering the city would result in the loss of his magical abilities, Lynn would have promptly turned back. His life at Hogwarts was remarkably smooth, and he had no desire to jeopardize it. The enhancement of his magic and the wandless casting afforded by the Black Cross were merely embellishments, not necessities. The loss of his magical prowess, however, would signify the complete obliteration of his identity as a wizard. Lynn refrained from engaging in lengthy conversations with Kira. He had not rested properly for days and yearned only for the comfort of his familiar bed. He succumbed to slumber, only to awaken the following midday. Upon his awakening, Kira had already prepared lunch for him. This decadent lifestyle, reminiscent of ancient landowners, evoked both disdain and indulgence within Lynn as he devoured his meal. Kira hesitated momentarily before sitting across from Lynn, having initially intended to stand. It was only at Lynn's request for her to sit for ease of conversation that she complied. Your apparent parents do indeed exist within the Muggle society. However, they have no children. Kira employed a memory charm to alter certain Muggle recollections, thus bestowing upon you this fabricated identity. Lynn then gestured towards a small white hamster, its bright eyes fixed intently on the meat on his plate. After a brief pause, Kira responded, and the hamster, upon receiving her cue, leaped from the table and transformed into a human form in the blink of an eye. "Tada!" exclaimed the newly transformed girl, adding her own sound effect. Lynn was momentarily rendered speechless. She had truly changed. Who was she? The abruptness of the situation and the magnitude of the revelation left him momentarily flabbergasted. Kira clarified, "Her full name is Sophia Bashak, and she is considered your distant cousin." "Is she an animagus?" Lynn inquired, astonished, for she appeared to be no older than 7 or 8. "Her situation is somewhat unique." Kira struggled to find the right words to explain. Her ability to become an animagus was innate from birth, though it is not entirely natural. It relates to her mother. "Then why is she with you?" It was her mother who entrusted her to Kira, and over the years, it had been Kira who raised her. The little hamster girl made a face at Kira and then looked at Lynn with pleading eyes, saying, "Cousin, aren't you going to give me a welcome gift?" Hearing this, Lynn quickly rummaged through his pockets. This is a bit sudden, and I was tea prepared. How about I make it up to you next time?" The little girl shook her head vigorously. No, actually, that would suffice." Following her pointing finger, Lynn noticed it was the meatball he hadn't yet touched on his plate. "That's the young masteress' lunch. It's not for you," Kira exclaimed in indignation. Lynn hesitated, not because he was reluctant, but because he felt such a gift was rather trivial. "Isn't this a bit too simple as a welcome gift?" "Not simple at all. Such a large meatball is anything but trivial." "Then you can have it." He pushed the plate toward the little girl. But before he could hand her a fork, she opened her mouth and bit into the meatball. "So delicious. Your name is Sophia?" "That's the name Kira gave me, but I don't like it." "You can call me James Bond." Lynn felt a wave of exasperation. "I think I'll stick with calling you Little My. How did you live with Kira before?" "Kira used to take care of me in a place not far from here. Actually, he was quite nice to me, cooking meals every day. Although the meat was a bit scarce, there was at least one meal every 3 days. He even let me watch television. 007 was so cool. And Terminator. But after you went to Hogwarts, I had to live as a hamster, eating bread and biscuits every day." "But didn't I feed you meat later?" "By then, you clearly suspected me. I was afraid that if you discovered I was a spy, you would chop me up and put me in a pot. So every meal felt like my last. You're a hamster, not a bamboo rat. You shouldn't eat any rodents." Lynn conversed with Little My for a while, finding the sudden addition of this cousin quite amusing. After lunch was settled, Kira busied himself in the kitchen cleaning the dishes. Lynn offered to help, but was firmly denied. Little My lay on the sofa, contentedly clutching her little belly with her eyes closed, preparing for a nap. With nothing else to do, Lynn wandered over to the balcony to digest his meal. A year had passed since he left home, yet the garden remained impeccably maintained, showing no signs of prolonged abandonment. Lynn certainly remembered who was responsible for this and planned to visit Miss Granger next door in the afternoon to express his gratitude. Just as he pondered what gift to bring for his visit, he suddenly felt two malevolent gazes fixated upon him. Alarmed, he turned to locate the source of the stares. Outside his front door, standing below the building, were two figures, one tall, one short. The taller one had slicked back hair and a pale face. Clad in a full black robe even in the summer heat, resembling an old bat, with a head of fluffy chestnut hair that falls elegantly, large expressive eyes, and a high-bridged nose, she adorns herself in an adorable little dress, resembling a charming little squirrel spirit. They all maintain a stoic expression, casting a gaze so frigid it could freeze the very essence of life, coldly observing Lynn on the balcony. After a bewildering 5 seconds, Lynn, finally grasping the unfolding circumstances, found himself drenched in a cold sweat. Above his head hovered an unmistakable symbol of impending peril. 087. Take my headbutt. Belloc. At the entrance, Lynn stood with a submissive demeanor before Snape and Hermione. How dare you tarnish the reputation of Hogwarts in such a manner? Snape's voice remained low and ominous as he glared at Lynn, clearly expressing his discontent. Lynn weakly defended himself. I was merely jesting with friends. He stole a glance at Hermione from the corner of his eye. The young girl had been glaring at him ominously since their encounter, not uttering a word. Moreover, given that this child has yet to receive a Hogwarts acceptance letter, had you not mentioned magic, this would be in violation of Ministry of Magic regulations. Snape's tone was stern, evidently intending to deliver a warning to Lynn. Once school commences, I shall deduct 10 points from your house for this. Lynn stared at him in shock, feeling as if he had stolen a line from Professor McGonagall's script. Professor, you haven't forgotten, have you? I am a Slytherin. Snape. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice. A deduction seems rather lenient. Instead, you shall report to my office every evening during the first month of term to assist with potion ingredients. Very well, Professor, I accept my punishment. There was nothing to contest. Aiding Professor Snape with potion materials was not an unpleasant task. While he might not shower you with praise, he could very well gift you with rare ingredients. Snape nodded. After being scolded by the young girl in tears the previous day, he found himself here again. Now that Lynn was acquainted with this new student, he felt relieved of further obligations. Before departing, he shot Lynn a final scowl before disapparating away. Once Snape had departed, Lynn did not relax in the slightest, for he knew that the more challenging confrontation lay ahead. Hermione, hear me out. No, wait. Allow me to explain. Hermione continued to regard him impassively, not hindering his attempts to elaborate. Lynn immediately recognized that he could no longer feign innocence. Hermione was genuinely upset. I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. He cautiously stole another glance at her expression. It remained unchanged. You understand. You are my only friend. I have no one else to help me tend to my garden. Another furtive glance revealed little alteration in her demeanor, but her gaze seemed to soften slightly. And you have truly put a great deal of effort into caring for my garden. I can see the dedication you've shown. Thank you, Hermione. Another glance. She appeared somewhat annoyed. Anger was better than indifference. Encouraged, Lynn pressed on. I will strive to atone for my mistakes. This summer, I will take you to Diagon Alley for some shopping, introduce you to the magical world, share tales of life at Hogwarts, and introduce you to my friends at school. He spread his arms wide, preparing to deliver his final blow. So, can you forgive me, Hermione? At that moment, Hermione finally reacted. She took a half step forward with one leg, while her other calf exerted force, lowering her head and unexpectedly colliding with the unguarded Lynn. Forgive you? Not a chance. You deceitful scoundrel. Caught off guard, Lynn received a sudden headbutt from Hermione, causing him to stagger backward a few steps, clutching his chest while grimacing in pain. Does it hurt? Is it truly painful? Lynn inhaled sharply and nodded repeatedly. Of course, it is genuine. Yet, it is also a fabrication. His meager physical attributes were sufficient to rival those of an average adult. He could easily ride a bull in a mere girl's head, but was trivial. If one were to lift his shirt to inspect his chest, the mark there would undoubtedly be far less pronounced than the crimson imprint on Hermione's forehead. You deserve to be deceived. Serves you right. Hermione was still quite upset, despite her sincere concern and diligent weekly efforts to assist him in tidying up the yard. He had the audacity to deceive himself. Lynn decisively played along. Yes, it is indeed my fault. Thus, you must calm your temper. Look at how splendidly you have managed my home. I must repay you. If you remain angry, how can I express my gratitude? Wouldn't that only make you more upset? Who said I wanted your repayment? Hermione, after all, was still a young girl. Her anger flared quickly, yet under Lynn's coaxing, it dissipated just as swiftly. Magic is truly fascinating. Lynn's voice echoed like a whisper from a devil. I am a diligent student, ranking first in my class, before the semester even begins. I can teach you magic, enabling you to surpass your peers. Wouldn't you desire such a reward? Hermione's face was filled with defiance. If I were in your class, I would undoubtedly be first. Of course, I have always considered you exceedingly clever, Lynn replied with enthusiasm. Hermione shot him a sideways glance. I suspect your words do not genuinely compliment me. How could that be? It must be your misconception. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Diagon Alley to procure the necessities for Hogwarts. As for textbooks, you may use mine. Do not disdain them as second-hand, for I have made numerous notes in them. If someone wishes to buy them, I might not even sell them for double the price of a new book. The young girl huffed and glanced at him, seemingly having forgiven him, though she wouldn't admit it openly, merely stating before departing, I will come to find you tomorrow. I shall await your arrival at home. Lynn waved at her retreating figure, observing her steps grow lighter as she moved further away, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. What a charmingly naive girl. At dinner, he informed Xiaomai and Qi-La that he would be going out the next day, asking them to stay home and watch the house. Lynn was initially filled with excitement, ready to take the young girl to Diagon Alley to broaden her horizons. Unfortunately, when the next day arrived, he was stood up. My father announced last night that we would be going to Paris this week, Hermione explained. My parents simply cannot accept the magical aspects, and we need to take a break. Very well then. Having suffered the consequences of his actions, Lynn could only graciously wave his hand, for Diagon Alley could be visited at any time. A few days' delay was of no consequence. Indeed, this week afforded Lynn the perfect opportunity to first visit Professor Fox's residence in England and retrieve his extensive research materials on dark magic. Lynn had long coveted the vast array of dark magic unleashed therein. 088, The Enchanted Bookcase, seeking recommendations, 608, Queen Street, Lisburn, Northern Ireland. Lynn stood before a dilapidated two-story building, meticulously verifying the address to ensure he had not erred in his search. This location resided in the most secluded corner of the street. The house evidently had not been inhabited for quite some time. The iron fence surrounding the yard was encrusted with rust, the front garden overrun with weeds, and one of the swing's chains lay broken, half buried in the unruly grass, giving it an eerie, forsaken appearance. Lynn was not alone on this venture. He was accompanied by Kira, who served a crucial purpose to utilize magic on his behalf. Lynn had not forgotten that before departing from school, he had inscribed his name upon a document from the Ministry of Magic, which prohibited underage witches and wizards from casting spells outside Hogwarts. As explained by Snape at the time of signing, this document constituted a magical contract, and their signatures indicated agreement to its terms, thus ensuring that traces of magic would naturally manifest on the young wizards. A violation of this contract could lead to consequences reminiscent of those endured by Harry Potter in the original narrative, as he was brought before the court. Previously, during his time at Abrose, Lynn had employed magic in a moment of urgency, flanked by several wizards, rendering it impossible to ascertain who had cast the spell. Thus, he faced no repercussions. However, now that he found himself alone, he was hesitant to test the Ministry's enforcement of its laws. Having Kira cast spells on his behalf was undoubtedly the safest course of action, even if the Ministry were to misinterpret the source of the magic. Kira would not flee like Dobby. Instead, she would serve as a witness for Lynn. With a deft unlocking charm, Kira assisted Lynn in opening the yard gate. The magic of house elves is indeed fascinating. They possess the innate ability to conjure spells without wands, albeit with somewhat diminished power and effect. Moreover, many restrictions that apply to wizards do not pertain to them, such as the ban on apparition at Hogwarts. The rusty hinges emitted a prolonged creak as Lynn navigated through the overgrown weeds of the front garden. Kira then aided him in opening the door to the living room, after which she instinctively found a corner to settle down and engage in her own musings. The living room was cloaked in dust, and Lynn paid little heed to the disarray surrounding him, as his attention was drawn immediately to an object atop a cabinet. It was a black and white magical photograph depicting a young girl joyfully swinging, flanked by her parents, who wore gentle smiles. Their family exuded happiness. Lynn gently brushed the dust from the photograph, gazing at it for an extended period before ultimately tucking it into his pocket. Without dawdling in other rooms, he made his way directly to the study on the second floor. This room was distinct from the others, as it was locked and lacked a keyhole. Employing the method taught to him by Professor Fox, Lynn gently tapped on the door and proclaimed, "The mind is hungry." With a click, the door creaked open of its own accord. Within the confines of a modest study, There stood two simple rows of bookshelves, scarcely filled with volumes. Unlike the chaos outside, this room was safeguarded by a special enchantment, allowing it to withstand the ravages of time, albeit briefly. "Do you require anything, sir?" A voice suddenly resonated from above. It emanated from an antiquated chandelier. "I need to pack up the study," he echoed the professor's original words. "As you wish." The bookshelves along the walls began to tremble, prompting Lynn to instinctively step back. The shelf shrank, ultimately reducing to the size of a primary school student's backpack. They then bounced towards the central desk, merging into a singular black suitcase. At that moment, the chandelier gracefully descended, landing atop the suitcase and transforming into a metallic clasp that secured it. Lynn found the spectacle before him utterly captivating. Upon returning home, with the suitcase in hand, Lynn entered the empty room he had previously prepared. He set the suitcase on the floor and softly declared, "I need a study." The metallic clasp leaped into action, soaring high to the ceiling and morphing into a British-style chandelier. The two halves of the suitcase began to separate, seeking the walls, where they expanded until they resembled their former selves. Thus, Professor Fox's study was flawlessly relocated to Lynn's residence. Aside from the rare dark magic materials, the two rows of bookshelves and the chandelier were undoubtedly precious magical artifacts, all of which the professor graciously bestowed upon Lynn. Their capabilities extended beyond mere aesthetics. Seated at the desk, a cup of red tea materialized before him, prepared by Kira. "I need materials on dark magic diffusion research," he addressed the empty study. The bookshelves seemed to heed his summons, and with a rustle, 5 or 6 books soared from the shelves, gently landing before him. These tomes lacked covers. Although labeled as books, they resembled notes instead. Lynn perused the notes casually, recognizing their complexity, far beyond what could be grasped in a fleeting moment. This he had anticipated. Had it been effortless to comprehend, Professor Fox would not have claimed to be an expert in dark magic. He did not rush, placing the notes aside on the desk. After sipping his tea and pondering, he spoke to the study again. "I desire an intriguing book." The bookshelf swayed for an extended period before finally selecting a book, which floated gracefully to Lynn's front. It was a volume with a predominantly green cover, emblazoned in the center with a vividly animated white ghost. Unlike the notes, this book bore a title of its own: Exorcism and Protection, Soul Capture. Lynn was instantly captivated, opening the book and beginning to read from the very first page. The afternoon swiftly elapsed as Lynn closed his book, furrowing his brow not in confusion over the incantations inscribed within, but rather due to an epiphany that had suddenly dawned upon him. He conceived a somewhat audacious yet potentially successful plan to substantiate the feasibility of his endeavor. Lynn promptly penned a letter to Professor Fox. Once he had completed the correspondence, it struck him that he was no longer at Hogwarts, devoid of the convenience of a communal owl to dispatch his message. With an expressionless demeanor, he leaned out to catch a glimpse of his companion, Shamai, who was joyfully seated on the sofa, savoring a meat pie crafted by Keela while engrossed in the television. Thus, one must ponder the utility of keeping an indolent and gluttonous hamster. It appeared that the time had come to consider a change in pets. 089. The magical world of Hermione. Is this the little shabby pub? Across the street from the leaky cauldron, a boy and a girl stood at the roadside, pointing excitedly at a bar invisible to ordinary people. Lynn, with his hands tucked in the pockets of his hoodie, chuckled. "Do not underestimate this humble establishment. It may have served every wizard in Britain. That's likely because the number of wizards in Britain is quite limited, isn't it? Just like Hogwarts, which claims to be the only wizarding school in the entire country and also the best," Hermione remarked, wrinkling her nose. She was not the type of dim-witted girl who lacked common sense, except when she was deceived by Lynn. "Do not say such things outside. Every wizard in Britain graduates from Hogwarts, and it could provoke trouble if they hear you," Lynn cautioned Hermione, grasping her sleeve. "Come on, be careful while crossing the street." "I know, I'm not a child," she replied. After returning home, she persistently pleaded for 2 days before Mr. Granger finally consented to allow that insufferable boy from next door to take her to Diagon Alley. Hermione expressed this to Mr. Granger. "Just a visit from a professor of the Magical Academy frightened you so much that it took you 2 weeks in Paris to recover. If I go to Diagon Alley and get scared again, you and Mum might as well move to the moon for 2 years. Let me scout the place first. Once I master some magic, I can show it to you every day, and when you are accustomed to it, you may accompany me." Mr. Granger felt quite helpless with his daughter, so when Lynn came to pick up Hermione in the morning, he glared at him throughout with an unfriendly demeanor. This left Lynn baffled, and he secretly asked Hermione if her father had perhaps not washed his face properly that morning, as he seemed unwell. Hermione merely shot him an exasperated look without a word. The number of wizards in the leaky cauldron is not very large, but there are always a few present, regardless of the time. Upon entering with Hermione, Lynn greeted the old bartender, Tom. A year had passed, and Tom evidently did not recognize Lynn, as he had merely been a new Hogwarts student accompanied by Professor Fawkes a year ago, without any remarkable traits. Casually glancing around the pub, Lynn unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. It was Professor Quirrell, the former Muggle Studies teacher at Hogwarts and this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, who would soon meet an untimely demise. He sat alone in the far corner of the pub, a glass of butterbeer before him, wrapped in a thick scarf, looking oddly like an Indian. Clearly, he had become a servant of Voldemort, sharing a body with him. Observing his appearance, Lynn couldn't help but maliciously ponder whether a well-aimed gust of wind could blow away his scarf, startling Voldemort. Unfortunately, he lacked the courage to attempt it. He knew Professor Quirrell, but Professor Quirrell did not recognize him. Lynn did not intend to linger in the bar. He promptly led Hermione to the brick wall in the backyard, teasingly inquiring, "Can you guess how we shall enter Diagon Alley?" Hermione, with her arms crossed defiantly and her chin held high, replied, "Isn't it obvious? We need to go through this wall." Lynn produced his wand, twirling it at his fingertips before grasping it firmly. "Pay close attention. We must tap this particular brick with our wand." Just as he was about to strike, he pointed out the specific brick to Hermione. "Why not use that trash bin as a point of reference? Wouldn't that make it easier to remember? Because there are always scoundrels who might move the trash bin, so it's best to commit this brick's position to memory." That does sound rather villainous. Once he confirmed that Hermione had memorized the brick's location, Lynn gently tapped it with the tip of his wand. The brick wall split apart, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley before them. Hermione's expression mirrored that of Lynn's first visit, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at all the marvels within Diagon Alley. This time of year always saw the greatest influx of wizards, bustling about in preparation for the school year, infusing the magical alley with vibrant energy. "What do we need to purchase first?" Hermione inquired, clutching the small pouch her father had filled with coins before her departure. Lynn pondered for a moment, following the usual protocol. "We should first visit Gringotts to exchange some money. Gringotts is the bank of the magical world, managed by goblins." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off," Hermione exclaimed eagerly, stepping onto the cobblestone path in the center of Diagon Alley, while Lynn leisurely followed her. In truth, if Lynn had desired, Hermione could have easily foregone the trip to Gringotts. Aside from the initial funding from Professor Fawkes, he had also inherited the Fawkes family vault. From what he gathered from Kira, there was another family vault awaiting him in the Gringotts branch in Germany. Thus, Lynn could be said to have more galleons than he could comfortably manage. Funding Hermione's school supplies would hardly be a burden, barely scratching the surface of his wealth. If anything, it could be considered a mere atomic fraction. However, setting aside the reasons he might have for covering Hermione's expenses, it was evident that the young girl would not accept such generosity. She was well aware of her own financial standing and would not wish to impose. Miss Granger had always been a fiercely independent girl. 20 galleons. Hermione proudly displayed a cloth pouch before Lynn. He nodded, feigning envy. "That's vastly superior to what I had last year. I could only exchange a maximum of 10 galleons at Gringotts. What else do you wish to buy this year? I could save a little to assist. No, I mean lend you some. That won't be necessary. Last year, I encountered a remarkable professor who recognized my talents and generously funded me with 525 galleons." "Oh." Lynn led the young girl to Ollivander's, the wand shop, with the intention of procuring a wand first. As they arrived before the wand shop, just as they were about to step inside, the door swung open, revealing an individual emerging from within. The narrow doorway proved to be quite unaccommodating for the figure, who had to stoop slightly to squeeze through. It was Hagrid. Lynn paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of the half-giant. Their acquaintance was limited. They were merely familiar with one another. "Ah, it is Belloc." Hagrid waved in greeting. "What brings you here?" Lynn inquired, peering curiously past him. Indeed, behind Hagrid was a boy, bespectacled, with somewhat unkempt hair and a lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead, who appeared to be rather anxious. 090, a major crisis for Xiaomai. "Who is this behind you?" Lynn inquired knowingly. "This is Harry Potter, a first-year student with a rather unique situation. Dumbledore specifically asked me to accompany him to Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies." "Harry, this is Lynn Belloc, a second-year wizard from Slytherin, and one of the most outstanding students in his year." Lynn noticed the boy's slight awkwardness and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, may I call you Harry?" "You can call me Lynn directly." Of course, Harry replied, promptly extending his hand for a handshake. This was the first wizard he had encountered who did not shout at him or behave erratically, and moreover, he was a senior at Hogwarts, reputed to be the finest among his peers, as Hagrid had introduced him. Before he had the chance to understand what Slytherin was truly like or to meet Draco and Snape, his initial impression of Lynn was quite favorable. Lynn then patted Hermione on the shoulder. I'm also here to assist a first-year student with their shopping. This is my neighbor and friend, Hermione Granger. She, too, received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts this year. Perhaps you two will be sorted into the same house. He winked at Hermione and broke into a sudden smile. The young girl, unable to decipher his mischievous thoughts, shot him a glare before greeting Harry. Hello, you can call me Hermione. Hello, Hermione. Hagrid gently nudged Harry forward, urging him on. All right, we must be off. There are still many items to purchase. If there is anything you wish to discuss, you can chat at Hogwarts, where you'll see each other every day. After waving goodbye to Harry and Hagrid, Hermione turned to Lynn with a scrutinizing gaze. What were you just laughing about? With an innocent expression, Lynn replied, I was laughing at anything. Humph, you must be scheming something. Why would you think that of me? Please, trust me a little. Hermione, I am a good person. Pa. Liar. Scoundrel. They spent the entire day meandering through Diagon Alley, besides helping Hermione gather her school supplies. Lynn also acquired a new pet, an owl. Xiaomai could no longer serve as a pet. Perpetually yearning for meat and unable to do anything but act adorably as a mascot, Lynn decided to regard her as his daughter, with Professor Fox frequently on the move. Any inquiries he wished to make could only be sent via letter, making the acquisition of an owl quite fitting. Hermione did not purchase a pet, as her parents disapproved, but she did buy numerous magical books across various categories. Lynn selected one to gift her. Lynn shook his head, perhaps, since I haven't read it. I'm not entirely sure. However, I believe you will find it necessary. An unfounded premonition lingered. Upon arriving home, Kira was already waiting for him at the door. Even though days have passed, Lynn still found it difficult to acclimate to Kira's excessively respectful demeanor. However, he had no choice. Such was the inherent nature of house elves, a trait he could not alter. After acknowledging Kira's greeting, Lynn proceeded directly to the study, clutching an owl in his hand. Meanwhile, Xiaomai, who had been contentedly lounging on the sofa watching television, suddenly felt a pang of unease. Seizing the opportunity while Kira busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch, she stealthily made her way outside the study. As Lynn prepared to send a letter he had written to Professor Fox with his newly purchased owl, he noticed a white fluff ball peering curiously from the doorway. What are you staring at? Xiaomai asked, her hands gripping the doorframe as she poked her head through, pointing at Lynn's new pet. What is that? An owl? Don't tell me you've never seen one before. What did you buy it for? To make soup? Is that all you can think about? Of course not. I am a wizard. I bought it to be a pet, and for sending letters. Lynn retorted. You already have me. Xiaomai exclaimed indignantly. Lynn looked at her quizzically. You are not a pet. At his words, tears welled up in the young girl's eyes. Are you planning to throw me away, Lynn? Is it because I eat too much? You want to cast me out? I can manage with meat every 3 days. And I'll reduce my television time by 2 hours. I'll even help Kira with chores. Please don't abandon me. I don't want to be a beggar. She sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks like a little kitten. Seeing her so distraught, Lynn quickly stood up, gently stroking her head and wiping her tears as he comforted her. When did I ever say I would throw you out? Then why did you buy it? She asked, her voice quivering with emotion as she pointed accusatorily at the owl. The owl blinked innocently, tilting its head in a charming manner at Xiaomai's gesture. It is a pet. You are not. What am I then? Xiaomai sniffled, seeking clarity. Lynn sighed internally, realizing the little girl had truly come to see herself as a pet after being a hamster for so long. You are Hamster Spy 007. The James Bond of the magical realm, Kira Sophia Bashak, and my cousin Xiaomai. Your identity as a pet is merely a guise while you serve as a spy. It is not the truth. Not the truth? Xiaomai questioned, wiping her tears. Of course not. If I treated you like a pet, would I allow you to eat meat and watch television every day? Have you forgotten how I initially treated you? Bread and biscuit crumbs, she murmured. Then let us not consider you a pet anymore. You will just be Lynn's cousin from now on. You mustn't find another cousin to replace me. Cousins cannot just be conjured at will. Now go watch your television. Skip the snacks. Kira will soon have the meal ready. He detests those overly clever children. Yet he has a fondness for the naive ones. For the naive children are delightful and entertaining. In a certain street in Berlin, a few people gathered, observing a street performer showcasing his magic tricks. The performer appeared to be of considerable age, his face marked by the passage of time, yet he stood tall and proud. Adorned with a black top hat typical of street magicians. Even in the summer heat, he wore a long black coat, exuding the charisma of a true sorcerer. With a flourish, he conjured a stream of colorful ribbons from his hat, eliciting cheers from the children around him. In a delightful twist, he executed a unique trick. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a beautiful orchid blossomed in his palm, which he then presented to a little girl nearby. The girl squealed in excitement, exclaiming, "Mom, this is magic." Her mother, attempting to clarify, replied, "No, dear, it's called a magic trick, not real magic." "No, this is magic," the girl insisted. Professor Fox knelt down, chuckling as he ruffled her hair. "Yes, you are absolutely right. This is indeed magic." The girl turned to her mother in triumph, proclaiming, "See, even the magician says so." The mother smiled apologetically at Professor Fox. As the performance concluded, Professor Fox tipped his hat in a gentlemanly manner to the surrounding audience. A sizable crowd had gathered, applauding his performance and generously depositing coins into his hat. After the show, as the throng dispersed, Professor Fox had yet to tally his earnings when suddenly, an owl swooped down from the sky, delivering a letter that landed at his feet. He picked it up, glanced at its contents, and a smile crept across his face. It was a letter from his promising student Lynn, inquiring about a certain book on dark magic found at her home. As he passed through a deserted alley, two robed figures emerged from the shadows. One of them coldly stated, "Adrian Fox, you are suspected of violating the International Confidentiality Act. Please accompany us." Professor Fox, clearly familiar with their presence, did not appear particularly surprised. "I have explained before that they believe I am performing tricks, not real magic. I have not disclosed any secrets of the magical world." The other figure, having drawn his wand, retorted icily, "You just admitted to using magic in front of a muggle child. You are not even half my age, yet you are more obstinate than I am." "I was merely entertaining a child." The two aurors from the German Ministry of Magic raised their wands menacingly. "You can explain that to the tribunal and the presiding judge." Resigned, Professor Fox raised his hands in surrender. All right, I am truly afraid of you." However, in the next instant, with a sharp crack, he vanished from sight. In a distant place, Professor Fox, who had suddenly appeared here, adjusted his trench coat, somewhat concerned whether Lynn's owl would be able to locate him again. However, he was compelled to change his location. Resorting to genuine magic as a means of deceitful livelihood was one thing, but being pursued by the local Ministry of Magic was quite another. Alas, life was not easy. He donned his top hat once more and strode forward, traversing vast stretches of farmland, the wind lifting the hem of his coat as he continued his journey. During the summer vacation, Hermione visited Lynn's home almost daily. Mr. Granger was quite displeased with this, but could not bring himself to confine his daughter at home. Lynn had no intention of concealing the existence of Kyra at Xiaomai, nor could he hide them from Hermione. He candidly explained that he had later discovered he was indeed a second-generation wizard, that Kyra was a house elf left to him by his parents, and Xiaomai was his cousin. Lynn took great care to ensure Kyra lived comfortably, providing it with its own room and a bedspread resembling a robe, replacing the previous rack. Consequently, Hermione harbored no resentment, merely assuming that the status of a house elf in a wizarding household was akin to that of a butler in a wealthy family. However, the transformation of Xiaomai into Lynn's cousin intrigued her. She was unaware of the existence of animagus magic, only knowing of transfiguration, and believed Xiaomai had transformed from a human into a hamster through transfiguration. Since their first meeting, she had developed a fond rapport with Xiaomai. As everyone adores a cute mascot, the delightful pastries Hermione had brought on her first visit left a lasting impression on Xiaomai, who had exerted great effort to save a bite for Lynn. From that moment on, Xiaomai eagerly anticipated Hermione's visits, hoping she would bring treats. Hermione's magical talent was indeed commendable. Lynn had personally certified this. She could learn many minor spells merely by studying the textbooks, lacking only a bit of finesse and incantation and wand movements. These small skills were something Lynn could easily teach her. It wasn't overly difficult. Hermione gazed proudly at the cup she had transformed into a vibrant pink. "These are merely trivial spells," Lynn remarked without reservation. Hermione, undeterred, retorted, "Then let me see what constitutes a noteworthy spell." Lynn shook his head. "Not now. Once we arrive at Hogwarts tomorrow, you will witness it." After his magical power index reached 9, Lynn had yet to experiment with the effects of enhanced magic. Based on his estimations, the average wizard's magical power index hovered around 7, while those with greater prowess might reach 9 or 10. As for the likes of Voldemort and Dumbledore, he dared not speculate. they might have surpassed 10. Thus, it could be said that, in terms of magical power index alone, Lynn had already exceeded the standard of a typical adult wizard. The strength of his spells was undeniably far greater than it had been in his first year. As the second grade commenced, Lynn couldn't help but interrupt Mr. Granger's words from the back seat of the car. Rest assured, Uncle, such an incident will not occur. The atmosphere at Hogwarts is quite pleasant, and I shall be there to look after Hermione. Hermione, seated in the front, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dad. There is no need for excessive concern. Early that morning, Mr. Granger prepared to escort Hermione to the station, and Lynn naturally accepted the ride. Although Mr. Granger initially held reservations about Lynn, he understood that having a familiar presence in the unfamiliar realm of Hogwarts was preferable to solitude. Consequently, he graciously invited Lynn to accompany them and extended an invitation for future visits during holidays. This time, Lynn did not bring Xiaomai and Kyra along. He had given considerable thought to Xiaomai's future. Her guardian, Kyra, a house elf, had completed her former master's commands and was now wholly devoted to Lynn, effectively making him Xiaomai's true guardian. While it brought her joy to spend her days indulging in food and television, it bore no benefits for her future development. Adorable as the Na'vi child may be, remaining foolish into adulthood would not bode well. Initially, Lynn intended to enroll her in a nearby Muggle primary school to learn social skills and some natural sciences. He believed Kyra would assist with any identity issues. However, after much contemplation, he abandoned this idea. Xiaomai's disposition would likely lead to complications in a Muggle school, and it might not yield favorable outcomes. Thus, Lynn decided to keep her at home, procuring an array of educational materials and popular science books for her. He instructed Kyra to ensure that Xiaomai dedicated at least 4 hours daily to reading and study. While the knowledge acquired may not directly aid her future as a witch, it would cultivate her study habits, preventing her from becoming a mere slothful figure. As for Kyra, Lynn wished to bring her to Hogwarts. Once the original plot commenced, Kyra's role within Hogwarts would significantly support his nascent plans. Unfortunately, Kyra informed him that Dumbledore had already dismissed her from Hogwarts, and her presence there now might seem provocative. Additionally, she needed to remain home to care for Xiaomai. Nevertheless, in times of necessity, Lynn would pen letters to summon her to Hogwarts, disregarding other concerns then. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Mr. Granger helped them unload their luggage and brought it to the wall leading to platform 9 3/4. This is where we part. Dad, rest assured, I shall thrive there with Lynn's assistance, Hermione assured her father with an embrace. Mr. Granger harbored a quiet unease within himself. Thinking that the more she expressed her concerns, the more unsettled he felt. He decided to have this tool assist in watching over his daughter, and when the time was right, he would ensure Hermione kept her distance from him. Thus, Mr. Granger consoled himself. They had arrived quite early. The Hogwarts Express had already docked at the platform, yet there were few souls present. Lynn helped Hermione stow her luggage in the carriage. Just then, a head popped out from a compartment, revealing Cedric, who spotted Lynn and waved enthusiastically. Much like when I boarded the Hogwarts Express last year, with 2 upperclassmen guiding me. You two have 2 options. 1, accompany me to meet my friends, who are all rather amiable. Or 2, you may choose to engage with the other first years on your own, attempting to forge friendships. Hermione did not respond immediately, but inquired of Lynn, which option did you choose? The latter. I sought out a compartment reserved solely for first years. Then I shall choose the second as well, the spirited girl declared. Very well, off you go. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, I fear I shan't be able to accompany you into the castle. Each year's first years enter the school differently from the upperclassmen, and after that, there will be the feast. If you are not sorted into Slytherin, our next meeting will have to wait until tomorrow. Lynn refrained from disclosing to Hermione that last year, he had spent an entire day in a compartment with a rather aloof first year. Although they eventually became friends, their initial interactions were far from pleasant. Then we shall see each other tomorrow, Hermione resolved, ready to part ways with Lynn. She was already aware that he was among the most exceptional young wizards in their year across the 4 houses at Hogwarts. Being a determined girl herself, she aspired to excel, proving that as Lynn's friend, she too was of merit, both academically and socially. Unfortunately, she was unaware that within just 1 academic year, Lynn had been involved in 2 altercations, rendering his social standing rather mediocre. They parted ways in the carriage. Lynn sought out Cedric and Ian, who were indulging in snacks within their compartment. The table was laden with a plethora of Muggle treats, all brought by Ian. Lynn cast a cursory glance and noted that none of the snacks appeared to be of the inexpensive variety. Some were even unfamiliar to him. but the packaging suggested they were quite costly. Cedric was exuberant about the food, having lived far from Muggles and never having encountered their snacks before. For him, many of these items were novel experiences. "Where did you go after you walked through the wall last time?" Ian inquired, still recalling the incident. He had searched high and low for Lynn, even having someone from home dispatched to the station's broadcasting room to assist in the search, yet Lynn had remained elusive. And the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Lynn felt a twinge of sentimentality. "It's a long story, but the outcome is fortunate. Today you still have the pleasure of my company. Matters of my background must remain undisclosed. Grindelwald's reputation among the wizarding community is scarcely better than that of Voldemort. Both are considered dark wizards, differing primarily in their geographical domain of malevolence, with Grindelwald's activities largely absent from Britain." Noticing Lynn's reluctance to elaborate, Cedric and Ian chose not to press further, instead engaging in light-hearted conversation about amusing anecdotes from their summer vacations at home. The story begins this year, and on the surface, everyone has only grown taller, with little else having changed. Ian, however, has tanned significantly. He mentioned that his family took him to the seaside for over a month during the summer, so it is little wonder he is darkened. While they were chatting, the door to their compartment was suddenly flung open from the outside. "Has anyone seen a toad around here?" "Neville's toad has gone missing," inquired a little girl with brown hair, peering in. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Oh, Lynn, it's you." It was none other than Hermione, whom they had recently parted from. "You're helping someone find a toad?" Lynn opened the door wider to let her in. Noticing the presence of others, she spoke candidly. "Yes, Neville seemed quite anxious, so I decided to assist him. I mustn't linger. I have to check the next compartment." "Would you like to take some snacks with you?" she asked, tilting her head to glance at Lynn's friends. Cedric and Ian nodded in agreement, and Hermione quickly swiped a box of chocolate hazelnuts before departing. Once Hermione had left, Cedric inquired with curiosity, "Is she your friend?" Lynn nodded. "She lives next door." "She is quite the lively little girl, isn't she?" "Very helpful." At that moment, an owl soared past, its wings flapping in sync with the train. Lynn stared in astonishment for several seconds before recalling that it was the owl he had purchased during the summer. He hurriedly opened the window to let it in. Lynn's owl appeared disheveled, its feathers ruffled as if it had been through a tussle with another owl. Upon entering, it eagerly pecked at the back of Lynn's hand. Understanding its intent, Lynn promptly opened a packet of biscuits, crumbling them and placing them before the owl, which began to feast. Ian offered a towel to help care for the creature. Lynn opened a letter, his eyes widening in surprise. He decided not to rush through the contents, knowing there would be ample time to read it once they reached Hogwarts. As the train approached its destination, the young wizards within the compartments began to stir, each donning their robes in preparation to disembark. Lynn and his companions were no exception. "This year, you're in your second year, so you will join me in riding the Thestrals into the school," Cedric remarked as the train steadied. He led them off the train. It was still night, and Hagrid stood at a small, dilapidated platform, calling out, "First-year students, gather over here." "Hey, Harry, how are you?" Lynn observed as Hagrid greeted a dark-haired boy with glasses, whom he recognized from their previous encounter in Diagon Alley. Accompanying him was a red-haired boy, resembling the Weasley twins. That must be Ron. Amidst the first-year students, Hermione was seen comforting Neville, who was in tears over his lost toad. The first-year students were naturally guided by Hagrid, while Lynn and his friends followed the upperclassmen to board the Thestrals for their journey to the castle. As the 7th-grade students graduated, the head boy position has been taken over by newcomers. The Gryffindor head boy, Lynn, is familiar with Percy, one of the Weasley brothers whom he met at the beginning of the previous academic year. Similarly, the Slytherin head boy has also changed, as Betty has graduated, which brings Lynn a sense of relief, for the older girl who coveted his good looks has finally departed. By the edge of the woods, Lynn spotted a herd of nightmares. They were gaunt, resembling western dragons or perhaps lizards, with enormous bat-like wings sprouting from their rib cages, all cloaked in a dark hue. The core of the wand Lynn currently wielded was crafted from the heartstring of such a creature. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. Among the three, both Lynn and Ian could see them, while Cedric could not. Lynn himself was uncertain as to why he could see them, as he had never directly witnessed a death in either of his lives. Or perhaps that was not entirely true. He had seen his own death unfold. Perhaps that was the reason he could see the nightmares. As for Ian, if he chose not to speak of it, everyone would understand and refrain from asking. Just as no one inquired of Lynn, they each settled at their respective tables, while the professors on the dais took their places. The absence of Professor McGonagall was noted, as she awaited Hagrid to escort the first years from behind the castle doors. Lynn engaged in casual conversation with the Slytherins at the long table. Yet his peripheral vision and attention were fixed on the professor's table. Professor Quirrell sat at the edge of the professor's seating, still adorned with the turban that resembled an Indian scarf, making him quite conspicuous among the faculty. Lynn pondered with an unusual expression, questioning whether such an obvious alteration had gone unnoticed by the professors regarding Quirrell's peculiarities. Just as he indulged in malicious speculation about which professors might be aware, yet feigning ignorance, he suddenly felt a gaze directed at him from the dais. Feigning nonchalance, Lynn turned to meet the gaze. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at him, to which Lynn responded with a polite grin. "LYB, don't smile at me. Go find your Harry Potter to smile at." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Professor McGonagall emerged from the adjacent chamber with a throng of first years. She placed the sorting hat on the dais, officially commencing the sorting ceremony. Along with McGonagall's call, Lynn silently chanted in his heart, "Hannah the Blacksmith." A girl with 2 golden braids dashed up to the dais, and as expected, she was sorted into Hufflepuff. This year, familiar faces were in abundance. Hermione was once again sorted into Gryffindor, a fact that did not surprise Lynn. Given her nature, Hogwarts only suited her for either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. But if she aspired to be a leader, Gryffindor was her only choice. Then came Harry Potter. When McGonagall called out his name, the hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, eager to see where he would be sorted. Gryffindor. The sorting hat's triumphant voice rang out, causing the Gryffindor table to erupt in jubilation. Lynn couldn't help but smile at the scene before her. Ordinarily, this year would mark Gryffindor's triumphant ascent to greatness, were it not for his presence. In the year 1994, Slytherin welcomed a number of new students. Lynn was not well acquainted with many of them, but he had a vague impression of Draco Malfoy, who appeared somewhat restless as he sat beside the blood-stained barrow, along with his 2 henchmen. Other names, such as Pansy Parkinson, only rang a bell for him. The feast at the beginning of the school year was lavish as usual, and Lynn was enjoying a roasted sausage while chatting with the newly appointed Slytherin prefect, Charles Horner. Charles, who had begun his duties as Slytherin's male prefect this year, was someone Lynn had met while assisting Snape with potion materials. They occasionally collaborated in Snape's office and shared a reasonably amicable rapport. "Do you think Professor Snape would assist me if I were to borrow books from the restricted section of the library?" Lynn inquired. Charles hesitated before responding honestly. "I'm not entirely certain. You know how peculiar our headmaster can be. If you manage to win his favor, he might lend a hand, but then again, no one has ever attempted such a thing." After Professor Fawkes left, Lynn felt as though he had lost a significant support. Although he had gathered considerable information regarding dark magic, Hogwarts was an ancient institution, housing a wealth of imaginative theories and knowledge on various forms of magic in its library, which would greatly enhance his studies. He contemplated spending a month in Snape's office under the guise of detention, hoping to leverage Snape's name to gain some advantage. This year's new student banquet was notably more vibrant than previous years, particularly on the Gryffindor's side, where Harry Potter was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Lynn caught sight of Malfoy at his table, frequently glancing enviously towards Harry, the spoiled young master radiating jealousy and defiance. He boasted extravagantly to the nearby Slytherin newcomers about the exorbitant value of his family's sterling silver cutlery, which was a donation from his father to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, apart from his entourage, the new students showed little interest in his claims. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, the food vanished from their plates. As customary, Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor for the year. Professor Quirrell would be taking over the class this semester. He delivered his usual remarks, but at the end, he added an unexpected warning. "Lastly, I must inform everyone that those who wish to avoid misfortune and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Some young wizards laughed heartily, though they were merely a handful. The majority recognized the seriousness of Dumbledore's words. However, he deliberately refrained from revealing to the students what lay beyond, which made many of those who knew him feel somewhat uneasy. Typically, their principal would provide reasons for prohibiting access to certain areas, such as the Forbidden Forest, known to harbor numerous perilous beasts. Yet this time, it seemed as though he was intentionally keeping them in suspense, enticing the audacious to embark on an adventure. Lynn silently scoffed. Dumbledore's baiting was rather conspicuous. Once the banquet concluded, life at Hogwarts settled into its familiar rhythm. Since the beginning of the term, Lynn had not sought to engage with Harry Potter, as he was perpetually occupied, devoid of any leisure time. Even during meals, he could be found engrossed in a book on magic, simultaneously devouring meat-filled pastries. "What on earth are you studying every day?" Ian and Cedric were perplexed. If it were merely the ordinary second-year curriculum, it wouldn't necessitate such obsessive dedication from Lynn. Setting down his pure black-covered notebook, Lynn lifted a cup of pumpkin juice to wash down his food. I can't reveal it to you yet, but you will understand in due time. In truth, he was delving into Professor Fox's research on the dissemination of dark magic. The magical knowledge encompassed within was rather esoteric. Despite his innate talent, Lynn's foundation was weak after only a year of exposure to magic, rendering the learning process quite arduous. He could only find ways to assist Professor Snape in his office at night, concocting various excuses to have him sign borrowing slips for the restricted section of the library. Although Snape would invariably mock him with remarks about how being overly ambitious without the requisite skills was a poor habit, claiming such profound knowledge would only turn one's mind to mush, he would still sign the slips. Lynn would listen with a cheerful demeanor, and before leaving, he would discreetly pocket a few leaves of mandrake or some pupae of the boggart moth. Snape would merely glare at him, saying nothing further. Lynn now felt a sense of urgency. He was striving to swiftly grasp the nuances of casting the dark magic dissemination taught by Professor Fox, so that he could carve out time for other magical studies. Due to the considerable passage of time, his recollection of the original plot's development was merely a vague impression. He awaited a moment or an opportunity. Concerning Animagus transformation, he had pilfered a mandrake leaf from Professor Snape's office on the first day of term and, following the steps that Kira had outlined for him, on a full moon night, he held the leaf beneath his tongue. This process needed to be maintained for a month, and he could only proceed to the next step upon the arrival of the next full moon. Given the pressing timeline, Lynn utilized every available moment to study. After several days of exploration, he had begun to unravel some insights from the notes left by Professor Fox. The so-called dissemination of dark magic was essentially the secondary weakening of enhanced dark spells, at the cost of sacrificing intensity. A single target curse can be transformed into an area of effect spell. Taking the killing curse as an example, its function is to ensure the inevitable death of the cursed individual, with no means of countering it. This is also the reason why Harry Potter is referred to as the boy who lived, for he is the only person in history to have survived the killing curse. Once the killing curse is diffused, it morphs into a spell with a wider radius, utilizing the ground as a conductor and the caster as the epicenter, sending forth a lethal aura that spreads in all directions. The distance of this diffusion is contingent upon the potency of the spell. The advantages are strikingly evident: area of effect damage and an indiscriminate instant death. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Not only does it solely rely on ground conduction, rendering it ineffective if the adversary departs from the earth, but the instant kill effect of the killing curse itself has also been diminished. According to Professor Fox's experimental records, the outcomes of the diffused killing curse vary according to the strength of the soul. For those with lower soul intensity, such as the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest that day, the result remains an instant death. For slightly stronger beings, like ordinary muggles, sentient magical creatures, centaurs, fairies, and house elves, the effect transforms into a profound stupor, allowing them to awaken later. For those of greater strength, such as wizards, even the stupor fails to manifest, inducing merely dizziness or discomfort severe enough to provoke a nosebleed. To circumvent these shortcomings, Professor Fox proposed a concept in his notes. The diffusion of dark magic entails sacrificing its potency to achieve a broader effect. However, should one's dark magic be sufficiently robust, powerful enough to ensure an instant kill even when diluted, the drawback is rendered moot. The efficacy of magic hinges primarily on three aspects: the caster's proficiency, magical power, and emotional state. By enhancing these three elements, theoretically, the released magic could attain limitless strength. Proficiency requires gradual improvement, which Lynn finds challenging, nonetheless. He has now preliminarily mastered the 3 unforgivable curses and spends his days in the room of requirement practicing with small creatures such as spiders and frogs. His magical power has reached a high standard among adult wizards, with significant enhancement unlikely in the short term. Regarding emotional state during casting, dark magic is termed as such due to the necessity of malevolent intent during its application. Lynn perceives himself as neither an exemplary individual nor a villain. He faces an innate disadvantage concerning the required malicious intent. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary wizard. He is a prodigy. After capturing Kyra last semester, the system rewarded him with a talent, bloodline inheritance. With an initial value of 2 points, this talent grants a 50 chance for his spells to achieve a double enhancement. Upon the commencement of this semester, Lynn allocated his 2 free points to this talent. It now stands at 4 points. transforming the effect into a 25 chance for spells to gain double enhancement and a 25 chance for triple enhancement. This talent aligns remarkably well with the diffusion of dark magic. Undoubtedly, the most suitable dark magic for diffusion is the Killing Curse, with its wide-ranging instant death being akin to a flaw in the system. While the Killing Curse may possess a singularly powerful effect, death multiplying its strength seems wasteful. However, applying dark magic diffusion alters the equation entirely. Lynn had an inkling that although it was currently feasible to triple the amplification of his spell, the intensity remained insufficient. However, if he persistently allocated points to this talent, continually increasing the multiplier, the prospect of casting a lethal curse capable of slaying wizards was not merely a fantasy. Furthermore, the enhancement of the spell's efficacy was evidently advantageous to him. That morning, by the Black Lake, Cedric found himself in a state of existential doubt after being hurled into the water by Lynn's triply amplified petrification spell. It took a considerable effort from both Lynn and Ian to retrieve him, requiring multiple dispelling attempts, and nearly necessitating a visit to the infirmary to restore him from his stony state. "Are you a monster?" Cedric exclaimed, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean for it to be this potent." Lynn repeatedly apologized while drying Cedric's robes. "Why didn't my universal counterspell work?" Ian looked at Lynn with a peculiar expression. Lynn awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Perhaps it's because my spell's effect was too powerful to dispel." The two regarded Lynn with the awe one might reserve for a creature of legend, unable to comprehend how, in just a summer's time, his spells had evolved so dramatically. From that day onward, neither was inclined to practice with Lynn, while others engaged in joyful training that fostered mutual growth. Sparring with Lynn felt like risking one's very life. At noon, during lunch in the hall, Cedric and his companions once again discerned Lynn's peculiarities. He ate at an excruciatingly slow pace, chewing meticulously as if fearful of swallowing his food. Having dined together for over a year, they recognized that this was not Lynn's usual dining style. "I am practicing wellness," Lynn asserted with conviction. "Did you know that each additional chew reduces the movement of your stomach by 3 times, effectively alleviating digestive strain?" Cedric appeared utterly bewildered, while Ian regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. "Are you discussing wellness at a magical academy? What of it? Wizards are human too. Everyone must attend to their health." Lynn insisted with unwavering resolve. "You're not quite right." Cedric and Ian exchanged sidelong glances. In truth, Lynn was merely trying to prevent himself from accidentally swallowing the leaves of mandrake grass concealed beneath his tongue. He had been steadfastly adhering to this regimen for nearly a month, eagerly anticipating the next full moon to proceed to the subsequent phase. If he were to ingest the leaves now, all would be for naught. The path to mastering animagus transformation is fraught with difficulty. It requires not only proficient transfiguration skills, but also a significant element of fortune. Numerous uncontrollable factors could arise, and a single misstep would necessitate starting anew. Lynn's preparation at the outset of the semester stemmed from his uncertainty regarding his potential for success. Nonetheless, a part of him harbored a deep-seated hope that he would indeed triumph. He was rather eager to discover what animal his animagus form would be. Just then, a commotion erupted at the Gryffindor long table adjacent to Ravenclaw. Malfoy was waving a glass orb the size of a ping-pong ball with a mischievous grin, taunting the first-year Gryffindor wizards. He had snatched the memory orb that Neville's grandmother had sent him. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, clearly having endured enough of Malfoy's antics and eager to seize the moment to confront Draco. However, just at that moment, Professor McGonagall happened to pass by, thwarting the impending clash. Draco, accompanied by his 2 henchmen, muttered a menacing remark before departing. Cedric leaned over to Lynn and whispered, "That first year from your house is somewhat troublemaking." Lynn shrugged in response, "Not somewhat. That's precisely who he is." Lynn, with a sense of determination, inserted a letter he had composed into the claws of his owl. The creature remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his words. "I understand your plight. Professor Fox is currently far away," Lynn sighed. "No, you do not comprehend." The owl rolled its eyes, appearing quite reluctant. Suddenly, Lynn regained his composure with a noble air. "Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer for your efforts. The last time I sent you on such a burdensome journey was due to my inexperience. This time, I have made all necessary preparations." With that, he produced a small pouch filled with grains and seeds, fastening it around the owl's neck. "And there's more." He retrieved a tiny mail carrier's cap, perfectly fitting it on the owl's head. Fully outfitted, Lynn gently nudged the owl towards the door. Cedric, barely containing his laughter, watched as Lynn finally dispatched his owl, before bursting out. Where are you sending it? Why is it so unwilling? I am sending it to find Professor Fox. He has likely traveled as far as Asia by now. That explains it. Lynn calculated the days in his mind. Today appears to be a full moon, correct? It's time for Ian to transform. Ian, who was leisurely slicing a piece of steak, nodded in agreement. Lynn's spirits lifted. We shall gather by the Whomping Willow tonight. I might be a tad late, around 9 o'clock. What are you up to? That is a secret, he replied mysteriously. Cedric shrugged. All right then. I shall inquire again when it's no longer a secret. That afternoon, in the Hogwarts library, Lynn diligently transcribed notes into a notebook. He was studying a book from the restricted section concerning the formation of ghosts, which Professor Snape had permitted him to read but not to remove from the library. However, he was not alone. Seated beside him was a chattering young girl. I truly cannot fathom why their sense of collective honor is so lacking. If provoked by such individuals, why not simply report them to a teacher instead of resorting to a physical confrontation? Such actions only serve to penalize Gryffindor, jeopardizing the points I painstakingly earned through transformation spells from Professor McGonagall, and even putting Harry at risk of expulsion. Lynn noticed Madame Pance's sharp gaze and quickly patted Hermione's shoulder, urging her to calm down and lower her voice. I understand your sentiments. You wish for them to adhere to the rules, for everything to be conducted according to protocol, do you not? Hermione nodded, her expression one of frustration. In an ideal world, everyone adheres to rules. However, not all perspectives align with yours. As you mentioned earlier, it was not I who instigated the trouble during the flying lesson, but rather my fellow student, Malfoy. He disregarded the rules first. Why then should Harry be expected to follow them? Was I in the wrong? Hermione inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lynn, who had been conversing with Hermione in a distracted manner, set aside his quill and spoke earnestly. You have not erred, Hermione. Your intentions for the collective honor are commendable, and Harry's actions in standing up for a friend are just as valid. The only individual at fault in this scenario is Malfoy. However, your approach warrants reconsideration. Hermione blinked, gazing at Lynn in astonishment. During the joint flying lesson with Gryffindor and Slytherin, after the altercation between Harry and Malfoy, your immediate response should have been to ally with Harry rather than to impede him. You ought to have prepared evidence that would favor your position, minimizing any damage to your house. Then, in private, you could have critiqued Harry's reckless behavior and elucidated how to ensure Malfoy faced the greatest consequences without incurring punishment yourselves. This way, they would not harbor resentment towards you. Instead, they would seek your counsel in future matters, regarding you as their guiding star. Hermione stared at him, her mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. Have you employed this tactic against me before? Lynn regarded her with feigned innocence. How could I? When have you ever heard me speak to you in such a manner? I would never need to employ such strategies with you. You're like a foolish squirrel that would ensnare itself by simply placing a pine cone in the middle of a rope. But Malfoy is one of your Slytherin peers. You instruct me in this manner, and as a result, Slytherin loses points because of him. Do you not mind? Lynn sighed, rubbing the top of Hermione's head. Isn't this predicament a consequence of your own actions? If you feel bullied, simply approach me directly, and I shall gladly assist you in dealing with him. The young girl squirmed slightly under Lynn's hand, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson, as she clutched the edges of her robe. You are truly kind, Lynn. Of course, he replied. Moreover, my previous remarks were not solely intended to placate you. If it were ever discovered that Malfoy was tormenting you, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Once Lynn had succeeded in cheering up the distressed girl, he concluded his studies at the library for the day. He had cleared a compartment from his desk specifically to store his materials, which were already filled with thick parchment and dark leather notebooks. These contained information regarding souls, spirits, and phantoms. After placing his belongings inside, he turned his attention to a more pressing matter. He retrieved a small glass vial from his locker, along with a piece of parchment detailing the Animagus transformation steps written by Kira, carefully reviewing its contents once more. Today marks another full moon, and fortune smiles upon him. The weather outside is clear, devoid of a single cloud. The next step for the Animagus can proceed. 097. Ian's secret. The night sky was resplendently clear. The full moon hung high, its gentle luminescence akin to a delicate veil upon the soft skin of a maiden. Lynn meticulously prepared his various belongings, seizing the opportunity to leave the castle before the curfew commenced, and set his course towards the Forbidden Forest. The requirements for concocting the Animagus transformation potion were exceedingly stringent. Aside from the Forbidden Forest, no other location within Hogwarts could fulfill his needs. However, the Room of Requirement could also suffice. as it could cater to all of Lynn's demands, including the weather. Yet, that was a magical construct, and he feared that a simulated natural environment might inadvertently affect the potion in unforeseen ways. If the outcome were unfavorable, it would spell disaster. History was replete with accounts of failed and animagus transformations resulting in individuals becoming grotesque half-human, half-beast hybrids, serving as stark reminders against any semblance of cleverness, particularly in matters demanding the right timing, location, and collaboration. Instead of venturing deeply into the forest, he circumnavigated its edge, arriving at a previously selected spot along the periphery. Here, the trees stood tall and densely packed, their summer foliage flourishing, effectively blocking the sky and preventing any sunlight from piercing through during the day. Lynn first utilized a shovel conjured through transfiguration to locate a prominent tree that could serve as a marker, and beneath it, he excavated a hole approximately half a meter deep. After placing the shovel aside, he gathered his potion ingredients and stepped into the moonlight. Aligning himself with the round moon above, he retrieved a glass vial, extracting a mandrake leaf that had been pressed under his tongue for an entire month, and placed it into the vial. He then proceeded to spit, 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 incessantly into the glass container. This grotesque and cumbersome process required him to be cautious not to let any phlegm contaminate the mixture while continually stimulating saliva production until the vial was sufficiently filled. In the dead of night, a boy was seen spitting into a bottle in the shadowy woods, a scene that appeared exceedingly bizarre. Once the quantity of saliva was adequate, he plucked a strand of his own hair and added it to the glass vial, followed by a silver teaspoon of dew extracted from another container. This dew was procured earlier that afternoon from Snape's office, and he had taken great care to ensure it was sourced from a place devoid of sunlight and human contact for an entire week, a fact that had evidently irritated Snape, who had nearly dismissed him in exasperation, had it not been for Lynn's diligent handling of potion materials in recent days. Snape likely would not have granted him this precious vial of dew, especially given its considerable cost. Recently, Snape had appeared to discern something amiss. Frequently wandering the corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, a section strictly prohibited to students by Dumbledore, Lynn surmised that Snape had begun to suspect Professor Quirrell's peculiar behavior. Aside from a single encounter in Diagon Alley, Lynn had not sought further contact with him. This was his intention, for only in this manner could he accurately ascertain whether the first-year narrative would adhere to the original text, thus allowing the opportunity he awaited to materialize. After placing the hair and dew into the vial, there remained but one final ingredient for the transformation potion. Lynn retrieved a moth chrysalis from his pocket, the cocoon of the ghost-faced moth, procured from Snape's office, reasonably priced and of assured quality. Once he inserted the chrysalis into the vial, the concoction of the transformation potion was deemed complete. He corked the glass bottle securely and buried it in the pit he had previously dug, finally covering it with soil using a shovel. Having accomplished all that he could, he was left to await fate's decree. By the time Lynn had tidied his belongings, it was nearing 9 o'clock. He had scarcely arrived when Ian and Cedric approached him together. Ever since they had uncovered Ian's secret as a werewolf, they had visited him each month following the full moon. They would gather in the Shrieking Shack, the former lair of a previous werewolf student, where they would converse throughout the night about Hogwarts professors, the various houses, and amusing tales from both the magical and muggle worlds. However, today, both Lynn and Cedric could discern that Ian's mood appeared rather dismal. Upon traversing the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack, he had remained silent. Although he seldom initiated conversation and maintained a cold demeanor, their prolonged companionship allowed Lynn and Cedric to sense something amiss. Ian, as was his custom, settled on the dilapidated wooden floor, leaning against the wall, quietly awaiting the onset of his transformation. They engaged in a silent game of rock, paper, scissors, which ultimately saw Cedric defeated. Yet, before he could inquire, Ian spoke first. "This year, I should not be returning to Hogwarts." Lynn and Cedric stared at him in astonishment. "Why?" they asked. "Because my surname is Campbell," he replied softly. Cedric was perplexed, for there was no such name among the pure-blood wizarding families. Initially, he had found the surname somewhat familiar but had dismissed it. Now, with Ian's explicit emphasis and considering his previously evident affluent background, Lynn finally recalled the significance of the Campbell name in Britain. "Are you referring to the Duke of Argyll?" "The current Duke of Argyll is indeed my father. I am his sole heir to the title and the family legacy." This was the first time in over a year of their acquaintance that Ian had voluntarily broached his family matters. As his transformation commenced, silvery fur erupted from his body, elongating his form and face, accompanied by agonized howls, yet he persisted in sharing his story with Lynn and Cedric. My father, he is unwilling to acknowledge me as his son sweat-soaked his fur as he gasped for breath, yet he continued to recount his tale. After my birth, he spent his days reveling with those women outside, attempting to sire another son, only to cast me aside. Lynn and Cedric remained silent, understanding that tonight Ian merely required 2 listeners to rid himself of the burden of the monster that, upon my arrival, had taken my mother's life. 098. Born a werewolf from the moment of my birth, I was a werewolf. Lynn and Cedric exchanged glances. One was steeped in ancestral knowledge, while the other was a polymath, well-versed in the magical tomes of our world. Yet, they had never encountered the notion of a naturally born werewolf. Ian paid little heed to their reactions, his voice flat, as though recounting a tale utterly divorced from his own existence. My mother perished due to my arrival, and my father, upon seeing my visage, renounced me as his son. He claimed I was a monstrous aberration, the product of my mother's shameless liaison with the beast. Initially, he intended to drown me at birth, but my grandfather intervened, leveling a shotgun at his head. Thus, I was sent to the countryside to live with my grandfather. The physician had diagnosed him and rendered him sterile. He could never sire another child aside from me. To avoid the extinction of his lineage and to escape the stigma of being a familial outcast, I became his sole option. Yet, even then, he harbored no intention of fostering a genuine father-son bond. He continued to loathe, despise, and fear me. The household servants mirrored his sentiments, outwardly respectful while covertly denouncing me as a monster. Whenever the full moon approached and I transformed, they would confine me to the cellar, refusing to release me even after the night had passed. They would use this as an excuse to imprison me for 3 days, providing sustenance only through a small hole. I knew they all secretly wished for my demise through starvation in that dark confinement. At the age of 9, my magical talents manifested once more. Under my father's directive, a servant poisoned the dog my grandfather had left me. In a fit of rage, my unleashed powers hurled him from the 3rd floor. He perished. Thus, at merely 9 years old, I became a murderer, which elucidated my ability to perceive creatures like the nightmare. My father concealed the incident. He had already been diagnosed with a terminal illness and had only a few years to live. Should I be apprehended? The title of Duke would surely pass to distant relatives with no connection to him. Consequently, my act of violence remained buried. In the aftermath, the servants' fear of me intensified. They dared not speak to me, and no one would confine me to the cellar during the full moon. This continued until last July, when Professor Dumbledore personally visited my home to inform my bedridden father that I was, in fact, a wizard and must attend wizarding school. My father was enraged, vehemently opposing my enrollment at Hogwarts, as he intended to provide me with a comprehensive aristocratic education, introducing me to the upper echelons of society while gradually entrusting me with the family's enterprises and title. Ultimately, Professor Dumbledore persuaded him, allowing me to attend Hogwarts for a year. The mastery of magic was secondary. The priority was to learn to control the power within me. Yet, I harbored my own ambitions. I sought to uncover the secret behind my birth as a werewolf during my time at Hogwarts. At first, I naively believed that there existed a means within this magical academy to transform werewolves back into ordinary humans. However, the more I learned, the more I realized the absurdity of my fantasies. It was only upon encountering you that I began to appreciate the merits of remaining at Hogwarts, at the very least. You were willing to sit beside me and engage in conversation during my transformations. I find myself deeply nostalgic for Hogwarts, cherishing the life and friendships I had there. Thus, I defied my father's command and once more boarded the train to Hogwarts. He suddenly halted, turning to Lynn and Cedric. His expression resembled a smile, though Lynn and the others could not be certain, as they had never witnessed Ian smile, let alone in his werewolf form. I had a falling out with my father, who declared that if I dared to leave, I should never expect to return home. Before I departed, I took with me all that belonged to me, including the snacks you enjoyed on the train. Now, I find myself homeless. You will look after me in the future, will you not? They extended their arms, each embracing Ian's shoulders. I am an orphan, yet I possess a grand estate and considerable wealth. There are 3 inheritances awaiting me from both the Muggle and magical worlds. So, Ian, do you now comprehend what you must do? Lynn raised an eyebrow at him. The werewolf shook his head in confusion. Call me Daddy. Ian. Even Cedric scratched the back of his head and said, My father is a senior official at the Ministry of Magic. My family holds some prestige in the magical community. Not to mention, if you wish to support yourself and thrive in the magical realm, I can certainly assist you. However, Cedric chuckled warmly. Just call me Big Brother and let me hear it. Ian, You, with your bushy eyebrows, have also succumbed to mischief. Lynn suddenly patted Ian on the shoulder. Hey, I have a splendid idea. They turned to look at him. Hogmead should still have its pub open. Let us procure some butterbeer and food to celebrate Ian's new beginning. Cedric nodded in agreement. The Three Broomsticks usually closes at midnight. I will go, as I am quite familiar with Hogsmeade from my time there. They held a small gathering in the Shrieking Shack, sipping butterbeer and conversing until the early hours of the morning. After spending over a year together, Lynn finally accomplished the task he had nearly forgotten. You have uncovered the secret of the natural-born werewolf Ian Campbell and gained his friendship. Side quest completed. Reward, Constitution 3. Meanwhile, as they reveled in their merriment, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville fled in terror from the corridor guarded by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione felt exasperated. Lynn's suggested methods are utterly useless for these two. They are nothing but complete fools and brutes.